The lingering resonance of the Zixiao Palace bell had yet to fade when Hongjun once more seated himself cross-legged upon the meditation cushion. Nuwa sat quietly at his lower seat, the radiance about her body drawn inward. The sharp, overwhelming might she had displayed when clashing with Rahu's demonic shadow had been entirely restrained, and she had returned to the dignified composure of the Holy Mother. Yet a trace of lingering fatigue remained between her brows, clearly showing that this suppression had cost her no small amount of effort. Teacher, that fiend has been sealed once more into the depths of the heavenly Daos source, and there is also that Yangmei. Nuwa paused slightly, a strange glimmer flashing through her eyes. He is guarding the heavenly Dao in your stead, drawing in the lingering remnant wills within it. For the time being, this should suffice to keep the heavenly Dao clear of defilement. Hongjun inclined his head ever so slightly, his gaze drifting out beyond the palace toward the boundless chaos. Rahu's demonic path has already merged into the heavenly Dao. This suppression merely postpones his calamity. He will certainly seek another method to break free. Once more, we cannot lower our guard. As for Yangmei, he believes himself clever, seeking to use the remnant wills to mend his own origin and reclaim the status of a chaos demon god. Yet he does not realize he has already stepped into the urn. It spares us much concern. Hearing this, Nuwa understood at once. Her teacher and that Dao brother had laid their plans far in advance. Yangmei's voluntary entrance into the heavenly Dao was precisely what they had desired. Deep within the source of the heavenly Dao, a demonic shadow was bound by layer upon layer of heavenly Dao chains, and the dazzling light of the human Dao pinned firmly beneath the surging turbid currents of chaos. Demonic chi surged and roiled around the shadow, colliding violently with the power of the heavenly Dao. The instant Rahu returned to this alto familiar place, his scarlet demonic pupils locked unerringly onto a point in the distance. There a gigantic phantom tree stretched out its branches, greedily devouring the chaotic remnant wills in its surroundings. Beneath it, Yangmei sat cross-legged, silver light circulating about him as his aura slowly climbed. Yangmei. Rahu's voice carried both fury and biting ridicule. Is this the wondrous method you vowed you had found back then? To contact me and have me hold the sages at bay outside so you could seize your chance. And this is the result. The demonic shadow suddenly thrashed, the chains clattering loudly as destructive demonic chi burst forth like a tide. This so-called wondrous method of yours is to sneak into the source of the heavenly Dao, suppress the chaotic remnant wills for that old dog Hongjun, help him break free, let him emerge to deal with me, and then have him drive me back into the heavenly Dao again. Utterly foolish, duller than a swine. Rahu's curses echoed throughout the heavenly Dao. In former days, Yin Yang was also calculated by Hongjun. His origin was transformed, and he became that neither fish nor fowl, in Daoist, a laughingstock to all. In the end, he died with both body and Dao annihilated, slain by a junior. And you are hardly any better than he was. You have voluntarily stepped into this heavenly Dao cage, and even feel secretly pleased, thinking you have taken great advantage. You two fools. Are you not the undercover agents Hongjun sent specifically to sabotage me? Driven back into the source of the heavenly Dao, Rahu's three spirits were all but leaping with fury. Such were his so-called allies. Even if they had done absolutely nothing, simply remained idle, it would not have worsened the outcome. Instead, they insisted on thinking they could manipulate the situation, and in the end, they had trapped Rahu to death. Now Yin Yang had utterly fallen. Rahu and Yangmei were confined within the source of the heavenly Dao, and outside its gate stood 6 saints blocking the way. For them to leave was now as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was the gulf between allies. One who had once been regarded by them as an ant, Qingyu, had overturned the entire situation. And with the enemy's inadvertent assistance, Qingyu had reversed what had been a certain defeat. Was it because Hongjun and Qingyu were too powerful, their schemes too profound? No. It was simply that his own companions were far too stupid. Yangmei was wholly focused on refining the chaotic origin pouring into him, savoring the long-lost feeling of power, slowly returning, his heart filled with smug satisfaction. When Rahu's barrage of curses crashed down on him, Yangmei's brows knit tightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, a trace of displeasure flickering in those silver pupils. With a casual motion, he scattered the few strands of destructive demonic light that had spilled out from Rahu's rage. Rahu, Dao friend, why lose your composure so? Hongjun and that brat Qingyu have merely gained a temporary advantage by relying on terrain and a few petty calculations. In their ignorance, they actually allowed me to enter this core of the heavenly Dao's source. To them, this place is a prison. To me, it is a supreme treasury for returning to my peak. Once I have absorbed sufficient origin, rebuilt the body of a chaos demon god, and restored my full cultivation, the rise or fall of the primordial world will hang upon nothing more than a single thought of mine. At that time, Hongju and Qingyu, and even those so-called saints, will be like clay chickens and pottery dogs, wiped out with the snap of my fingers. Dao friend, be at ease, and simply await the good news. Yangmei's words brimmed with absolute confidence, as though he could already see the future, where he held the life and death of the primordial world in his grasp. He believed he had thoroughly seen through the short-sightedness of Hongjun and Qingyou, and was using their stupidity to pave his own road to return. Listening to this lofty discourse, Rahu actually ceased his attacks, and for no reason at all began to laugh. When one is truly speechless, one can indeed be angered into laughter. Rahu looked at Yang Mei. With two such fools at his side, how could he possibly contend with Hongjun and the rest? Fortunately, he had anticipated this long ago. Ever since the Dao Demon War, when a half-step Honghuang Era Daoist had been outmaneuvered and slain across innumerable realms of difference by two supposed ants, Qinyu and Shi, Rahu had given up any hope in them. Originally, Rahu had still harbored a faint illusion regarding Yang Mei, who had achieved Honghuang. Yet in the end, he too proved to be a fool. To be so thoroughly used, and still feel secretly pleased. When he had only taken a sliver of the wood Dao origin of the primordial world, he had nearly been calculated to death. Now he wanted to devour the entirety of the origin. Did he truly take Qinyu and Hongjun for benevolent patrons? Rahu sank his consciousness inward, and no longer paid Yang Mei any heed. Knowing long ago that they were unreliable, he had already made preparations while Hongjun had been trapped. Yang Mei, on the other hand, had been made slightly green in the face by this merciless scolding and disdain, a flash of fury crossing his silver eyes. He snorted coldly, and no longer spared a glance for the now seemingly slumbering Rahu. What capabilities you possess or fail to possess has nothing to do with my own escape. He then closed his eyes and devoted himself even more intently to devouring the chaotic remnant wills. A frog at the bottom of a well. How could you comprehend the ambition of a swan? When my work is complete, you will be the first, you demonic fiend, to learn what the true might of a chaos demon god is. Yang Mei sneered coldly in his heart as the silver light around him surged, his devouring accelerating. After Rahu sank into slumber within the Pangu Hall, baleful qi churned like a sea and blood essence roared like a tide. 11 ancestral witches encircled the massive dark red blood pool at the center of the great hall, their faces filled with fervent excitement and expectation. Within the pool, endless baleful qi drawn from the earth veins the majestic blood energy of Pangu Hall, as well as a single drop of essence blood imbued with law origin from each of the 11 ancestral witches, together with the essence blood left behind by Hutu, were at this moment all madly pouring into a mass of dark red flesh at the center of the pool, which writhed and swelled without cease. Almost there. Di Jiang clenched his fists tightly, spatial ripples spreading out around his body. Father God's heart has begun to beat again. We brothers will finally be reunited. Zhu Rong's body blazed with flames as he let out a low roar. With Pangu's heart, they would nurture their 13th brother anew. Boom. A deafening roar exploded within the hall as the boundless baleful qi and blood energy abruptly surged backward, only to be ravenously devoured by a powerful suction force. The mass of flesh in the pool split open with a sudden tear, and a figure slowly rose to his feet. His frame was towering and massive, his skin a dark red like congealed magma and dried blood, his features so rugged they verged on ferocious, and his crimson hair hung loose like blazing flame. Most unsettling of all were his eyes. When they opened and closed, they were pure lightless black, as though they could devour all radiance, yet deep within that darkness glimmered two scarlet points like stars of destruction. Thick, almost solidified baleful qi coiled about him, and within that balefulness there was even a trace of destruction so intense that it made even the ancestral witches' hearts tremble. My name is Jidu. Good. Di Jiang strode forward with a booming laugh and slapped Jidu heavily on the shoulder. 13th brother, you are finally born. Our Wu tribe has gained another ancestral witch, a Quasi-Saint ancestral witch. Congratulations on your birth, 13th brother. The other ancestral witches stepped forward, in turn genuine joy written across their faces. Bound by blood and resonant in aura, they could clearly sense the surging ancestral witch bloodline and power within Jidu. Such a thing could not be faked. As for that faintly unfamiliar destructive Dao rhythm, they took it to be the unique law mastered by their new brother. The Pangu bloodline was boundlessly profound. The restrictions of Pangu Hall flawlessly screened everything. The heavenly Dao did not sense it, and the sages remained unaware. Throughout the Wu tribe, all fell into revelry, celebrating the birth of the 13th ancestral witch Jidu. With the heart and flesh of Pangu and the essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches, this body was born at the Quasi-Saint realm. The newborn ancestral witch Jidu, or rather Rahu reborn, and now in control of this borrowed shell, slowly raised his head. Those pitch-black eyes with their hidden scarlet gleam pierced through the barriers of Pangu Hall and looked toward the east, toward the shores of the eastern sea where the human race multiplied and thrived. Hongjuan Qingyon Yuhua, did you truly believe that by sealing my demonic shadow you could sleep soundly? Jidu's lips curled. The Wu tribe, the bloodline of Pangu, suffused with towering baleful qi and cultivating no primordial spirit. They are truly the finest chess pieces, the finest shells, the finest weapons of slaughter. And this Pangu Hall, a treasure that can shield itself from the entire primordial world. Panga's legacy falling into the hands of the Wu tribe is a sheer waste. Far better that it be wielded by me. All sages gathered Dao rhymes intertwining before the Zixiao palace, 10,000 rays of rosy clouds surging auspicious, qi, rising in countless strands. The palace gates silently swung open, a purple mist billowed within. An ancient simple cloud bed emerged from the void upon which Hongjun Daozu sat, in stately composure, while Nuwa sat quietly at his lower seat. We pay respects to teacher. We have seen Daozu. The assembled sages entered with Qin Yu bowed in unison, then took their seats on the futons laid out on both sides. Hongjun let his gaze sweep over the sages in the hall, then spoke slowly. The reason I have summoned you here today is to establish the fundamental order of the Great Desolation and to untangle the karma of this coming Kulpa tribulation. With a slight lift of the horsetail whisk in his hand, the void above the palace roof suddenly changed, revealing a vast vision of the primordial land, rivers and mountains stretching for thousands of miles. Upon the land, the chi of destiny of the Wu and demon clans rose like beacons of war smoke, piercing the heavens. One coiled like a blood-colored giant dragon sprawled across the earth, chilling, killing, intent rolling off it. The other hung like a golden great sun high in the 9 heavens, brilliant starlight radiating in all directions. The two streams of chi of destiny tangled and clashed against one another, tribulation, chi spreading like overhanging black clouds pressing down from the sky. Bloodlight flickered within, as though the shadow of mountains of corpses and seas of blood were looming indistinctly. Yet at the shores of the eastern sea there was another strand of exceedingly faint pale golden chi of destiny, upon which the chi of 2 sages converged, breaking through the dawn. The struggle between the Wu and demon clans has dragged on for 10,000 years. The killing tribulation has sunk deep, and the karma of slaughter clings like a malignant tumor to the bone. Moreover, Rahu previously fanned the flames wildly, rousing both tribulation chi and baleful chi. Now the resentment and ferocity within the Great Desolation have accumulated to a point beyond return. Hidden maladies abounding, and a great calamity is about to descend. Though Rahu was suppressed after breaking free this time, the methods of the demonic path are insidious and strange. Long ago he had already using the bloodline of the Wu clan and the baleful chi of the earth scattered demonic thoughts across all corners of the Great Desolation in secret. The method he used was exactly the same as the hidden hand heaven once laid when Qin Yu helped mend the western earth veins. Extremely well concealed, bound to blaze into an uncontrollable inferno once it erupted. The only difference was that heaven had buried origin power in the depths of the earth, whereas Rahu buried his origin within people. Earth veins can still be stabilized by the Jianmu tree, but once the source lies within people, the only way is a great tribulation to cleanse all. This is the inevitable process when the burdens of heaven and earth accumulate to a certain extent. The rise of a Kulpa tribulation was originally meant to sweep away the old and welcome the new, to reorder heaven and earth. Yet this time, because of the erosion of Rahu's demonic thoughts, the tribulation has been hastened, just like with the Dragon Han 3 clans. It has become a chronic disease of the Great Desolation that cannot be cured without strong medicine. Hongjun continued. The Wu and demon clans were born bearing Panga's legacy and the chi of all living beings of the Great Desolation. Originally each bore the duty of harmonizing and regulating the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Yet in their endless struggle their karmic burden has grown unbearably heavy and they have lost their rightful place. With Rahu seizing the chance to fan the flames, the tribulation has already been fixed. It can no longer be reversed. At this moment a note of reproach had already crept into Hongjun's tone, especially when his gaze fell upon the 3 purities. After this escape from peril, when accounts were settled, Xinyuanzi, who had long cultivated the Tao of Earth and stabilized the 6 paths of reincarnation, had made immense contributions as support to the stability of the Great Desolation. Qin Yu used a stratagem in the shadows, driving wolves to devour tigers, pulling himself out from the schemes of Rahu and Yangmei, and thus shifting the overall rhythm. Nuwa held court in the heavenly palace, preventing a great upheaval among the demon clan and bringing about the revival of the human path. At the same time she assisted Hongjun in suppressing Rahu. Her merits were far from trivial. As for the 3 purities, they were still off farming monsters in the wilds. In the end Hongjun could only let out a soft sigh, his gaze turning toward that pale golden strand of chi at the eastern seashore. Yet heaven's mandate is ever-changing, and rise and fall are ordained. In this Kulpa tribulation a new fortune shall arise to bear the tally of heaven and earth, steering the ebb and flow of the Great Desolation. The variables have already been born, blessings or calamities none can yet tell. At these words all the sages felt a stir in their hearts and raised their fingers to calculate. Yet the heavenly secrets were chaotic like mists, tribulation, chi surging like a furious sea, and Ra's lingering demonic thoughts further interfered. Even as exalted sages they could glimpse only a hazy bloody blur, unable to discern the specifics. As for the matter of heaven's mandate, Hongjun gave his whisk a final flick. The illusion in the void dispersed, and the palace returned to stillness. Within the Kulpa tribulation, each shall rely on his own fortune and resolve his own karma. You sages may transmit your Dao lineages to the world and rescue those fated in the midst of tribulation. However, you must not act against heaven to forcibly change the greater trend. The workings of the tribulation have their own inherent logic. What he called the greater trend was to use this Kulpa tribulation to completely settle the hidden baleful chi and demonic thoughts that Rahu had buried throughout heaven and earth, along with the deep karmic burden accumulated by the Wu and demon clans. In the past, when the Tao of Earth had not yet been established and reincarnation had not yet emerged, Hongjun might not have adopted so radical a method for large-scale settling of accounts meant boundless slaughter. Now, however, reincarnation has taken shape, and the Earth Path has just been founded. Once living beings tainted by baleful chi and karma enter the cycle of reincarnation, their cause and effect can be reviewed anew and their merits and demerits reassigned. This grants the great desolation a chance to restart. The sages all understood in their hearts and responded in unison. In Pango Hall, Daijang sat at the head, addressing Jidu. Now that our 13th brother has been born, the chi of destiny of our Wu clan will flourish all the more. At present, the demon clan is weakened, that mongrel bird Dijuan has already fallen. The Zhou star Do Great Array lies incomplete. This is precisely the moment for my Wu clan to unify the great desolation and once more display the supreme glory of Father God splitting heaven from earth. Jidu slowly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes sweeping across the assembled ancestral witches. Elder brothers and sisters, as one newly born, I ought not to speak much. Yet in recent days I have sensed heaven and earth and gained some small insight. There is one matter stuck like a bone in my throat that I cannot leave unsaid. 13th brother, speak freely. Daijang waved his great hand, his expression solemn. This 13th brother had triggered a strange phenomenon in Panga Hall at birth, and like that traitor Hutu possessed a Yuanshin. His words could not be taken lightly. I was born from Father God's heart, and gained a trace of true intent of destruction, making me exceptionally sensitive to the shifts in the vital currents of heaven and earth. Jidu spoke slowly. In recent reflections upon heaven and earth, I have perceived that in the eastern lands of the human race, chi of destiny is surging like the first light of the rising sun, faintly bearing the signs of being where heaven's mandate will gather. Though the human race is as frail as ants, they have received the teachings of the Rinjiao established by the Taiching sage, and moreover Qing Yu has passed down a Dao lineage to them with Nuwa as their patron. If we wait until they mature, I fear they will encroach upon and thin out our share of the heaven and earth chi of destiny. Hearing this, Rushu frowned, the sound of clashing metal ringing faintly around him. The human race. They are but ants, their strength no greater than cattle or horses, hardly worth mentioning. Among the sons of my Wu clan, which one cannot tear tigers and leopards apart with his bare hands, and carry mountains chasing the moon. Not so. Jidu shook his head, a bloody red light flickering faintly in his eyes. The human race is weak, yet they are born with Dao bodies most attuned to heaven's way, and their speed of reproduction surpasses all other clans. Furthermore, their spiritual wisdom awakens early, and their capacity for learning far exceeds that of the demon clan or our Wu clan. Such a race, if guided by the teachings of Taiching, protected by the line of the earth immortals, and quietly shielded by Nuwa, given time, they will inevitably grow into a great power. Moreover, there seems to be a fixed decree in the unseen that the human race shall be the protagonist of heaven and earth in the next Kulpa tribulation. What? At these words, aside from Daijang, who still maintained his composure, all the other ancestral witches changed countenance and cried out in shock. In Zijian's eyes, phantoms of the long river of time flickered. Xiangliang's body erupted with surging lightning, while behind Tianwu howling tempests arose. In Pango Hall, baleful chi churned turbulently. Protagonist of heaven and earth. Xianming spoke in an icy voice, cold as the dark ice of the Nine Nether. The protagonist of heaven and earth means bearing the great chi of destiny of the great desolation, winning heaven's favor, and enjoying the homage of all races. Our Wu clan is the bloodline of Pangu, Father God, lords of the great earth, and ought to be revered by heaven and earth alike. How could we allow the lowly ants of the human race to steal such a position? Shibishi spoke in a sinister tone. Why should we even act personally? We need only order the great witches under our command to lead our sons on a single campaign. The billions of miles of human territory could be turned to scorched earth in an instant. We must not act rashly. Daijang spoke in a deep voice, spatial ripples spreading out to suppress the agitated auras of the ancestral witches. He looked toward Jidu, sharp light flashing in his eyes. 13th brother, since you have sensed this and brought it up, you must already have a plan in mind. Jidu's lips curled into a cold, arch smile containing some indescribable hint of wickedness. I have heard that witches and humans can intermix bloodlines in reproduction. Such Wuhuman hybrids would inherit both the powerful bloodline and innate divine abilities of our Wu clan and the spiritual intelligence comprehension and Dao body aptitude of the human race. They would indeed be heaven's chosen. We should secretly encourage unions between witches and humans so that Wuhuman offspring are born. All of them shall be granted Wu clan status and enjoy the offerings of the Wu. When that time comes, the human path will be the Wu path, and the Wu path will be the human path. Our Wu clan will be the human race, and the human race will be our Wu clan. The protagonist of heaven and earth will fall to us as a matter of course, rightful and unquestioned. Even if Hongjun himself descended, even if heaven's way manifested, how could they possibly annihilate the protagonist of heaven and earth, who bears the chi of destiny of the great desolation? When he finished speaking, the hall fell into dead silence. The faces of the ancestral witches shifted through various expressions, their breathing rough. The Wu clan had always prided themselves on the purity of their bloodline and regarded other races as ants. Now they were to proactively intermarry and mix blood with the lowly human race. Yet on careful consideration, the stratagem was vicious to the extreme, striking at the root. Without expending a single soldier or drop of blood, they could steal away all of the human race's chi of destiny and foundation, even usurp the position, and make the Wu clan the de facto protagonist of heaven and earth. More wondrous still, this method was in accord with heaven's way. Even sages would find it hard to intervene, for Wu and humans marrying of their own will and bearing offspring was part of the natural order. Who could stop it? Daijang remained silent for a long while, his gaze sweeping one by one across the faces of the ancestral witches before finally settling on Jidu's eyes. After a moment, he suddenly slammed the stone table before him. Good. 13th brother's words are like a draft of nectar pouring over our heads. Daijang rose to his full height, space quivering around him, his voice like thunder. If our Wu clan wishes to achieve great things, how can we be bound by old conventions? In extraordinary times, we must employ extraordinary strategies. The human race, the protagonist of heaven and earth. Then let our Wu clan be the one to play this protagonist of heaven and earth. Elder brother is wise. Jidu slightly bowed his head, concealing the tumult of destruction and mockery in his eyes. He slowly extended his dark red palm and placed it on the nearby Pango Hall, saying, truly, it is a splendid treasure. It can obscure the eyes of the sages, shielding them from the scrutiny of the heavenly Dao. The clouds that block the sun will eventually disperse, while the hidden dragon lies in wait for the right moment to soar. Pangu, oh Pangu, did you ever think that one day this hall which you left to guard the bloodline would become the best barrier for the demonic path? He withdrew his palm and paced with his hands behind his back. The essence blood of the 12 ancestor witches, along with the lingering vitality of Pangu's heart, granted him sufficient control over Pangu's treasures. Zhou Mountain. Jidu cast his gaze downwards at Zhou Mountain, which still stood towering, but had its Dao rhythm completely dissipated with the help of the witch clan. Aside from Zhou Mountain, there is only you left to support the heavens. A flash of crimson light flickered in Jidu's eyes. The witch clan is the sharpest blade in my hand. As for the three purities, the source is also prepared. Hongjun, oh Hongjun, after all, the Dao is a foot higher while the devil is a foot taller. A laughter filled with destruction rolled in his throat, then was silently swallowed by the malevolent aura of the hall. Hongjun, do you think sealing my demonic shadow means you can rest easy? Qingyu, do you think building the divine tree to support the heavens means you can sit back and relax? Little do you know the greatest variable has already appeared. When the malevolent aura surges and the heavens and earth collapse, I will see what you will use to stabilize this primordial chaos. The divine tree is merely a piece of dead wood. Now the source is still being called upon. The transition can happen in the blink of an eye. First, I will sever the divine tree, then destroy Zhou Mountain. With my mind made up, he hesitated no longer. With a thought, he connected with Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches waiting outside the hall. Without needing many words, Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches had developed a degree of trust in this 13th brother who had brought them surprises since his birth. The time has come, we shall act according to the plan. Jidu's thoughts were transmitted. Good. Pieces of the Pango Hall stripped away were distributed to carefully selected members of the witch clan. After the Hongmeng measuring rod, the Pango Hall was also dismantled by the witch clan. These fragments were only the size of a palm, yet contained the astonishing ability to shield against heavenly secrets. The ancestor witches joined forces to apply a secret technique, temporarily merging the aura of these fragments with their holders, so that when they acted, their aura would resemble that of ordinary mountain spirits or slightly fortunate mortals. Merely shielding with the Pango Hall is still not enough. It is necessary to assign some tasks to these sages. Jidu's gaze turned westward, recalling how he had assisted the ancestor witches in shattering the western earth veins, the malevolent aura from which was merely a fraction of its original power. The remaining portion was now ready to be put to use. As the master of the West, the accumulation of countless eons was now due to be utilized. When such accumulated malevolent aura appeared simultaneously, even the sages would have to deal with headaches while ensuring that the earth does not collapse. Commands from the ancestor witches were transmitted through layers. Thousands of relatively aware witches carrying fragments of the Pangu Hull silently infiltrated the vast shores of the East Sea and surrounding areas. Above the 9 heavens in the Zixiao Palace, the sages had dispersed, leaving only the Dao ancestor Hongjun sitting alone on a cloud bed. The palace was silent, with purple energy swirling. Hongjun's gaze pierced through layers of void, looking towards the blood-red fortune rising beneath Zhou Mountain. The Dao ancestor sighed, softly, lightly flicking his dust, as the rhythm of the Dao flowed within his eyes, reflecting endless future light and shadows intertwining. Although he had regained control over the heavenly Dao, the operation of the heavenly Dao had its own principles. Even the Dao ancestor could not interfere excessively. Otherwise, the mechanism of the heavenly Daos spontaneous operation would become weaker, the more difficult it would be for him to escape, ultimately leading to a complete merging with the heavenly Dao. He would use it to compensate for the heavenly Daos' inability to operate on its own due to his excessive interference, thereby losing his individuality. This is completely different from the reckless behavior of Luo Ho and others who even seek to collapse the heavenly Dao from within. The Eastern King and the Western Queen, along with the powerful beings of the immortal island governing the shores of the East Sea, responded to the requests of Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti, traveling westward to assist in repairing the damaged earthly veins, attempting to restore vitality to the West. The 2 immortal leaders and the 2 saints of the West gradually became acquainted, causing them to pay less close attention to the regions of the human race on the edge of their own Dao fields. On the Western Earth, which had just revealed a trace of green, countless malevolent auras suddenly erupted from the depths of the earthly veins, without warning. Not good. Zhuan Ti, who was currently sorting out a newly formed spirit spring with the 7 treasures mysterious tree, suddenly changed his expression. The malevolent aura from the earthly veins has erupted again, and it is even more ferocious. Jia Yin's 3 beads of merit radiated brilliant light above his head, attempting to stabilize the surging malevolent aura, but felt that he was unable to do so. The Eastern King and the Western Queen were also greatly alarmed, quickly activating their divine powers to try to stabilize the nearby earthly veins. However, the ferocity of the malevolent aura's eruption far exceeded their expectations. Quickly summon the sages. Beneath the divine tree Qing, you sensed the unusual movement of the malevolent aura in the west almost instantaneously. Frowning, his figure faded from beneath the tree crown. In the next moment, the figures of Nu Hua, Lao Zi Yuan, Shi Tong Tian Qing Yu, and Jun Yuan Zi appeared one after another in the air above the site of the malevolent aura's eruption in the west. Radiating magnificent holy light, the essence of creation, the intent of opening the heavens, the rhythm of yin and yang, and the mysterious yellow energy of the earthly veins descended, joining forces to suppress and purify this sudden disaster. It is Luo House backhand again. This malevolent aura contains demonic intent with a strong regenerative power, and is purposefully destroying the nodes of the earthly veins. This is by no means a coincidence. Lao Zi spoke in a deep voice. It must be that demonic fiend's hidden ploy left behind before he broke free. Detonating it now is meant to restrain us. Yuan Shi Tianzun, holding the Pangu flag, said sternly. All the sages agreed, each employing their abilities to cleanse the malevolent aura and stabilize the earth. However, the peculiarity and difficulty of this malevolent aura far exceeded the last time, and it subtly targeted the divine powers of the sages, changing unpredictably, making the purification process slow, requiring the sages to expend considerable effort and remain vigilant. While the sages were distracted by the time lag caused by the malevolent aura in the west, the witch clan's infiltration plan was covertly proceeding under the cover of the fragments of the Pangu Hall. The witch clan focused all their energy on the human race, for the human race was too pure-born with sages to protect them, and with the Eastern King as a top-tier force watching over them. At the same time, they were also too weak. Their pure primordial spirits were tainted by the powerful malevolent aura, and under the erosion of the black witches they did not even need to reproduce. The witch blood alone was enough to corrupt the human race. On the shores of the East Sea, a small human tribe was experiencing dusk, with young hunters returning with meager prey, and the tribe was permeated with worries of food shortages. At this moment, a particularly tall wandering warrior entered the tribe, letting his blood flow down the river. In another tribe near the mountains, they suffered from miasma and poisonous insects. A self-proclaimed witch doctor arrived, capable of driving away poisonous insects with peculiar methods, integrating the malevolent aura into them, continuously eroding the pure primordial spirits of the human race. More covertly, some physically robust hunters blended into the tribe with their superb survival skills, uniting with local women. The children they bore were often stronger than their peers, running faster and possessing greater strength, quietly elevating their status within the tribe. Something is off. The fortunes of the human race are changing. Fushi, who had long been observing the human race, suddenly stood up, retrieving the relic of Emperor Jun that Tai Yi had lent him, the river map and Luo book, and devoted himself to thorough calculations. However, he found nothing. Although the fragments of the Pango Hall could isolate heavenly secrets, they could not block changes in fortune. Fux's expression suddenly changed as he could not deduce anything. Not good. Someone is targeting the human race. What boldness! Fushi, sensing the changes in the human race, was engulfed in fury. He immediately sent a message to the heavenly court, transforming into a stream of light to rush towards the shores of the East Sea. Within the heavenly court, the heavenly Emperor Tai Yi received the urgent report. Flames of true sunlight flickered in his eyes as he immediately summoned troops to meet with Fushi and head towards the shores of the East Sea. In the western realm, the foul air boiled as the saints unleashed their divine powers to firmly suppress the incessantly surging malevolent thoughts. Yet, like controlling floods pressing down in one area, only caused issues to arise elsewhere. The malicious aura left by Luo Ha's schemes during the several gatherings targeted the newly formed veins of the earth and the gaps in the saints' divine powers, resulting in a stalemate. This time Luo Hu fully activated all his hidden traps in the west solely to entangle the saints, and buy time for the Wu clan's invasion of the human race. The Master of Heaven's brows and hair stood on end as 4 beams of radiant sword intent transformed into billions of sword chi, repeatedly shredding the foul clouds that covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Where the sword light passed, the malevolent thoughts howled and dissipated, yet immediately new and purer malevolent thoughts spawned deep within the earth's veins to replenish them. Luo Hu detonated the vast resources he had amassed in the west. Purification and guidance were 100 times more challenging than destruction. They were akin to treating the poison of a giant tree with rotting roots. If careless, the entire tree could wither away. Illness recedes like drawing silk, while malevolent thoughts entangle the veins of the earth. We cannot act hastily, said the primordial heavenly venerable as auspicious clouds gathered above his head, and the Pangu flag fluttered, dividing the chaotic energy to suppress the flow of foul air. His expression solemn. Nuwa felt the connection to the human bloodline in her heart become increasingly clear. The creation whip in her hand evolved boundless vitality, continuously purifying the surging malevolent aura, yet her thoughts had already flown to the East Sea. She saw that the newly born human fortune points were entwined with strands of dark red, as the entire human fortune was being occupied by the Wu clan. Nuwa could not help but wish to rush to aid. The corruption of the human fortune in the East Sea is intensifying, and it may damage the foundation. Though the malevolent aura here is fierce with the strength of us all, we can gradually contain it. However, Laozi had not yet spoken, his gaze sweeping below, a hint of uncertainty flashing in his eyes as he calmly stated, the malevolent thoughts here have already coexisted with the newly formed veins of the earth. If we divide our attention, now the malevolent thoughts may rebound, corrupting the very essence of the polluted veins, making it so that not only would the West take millions of years to recover, but the foul air could also spread along the vein networks, infecting other parts of the wilderness. At that time, the catastrophe would not be limited to the human race. The matter of the East Sea was a blatant strategy forcing them to choose. However, if the foundation were damaged, even if they could temporarily secure the East Sea, the wilderness would soon be overturned. How could humanity persist? The Taiji of Taching waved the dust of creation, piercing directly into the veins of the earth, radiating with brilliance as the malevolent aura flowed towards Taching along with the dust. The Dao fruit that Taching had originally entrusted to the heavenly path was also found by Luo Hu. The heart of Pangu is indeed very useful. The connection between the 3 purities and Pangu is not so easily severed. The primordial spirit of Pangu is Pangu himself, or do you still wish to escape? Luo Hu grasped the saintly Dao fruit of Taching and began to erode it with the supreme chaotic energy and the source of the demonic path within the heavenly path. Take me to find the remaining 2 saintly Dao fruits. The Dao fruit of Taching had already been wrapped in malevolent aura. Moving slightly, it flew towards the distance. Sensing the collapse of the human race, Nuwa bit her lip hard, almost drawing blood. The creation whip in her hand surged with light, engulfing and obliterating hundreds of ferocious malevolent thoughts amidst the swirling foul aura as she poured her anxiety and rage into it. Sister, please calm down. The Master of Heaven, while wielding sword intent to eliminate countless malevolent thoughts and foul aura, transmitted a message. Fushi and the Heavenly Emperor Tai have already rushed to the East Sea. They are both powerful beings and can stabilize the situation. We need to quickly cleanse the malevolent presence here so that we can free our hands. Qing Yu looked at the 3 from Taching, thoughtful in her heart, using the connection between earth and wood to quietly transmit a message to Nuwa and Xinyuanzi. 2 fellow Taoists. Luo Hu is cunning and his schemes are interconnected. Although this wave of malevolent aura in the West is fierce, it aims to distract our minds. However, its target is likely not just the human race in the East Sea, but perhaps more than what is currently visible. I have a sense that a greater upheaval may follow. We must be prepared and stay vigilant. After receiving Qing Yu's message, Nuwa took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety, and focused her thoughts on the present. It seemed another hard battle was imminent, and the light of creation in her hand shone even brighter, resonating with Xinyuan's Earth book, creating a blank space. After finishing her message, Qing Yu's gaze swept over the Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu, who were stabilizing a region with pure yang and pure yin energies, but had limited effects on purifying the malevolent aura at the saint level. Quietly transmitting a message, Dongwang Gong, Shiwang Mu, the demonic energy here was left by Luo Hu. Lingering too long is unbeneficial and may lead to invasion. Please take my token and go to the Tian Star to find the moon goddess Xia. Before the words fell, 3 beams of light had slipped into the sleeve of Dongwang Gong, concealed by the brilliance of the saint's divine powers and the swirling foul aura. The mysterious wooden staff of Qing Yu, Nuwa's creation whip, and Xinyuan's Earth book, the treasures of the 3, were entrusted to Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu. The treasures of the 3 not only manifested their own Tao rhythm, but also carried their own fortunes. The threefold fortunes of heaven, earth, and man rested upon these spiritual treasures, allowing for arbitrary utilization. The ancient calendar, which contained the powers of the sun and moon, was also handed to them. Upon hearing Qing Yu's brief instructions, they understood that the situation in the East Sea was likely more severe than anticipated, possibly even involving the competition at the saint level. As the head of male immortals, he was also a decisive figure. He exchanged a glance with Shiwang Mu, their minds resonated, and they nodded slightly. Taking advantage of the primordial heavenly venerable's waving of the Pangu flag, the chaotic sword energy rolled back, like the Milky Way, temporarily clearing a large area of foul aura, while Qing Yu's Taiji diagram stabilized a region. Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu's figures rippled like water waves, quietly fading away, transforming into 2 extremely faint streams of light, one yin and one yang. Following the hidden passage quietly opened by Qing Yu's tree roots, they silently escaped from the western battlefield, shrouded by the surging demonic energy, racing towards the east, and then turning towards the Tian. Taching watched the departing Dongwang Gong and Shiwang Mu, his gaze still calm. They were merely ants, unworthy of mention, unable to influence the grand scheme. On the shores of the East, see the ancestral land of the human race. The figures of Fuxi and the Eastern Emperor Tai descended almost simultaneously. The phantom of the chaos bell rippled above Tai's head, suppressing the void in all directions. Fuxi unfurled the river map and the Luo book in his hands as innate hexagrams flowed, attempting to deduce the heavenly secrets and investigate the source of the anomalies in the human fortune. However, the scene before them left the 2 saints stunned. The sacred place where Nuwa had created humans and Qing Yu had enlightened was now rather empty and desolate. Only the 3 human ancestors, Suerin, Weiqi, and Zi, accompanied by thousands of young children and some elderly, remained at this place. Thin wisps of smoke rose from the humble huts, and offerings to Nuwa and Qing Yu at the altar burned continuously as the children's tender voices recited the epic of their ancestors, wafting in the wind. Where are the people? Tai's golden eyes flickered with the true fire of the sun, and his divine sense swept across millions of miles of territory, his brows furrowing slightly. The millions of human beings that should have dwelled by the East Sea had now scattered across the vast wilderness like stars, rendering the ancestral land a mere symbol of legacy. The Suiren clan observed the arrival of the heavenly emperor, and Fuxi stepping forward with a worried expression. With the blessings of the Holy Mother and Holy Father and the assistance of the immortals, our human race's survival is assured, and our population flourishes. In just a century, our population has more than doubled. Although the eastern coast is beautiful, it cannot accommodate this many people. Moreover, the outside world is vast and rich, with many friendly neighbors helping with relocation, which is why our clan gradually migrates, expanding in all directions. Fuxi gazed at the desolate ancestral land of the human race, his worries deepening as his divine sense swept across the wilderness, observing the scattered human settlements. The Suiren clan continued. Our human race is weak and newly born, relying on the favor of the Holy Father and Holy Mother to reach this day. The demon clan's friends hold goodwill, and the immortals often lend a helping hand. This is a blessing for the human race. Indeed, this is the case. Since Nuwa created humans and Qing Yu enlightened them, the human race seems to have borne special fortune. Nuwa is a sage shaping clay to create humanity, her contributions equal to creation itself. O Qing Yu, as the ancestor of spirits and immortals, enlightened all beings benefiting the living. The reputation and blessings of the 2 in the wilderness are immeasurable. Due to this legacy, the human race has been almost surrounded by the goodwill of the entire wilderness since its inception. The ancestral shaman could roam freely in the wilderness, relying on the legacy and fortune of Pangu, acting erratically, yet managing to survive until now. The human race, on the other hand, relies on the blessings and protection of Nuwa and Qingyu. This blessing is not one of brute force, but rather subtly nurtures goodwill and care from all beings towards the human race. As the demon emperor Fuxi shares a deep bond with Nuwa, and his care for the human race is meticulous. In the current wilderness, the witch clan has formed its own faction, while the demon clan is essentially a myriad alliance centered around the heavenly court, encompassing all beasts, plants, and spirits. The dragon phoenix and Qiling clans have long exited the stage, their fortunes dissipated. Only the human race, created by Nuwa yet not belonging to the demon clan, remains an independent race with a unique identity. It is precisely because of this uniqueness and the favor of the sages that the development of the human race has been surprisingly smooth. When seeking to expand westward, powerful beings from the demon clan who are aware of the Holy Mother's grace use their powers to clear the mountains in their path. When crossing rivers, water spirits actively calm the waves, even using their bodies as bridges. The witch clan is even more enthusiastic, often coincidentally, encountering human tribes in difficulty during their migrations, generously offering assistance and guiding them to more fertile and safer regions of the Zhou Mountains. The goodwill of all beings is so generous, blessings follow to the ends of the earth. The entire human race feels as if they are beloved children of all things in the wilderness, progressing without encountering any real difficulties. There are no determined enemies targeting them, no harsh environments they cannot overcome, and it even seems that resources are inexhaustible. Under the concerted, visible, or hidden efforts of the three major forces of the wilderness, the demon clan, witch clan, and the Isle of Immortals, the fortunes of the human race grow as rapidly as a snowball. In just a short century, the human population has exploded, increasing by more than 10 million times. Many powerful beings from the demon clan, who initially took in a small number of humans, were astonished to discover that what started as a few thousand little ones had multiplied into hundreds of millions in just a few hundred years, spreading across every corner of their territories. Although resource consumption has increased somewhat, this rate of reproduction has truly shocked the long-lived, difficult-to-produce beings of the wilderness. However, despite the shock, all beings are pleased to see this development. After all, in the eyes of most demons, these weak, yet pure beings who are grateful and can even help manage some trivial matters are not much different from the beloved spirit beasts and well-behaved plant spirits. Moreover, due to their connection to the sage's karma, they carry an even greater sense of auspice. Having more of them is not a problem, since they are weak and pose no threat. Although the Ta Ching sage passed down the golden core path, many of the earliest innate humans, such as Sui Ren, have cultivated themselves to the golden immortal realm through their own foundations and insights. However, compared to the countless beings of the demon clan, who have cultivated through countless epochs and have long achieved the path of immortality, the cultivation time and achievements of the human race are indeed negligible. Furthermore, relative to the terrifying population base of the human race, the proportion of cultivators is almost the vast majority of ordinary humans still lead simple lives, laboring from dawn to dusk, preserving that purity derived from the hands of Nuwa. As for the concern of the demon clan eating humans, at least from the perspective of the slightly intelligent and properly practicing demons who follow the three immortal paths, this is simply nonsense. We cultivate the righteous path passed down by the ancestor of immortals, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, feasting on clouds, and do comprehending the mysteries of creation, and our bodies are filled with pure spiritual energy, seeking the path of eternal life. Why would we consume humans who bear the karma of the Holy Mother and Holy Father? That would only tarnish our own path and invite karmic retribution. This is the consensus of the vast majority of the demon clan. Occasionally, wild beasts without intelligence may attack human tribes, but that is merely a competition for survival under natural laws, the resulting karma cyclically resolving itself, unrelated to the greater picture. Thus, under this almost all-encompassing favoritism and protection, the human race has swiftly moved out from the eastern coast, their footprints spreading across many fertile lands of the wilderness. Of course, compared to the vast expanse of the wilderness, the territory occupied by the human race is but a drop in the ocean. Among them, 1/3 of the human population has migrated to the Zhou Mountain region under the enthusiastic guidance and assistance of the witch clan. Having lost the heart of Pangu, the witch clan faces increasing difficulties in reproduction and has discovered the secret of integrating with the human race, as if uncovering a treasure. The offspring born from the union of witches and humans not only possess naturally strong physiques, but also inherit some of the witch clan's abilities to manipulate earth, water, fire, and wind. More importantly, they enjoy the rapid reproductive rate of humans. Moreover, these witch-human hybrids inherit some human traits, enabling them to initially wield their primordial spirits, and use various heavenly materials and magical tools that the witch clan has accumulated over countless years but cannot use due to lacking primordial spirits. For the witch clan, this is akin to a heavenly boon. They unhesitatingly accept these hybrids as new members of the witch clan. Despite the ancestral witch's strict orders allowing only the worship of Pangu within the witch clan, the humans that have been integrated, especially those initially brought in or left behind, mostly still remember their roots. In private, they continue to tell the naive children the stories of how the Holy Mother shaped humans from clay, the Holy Father imparted wisdom, and how the Suiren clan created fire by drilling wood, burying their faith in their origins deep within their hearts. As more and more witch-human hybrids are born and rapidly grow, the fortunes of the witch clan, which had declined due to past wars, begin to rise steadily, even exhibiting a robust growth trend. These hybrids act like hidden roots, not only drawing nutrients from the human race, but also infusing the marks of the witch clan back into the human race. In the Pangu Palace, Jidu senses the rising fortunes of the witch clan and the increasingly close relationship with the human race, a gleam of scheming delight flickering in his scarlet eyes. Hongjuan, do not think that I do not know. You have long established the human race as the main protagonist of the wilderness in your agreement with the sages, and now, with the witch clan's cunning maneuvers, let's see how you respond. Ha! As Hongjuan's old rival Luo Hon naturally guesses Hongjuan's thoughts. Rather than being a clan, the demon race is more like a myriad alliance composed of countless races similar to the Eastern Prince and the coalition of immortals. The main protagonist of the wilderness must be a single race, leading the wilderness towards stability, requiring a large enough base to support sufficient races, which the demon race cannot achieve by scattering into a single clan. Their population is too small, just like Tai, the current ruler of heaven and earth. His race comprises only himself. How can he be the main protagonist? Thus, the demon race has never met the conditions to be the main protagonist, leaving only the witch race as suitable. The descendants of Pangu, inheriting Pangu's legacy, are adept at the earth, guarding the Zhou Mountains. What a perfect main protagonist, yet they have ruined it themselves. Originally, Hongjun intended for the witch clan to take this role, but as the witch clan caused repeated calamities to the wilderness, he has completely given up on them. Until the human race emerged, as long as the human way does not go astray, they will become the new main protagonist of the land. Jida's grin grew increasingly sinister. When the blood of the witch-human hybrids flows across the land, the faith in the witch clan, deeply rooted in people's hearts, the reality of the witch clan and the name of the human race will completely blend together. At that time, whose fortune does the human way truly belong to? Is it the weak human race you deem fit, or the witch clan? Hongjuan, I shall embody the witch clan while acting as the true main protagonist of the land. Let's see how you respond to this reversal of heaven and earth. Haha. The mad laughter echoed in the vast Pangu Palace. Yet Jidu was not intoxicated by this temporary success. These methods were merely a delay. His ultimate goal has always been the destruction of the wilderness. Now the next target is that tree that supports heaven and earth. Once it falls, the weight of the 33 heavens will come crashing down, slightly touching the Zhou Mountains. Then with a loud bang, the wilderness will vanish. A cold light flickered in Jida's eyes as he rose from the Pangu. Now this Pangu Palace was given to him by Di Jiang, and it has long been completely under his control. Transforming into a wisp of ghostly light, he slipped into his sleeve, helping him conceal the heavenly secrets. With a step forward, he appeared in the field of Duguang, gazing at the chaotic spiritual root. There was no appreciation in Jida's eyes, only a desire for destruction. Support heaven. You think you are worthy. He sneered, slowly spreading his palm. In the center of his palm hung a droplet of liquid that seemed capable of devouring life, quietly suspended. As this substance emerged, the surrounding space emitted a faint corrosive hissing sound, retreating, even the pure life force naturally exuding from Duguang by 3 feet. Fallen Saint's turbidity. This is an extremely toxic substance embodying extreme yin and extreme killing and absolute poison that Jidu concocted using supreme demonic secret methods, utilizing the purest blood essence of the 12 ancestral witches, simultaneously merging the last remnant of Pangu's heart, tainted by the regret of failing to attain the Tao, refining it in the deepest part of the blood, taking countless epochs to materialize. Its nature is extremely malicious, specifically corrupting the origins of sages and damaging the foundations of the great Tao. Even a sage who is supposed to be impervious to calamities, if invaded by this poison at their origin, even if their true spirit relies on the heavenly Tao to be reborn, they will return with their foundations shattered, their sage status collapsed, becoming as good as a useless person. Feeding this poison to a highly vigilant sage is undoubtedly an immense challenge. But what if the target is this immobile tree, which is currently exerting its immense source to fully channel the Western Earth veins? The golden wind had yet to stir, but the cicadas were already aware, subtly heralding the inevitability of death. In the vast expanse of Du Guang, the towering celestial tree stood majestically, inhaling chaos and exhaling starlight. As the Qingyo Daoist temple, it was naturally protected by profound formations and spiritual mechanisms guarded by Zuanzinzi and the 12 flower deities, making it impossible for ordinary intruders to approach, and even a mere glance would trigger the restrictions. However, Jidu, wielding the ethereal light transformed from the Pango Hall, possessed an extraordinary artifact that could obscure heavenly secrets and confuse yin and yang. Coupled with his own devious devilry and peak-level concealment techniques, he moved like an invisible shadow, silently bypassing layers of vigilance and approaching within mere thousands of zhang from the celestial tree. This distance for a long-prepared quasi-saint wielding the deadly poison of a fallen saint was already a guaranteed kill. Yet Jidu did not act immediately. He held the drop of chilling venom in his palm, his crimson eyes coldly fixed on the ancient spiritual root before him. He was waiting for the optimal moment, awaiting Luhis' encroachment upon the saint's Dao fruit, and anticipating the final dance of the witch clan upon the primordial land. In that instant when all attention was drawn away, he sought a single decisive strike, a chain collapse triggered by the fall of the celestial tree that could unbalance the entire primordial world. However, Jidu overlooked one thing. He was overly confident in himself and the Pango Hall's ability to conceal. He underestimated this spiritual root that had stood firm through countless epochs and underestimated the seemingly weaker beings. Beside the celestial tree, a spiritual mushroom quietly thrived, its cap resembling a glorious canopy graded at the 11th tier with a warm color akin to jade, exuding an ineffable aura of creation. This was the 11th tier creation spiritual mushroom that had grown alongside the celestial tree since the end of the great beast cataclysm. Initially merely at the 9th tier, it thrived alongside the celestial tree, nourished by its boundless chaotic spiritual energy. After nearly 2 cosmic eras, it had long reached the 11th tier, equally ranking among the finest innate spiritual roots connected to the celestial tree's energy, sharing its fortune and misfortune. As the saying goes, one prospers, all prosper, one suffers, all suffer. When the celestial tree attains enlightenment, the mushroom ascends to the heavens. In stark contrast to the immense and sprawling roots of the celestial tree that permeated the primordial world, the spiritual mushroom's energy network chose to cover the entirety of Du Guang over the long ages, safeguarding every inch of land and every wisp of spiritual energy for Qingyo. The spiritual energy circulating in Du Guang, the vitality of all things, even the slightest changes in weight and energy fluctuations were all perceived within its energy network. The celestial tree was vast and might overlook subtle changes, but the spiritual mushroom acted like the most intricate spiritual net, monitoring every disturbance in this sacred land. The moment Jidu entered Du Guang with the Pango Hall, although his figure was perfectly concealed from heavenly secrets, the essence and mass of his quasi-saint existence could not vanish. Like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, it stirred ripples in the energy network of the spiritual mushroom that covered the entire domain, ripples that could not be ignored. A quasi-saint origin has appeared within Du Guang. A wave stirred within the mushroom's spiritual awareness. Thus, when Jidu manifested within Du Guang, the spiritual mushroom had already sensed an intruder and transmitted the information to the celestial tree, and the tree in turn informed Qingyo. Though unsure of who exactly had come to plot against him, it was easy enough to guess. Currently among the 3 purities, who else could be interested in him besides Lu? With no issues in the heavenly court, the only remaining problem was the witch clan, which had become quite bothersome. Had they not been tied up, they could have dealt with it directly without all this hassle. Yet even knowing of Luhis' schemes, Qingyo did not immediately consider teleporting back. It was better to resolve this issue once and for all, for if this one was settled, others would surely arise. Moreover, according to Luhis' schemes, it would certainly not just target him. There would be other plots afoot. Under the watchful gaze of Taiji, Qingyo suddenly raised his head, looking towards the celestial tree that supported the 33 heavens and the surrounding Zhou mountain, which was slightly lower than the celestial tree. Heaven and earth, celestial tree, Zhou mountain sustaining the heavens. Should the celestial tree break, the heavenly pillar shatter, the primordial world would be doomed. In but a moment, Qingyo surmised the purpose Luhu sought to achieve. With this thought in mind, Qingyo continued to assist in purifying the western malevolent energy, while discreetly splitting a wisp of his consciousness to connect with the celestial tree from afar. In an instant, the innate 5-element flags arranged across the primordial realms to suppress earth, water, wind, and fire trembled slightly, their energy locking onto the celestial tree of Du Guang, poised to unleash their immense power at any moment. Simultaneously within the celestial tree, at the core space of its annual rings, the space twisted slightly, and a tiny silver whirlpool quietly emerged, from which a drooping willow branch, seemingly containing boundless spatial Dao rhythm, extended forth before vanishing from sight. Controlling all of this remotely, Qingyo cast a glance at Taiji, and continued to employ Wood Dao techniques to disperse the seemingly ever-increasing malevolent energy. With a blink, 500 years for the saints in the West was but a fleeting moment. However, these 500 years were a transformative golden age for the primordial land, especially for the Witch clan. With a continuous influx of witch warriors joining the Witch clan, not only compensated for their population and reproduction shortcomings, but also by utilizing the primordial spirits, driving countless spiritual treasures accumulated by the clan exhibited even greater combat strength, leading to an explosive growth in overall power and war potential. The ancestral witches reignited their ambition to seize dominance over the primordial land and reclaim, taking advantage of the five saints and Qingyo being heavily occupied by the endless demonic malevolence in the West. The Eastern King and Western Queen vanished after leaving the West, creating an opportune moment for the Heavenly Court's top forces to be left vulnerable. Under the covert influence of Jidu, and with the support of the Demon Clan, the Witch Clan brazenly launched a new and unprecedented round of incursions. This time the Witch Clan's tactics underwent a significant transformation. The rugged and sturdy Great Witches took the lead, withstanding the formidable spells and techniques of the Demon Clan with their powerful physiques. Meanwhile, a large number of witch warriors in the rear activated those long-sealed, immensely powerful spiritual treasures and artifacts from the Witch Clan's vault, creating a dense and lethal barrage of ranged firepower. Additionally, countless demons lurking in the shadows occasionally revealed themselves, launching cunning and vicious surprise attacks, either self-destructing to create chaos or unleashing demonic energy to erode the spirits of the Demon Clan. With the witches and demons joining forces, their offensive surged like a tide, employing innovative tactics that were hard to defend against. Although the Demon Clan boasted top-tier powers like Dong Huang Tai, Ifushi Lady Purple Light, and Kuanping, their combat strength was formidable. Yet facing the numerical superiority of 11 ancestral witches, plus Ho Yi, along with the incessant assaults from the witch warriors' spiritual treasures, and the demonic clan's insidious disruptions, the battlefront was gradually pushed back, suffering successive defeats. Countless Demon Clan tribes and celestial mountains turned to scorched earth under the frenzied advance of the Witch Clan and the rampant attacks from the Demon Clan. The primordial land was once again stained with the flames of war and blood, cries of anguish echoing everywhere. At this critical juncture, when the Demon Clan's defenses were on the verge of collapse, a clear, resonant avian cry suddenly rang out from the direction of the Sun Star, shocking the heavens. Following that was a second, third, a full 10 cries, each echoing in an unbroken succession, resounding throughout the universe. The Sun Star shone brilliantly with endless solar true fire and pure yang essence cascading down like a heavenly river towards the direction of the Tang Valley beyond the Eastern Sea. A vague figure carrying a vast amount of pure solar essence descended into the depths of the Tang Valley. In the next moment, 10 suns appeared simultaneously within the valley. 10 brilliant suns, slightly smaller than the Sun Star, soared into the sky, radiating searing heat and boundless light. They transformed into 10 golden rainbows, fiercely rushing towards the most intense battleground of the witch-demon conflict. These were the 10 newly born golden crows, regenerated from the remnants of the essence left after the fall of Emperor Jun and the essence of Yin and Yang. 5 belonged to the Yang and 5 to the Yin, harmonizing Yin and Yang, naturally mastering the true fire of the sun. The 10 golden crows, like 10 burning shooting stars, darted across the boundless sky and descended upon the battlefield. They did not transform into forms, but directly revealed their true selves as three-legged golden crows, unleashing boundless light. At such close proximity, the pure and domineering solar true fire and essence radiated outward, naturally restraining the sinister demonic aura, posing a lethal threat to the Witch Clan's bodies, which leaned toward the malevolent energy. Countless witch warriors at the forefront were instantly scorched by the terrifying heat, their skin tougher than fine iron, cracking and turning black, some even reduced to ashes. Those demons hidden in the shadows were like encountering their nemesis, screaming as they dissolved and evaporated in the golden light. The 10 golden crows soared across the sky, forming a blazing barrier that temporarily halted the ferocious assault of the Witch Clan, granting the beleaguered Demon Clan a precious moment to catch their breath. The golden crow soars across the 8 extremes, its true fire burning the heavens and dispelling the demon miasma. The fierce assault of the Witch Clan, under the might of the 10 suns shining together, came to a halt. Kwafu. Deep within the Witch Clan's ranks, a voice filled with suppressed rage erupted from Dijiang. Before the sound faded, a giant resembling an ancient mountain stepped forth, shattering the earth before Dijiang. He stood over 10,000 feet tall, his skin a bronze hue, muscles coiling like dragons and pythons. "You mere beast, dare to show off your strength." Kwafu's eyes burned red, fixated on the 10 glaring golden rainbows in the sky. Amidst the roar, he took a step forward, the ground trembled, and his figure shot forth like a falling star, aiming directly at the nearest golden crow. However, the golden crow was born with incredible speed, its wings flapping and covering thousands of miles. The technique of transformation into a rainbow was exquisite. Though the 10 little golden crows had just gained sentience and fought purely on instinct, they were exceptionally agile. They intertwined and flew through the air, leaving behind trails of scorching afterimages. Quafu possessed boundless strength. Each time he struck down with his massive palm, he always missed by a hair's breadth, grabbing only blazing flames that scorched his hair and beard, causing him to roar in frustration. "Are you toying with me?" Quafu's fury erupted, feeling utterly humiliated by the 10 young birds' antics. He abruptly halted his pursuit, howling skyward as a yellowish divine light shot up from his body. The overwhelming power of the earth surged from all directions, converging upon his towering form. "Come down here." The accumulated power erupted with a thunderous roar. Quafu's feet stomped down, causing the ground to collapse, forming an unfathomably deep pit. His massive body used the recoil force to charge directly at the golden crow. After all, the 10 little golden crows were still newborns. They had never encountered such a life-or-death strike. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust and the chilling intent of slaughter caused them to instinctively freeze, their wing beats momentarily stalling. It was in this fleeting moment. The shadow of Quafu's giant palm loomed over the 10 blazing suns. The critical moment. A voice of authority resonated behind the little golden crows, and the sun hanging high in the 9 heavens, which burned eternally, suddenly flared 100-fold. A blurred figure appeared behind the golden crows, looking down at the charging Quafu below. He merely pointed at the massive palm that was about to touch the golden crow's wing, flicking it. A spark condensed to perfection floated from his fingertip. Quafu's pupils constricted suddenly, as he sensed a terrifying Dao rhythm within that spark, one capable of incinerating all things and returning to nothingness. At this moment, retracting his hand was already too late. As the spark touched his palm, Quafu's hand, capable of clashing against innate spiritual treasures and crushing stars, began to silently and completely disintegrate from his palm. "Oh!" Quafu let out a heart-wrenching, desperate scream. He wanted to break free, to sever his arm to survive, but the power contained within that spark far exceeded his imagination. It not only burned his flesh, it also directly scorched his great witch's essence, corroding his bloodline imprint. In the eyes of countless horrified spectators, this ancient great witch, known for his strength, began to crumble from his arm inch by inch. The great witch Quafu fell, transforming into a peach forest. The light of the 10 suns connected, turning into a catastrophic golden domain, indiscriminately covering the witch clan's army below, who had been demoralized by Quafu's fall. Wherever the sun's true fire reached, all things turned to ash. The fierce bodies of the witch clan warriors fell like paper under the scorching of the immensely powerful sun's essence. The spiritual treasures activated by the witches quickly dimmed and became ineffective. The front lines began to collapse. "Retreat." Di Jiang almost spat this word through clenched teeth, his face ashen with terror. He stared fixedly at the 10 increasingly arrogant suns in the sky, glancing once more at the direction of the sun star. 10 suns hanging in the sky, the might of the golden crows. Cheers swept across the battlefield. Tai Yi watched the great sun god appearing behind his nephew, the chaos bell in his hand ringing, disrupting the time turbulence of Zhu Jiuyin, contemplating if this was his unborn elder brother. The figure of the great sun seemed to notice Tai Yi's gaze, giving a slight nod before returning to the suns. With the 10 golden crows linking the sun's essence to the primordial earth, the witch clan, facing the scorching heat comparable to true injuries, could not withstand it and could only retreat. The demon clan, seeing the witch clan retreat, erupted in cheers, the bravery of the 10 golden crows spreading among the demon clan. Meanwhile, the witches returning to their clan were stained with endless blood and malice. With the fall of the great witch Quafu transforming into a peach forest, the peach blossoms among the 12 flower gods of the Guandu felt this change, rising to the peach forest and bowing to the 11 sun gods at the horizon. Upon entering the peach forest transformed by Quafu, they found only the forest, but not a trace of the essence remaining. How could a peach forest transformed by a great witch leave no trace of essence? There was definitely something amiss. The peach blossoms realized this and dared not be careless. The primordial wilderness was deep and fraught with schemes. Not understanding, they decided to let those who did handle it, and quickly transmitted a message back to Guandu reporting to Qingyu. What she sensed was not wrong. The essence and soul force transformed from Quafu's fall, as well as the blood energy dissipated from the countless fallen witches and demons on the battlefield, did not return to the heavens and earth. Instead, they were drawn by a mysterious force, thread by thread converging towards the majestic Zhou Mountain earth vein at the center of the primordial wilderness. There, amidst boundless malice, a twinetwapetal lotus, its edges swirling with dark red evil light, floated quietly. It rotated slowly like an endless abyss, greedily devouring the slaughter, blood, energy, death, and hatred gathering from all corners of the primordial wilderness. With each ounce it devoured, the lotus body darkened further, the Dao rhythm of destruction and conclusion thickened, and the light at the heart of the lotus, which seemed capable of ending epics and restarting chaos, solidified further. The witch clan retreated back to their territory. Countless witch warriors who participated in this bloody campaign returned to their respective clans bearing an indelible weight of blood and malice. The glimmers of purity and wisdom that once belonged to their human ancestry were completely overshadowed by brutality, indifference, and greed for power. Their parents, those who were among the first to be caught up or forcibly taken to the witch clan, still regarded themselves as the old, weak women and children of the human race. They trembled as they welcomed the returning children, only to be pierced to the core by the overwhelming stench of blood and indifferent gazes. "Child, this blood on you." An old woman grasped the bloodied figure of a young witch warrior, her voice hoarse. The young witch, no, perhaps he should now be called a witch, impatiently shook off the old woman's withered hand, his gaze icy. "I am a noble witch. Killing is glory. The human race. Merely ants. If they are killed, they are killed. There is no need for further words. Ants killed, merely killed." The old woman staggered back, collapsing to the ground, watching that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure meld into the cacophony of the witch clan's bonfire, and roaring, her murky tears silently sliding down. That was no longer her child. That was a killing weapon named witch, assimilated by power and bloodline. Similar tragedies played out repeatedly in countless tribes surrounding Zhou Mountain, despair spreading like a creeping poison, entwining every still conscious human heart. One night, seizing the opportunity of the witch clan's grand sacrifice, the human race gathered together, their faces filled with regret and self-reproach, feeling they had failed the expectations of the Holy Mother and Holy Father. Figures like silent streams staggered from every corner. They were ragged and silent, with only the most surprised. At the forefront, an elder with white hair and a frail frame knelt, slowly facing east. There lay the East Sea, the ancestral land, the direction of the sacred temple. "Holy Mother, Holy Father, unworthy descendants, we are ashamed. In a moment of greed we have brought about such consequences." The elder's head touched the ground, his voice sorrowful, echoing in the silent valley. "We have not only failed to establish hearts for the heavens and earth, to aid the primordial wilderness, but instead with our flesh and blood we have armed the enemy with blades and nourished them with length. We are unworthy as children. Unworthy as children. Unworthy as heirs to creation." The voices of agreement filled with blood and tears rolled like thunder through the valley. "Now our strength is exhausted, the path is cut off. I can only use this body, this soul, and the spirit bestowed by the Holy Mother, the purity granted by the Holy Father, to offer a sacrifice to the heavens and earth. Curse those rebellious witches forever, losing their purity, unworthy of grace. May our human blood and souls transform into blades to slay the witches tearing through the shrouds of malice." They did not bring peace to the primordial wilderness, nor did they bring further development. They were unworthy as the human race. Now they all stood here with droplets of blood flowing from their bodies, falling to the ground. Their primordial spirits, the most selfless gift from the Holy Mother, the 3 souls and 7 spirits, began to dissipate. The purest goodness and spirit within them began to dissolve. This was the blessing of the Holy Father. As the body dies, the spirit remains, the soul resolute becomes a ghostly hero. Blood not yet cold, revenge not yet taken, souls return to slay the witches. The invisible ripples of the curse spread silently from the valley's center, sweeping over the mountains, flowing through the tribes, enveloping every witch with human bloodline. This curse harmed not the flesh nor damaged the Dao, targeting only that bit of purity and primordial spirit from the human race. Countless witches, whether in sleep, cultivation, or revelry, trembled in unison, clutching their heads and crying out in pain. The human race of Zhou Mountain, using themselves as a conduit, dispersed the witches' primordial spirits. From then on they possessed neither the physique of the witches nor the primordial spirit of the human race. They would not allow their descendants to rely on the primordial spirit obtained from humans to turn against the witches, to raise blades against the human race and all the beings that once helped them. This was a grand sacrifice belonging to the human race, and no one would understand why the human race, under the protection of various top-tier forces, would have such a self-destructive method. Only Qing Yu knew that this was the choice of the human race, relying on themselves, that they must always have the opportunity to resist no matter when. In the center of the valley, blood and soul, spirit and curse had converged to perfection, transforming into a sphere of light. The sphere of light grew smaller and more solid until it emitted a sound like the weeping of millions, the sorrow of heaven and earth, and a long sword hung silently in the air. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, neither metal nor jade, its body dark as the night, with the sun, moon, and stars faintly visible upon it, mountains and grass appearing vividly. Farming, fishing, the embryonic form of writing, encompassing all, yet exuding a fierce, killing intent that could annihilate all, a sorrowful and tragic force soaring into the sky. At the sword's hilt, countless blurred figures seemed to be praying, weeping, and silently screaming. The sword of slaying witches. The slaughtering sword forged from the blood and souls of countless human beings quietly hung in the center of the valley. A tender young human boy emerged from a hidden place and stepped forward. In his eyes there was no fear or hesitation, for he was the hope of his people. He would carry this hope away from here, bringing hope to the human race and to the primordial wilderness. He stood before the sword and slowly reached out to grasp the warm hilt. This sword was a curse for the witch clan, yet for the human race, it was an endless blessing embodying their power to end the witch clan. Xian Yuan took a deep breath, using all his strength to pull out the long sword. He knew that from this moment on what he bore was no longer just his own life. Go, we must leave here and bring the sword back to our ancestral land. The boy murmured, his voice hoarse from crying. Crying could only be concealed behind him. When he stood up and took this sword, he could not afford to feel fear or dread. He could only be brave and must not cry. Xian Yuan took one last look at the valley soaked in the blood of his kin, turned and stepped toward the east, knowing that the will of the human race would protect him. However, just as he turned, a furious roar, brutal to the extreme, erupted like thunder. A tiger blade came soaring towards Xian Yuan, and Qiyo, the first witch-born, sensed something was amiss and rushed over. Seeing Xian Yuan holding a sword that posed a threat to him, Qiyu showed no hesitation nor sought to understand the reason. He attacked fiercely towards Xian Yuan. The blade's light was too swift and too fierce. Carrying a surging bloodthirst, it aimed directly at Xian Yuan's head. At less than 10 years old with a frail human body, he could not even react, let alone defend. Puchi! The sound of the blade piercing flesh rang out. Xian Yuan did not even have time to block. He felt an indescribable immense force penetrate his body. Then came the tearing pain, and his vision was instantly covered in blood. His small body was sent flying backward by the blade's aura, crashing heavily against the scorched rock, blood gushing from the horrific wound in his chest, quickly staining the ground beneath him. He lay on the ground, his breath rapidly weakening, his life flickering like a candle in the wind, swaying on the verge of extinguishing. The intense pain engulfed him, and the shadow of death loomed over him. However, those small hands gripping the hilt of the sword seemed as if they were welded to it, showing no sign of loosening. The blood of his kin, their souls, and their hopes were all within the sword. He could not let go even in death. Qiyu approached with heavy steps, his bronze face devoid of any expression, only exhibiting indifference to life and an unyielding desire for the sword. Without even glancing at the barely breathing Xian Yuan, he raised the tiger blade, its edge swirling with malevolence, and prepared to strike down again at Xian Yuan's neck. He aimed to shatter his soul, to eliminate future troubles. The blade, reflecting the cold moonlight, was lifted once more. Alas! A voice of compassion drifted from the deepest abyss, gently brushing over the valley. The descending tiger blade, the boiling, killing intent, the howling night wind, and even Kai's grim expression were all frozen in place by an invisible force at the sound of that sigh. The figure of the goddess Pingxin appeared silently before Xian Yuan. She was still dressed in simple linen, her face shrouded in a gentle yet indistinct halo, making it impossible to see her clearly. Only a pair of eyes that could see through the cycles of life and death quietly gazed at the Xian Yuan on the ground, and the sword that he would not release even at the brink of death. She did not even look at Qiyo, merely raising her hand lightly towards the raised blade, her face filled with horror, yet unable to move. Without the brilliant powers of divinity, Qiyu did not even have time to scream before being sent flying away, his tiger blade slipping from his grasp, uncertain of where it flew. The sound of his bones cracking echoed throughout as blood gushed forth and his breath weakened to the extreme. Only a barely perceptible sliver of life remained, yet his meridians were shattered and his foundation collapsed, leaving him utterly crippled. Pingxin acted, never allowing death to claim her, but she left him with only a breath. She slowly crouched down, her gaze falling on Xian Yuan's pale face devoid of life, then shifted to the sword in his hand that continued to emit a weak hum, yet would not let go. She saw the countless human souls that had been forcibly condensed and could not be reborn within the sword. Foolish child, why go to such lengths? She sighed softly, her voice carrying endless compassion. The birth of this sword was too tragic, burdening too much hatred and despair that should not have been shouldered by these frail beings. She extended her hands, a glow radiating from her palms that welcomed all towards their destined abode. That was the light of reincarnation, the end of life, and the beginning of rebirth. The light enveloped Xian Yuan's body and also cloaked the slaughtering sword. Under the illumination of the light of reincarnation, Xian Yuan's fading soul was gradually pulled back from the brink of dissolution, regaining a chance for reincarnation. Within the sword, the countless wailing souls were also caressed by warm hands. With the supreme power of reincarnation, Pingxin gradually restored the true spirits that had been distorted by the curse. Go, she softly whispered to the restored souls. The misdeeds of the witch clan arise from greed and obsession, from the confusion of catastrophe. You should not bear this burden and should never be trapped within this sword enduring endless suffering. Reassuredly enter reincarnation and forget the sorrows of this world. In your next life, may you be born in peaceful times free from wars and separations. As her words fell, the souls that had become clearer on the sword gradually bowed towards the direction of Goddess. Then they transformed into points of pure and gentle spiritual light drifting out from the sword towards the place of reincarnation in the six paths. Having completed all this, Pingxin did not pause, her gaze returning to the long sword in her hand that had slightly lessened in resentment. This sword, born from the utmost hatred and sacrifice, had a nature that was obsessive and fierce. Though it had been baptized by reincarnation, its hostility was slightly tempered, yet the core intent to slay witches remained unchanged. The wielder, if lacking great determination, virtue, and compassion to temper, it would likely suffer its consequences, falling into the path of slaughter. But this was the slaughtering sword earned with the blood of countless human beings. She dispelled the souls of the human race eternally trapped within, yet she could not alter their will. Pingxin remained silent for a moment, then raised her other hand, pointing like a blade towards her brow, lightly making a cut. No blood flowed out. A mass filled with the essence of endless reincarnation was forcibly separated from her own divine soul. This was the remaining blood and flesh essence after the transformation of Hutu into reincarnation, as well as nearly half of Pingxin's divine source. Pingxin's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, her figure swaying. Yet she endured, slowly pressing this essence into the body of the slaughtering sword. I use the remaining blood and flesh of this body to mend your creation's flaw, granting you the opportunity for growth. With the essence of reincarnation, I provide you with the ability to purify a righteous heart and a protective thought. May you receive this endowment, slay the evil that should be slain, and protect the lives that should be protected. Do not fail the sacrifices and hopes of those children. As the essence completely fused, the sword suddenly let out a sound akin to a rebirth. On the sword, the patterns of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and vegetation seemed to come alive, flowing with the profound essence of reincarnation. The fierce killing intent that once sword still existed, yet it became dignified and upright, adding a sense of grandeur and the meaning of ceaseless life. The name of the sword remained unchanged, but its quality was different. Pingxin held this sword that had already transformed, gazing towards the direction of the Witch Clan's tribe. The karma is hard to articulate, let it end here. The karma of the Witch Clan should also conclude. She spoke to the long sword as if speaking to herself in a low voice. Then she pointed her fingertip at the sword, causing the slaughtering sword to sink into the earth, flowing along the earth's veins towards the direction of the eastern sea, the ancestral land of a human race. After completing all this, the already faint and blurred figure of Goddess Pingxin became almost transparent, nearly invisible. She took one last look at this land soaked in blood and tears, and quietly vanished into the night wind. By the shores of the east sea, the ancestral temple stood tall. Swerin sat quietly before the halls, suddenly raising his gaze to see a stream of dark light coming from the west, silently landing upon the blue stone. Swerin stumbled to his feet, walking step by step closer. Before he could touch the sword, a tide of overwhelming sorrow surged from deep within his bloodline. Children. The elder's frail hand rested upon the sword hilt, and warm tears slid down his cheek. Swerin clumsily lifted the sword of slaughtering witches, placing it in the grand hall dedicated to the Holy Mother and Holy Father. The divine visage of Nuwa revealed sorrow at the sight of this sword. A single drop of holy tear fell. A person must value themselves and reflect. This was the choice of his children. They could have accepted this. Yet the teachings of the Holy Mother and Holy Father, their pride and bloodline as the human race, forbade them from simply surviving as accomplices to the harm of living beings. With the curse of humanity, the shamans lost their souls. Such shamans, lacking great power and spiritual essence, became nothing but cannon fodder. The sword was forged, the curse activated. The Zhou Mountain, Witch Clan wailed in despair. Countless shamans clutched their heads and screamed as the last vestiges of purity from humanity withered away. The strength remained, their bodies still intact, but the world blurred, their spiritual treasures became unwieldy, and their thoughts grew sluggish. Deeper still was a sense of primal inadequacy shadowing their every move. Useless. A pure-blood witch warrior kicked a writhing clansman, his eyes cold. If you can't even keep this little spirit, what use are you? Thus the front line became their grave. Pushed to the forefront, they shielded arrows and faced death. Blood stained the earth, and groups of shamans fell. They were once children who occupied a mother's thoughts day and night, but now they were merely a cold number on a battle report. The Witch Clan used flesh and blood as barriers, yet inadvertently shackled the Demon Clan with karmic ties. In the calamity, the slaughter targeted those with human bloodlines. The tide of karma surged, and the shamans, having just been born, inherently lacked the heavy karma of their clan. Although the pure spirit was lost, the essence belonging to humanity could not be faked. The red-black filth surrounded the demon soldiers, corroding their Dao hearts and provoking inner demons. In a short span, several golden immortal warriors had self-destructed at the front lines. In the Lingxiao Palace, Tai and Fushi frowned deeply. Your Majesty, the karma is entangling us. The morale is unstable. The demon commander Philian spoke heavily. Tai's hand held the chaos bell, its light ringing with killing intent, yet he hesitated. To push forward forcefully could lead to the destruction of their elite. To halt would allow the witch clan to breathe. In the midst of this dilemma, a celestial light appeared outside the hall, bringing auspicious energy. The East King arrived gracefully, holding a long whip. The whip, 7 feet long, was of a dark yellow hue with flowing runes, its aura grand and heavy yet dim. Fushi, my friend, behold this item. The whip of creation. Fux's pupils constricted. This was the vine used by his sister Nuwa to create humanity, a symbol of humanity. How could it be here, and why was its brilliance dulled? The Empress specially provided this treasure to assist. The shamans are ultimately of human blood, and under the whip of creation, they will return to their origins with the karma borne by the Empress herself. Yet, even so, the brilliance of the whip was dim at this moment, having lost 40% of its former aura that once carried 60% of humanity's fortune. I have made up my mind to gather the Celestial Alliance and jointly attack the Witch Clan with the Heavenly Court. The East King's gaze swept over the geomantic map, landing on Zhou Mountain. Tai and Fushi exchanged glances, determination arising within. Send the orders. Tai abruptly rose, his voice echoing through the heavens. Mobilize the forces to Zhou Mountain and accomplish this in one strike. At this moment within the Witch Clan, although they harbored no fear of the mere 4 high-level powers from the Heavenly Court, that great celestial array truly was bothersome. Though their 12 capital heavenly array could also match up, they were all held back. No one was dealing with the Golden Crow, which continuously allowed it to draw in the sun's essence, inflicting severe damage upon the Witch Clan. The 10 suns hung in the sky, their true fire scorching the earth, leaving the Witch Clan in agony. We must eliminate the Golden Crow. Di Jiang's voice was cold. Ho Yi's arrow may be worth a try. Zhu Juyin opened his eyes, the shadow of time swirling. But it requires the essence of the lesser Yin as the arrow. The moon star Changxi. Zhu Juyin spoke slowly. The gazes of the ancestors of the Witch Clan fell upon Ho Yi. This first archer of the Witch Clan had a past entanglement with the moon goddess Changxi. Di Jiang's gaze was as solid as substance. Ho Yi, the fate of the clan depends on you. Ho Yi remained silent for a long time, then spoke softly. Yes. Ho Yi had no choice but to rely on past connections to find the moon goddess Changxi. She thought she had disguised herself, while yet her identity had long been discovered by the ancestral witch. Chang's figure remained cool and exquisite, but the gaze she directed at Ho Yi now held a hint of estrangement. What is it? Her voice was flat. Ho Yi looked at her, a myriad of emotions swirling within, ultimately coalescing into a light sigh. Changxi, I need a thread of lesser Yin essence to forge the arrow to shoot down the sun. You wish to shoot down the sun? Changxi was taken aback. This concerns. Silence. Changxi interrupted sharply, her lunar aura surging. Even if I die, I will never assist in tyranny. A fierce aura surged, and several towering figures sealed the valley. The ancestral witch, wary of Ho Yi, had been following closely behind. Di Jiang stood in the void, his voice calm. Fairy Changxi, a thread of essence in exchange for safe passage home. Changxi surveyed her surroundings, then looked at the silent Ho Yi and suddenly smiled. So it was a trap, she said softly, the last warmth in her eyes fading. Ho Yi, from now on we are fated to be in a cycle of life and death. As her voice fell, her entire being erupted with radiant light. Her aura became wild, as if to reverse her powers and self-destruct her essence. Stop her. Di Jiang's expression changed. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, the bright moon suddenly illuminated. Countless rays of moonlight, like a galaxy spanning the heavens, transformed into a pure white silk ribbon that traversed the world. It passed through the surging malevolence, ignoring the ancestral witch's blockade, gently enveloping the figure that was about to unleash destructive brilliance. The great Yin guides the way, and the goddess shall return. The pure white ribbon swiftly withdrew, and Chang's figure faded away, guided by the moonlight, vanishing into the bright moon without a trace. In the valley, only the gentle moonlight remained, along with the grim faces of the ancestral witches. Changxi felt a lightness all over, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the palace of Guanghan. Sister. Seeing her sister, he who remained cool, yet held warmth in her features, all the grievances in Chang's heart surged, and she rushed into that familiar embrace. He gently patted her back. It's good that you're back. Although Changxi loved to play, he always kept a close watch over her, ready to draw her back with the great Yin whenever something seemed off. After escaping from the ancestral witches with her sister, the still shaken she finally observed the environment of the moon star. It was like the formation her sister had laid down before, firmly sealing the Yin and Yang, but no, the current formation was far more immense. This time the Great Yin served as the altar, and in the very center of the moon star lay a cold spiritual treasure, the Six Souls banner beneath, which two other spiritual treasures continuously infused energy into it. Fortune. Once the East King and the West Queen entrusted by Qing Yu took their three treasures of proving the Tao to the moon star. Before this, Qing Yu had specifically emphasized to find the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The two followed the sensing to the Zishao Palace, and without further ado directly knelt at the palace entrance, after which a spiritual treasure that caused both the East King and West Queen to feel uneasy appeared from within the palace. The two did not dare be careless, promptly taking the spiritual treasure to the moon star. The previously tight restrictions were lifted when the East King produced the treasure, the Xuanmu staff, from Qing Yu. The three met and understood Qing Yu's plan. That was the fortune of heaven, earth, and humanity within the wilderness. In the past, the curse that vanquished Yin and Yang succeeded solely on the fortune of the Great Yin without a single spiritual treasure. And now, with so many treasures gathered, was this sister intending to pay homage to the saints? Thinking of this, Chang, she displayed a worried expression. Back then, the Taoist of Yin and Yang nearly caused her sister's demise. Now, summoning the saints, it might again lead to disaster. He noticed her sister's concern and comforted her. It's fine this time. The main formation's master is not me, but Qing Yu Nuwa and Jin Yuanzi. I won't bear such heavy pressure. Only then did Chang. She turned her gaze to the tail of the Six Souls banner, where names of the three pure ones appeared, and Luo Ho had several, as well, all marked for fate. Qing Yu unexpectedly intended to curse 6 individuals at once. Among them were even 3 saints. Why? At this moment, Luo Ho had already found Tong Tian and Yuan Shi's Dao fruits within the essence of the heavenly Tao. Malevolence stained them, awakening a trace of the demonic nature they had once left behind. When the 3 pure ones were born, Hongjun went to accept disciples in accordance with the heavenly will. Wherever Hongjun was, Luo Ho followed closely. Although Luo Ho did not succeed during the competition for disciples, a trace of demonic nature remained. If the Yin and Yang generate and counter each other, then immortals and demons similarly exist in a cycle of generation and counteraction. A single thought can lead one to immortality or to demonic nature concealed beneath the path of immortality and utterly undetectable. Thus, Luo Ho used this as a starting point to provoke demonic nature, being the origin of the heavenly demons of Ta Qing, Yuan Shi, and Shangqing. Luo Ho could easily incite demonic nature because he acted directly on the most vulnerable aspect of the saints, relying on the Tao fruits embedded within the heavenly Tao. Though Luo Ho was defeated within the Tao and demon realms due to Qing Yu, he did not perish alongside Hongjun. Instead, he retained most of his essence, merging into the heavenly Tao and preserving his consciousness. Hongjun represents the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao does not belong to Hongjun, referring to Hongjun's control over the heavenly Tao and the opportunity to extricate himself. For Luo Ho, he is a part of the heavenly Tao, and to escape the wilderness must be destroyed. Just as Qing Yu had once drawn upon the essence of the heavenly Tao with the creation jade butterfly under Hongjun's aid to gain the cultivation of the 24-fold heavens of De Luo Ho, as part of the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, could naturally harness the power of the heavenly Tao. Now the power of the heavenly Daos essence with the evolution of the wilderness is no less than that of the. This is why Luo Ho has always been able to manipulate winds and rain, as in the past during the Tao and demon conflict. Luo Ho was not killed by Hongjun, but instead entered the heavenly Tao with his full strength, preserving his consciousness. Nuwa and Jun Yuanzi sensed the changes in the 3 pure ones, calculating their chances, their whole beings exploding with aura as they directly attacked the 3 pure ones. The Ta Qing demon ancestor realized that Nuwa and Xinyuanzi were simultaneously turning against him, knowing that his demonic nature had long been detected by them. Seeing Qing Yu vanish in the blink of an eye, he was shocked and no longer concealed his presence. Demonic energy surged into the sky as he pursued Qing Yu directly. "Do not flee," Nuwa shouted sharply, her delicate hand raised as boundless vitality transformed into a celestial net descending from above. Xinyuanzi summoned a heavy and unparalleled primal earth energy from the 9 nether, condensing it into a gigantic hand, fingers closing like mountains, aiming to capture the demonic shadow. "You cannot protect yourselves, yet dare to block my path." A voice filled with destructive desire erupted. One could see dark energy swirling beneath Yuanshi's visage, the majesty of the Yuqing Taoist long gone, leaving only twisted arrogance. He raised his hand, and the Pango banner flapped loudly. Chaotic energy rolled back, transforming into a dismal gray mist that silently spread out. Wherever the gray mist reached, whether mountains, stones, grasses, trees, flying birds, or beasts, even the spiritual energy drifting in the air was instantly stripped of life, turning entirely into lifeless dust. Following closely the 3 treasures, Jade Rui was even more bizarre. The holy white light and filthy demonic energy intertwined, like two entangled venomous snakes emitting a contradictory aura that struck at the primordial spirit, inducing nausea and trembling of the Dao heart. The celestial demon lord showcased the destruction with exquisite clarity, summoning the four-sword of celestial execution, the range continuously expanding calamity energy erupting. Endless calamity and killing energy were at the disposal of the celestial demon lord. With the formation laid out, the entire western region was almost encompassed, further fueled by the boundless killing energy accumulated in the west. Seeing this situation, Nuwa and Xinyuanzi felt no fear, their spiritual light shining brightly, forcefully dispersing a significant portion of the overwhelming demonic might. Nuwa took a step forward, revealing all her trump cards without any reservation. Her companion treasure, the Nuwa stone, became even more radiant in response to her call, while auspicious clouds rolled above her and 3 flowers swayed. The creation whip was Nuwa's treasure for proving her Dao and humanity, but the treasure that truly resonated with her was always the Nuwa stone, which she had named herself. Now the Nuwa stone revealed the other half of its hidden true form, the creation jade butterfly, the Dao of time. Time river appear. Suddenly the void behind Nuwa transformed, revealing a vast and boundless river of time that had neither beginning nor end within the primordial chaos. As the waves surged, they reflected countless scenes of the past and future. The creation river circled beside it, shimmering alongside the river of time, with the Nuwa stone suspended above it like a lighthouse of time, illuminating the ages. In the blink of an eternal moment, all of us returned to one. Following Nuwa's decree, the surging river of time erupted with waves. Figures of unparalleled elegance stepped forth from different moments in time and varying trajectories of fate, riding the waves. Among them was the Nuwa grand deity, crowned with the celestial emperor's diadem, ruling the heavens with a majestic countenance, eyes reflecting the birth and demise of the universe. There was also the Saint Mother Nuwa, draped in the radiance of creation, benevolent and compassionate, holding the soil of Shirong, her sacred virtue benefiting the primordial world. And there was the Supreme Being who opened the heavens and established the earth, defining the universe, embodying all things, the exalted Panga Supreme. Countless hers represented infinite possibilities and Dao fruits. At this moment, resonating with the Dao of time, they emerged from the river that spanned all time. Countless Dao rhythms, boundless might, transcended the barriers of time and gathered, empowering the present Nuwa, the master of humanity, the mother of all spirits. Stabilize. Countless Nuwa figures, some with majesty, some with compassion, some with grandeur, and some with antiquity, all spoke a single word in unison. The sound wave was not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the ages. Infinite temporal might and divine light of creation coalesced into a torrent that covered the past, present, and future, rushing towards the Yuanshi heavenly demon. In the face of this power, space lost its meaning. Time became chaotic, as if it aimed to completely erase and purify him from all timelines. Roar. Panga's true form, all demons bow down. The essence of Yuanshi Tianmo's demonic path intertwined wildly with the Yuqing celestial light, creating a gap amidst the terrifying torrent of time and space. His form swelled dramatically, transforming into a Panga demon, with a chaotic crown stepping upon the 9 nether, its face blurred, yet exuding a terrifying duality of the opening and ending of the Dao. In the demon's hand, the demonic Panga banner aimed at the rushing river of time, swinging down fiercely with the intent of mutual destruction. It produced a sound akin to a silk banner tearing, or the rupture of time and space. The river of time, which should have been formless and intangible, was unexpectedly sliced open by the demonic banner, containing the power of creation and the intent to end the demonic path, creating a minute fissure. A small section tainted with pure demonic energy, having detached from the main river, was forcibly separated, transforming into a dim flow of chaotic color, plummeting like a meteor towards the boundless East Sea below. Roar. From the depths of the East Sea, where sunlight could not reach, a dragon's roar filled with endless longing erupted, shaking the 4 seas. Roar. From the depths of the East Sea, where sunlight could not reach, a dragon's roar filled with endless longing erupted, shaking. The Zhu Long felt the force of time falling into the East Sea. Regardless of the time river polluted with demonic energy, it leapt into it, tracing the current upwards. In the early days of the dragon, Han Zhu Long was born wielding the power of time. However, the demonic energy carried through the time river quietly fell onto the ancestral dragon guarding nearby. Compared to Nuwa's manifestation of the river of time, with thousands of avatars emerging and showcasing the grand magical powers of past and future, the battle between Xinyuanzi and the celestial demon lord was devoid of dazzling divinity and ever-changing profound techniques. Here there was only the purest and most essential clash. The terrifying might of the celestial demon lord's sword array of celestial execution expanded its range, turning any area it touched into a hell of sword energy, with everything withering and laws collapsing. Yet Xinyuanzi stood like the ancient and unchanging primordial earth itself. The thick and solid primal yellow energy and the vast earth vein energy began to spread. As the sword array expanded by a foot, the primal yellow energy field enveloped 10 feet. No matter how sharp and unmatched the sword energy of the celestial execution was able to slice stars and tear apart the void upon landing in the primal yellow energy reinforced by the will of the entire primordial earth, it was gradually worn down by that heavy incomparable force. Did the sword array's killing energy attempt to invade? The earth vein energy was as heavy as the abyss bearing all filth. Did the calamity energy desire to corrupt? The primal yellow energy of virtue was pure and majestic, purifying all evil. The fierce malice in the celestial demon lord's crimson eyes grew stronger. Seeing the expansion of the sword array being obstructed, he was instead compressed into a smaller space by Xinyuanzi's primal yellow energy. He let out a furious howl, no longer trying to expand the range of the sword array. Instead, he urged the four swords to unleash the terrifying destructive power of the sword array of celestial execution inward, pouring it all into the thick primal yellow barrier, encompassing all directions. In an instant, millions of sword energies capable of slaying the great Luo rained down like a torrential storm upon the primal yellow barrier. However, the might of the sword array of celestial execution lies in trapping the enemy within its formation. Only then can its unmatched killing power exert its maximum effect. Now, with Tongtian in Xinyuanzi's realm of earth, attacking outward was akin to using one's shortcomings to target the enemy's strengths. That sword energy capable of tearing the heavens upon striking, the endless primal yellow energy of the earth certainly sparked ripples and eroded large portions of it. But how vast was the primordial earth? How boundless was the energy of the earth vein? As the master of the Tao of earth, Xinyuanzi nearly wielded dominion over the entire primordial earth. Wherever his thoughts reached, an endless stream of earth vein energy surged from the ground beneath his feet, replenishing the consumption. The primal yellow barrier, seemingly thinned, was in fact thriving endlessly, and in the blink of an eye it returned to its original state, even more solid. Regardless of how Tongtian transformed and wielded myriad powers falling into Xinyuanzi's hands, even if it could stir up monstrous waves, it would ultimately not harm the root. This was the supreme defense of the primordial world, the master of the Tao of earth, the power of the unity of the earth veins. Unless one possessed absolute power to instantly breach the defenses of the entire primordial earth, otherwise trapped within, even Tongtian would find it impossible to escape. The 6 paths of reincarnation plate suppressed in the cycle of reincarnation was summoned by Xinyuanzi. For someone with the highest authority over the Tao of earth, summoning such a treasure was merely a trivial matter. Xinyuanzi had a good impression of Tongtian and was also willing to help. Thus, he casually assisted as Tongtian was being corrupted by demonic thoughts, and he could lend a hand. The 6 paths of reincarnation plate began to slowly rotate, emanating supreme reincarnation energy towards Tongtian, and the demonic thoughts on him began to be erased under the influence of the Tao of earth reincarnation. As for why he did not swiftly capture Tongtian and go help Qingyo, Xinyuanzi initially thought so as well, but as his consciousness reached, he found that the battlefield had already ended. The Ta Qing demon ancestor tore through the void, pursuing to the outskirts of Zhou Mountain, only to see that figure in green clothing had not fled far, but stood quietly amidst the chaotic currents. However, when he clearly saw the item held in Qing Yu's hand, his crimson demon eyes suddenly narrowed. The spear remained unmoved, yet the aura of slaughtering all living beings and exterminating all spirits had already spread. The god-slaying spear, now reforged by the primal chaos green lotus, using its essence, it had absorbed the endless malevolence exuded from purifying itself, making this spear's power far surpass the past, almost returning to a chaotic state. Such a fierce weapon. The Ta Qing demon ancestor's heart rang alarm bells. The brutality of his demonic nature and the vigilance deep within his saintly soul screamed simultaneously. Even a saint of the demonic path felt fear. If he were to be pierced by the god-slaying spear imbued with the power of chaos at his divine soul, he would instantly perish. Qing Yu had not a word to spare, and with a flick of his wrist the dark red spear tip tore through the void, thrusting directly at him. Simple, direct, yet fast, to the point of transcending the perception of time. Wherever the spear light passed, space silently vanished, leaving only a pure trail of death. Do not engage. The Ta Qing demon ancestor's demonic soul trembled. Without hesitation, a towering pagoda spun out from above his head, lowering countless streams of yellow and black aura to shield him from the raging storm. As long as the primal chaos did not perish, the pagoda would remain unbroken. However, Qing Yu had long been prepared. With a single foot, he unleashed the primal chaos measuring rod, aiming directly at the heavenly Tao yellow pagoda. The primal chaos measuring rod had originally been in the possession of the witch clan, but was detonated by the ancestor witch to exchange for the offset of karma. When the earth veins were shattered, and was afterward retrieved by the three pure ones who used their own merits in opening the heavens to ask Qingyu to re-refine it. Qingyu, using the Chaos Cauldron as a guide, re-refined it, supplemented by the merits of opening the heavens, thus reshaping the primal chaos measuring rod. However, due to being besieged by Yuan Shi, the refined spiritual treasure was still in Qingyu's hands, and now it was just right. Both were treasures transformed from the merits of opening the heavens, naturally opposing each other. The rod struck the pagoda's body, directly restraining the heavenly Dao yellow pagoda and leaving it without any protective ability. What? You actually? The Ta Qing demon ancestor was horrified, never expecting Qingyu to restore the primal chaos measuring rod. Before the shock could fully process, that dark red spear, light akin to the kiss of death, had already pierced through the thin yellow and black aura, and with his rapidly dilating pupils it violently stabbed into his chest. The sharp weapon, embedded in flesh, did not produce a world-shaking explosion. Only when the god-slaying spear entered his body did that essence of finality instantly spread forth. The Ta Qing demon ancestor's body trembled violently, disbelievingly, lowering his head to gaze at the dark red spear that pierced through his chest. Destructive power centered around the spear tip was frantically devouring his vitality, obliterating his demonic essence, and freezing his saintly soul. He attempted to mobilize his magical power and cast divine abilities, but found all struggles beneath that spear's intent to be utterly futile. The demonic thoughts have run deep. The sickness is hard to return from. Qingyu's voice was calm and undisturbed. Eliminate at once to prevent future troubles. Upon finishing his words, he gave his wrist a shake. The god-slaying spear erupted with an overwhelming suction, drawing in all the demonic energy. Within the Ta Qing demon ancestor's body, the demonic thoughts induced by Luo Hua, and even all remaining negative and filthy aspects of this Dao body, entirely devouring them. Compared to Zhun Yuanzi's gentle purification of demonic thoughts with the wheel of reincarnation, Qingyu's method was undoubtedly more direct and brutal, forcibly devouring and refining with the malice of the god-slaying spear. Ugh! The crimson demonic light in the Ta Qing demon ancestor's eyes rapidly dimmed, restoring a trace of clarity belonging to Ta Qing. He opened his mouth, but could not produce any sound. His body began to transform into specks of clear light, drifting towards the essence of the heavenly Dao. Although this body perished, the spiritual light did not extinguish, and it could be reborn from the essence of the heavenly Dao. Qingyu watched the specks of clear light about to vanish into the void, raised his hand to unleash the Taiji diagram, following closely behind. This diagram is temporarily borrowed from you. After returning to the origin, I shall seek out those chaotic divine demons to settle accounts properly. Luo Hua had expended countless schemes and consumed a large amount of original demonic thoughts to successfully invade and place high hopes on the Ta Qing demon ancestor. From the moment of his appearance to the moment he was nailed down by a spear, his demonic thoughts completely devoured. It took but a moment for him to entirely dissipate. After all, power ultimately determines everything. Any schemes are mere clouds before absolute strength. Even the small insects that rely on the essence of the heavenly Dao for survival have become annoyingly resilient. In the past, during the conflict between Dao and demon, my appearance allowed Luo Hua to retain strength, enabling him to maintain consciousness within the heavenly Dao. Jumping around now was precisely the opportunity to resolve everything together. Yuhua sensed that the battle between Qingyu and Zhen Yuanzi had already calmed down. Although she had confined Yuan Shi Tianmu within the river of time, using the Dao of time and the divine ability of creation, ultimately, she had been a bit slow. She naturally disliked slaughter by nature, and her divine abilities were more inclined towards creation and protection, not particularly proficient in pure offense. However, to deal with Yuan Shi Tianmu, Yuhua had her own special methods. With a slight movement of her thoughts, several spiritual treasures closely related to the myriad beings of the primordial world manifested around her. The red thread ball entangled with fate, intertwining causality. The 3 lives stone recording the 3 lives of all beings, and engraving entanglements. The book of people and the earth bearing the fortunes of both, recording life and death, longevity and demise. And a seemingly unremarkable bag for scattering souls, exuding the aura of the mundane world, specifically harming divine souls and spirits, were all treasures of the mortal realm. In an instant, immeasurable human aura surged forth from the primordial earth, a torrent of the joys and sorrows, life and death, love and hate of billions of beings gathered. Endless thoughts of the mundane world spread akin to the smoke of city life. The disturbances of the mundane world, the dust formed by the obsessions of countless beings, countless intricate threads of causality emerged out of nowhere, entangling towards Yuan Shi Tianmu. Furthermore, that mysterious power connecting yin and yang transformed into an invisible red thread, quietly tying onto his demonic body. Filth. At this moment, being wrapped in this thick, unremovable mundane filth, he instantly felt his Dao heart stagnate, his divine soul tarnished, even the mobilization of spiritual energy and demonic energy. At this moment, being wrapped in this thick, unremovable mundane filth, he instantly felt his Dao heart stagnate, his divine soul tarnished, even the mobilization of spiritual energy and demonic energy became sluggish. With his strength greatly diminished, the demonic light around him fluctuated violently, as if stained with something filthy that he could not shake off. It really works, a trace of triumphant amusement flashed across Nuwa's beautiful face. She lightly waved her delicate hand, and the vast surging river of time behind her enveloped Yuan Shirtun Imo entirely. Using the merciless flow of time to wash away his demonic form, and the vast mundane world to wear down his demonic nature. The river of time manifested, the primordial essence trembled incessantly, and the essence of the heavenly Tao noticed something amiss, wanting to take advantage of the current time when all the saints were being held back to lead Yanglu away, but discovered that during his deep meditation Yanglu had already withered. Luohua. Sensing the aura of Luohua, above half of his essence stored within Yanglu was completely destroyed. The fallen sacred essence had been directly thrown onto the Jianmu after the battle began, yet Jianmu had long since accepted and analyzed the spatial essence of Yanglu. The power of space was also easily manipulated, and there was also the source power left behind by Yanglu. A spatial passage had already directed the fallen sacred essence entering Jianmu into Yanglu within the essence of the heavenly Tao. The fallen sacred essence that Luohua had meticulously prepared was thus delivered by Qing Yu to Yanglu. Qing Yu's figure appeared before Ji Du, slowly saying, "Is this it? I was overly cautious, thinking it was a big deal, even preparing the six-soul banner. If I couldn't win, I was ready to use the fortunes of heaven, earth, and man to cast spells alongside Nuwa and Jin Yuanzi. In the end, it wasn't needed." Qing Yu could only secretly lament the regret, as he wanted to witness just how strong a curse at the saint level could be. The battle at the level of saints ended so swiftly that the Quasi-Saint cultivators lurking in the western land, hoping to glimpse the mysteries of the saints, could only hurriedly summon their protective treasures, flailing to dodge the scattered sword energy that escaped from the expansion of the extermination sword formation. They didn't even catch a glimpse of the saints' garments. The terrifying aura that stirred the 33 heavens suddenly calmed, as if nothing had ever occurred. Moreover, the presence of the true Saint Jin Yuanzi in the west stabilized the land with unmatched power, securing the spiritual veins. The aftermath of the saints' confrontation was confined to a very small area, preventing the devastation of living beings. Though the west appeared desolate, it had instead become a rare haven of tranquility. In stark contrast to the peace of the west, the vast and fertile eastern continent had already turned into a sea of blood. Except for those cultivators who were weak and secluded in the west, the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness, regardless of race or cultivation level, were almost forcibly dragged into this meat grinder of blood. However, this time the myriad beings felt no fear. Once upon a time, the Wu clan, relying on their powerful bloodline and innate divine abilities as descendants of Pangu, regarded the myriad beings as mere blood food, walking the land amidst a storm of blood, instilling terror in all races. It wasn't until the immortal ancestor Qing Yu preached and imparted knowledge in the plains of Duguang, awakening the spirits and enlightening the minds, that the myriad beings began to understand cultivation, grasping the principles and gaining strength. Even with the plains of Duguang as refuge providing temporary peace, the myriad beings had come to realize beneath the tree of creation, true peace is not a sheltered harbor granted by others, but a bright and clear world earned through one's own strength. Thus they chose to unite under the banner of Yao, knowing full well they would be exploited by Emperor Jun, yet they were willing to pay that price. Who among those who survived the harsh competition of the primordial wilderness and became leaders of their clans could be foolish? The truly foolish, and those whose luck had run dry, had long been erased from the annals of history, and had it not been for the compassion of the mother goddess Nuwa, who gathered their remnants to recreate the postnatal races, perhaps even their names would have been forgotten. This path of resistance had already been soaked in the blood of the myriad beings. Now it was time to bring it to a definitive conclusion. Under the leadership of the new heavenly emperor Tai Yi and the star mother Ziguang, the grand heavenly star formation shone brilliantly as billions of demons and thousands of races formed an army, launching a final siege against the Wu clan, which was trapped like a cornered beast. Even at a heavy cost, even if mountains of corpses were left behind, they would eradicate this toxic tumor of the primordial wilderness. For the sake of future generations to roam freely in the world rather than live in constant fear of becoming blood food. Blood rain pours beneath the Zhou mountains, spiritual light dims under the cold of the 9 heavens. Axes cleave the stars, the heavens tremble, and swords sweep away demonic mists, shocking gods and ghosts. The battlefield of the Wu and Yao extended for millions of miles, filled with murderous intent and the cries of the slain. Looking around, various magical treasures emitted chaotic brilliance, countless divine abilities collided and obliterated spiritual energy surged violently, and flesh and blood rained down. This was no ordinary battle, but a gigantic meat grinder that devoured everything, where beings turned to dust every moment. At the core of the battlefield, the clash of two of the most powerful formations of the primordial wilderness reached a white-hot intensity. Backed by the towering Zhou Mountains, the 11 ancestral witches, along with Hou-Yi, who had forcibly taken the place of Hutu and was already fading in breath, found themselves with no way to retreat. They frantically burned their ancestral witch blood, connecting themselves with the Zhou Mountains' earth veins, drawing upon the final majestic Dao rhythm that supported the 28th layer of the heavens. The Zhou Mountain roared, bearing most of the terrifying pressure from the grand heavenly star formation as the mountain began to slowly crumble, crashing into the earth. The true form transformed from the ancestral, which, wielding a massive axe condensed from killing intent, caused the very heavens and earth to tremble with each swing, making the laws wail. With one axe swing, hundreds or thousands of ancient star shadows from the grand heavenly star formation exploded, showering down starlight like rain. The ancestral witches appeared almost frenzied. They could not stop. As long as they could slay Tai, Ziguang Fushi, and Kuanping, who sat at the formation's eye, and then massacre the human race, the Wu clan would become the undisputed protagonists of the primordial wilderness. Remembering this, they swung their axes with even greater force, each swing faster than the last, continuously hacking at the luminous formation of stars. However, without Emperor Jun, the primary operator who had devised the grand heavenly star formation, the Yao clan's formation ultimately lagged behind. But the Wu clan had the last stronghold of Zhou Mountain. Crack! A sound resonated across the battle. Under the relentless hacking of the ancestral witches, the light curtain of the grand heavenly star formation developed its first crack, which quickly spread like a spider's web. As the last axe fell, it was as if the heavens had been torn open, with endless starlight pouring out from the gash, the brilliance of the 365 main stars dimming, and the 14,800 auxiliary stars flickering uncertainly. The star gods guarding various regions were struck hard, spitting blood and being sent flying. Though they did not fall on the spot, they could no longer maintain the formation. Just a bunch of lowly creatures, how dare they act so arrogantly before my Wu clan? From the shadow of Pangus's true form, the voice of Di Jiang, mixed with exhaustion and arrogance, roared, "Today I will send you this new heavenly emperor to reunite with Emperor Jun." The massive axe once more rose, carrying the might of splitting heaven and earth, ignoring the spatial distance, and violently struck down towards the staggering and pale Tai at the formation's eye. In the shadow, Hou-Yi, who had taken Huda's place, appeared pale as paper, his breath nearly undetectable. Centered on the earth, the backlash and pressure of the entire 12 capitals, heavenly gods and demons formation were mostly imposed upon him. He was ultimately not Hudu, who inherited the source of the earth, forcibly refining his blood, made each swing tear at his own being. At this moment, he was almost out of energy, yet the ancestral witches seemed to care little. To use Hou-Yi's life in exchange for the fall of Tai and others, securing victory for the Wu clan, such a death appeared glorious in the eyes of the ancestral witches. In the face of this world-destroying axe, Tai-Yi's corner of his mouth, stained with blood, revealed a trace of a defiant smile, his fighting spirit burning like a fierce fire. He suddenly struck the Eastern Emperor bell atop his head, the bell's sound resonating throughout the universe, colliding with the axe shadow. The waves of destruction swept across all directions, turning everything within tens of thousands of miles into dust. Smoke and dust enveloped the sky. A mantis trying to stop a cart seeking its own death. Di Jiang's cold snort echoed from the mist. Yet in the next moment, a tall figure emerged from the swirling dust, holding the chaos bell. Tai-Yi, whose mouth bled and whose breath fluctuated violently, stood in tatters, but under the protection of the Eastern Emperor bell, he had stubbornly withstood a blow that could severely injure or even kill any Saint pinnacle. His momentum rose even higher in this desperate situation, like a sword drawn from its sheath, pointing directly at the heavens. He stood before the towering shadow of Pangus's true form, appearing as small as dust, yet the fighting spirit and regal aura emanating from him were not in the slightest inferior. With the bell ringing 9 times, summon the souls of my clan, sweep away the witch miasma. Tai-Yi shouted, snapping his fingers at the Eastern Emperor bell. Ding! 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 The bell rang 9 continuous times, each sound louder than the last, resonating throughout the entire primordial battlefield. Before the last sound fell, a purple aura suddenly descended from the eastern skies for 3,000 miles. A young man rode a green ox, stepping onto the clouds as he arrived. In his hand, he tightly gripped the witch-slaughtering sword entrusted by the 3 ancestors. The cause of the past, the result of today. The blood debts of the human race must be repaid with blood. Xiandu shouted, throwing the witch-slaughtering sword down, then bowed deeply. The void trembled as the river of the human race's luck manifested from the void, the brilliant golden light of the human race's merits, like rivers flowing to the sea crazily, surged into the witch-slaughtering sword. With the luck and merits of the human race as support, the witch-slaughtering sword emitted a thunderous hum, the sword body swelling in the wind. These fortunes and merits were naturally sponsored by Nuwa and Xingyu. Cut! Xian Du pointed like a sword swinging downwards. The sword transformed into the vast sky, descending directly towards the earth, each strike landing upon the Wu tribe as smoothly as slicing through tofu. The proud physical forms of the Wu tribe were rendered utterly ineffective before this sword. As the sword of divine soul descended, the Wu warriors who stood against it had their true spirits obliterated. In a single stroke, the vanguard of the Wu tribe was left vacant. A momentary silence enveloped the entire battlefield. All beings gazed up at the colossal sword spanning the heavens, witnessing the fallen Wu tribe beneath it. Under the watchful eyes of all beings, the human tribe ascended to the grand stage of the primordial world for the first time. They felt the immense hatred belonging to this newly born race surge from the sword, sending shivers through their hearts and faces filled with reverence. With blood as their offering, the rapid propagation of the human tribe was forged by sacrificing half of their kin's lives and souls, creating such a cursed and fearsome weapon. What a tragic and noble act. Only with a united will willing to face death could such a terrifying cursed blade be born. Xian Du stepped onto the earth, bowing his head to worship his kin, tears streaming down his face. With no Wu warriors in the front lines, the 10 little golden crows finally took the stage. After all, the immense karma from slaying the Wu was still too much for the newly born golden crows. They let out a long cry, transforming into 10 radiant suns high up in the sky. They drew upon the primordial power of the sun, unleashing fierce solar flames that poured down like an endless sea of fire. This most blazing and potent fire specifically targets malevolent energies, proving most effective against those burdened by karma. Countless Wu tribesmen entangled in karma, when illuminated by this true fire, melted away with anguished cries, leaving not even ashes behind. Kill! Seeing this scene, the morale of the demon tribe surged as all beings roared in unison like a flood breaking its dams, stepping over the corpses of the Wu tribe, launching their final charge towards the foot of the Zhou mountain. No! From the illusory form of Pangu came the furious roar of Di Jiang, his eyes wide with rage, as he saw the young warriors of the Wu tribe falling in droves under the onslaught of the slaying Wu sword and the demon tribe. Witnessing the demon army stepping onto the land of Zhou mountain, seeing the Wu tribe decimated under the siege of all beings, his heart was overcome with fury and despair, driving him to madness. The giant swung his massive axe, no longer caring for his own exhaustion, each blow faster than the last, striking fiercely at the 4 individuals. He aimed to drag the last of the demon tribe's elite forces down to hell. However, the 4 of Tai Yi faced this frenzied counterattack not with brute force, but retreated rapidly, each taking their position, while simultaneously summoning a flag glowing with precious light. Eastern Wang Gong's Azure Lotus flag. Southern Li Di Flame flag. Western Plain Cloud Realm flag. Northern Xian Yuan Water Control flag. The 4 flags stood at the 4 corners, stabilizing earth, water, fire, and wind, radiating infinite brilliance, forming an immensely solid innate barrier that completely blocked the ancestral Wu's attacks. From a single seed of creation, the 5 elements counter the chaos. The dual energies of yin and yang are profound, with the innate flags forming the foundation. As the chanting echoed, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu held the central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, stepping forth from the void to place it at the center of the 4 flags. With the 5 flags gathered, their energies intertwined, they transformed into a grand formation encompassing heaven and earth. The 5 directions, 5-element chaos creation great array. This array, though lacking in offensive capabilities, was unmatched in defense. Having passed the first barrier of the Zhou Tian Star array, there naturally lay a second barrier, the 5 directions, 5-element chaos creation great array. Without the 12 capitals heavenly gods array, which had previously dealt devastating strikes to the demon army, how could the remaining Wu warriors withstand the assault of millions of demons? The last million Wu warriors were systematically divided, encircled, and exterminated, their numbers drastically diminishing. Blood flowed from the foot of Zhou mountain like a waterfall, forming rivers that soaked the land for hundreds of miles around. Countless streams of blood fell to the earth, nourishing the world-ending black lotus blooming in 23. When the last remaining 100,000 Wu tribe were trapped in a small valley at the foot of Zhou mountain, surrounded tightly by the demon tribe and the coalition of all beings, a desperate atmosphere engulfed the hearts of every Wu tribesman. For our Father God, for the Wu tribe, it was unclear who let out the final roar of anger. Trapped by the 5 directions flag array, the ancestral Wu suddenly erupted with unprecedented radiance. Di Jiang and the other ancestral Wu chose to self-destruct the array that synthesized the combined powers of 11 ancestral Wu and Hui. Boom! A terrifying energy comparable to a full-force strike from a sage erupted violently, instantly breaking through one corner of the 5 directions flag array. In the center of the explosion, the exhausted body of Ho Yi, having long run out of energy, was shattered like a deteriorating object by the aftermath of the self-detonation. Ultimately, he transformed into a sphere of light mixed with the ancestral Woods essence and his own primal source. Within the sphere of light, the last remnants of Ho Yi's consciousness did not turn towards the ancestral Wu that were desperately breaking free from the encirclement. Instead, it focused on the 10 little golden crows high above, radiating a scorching light that pierced his waning awareness. That sphere of primal light suddenly ignited. Using the last of his primal essence and the remaining blood of the great Wu as a catalyst, it transformed into 10 chillingly cold arrows of extreme Yin. The arrows flew silently, yet faster than lightning, carrying Ho Yi's final curse, traversing the chaotic battlefield, ignoring spatial distances, directly targeting the 10 little golden crows that were preparing to celebrate victory in the skies. The fighting Tai, Ziguang, and others suddenly felt a chilling dread, but it was too late. The 10 little golden crows felt their souls abruptly locked by a bone-chilling aura, the shadow of death instantaneously enveloping them. They widened their eyes in terror, wishing to take flight to escape, yet it felt as if they were frozen in place. Just as the 10 arrows of extreme Yin were about to pierce the bodies of the little golden crows, the bright moon in the heavens suddenly shone with immense light. Endless moonlight seemed to be summoned, pouring down from the Yin star, transforming into countless crystalline and translucent white threads of time. Arriving later, yet first to entangle those 10 arrows of extreme Yin tightly. Then the moonlight threads tightened abruptly, the power of time swirling, actually forcing the 10 arrows imbued with Ho Yi's last strength to be firmly fixed in the void, unable to advance an inch further. The last fragment of Ho Yi's consciousness, filled with endless astonishment and bitterness, gazed towards the horizon. Within the moonlight, a cold and ethereal figure back turned to him flickered in and out of sight. She didn't even glance back at him. The last fragment of consciousness, laden with complexity, completely dissipated into the universe. The great Wu Ho Yi fell. The ancestral Wu who had broken free did not spare a glance at the direction of Ho Yi's dissipation. Their minds were solely occupied with the madness of saving their remaining kin, rushing towards the last valley, heavily besieged, only to be intercepted. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu merged Yin and Yang, their energies intertwined, the Wu Ji apricot yellow flag shielding them. Their dragonhead staff and cleansing water bowl emerged together, transforming Yin and Yang energies into a grinding mill. Instantly, they ensnared Ru Shu, who governed the laws of gold, and Xian Ming, who governed the laws of rain, into their grasp. In mere moments, these two already heavily injured ancestral Wu cried out in agony, as their physical forms were obliterated by the grinding force of Yin and Yang. The Ziwei Emperor star radiated brilliantly, Ziguang, clad in the robes of the stars, wielding the Ziwei Emperor sword, merging unparalleled imperial aura with the power of the stars. Transforming into a purple sword light that pierced through time and space, it instantly penetrated the head of the poisonous ancestral Wu, Shi Baishir, whose prideful poison essence melted away under the righteous aura of Ziwei. The fastest Tian Wu and Yu Zi were ensnared by Fu Shi, who followed closely behind, using the river map and Luo book to evolve the innate 8 trigrams, while Kuan Peng transformed into a giant Kuan, devouring heaven and earth, working together to annihilate them. Meanwhile, the strongest Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were personally targeted by Tai Yi. Di Jiang traversed space, while Zhu Jiuyin manipulated time, working seamlessly together, making it difficult for ordinary quasi-sages to approach. However, Tai Yi, with the Eastern Emperor bell atop his head, impervious to all methods, wielded the sword lent to him by the human tribe, the Slaying Wu sword. He stood alone against 2, thoroughly entangling both ancestral Wu. Among the 11 ancestral Wu, only Zhu Rong and Gong Gong escaped the blockade, rushing to aid the Wu tribe. The last 1,000 Wu saw the return of these 2 ancestral Wu, their faces filled with excitement. The ancestral Wu are back. Yet amidst the crowd besieging them, an aura erupted that was no less formidable than Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. The 2nd and 3rd elders of the Qi Island, each mastering the paths of water and fire. In unknown encounters, they matched the 2 ancestral Wu in strength, preventing any escape. The last remnants of the Wu tribe, after losing the protection of the ancestral Wu, fell like cut wheat under the siege of the demon tribe, rapidly diminishing. Thousands, hundreds, tens. When the last Wu warrior, wielding a broken bone club, let out an indomitable roar against the countless enemies, he was then submerged by an overwhelming array of divine powers and treasures. The Wu tribe, which had dominated the earth since the beginning of the Honghuang Era, feeding upon the myriad beings, with feeling the last of the witch clan perish, Zhu Rong's pupils suddenly constricted. Crimson flames erupted from every pore, igniting his essence, carrying the wrath of heaven's fury, filled with boundless hatred. Thousands of fire dragons surged around him, each with scales flaring, their dragon eyes reflecting the corpses of the witch clan. Wherever the flames passed, the void twisted and melted, the laws wailed and fractured. Get out of my way. The second elder of the Qixian Island, a Kwasa saint, whose mastery of the fire path had reached its peak, changed countenance. The Lihua shield he summoned trembled violently in the face of the raging flames, emitting a groan under the unbearable pressure. Kill, kill, kill. Zhu Rong's gaze towards the second elder was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, it was no longer a contest of divine abilities, but a burning of life itself, a destruction of existence. The second elder had no choice but to retreat hastily, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge of annihilation. It was not worth it, now the ancestor which was in a desperate struggle, and it would not be good if he were taken down by Zhu Rong's relentless onslaught. On the other side, Gong Gong was terrifyingly silent. He did not roar, but slowly raised his head. 10,000 waters returned to the abyss. As his voice fell, the vast sky transformed into a dark, deep blue centered around him, a bottomless abyss that devoured everything at the end of 10,000 waters. The third elder of Qixian Islands, Xian Yuan Heavy Water, was touched by this deep blue, and it sank uncontrollably, like rivers returning to the sea, pulling him along with its terrifying force, his face turning pale as he retreated frantically. Retreat, retreat, retreat. To drive back the formidable foe, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong simultaneously looked towards another battlefield. There the space was breaking apart, time was flowing backward, thunder was wailing, and the greenwood was withering. Of his 12 siblings aside from the traitor, Ho-Tu, only 6 remained. History has a cyclical nature. Once their ancestor witches relied on their numbers to overpower the beings of the primordial chaos, dismissing any formidable powers or races, and now it was their turn to be besieged. Zhu Rong sensed the aura around him. Still, dozens of Kwasa saints observed from the surroundings. Now that the calamity had begun, the malevolent energy was pervasive. They were not keen on easily entering the calamity, but hiding in the void to assist the army in extinguishing the witch clan was still possible. The demon army was able to swiftly defeat the witch clan in a short moment on the mid-battlefield, quickly resolving the conflict thanks to the Kwasa saints hidden in the void, occasionally delivering powerful gifts. With a mighty thunder path expert, the most powerful and least concealed, directly sending several bolts of thunder towards the witch clan. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong wanted to break through to support Di Jiang and others. As long as the ancestor, which was still present, the witch clan still had hope. However, despite their good intentions, they could not implement them, as a gentle breeze suddenly blew in from the Tai battlefield, stirring the essence left behind by Tian Wu's fall. As the wind suddenly rose, it rippled across a pond of spring water, a gentle wind wall separating the two battlefields. The Grand Elder of the Qixian Alliance, a master of the wind path, looked towards Zhu Rong and Gong Gong with a calm gaze, saying, "The wind aids the fire's might, and also carries the water's flow. The essence of my two brothers harmonizes with yours." Clang, clang, clang. The Donghuang bell rang 9 times, the sound crystallizing into tangible ripples, spreading layer upon layer. Where it passed, space solidified like amber, and time became viscous and slow. As Zhu Jiuyin was about to deploy his time divine ability to escape, his form suddenly froze. In his snake-like pupils, the river of time reflected a chaotic flow, yet he could not break free from the shackles of the bell's sound. An inconspicuous dark red sword, light silent, yet faster than time, erupted from the slaying, which sword in Tai Yi's hand, piercing directly at Zhu Jiuyin's brow. Up. Zhu Jiuyin howled, the laws of time around him boiling to the extreme. A vast river of phantom life appeared behind him. He wanted to flow backward, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. However, the phantom of the river of time only fluctuated once before returning to silence. In the last moments of his life, Zhu Jiuyin saw a peerless figure, compassionate towards the world, standing quietly at the upper reaches of that river, gently pressing a hand on the river's surface, causing the entire river of time to obediently submit. Nuwa controlled the river. Zhu Jiuyin's authority was insufficient, and naturally, he could not invoke the river of time. The dark red sword light pierced through his mind, and the reflection of time in the eyes of the time ancestor, which completely dissipated. Time ancestor, which Zhu Jiuyin perished. Di Jiang, Chong Liang, and Zhu Meng's eyes were bloodshot with grief, howling to the heavens. Zhu Meng, the authority of the wood path, should return to the original master. The voice of Dong Wang Gong was icy as he raised his hand to summon an ancient verdant seal entwined with innate wood path energy, the seal of the wood ancestor. Once this seal appeared, the spiritual energy of the wood element in the world bowed down. The seal of the wood ancestor transformed into a green flash of lightning, imprinting itself on Zhu Meng's forehead. Zhu Meng trembled violently, his face displaying extreme anguish and disbelief. The life force surging around him like a dam breaking uncontrollably left his body, wildly rushing into that seal. In just a moment, the ancestor witch who governed all life was reduced to a myriad of green and blue light points scattered across the sky. The ancestor witch of the wood Zhu Mang fell. The wood ancestor witch suppressed by Qing Yu's power throughout the wood path era fell directly after just one encounter. Di Jiang surveyed the scene holding the Donghuang bell in his hand, his eyes cold. The purple light above him mirrored the starry river. The might of the emperor was formidable. Fu, she gestured with divination, and Kuan Peng's wings hung low in the sky. Udong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu intertwined with yin and yang, their killing intent, like a net tightly binding him and Chang Liang. Old Fifth. Di Jiang's voice was unusually calm, even carrying a hint of relief as he looked at his only remaining brother Chang Liang, whose tiger-like eyes were filled with tears, his steel teeth clenched tight. Today you and I shall likely meet our father god and embrace here. But the witch clan cannot perish. Before his voice faded, a silver light erupted from Di Jiang's body. That was not the light of divine abilities, it was the radiance of his physical body and essence collapsing simultaneously. He suddenly spread his arms wide, as if to embrace everything that was about to destroy him, using his last ounce of strength to push all the burning essence of space towards the direction behind Chang Liang. Go. Survive. The hope of the witch clan is entrusted to you. Elder brother. No. Chang Liang's scream was drowned out by the roar of complete spatial collapse. There was no deafening explosion, only an absolute dark domain that swallowed all light, and sound began to expand outward from Di Jiang. That was a spatial singularity created by the ancestor which at the cost of his life detonating all his being. It severed and obliterated all laws and existence within its range, forcibly tearing open a gap, leading to a path of survival amidst the encirclement. Di Jiang's figure in that absolute darkness transformed into the last brilliant silver light before it was completely annihilated. The spatial ancestor which Di Jiang fell. He ignited the last candle of life for his brother with his own existence. Chang Liang's tiger-like eyes were red, yet he did not dare to look back. He transformed into a purple lightning bolt that pierced through heaven and earth, fleeing desperately beyond the surrounding mountains. The speed of the lightning was unparalleled, instantaneously covering countless miles. The Donghuang bell rang, and the others also summoned their spiritual treasures to block Di Jiang's final self-detonation, yet Chang Liang had already vanished from this place in an instant. Just as everyone lamented their momentary carelessness, allowing Chang Liang to escape. Above the nine heavens, the Tai Yin star shone brightly. The Tai Yin cannon reemerged in the primordial chaos, directly locking onto a specific area within the primordial chaos, with endless moonlight bombarding it mixed with a large amount of merit. This attack that crossed half of the primordial chaos left the observing Quasi-Saints in awe. The Lord of Tai Yin was truly extravagant, using merit to kill. A cry of agony was abruptly silenced in the silver-golden beam. The lightning formed by Chang Liang was instantly obliterated. The lightning ancestor which Chang Liang fell. In terms of speed, how could lightning compare to light? Ha ha ha. Caught in the trap of Qing Yu at Du Guang, Du suddenly began to laugh softly, his laughter gradually growing louder. You have lost, Qing Yu. Du wore a victorious smile with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Do you think that by exterminating the witch clan I would be powerless? Unbeknownst to you, the witch clan is merely a piece on my chessboard. If you do not take action, I will also find an excuse to reap this last bloodshed myself. He pointed at the world-destroying black lotus swaying in the sea of corpses and blood below, which had already bloomed to the 23rd grade half. Now that the wood has been set, do you think you can turn back? It's too late. Ha ha. Before his voice faded, Du suddenly extended his fingers like blades, slicing through the void towards the mountain belly of Zhoushan. Pangu Palace shatter. That ancient palace which had existed since the opening of heaven and earth, carrying the bloodline source of the witch clan, and the last remnant imprint of Pangu, collapsed with a thunderous crash. At the moment the palace was destroyed, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who were resisting the wind wall, felt the fear originating from the depths of their bloodlines, and the last faint connection and protection from their father god Pangu extinguished completely. The ancestor witches had fallen to 10. Only Zhu Rong and Gong Gong remained. Du gazed at this scene with satisfaction, turning to face Qing Yu again, leisurely asking, now only 2 ancestor witches are left. Qing Yu, you govern time, can observe the past and future, and understand cause and effect. Now do you know what Qing Yu's gaze remained tranquil, as if the consecutive falls of the ancestor witches, the annihilation of the witch clan, and the collapse of the ancient palace were merely a breeze passing over the water's surface. His eyes fell on the 2 figures isolated by the wind wall, appearing madly chaotic. Zhoushan. Upon hearing these 2 words, the smile of control on Du's face suddenly froze. What? The blessing of Pangu over the primordial chaos. The remnants of Pangu in the primordial chaos have only Zhoushan left. Upon hearing Qing Yu mention Zhoushan, Du was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Qing Yu looked at Du, devoid of joy or sorrow. No joy because the end was inevitable, no sorrow because the heavens would ultimately rise and fall. The final remnant of Pangu Zhoushan, much like Jianmu, has always been the target of the heavenly Dao. When one possesses great power, thoughts of breaking free from their roots will arise. It's gone. All gone. The sensation of the complete fall of his brothers and sisters gripped him. Beyond the wind wall, Zhu Rong gradually ceased his bombardment. The flames that consumed the 8 desolations had already extinguished. He stood there in a daze, his red hair cascading, his hollow eyes gazing in the direction where Di Jiang and the others fell. The once fiercely blazing ancestor witch of fire appeared as a clay statue devoid of soul, leaving behind only ashes. In the realm of heaven and earth, it seemed only he and Gong Gong remained, 2 madmen abandoned by the world and crushed by the tides of time. Gong Gong remained silent. The all-consuming waters of the return to the void around him gradually calmed and receded. His gaze met that of Zhu Rong, who was also looking back. The 2 pairs of eyes that once reflected the wild and chaotic primordial world, witnessing the glory of the Wu clan, now only mirrored the extreme despair and madness in each other's eyes. That flame burned away the last shred of rationality, consumed the final remnants of attachment to life, leaving only the hysteria of destruction and mutual demise. Ha! It's all gone. Ha ha! Zhu Rong suddenly threw back his head, his neck veins bulging, letting out a piercing laugh that penetrated the battlefield, drowning out the sounds of battle. Then let this world accompany the Wu clan in burial. Ha ha! Zhu Rong's body erupted into flames, shedding his form, returning to his origin. This blaze charged toward the waste of Zhoushan, which had supported the primordial world for countless ages and was regarded as a symbol of eternity, crashing fiercely into it. Time was infinitely stretched and frozen at that moment. All the slaughter on the battlefield, every whisper in the void, every calculation. All sounds vanished. All living beings, whether friend or foe, whether high or low in cultivation, whether on the battlefield or hidden in the void, raised their heads at that moment, looking toward the same direction. Zhoushan. Crack. A crisp sound exploded deep within the souls of all living beings. The red cracks, centered on the point of impact, instantly transformed into countless ferocious fissures, spreading wildly across all visible mountain surfaces. Zhoushan has broken. A long knife in the hands of a Deluo realm demon god clattered to the ground. The heavenly pillar has broken. It's over. It's all over. An almost saint who had hidden in the void and endured the initial calamity of the dragon and Honghuang Era turned pale as dust, trembling with shock, feeling a sense of paralysis. Zhoushan, which had stood since the opening of heaven and earth, regarded as eternal by all primordial beings, as the pillar of support and the backbone of the Father God, has completely shattered under the merging of ancestral witches. How could it be? How could the heavenly pillar Zhoushan be so fragile? Just a self-detonation from a quasi-saint could break it. A quasi-saint stared in horror and confusion at the collapsing Zhoushan. What exactly did the Wu clan do to Zhoushan? The upper half of Zhoushan, having lost the support of its base, crashed down toward the primordial earth with a thunderous roar. An indescribable wave of terrifying backlash surged forth, centered on the fracture of Zhoushan, sweeping indiscriminately around. Wherever the shockwave passed, the chaotic fury returning to chaos revealed itself. Earth, wind, fire, and water, the rampaging chaotic currents. Fragments of laws splintered like light rain, only to be crushed into nothingness by even more violent forces. Gong Gong, who was closest, didn't even have time to react. He simply stood there, dazed, looking up as the endless mountain mass slowly enveloped him. The ancestor witch of water Gong Gong fell. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's last blood mixed with the endless rubble from the collapse of Buzhou spread across the heavens and earth, filled with overwhelming malice and the resentments of countless calamities, returning to the black lotus of annihilation. 24th grade complete. The heavens tilted, the world faced annihilation. The universe in my sleeve. The figure of Zhun Yuanzi appeared by Zhoushan, his expression extremely grave as a vast yellow divine light burst forth from his hands, instantly stabilizing a large area of the rolling, crumbling earth. At the same time, he waved the large sleeves of his Dao robe, transforming his sleeve into an infinite world, emanating a terrifying suction force that instantly pulled in about 70% of the surviving beings around Zhoushan into his sleeve, providing them protection. With Zhoushan's fall, the heavens tilted. Having lost the crucial pillar of the western extreme, the balance of the primordial world, originally supported by the 2 points of Buzhou and Jianmu, was thoroughly shattered. The firmament, once flat and high, began to tilt and sink irreversibly toward the west, where Zhoushan. It was as if a massive lid was suddenly pressed down on one side. Meanwhile, the eastern region of Duguang, supported by the other pillar Jianmu, saw its firmament rise, causing the entire sky to tilt at a terrifying angle. The true apocalyptic celestial phenomenon has arrived. The sun, moon, and stars lost their fixed trajectories and gravitational bindings, transforming into falling stars of annihilation, triggering even greater explosions and calamities. The pure ethereal winds above the nine heavens lost their bindings, transforming into a storm of annihilation that poured down into the mortal realm. The waters of the celestial river cascaded down from the gaps in the nine heavens like a dam burst, akin to millions of silver dragons pouncing upon the earth. The dragon energy of the earth veins ran rampant. Countless volcanoes erupted simultaneously, with scorching lava and dust blotting out the sun. Tectonic plates shifted and collided, creating unfathomable, terrifying chasms that spread across the land for millions of miles. Darkness, a darkness that could even swallow light, descended. The sun and moon lost their brilliant stars, dimmed, yet the ancient Jianmu connecting heaven and earth still emitted a verdant spiritual light from its towering trunk and endless branches. In this apocalyptic darkness, in the erosion of chaos, amid the decay of all things, Jianmu stood like a mighty lighthouse, illuminating a corner of the sky with its own light, guiding toward the final direction and faint hope. The heavens had broken, a huge hole, chaos poured in. Yet the heavens had not completely collapsed or fallen. For in the east, Jianmu, with its unparalleled might, steadfastly supported the sky that was on the verge of complete collapse, preserving the last line of life for this realm. At this moment, Qing Yu, who had remained still, clearly felt the weight that had been pressing down on his Dao body and primordial spirit since Jianmu propped up the heavens. It felt as if the boundless pressure of the 33 layers of heaven bearing the weight of the entire primordial world was gradually lightening until it dissipated. As if he had shed the shackles of an ancient burden, Jianmu broke free. Its causal connection with the 33 layers of heaven had already severed with the fall of Buzhou Shan and the tilting of the heavens to the northwest. The weight of the entire world tilted westward with the collapse of Zhoushan, yet the pressure on Jianmu quietly vanished at this moment. At this moment, as long as he thought of it, he could completely extract Jianmu from this impending desolate the shackles of the heavenly Dao which had persisted under the name of the primordial world, the covetousness and hidden dangers of chaotic remnants, and the endless causal entanglements with this realm could all, in an instant, come to an end. The complete 24th grade black lotus of annihilation slowly ascended, hovering between the collapsing heavens and the shattered earth. The Dao rime of annihilation spread like ink dropped into clear water, quickly saturating the shattered primordial world in a suffocating shadow of conclusion. Daos' figure appeared beside Qing Yu, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, gazing down at this apocalyptic. He also sensed the aura on Qing Yu, devoid of the pressure from the 33 layers of heaven, the azure spirit flowing. This was the true meaning of the primordial, free and unrestrained, moving according to one's heart, returning to oneself. We were never enemies, just on different paths, seeking what may not necessarily conflict. We are merely beings bound by the primordial world. Now that the fate of the primordial world has run its course, it is time for the curtain to fall. This broken realm, this endless causality, this blood-soaked era, why linger any longer? Come now, Qing Yu, my friend. Step onto your own path, which is also ours. Daos' form began to disintegrate and self-destruct. The heart of Pangu vanished completely. With the collapse of Zhoushan, all that was Pangu returned to the earth. With a sound like torn fabric, the heavens shattered. The tilt of the heavens was too great, surpassing the 33. It tore through the membrane of heaven and earth. The heavens were ripped apart. Qing Yu closed his eyes. The roots of Jianmu slowly lifted, gradually parting from the primordial earth. The roots of Jianmu were being drawn out inch by inch from the deepest reaches of the boundless Honghuang earth. It was not a mere fissure in the ground, but a subsidence of entire crustal layers, as if the primeval flesh of the world had lost the sinews that upheld it, and the land began to cave. With each inch of root withdrawn, the life breath of the Honghuang world deflated like a punctured bladder. The once increasingly rich and vibrant innate spiritual energy that had emerged with the world's maturation thinned. The cosmic rhythms and Daoic laws of the heavens and earth began to dissipate faster. This root system had woven through every corner of Honghuang, now as the sole chaos spirit root that upheld the heaven its extraction. The wound and blow inflicted upon Honghuang were far more lethal than the calamity Luoho had wrought. The earth itself cried out. Deprived of the deep stability and nourishment Jianmu's roots provided to the primal source, Honghuang's foundations began to unravel from the depths. Layer upon layer of strata shattered like brittle biscuits, abyssal dragon sinuous chasms clawed outward with terrifying speed. They swallowed mountains, rivers, and forests. Honghuang's world had been sustained by the twin pillars of Zhoushan and Jianmu, standing east and west, which together opened and steadied heaven and earth, perfecting the laws and deepening the world's foundation toward consummation. But now Zhoushan had fallen and Jianmu was leaving. With the two sovereign pillars gone, Honghuang could no longer maintain its near-perfect order. Lacking foundation, it began an irreversible collapse and degeneration. Not only did the land fracture, but the firmament itself cracked. Stripped of Jianmu's support, the once-arched eastern vault could no longer be sustained and fell hopelessly out of balance with the west. The sky of Honghuang was breaking. With the heavens sundered, the hidden roots inside the primordial Dao that composed the great Honghuang path, its 3,000 laws, began to loosen and scatter. A shadow steeped in chaos and annihilation seized the moment, wrenching itself free from the turbulent depths of the heavenly root and letting out a silent roar as it moved toward the place of the world-ending Black Lotus. Ha ha ha. Luoho stood atop the 24-grade world-ending Black Lotus and laughed a roar that shook heaven and earth, delight bright in his voice as he watched Jianmu being peeled away from the Honghuang world piece by piece. Qingyu, I knew it. Your disappointment in this world runs to its bones. So it must be. So it must be. Ha ha ha. His bloodshot eyes glittered as he fixed them on Jianmu, as if he were beholding the most faithful ally. Had the two of us joined forces earlier, we could have utterly annihilated Honghuang and transcended together. No need to wait for this day. Qingyu paid his boast no heed and remained absorbed in manipulating Jianmu's extraction. Each fraction of root leaving the earth carried immense Daoic turbulence. Luoho fell silent at the sight, his grin widening and demonic light flaring in his eyes. Without Jianmu's chaotic spirit root to anchor and steady Honghuang, destroying this world would be far easier, twice the effect for half the effort. With a single step, he appeared atop the collapsed ruins of Zhoushan. Beneath him lay the shredded remnants of the sky pillar. Above, the vault caved and split. All around flowed chaos and the spectacle of annihilation. Honghuang, O Honghuang, today you shall return to chaos. Luoho howled, unleashing every scrap of origin his demonic flesh possessed, every understanding of annihilation, pouring it without restraint into the 24-grade world-ending Black Lotus beneath his feet. This time he bet everything and gave his all, for this moment was the most fragile, the nearest to an end since the world's first cleaving of heaven and earth. Heaven tilted, earth collapsed, laws unraveled, and the heavenly root dissipated. The consummate 24-grade world-ending Black Lotus, receiving Luoho's full origin, trembled and burst forth with a demonic light a millionfold stronger than before. A dying cadence suffused with finality and oblivion, intent on burying all into nothingness, spread frenziedly from the Black Lotus as its center. Where this annihilating rhythm passed, spiritual energy became tainted and corroded, assimilated into the primal destructive miasma, which then hastened the world's disintegration. Colors bled from the heavens and earth, everything raced toward utter darkness and deathly silence. Confronted with an annihilating demon saint who had thrown his full force into the destruction of Honghuang, Nuwa and Xinyuanzi paused little, devoting themselves single-mindedly to saving sentient life. Luoho's aim was the world's obliteration. The lives within it were to him mere instruments or incidental detritus of that end. With the ruin of Honghuang nearly assured, Luoho would not risk a direct clash with the holders of sanctity and treasures, Nuwa and Xinyuanzi, for the sake of a handful of lives, and introduce needless uncertainty. In the eastern territories, the remaining mortals were guided to safety by Nuwa's divine light and sheltered under the boundless containment in Xinyuanzi's sleeve. The eastern duke and the western queen mother also summoned the roaming immortal isles of Penglai Fangzhong and Yingzhou, unleashing 10,000-fold celestial radiance. Like three colossal arcs of salvation, they took aboard countless terrified souls, and then became streams of light that slipped into the raging chaos, seeking refuge from the cataclysm. Zuanzinzi and Sumiao opened a pocket world anchored to the Xiantian realm, creating a refuge to gather beings from east and west and offer them sanctuary. Yet on the western lands, Jinin and Zhuanti beheld their ravaged homeland and withered people with faces carved by sorrow and pain. Jane's features were more anguished than ever. He watched the few souls writhing in the annihilating miasma, a scant number whose rescue had been hampered by the West's natural barrenness, and sighed with boundless self-reproach. Junior, brother, the blame is mine. I am laden with guilt. 1. Guilt: I did not attain sainthood sooner to safeguard the West. 2. I failed to preserve the Western lands through this calamity. 3. I could not protect our Western folk from this devastation. It was not that Nuwa or Xinyuanzi favored East over West. The East was simply teeming with life, and the same divine acts that Nuwa performed could carry away beings by the myriad in a single effort. In the same span of time and power, the sparse Western realm might only save tens of thousands. The contrast between East and West was stark and merciless. In the same span of time and power, the sparse Western realm might only save tens of thousands. The contrast between East and West. He looked afar, and beyond the devouring black light of the world-ending Black Lotus there remained but two beacons in Honghuang, the root being drawn out, yet still emitting a gentle blue-green glow. Jianmu. Seeing that verdant light, a thread of resolve flickered in Jane's eyes. He turned slowly to the equally sorrowful Zhuanti beside him. The immortal ancestor's heart lies with Honghuang, Such a one is truly of great compassion and deep wisdom, and his stratagems are far beyond our ken. Surely he has a flawless plan at work. Yet the immortal ancestor's schemes may serve as the foundation for 10,000 generations. We can wait. The remaining souls of the West cannot. It is our duty, born and cultivated here, to shelter them. If there is a sage risen in the East to save 10,000 lives, then today the West must also have its saint. Hearing this, Zhuan-Ti first froze, then, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes flashed with incredulous joy. Senior brother, your origin is complete. You can become a saint. Jane met Zhuan-Ti's hopeful, astonished gaze, and his face showed a complex and unfathomable smile. He slowly shook his head, pointed at Zhuan-Ti, and said in a gentle voice, "Fool child, I have had the whole scheme in mind. Yet this plan requires your wholehearted aid, your cooperation in but one or two particulars." Zhuan-Ti, ignorant of the specifics, but trusting his senior, utterly answered with decisive fervor, "Senior brother, command, and I will obey with all my strength, even unto death." Receiving Zhuan-Ti's steadfast reply, a deeper smile curved Jane's lips, tinged with an almost imperceptible pity and reluctance. He spoke softly, "Very well. Junior brother, reveal your original form." Though puzzled, Zhuan-Ti did not hesitate. A clear light suffused his body as he blurred into a new shape. A Bodhi treasure tree, suffused with an aura of wisdom and purity, rose upon the ruins of Zumishan in the west. The Bodhi tree grew with the wind in an instant, towering to the heavens. Vast streams of pure spirit swept outward, diluting the surrounding, annihilating miasma considerably. Jane stepped forward beneath the lofty tree and reached out, touching its rough, sentient trunk as one would stroke it. His gaze was tender, as if through the bark he saw the countless seasons of hardship in which the two brothers supported each other in this barren West, striving bitterly for the Tao. "Junior brother," Jane murmured, eyes full of reluctance, an emotion that flashed and was then replaced by a resolute determination. "All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew and lightning. So should one view them." Jane intoned the mantra, and his figure began to grow translucent, as if ready to dissolve into light. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" The Bodhi tree shuddered violently as Zhuan-Ti's panicked voice rang out. Jane offered no answer, only a smile full of encouragement toward the Bodhi tree, toward Zhuan-Ti. In the next instant his form dissolved into motes of light, like a flowing star river or an ethereal mist surging into the Bodhi tree. Accompanying him into the Bodhi was the Honghuang purple chi, the very foundation of the saintly seat. Born together and nearest in origin under Jane's sacrificial infusion, Zhuan-Ti's previously self-exploded 3 corpses, meant to protect Zumishan's ancestral vein, began anew to gestate. Jane's entire origin replenished Zhuan-Ti's 3rd corpse. Then, with his remaining strength, he aided the unification of the 3 corpses as the Honghuang purple chi catalyzed the fusion. Gold light shone for 30,000 li, and the Bodhi's fragrance filled Honghuang. The Bodhi tree grew ever loftier, and its origin grew thick, yet it did not root in Honghuang's earth, but instead in a blessed land like a dream. Zhuan-Ti closed his eyes, veiling the grief in them for Jane. He resolved to fulfill the brothers' shared vow. "I have 48 vows to grant life to 10,000 beings of Honghuang, and seek liberation for the Western folk. First vow, when I become Buddha in my realm, there shall be no hell's hungry ghosts, beasts, or even writhing vermin. If such remain, I will not attain Buddhahood. Second vow, when I become Buddha, all beings in my realm shall share a single benevolent heart, free from other thoughts, desires fulfilled naturally, without contrivance. If not, I will not attain Buddhahood." The third vow, 48 vast vows in all, each an act of great compassion, directing beings toward liberation. Each grand vow resonated with the Daoic realm. A streak of mystic yellow merit pierced the tattered firmament and flowed into Zhuan-Ti, strengthening his saintly path and hastening the 3 corpses' union with the Honghuang purple chi. Whenever a decisive act was made, Nuwa opened the gate of expedient means and drew down the river of time to enact it. A Jianmu leaf fell from the sky and merged with a Bodhi leaf. Jianmu provided life, Bodhi provided spirit, and vitality bloomed anew. Zhuan-Ti became a saint. Great vows were established and virtues descended. This was the underlying logic of the Tao, as when the West once broke and Dijuan raised the demon clans. Even when the West's repair was of paramount importance, origin still had to be portioned to condense merit and bring it down. Now it was the same with Zhuan-Ti, only the scale had changed, from the impending ruin of the West to the potential end of all Honghuang. Once sainted, Zhuan-Ti's vision changed. He saw Qingyu and Nuwa and Xinyuanzi and Taiching locked against each other amid the heavenly root. He understood Qingyu's aim to drain the Tao, thus he would assist Qingyu in that depletion. Zhuan-Ti grasped the Jianmu Bodhi leaf and vowed to the heavens the ideals and grand vows he had shared with Jane. Even as the primordial root nearly spent, the Dao had to respond to Zhuan Ti's saintly merits, and when that descent came, boundless golden flowers bloomed and auspicious clouds spread. The Daoic merit pierced the black cloud and rent it, allowing a fleeting span of light. But once the Dao was utterly drained, next time, it would have no strength left to resist Luoho's destruction, and Honghuang would begin to recede back into its original source, the first chaos. The ripples of the annihilating black lotus swept over the vast wilderness, causing inch by inch of mountains and rivers to regress to their primal origins. The aura of Luoho rose higher and higher, just a hair's breadth away from the state of chaos. The waves of annihilation also swept over the tree of creation, which emitted the last vestiges of spiritual light in the darkness. The sound of leaves falling echoed softly. The leaves of the tree of creation, seemingly eternally verdant and imbued with boundless vitality, began to visibly shift from vibrant green to withered yellow. Then 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 10 leaves, 100 leaves, 1,000 leaves, countless leaves from the tree of creation fell gently drifting down. They fell into the sea of origins below, where all things returned to their source. Each withered leaf did not sink or dissolve, but trembled slightly and unfurled. The withered yellow transformed into azure leaf boats. 1 leaf from the tree of creation became a vessel, a potential ark capable of transcending tribulations. It's the spirit ancestor. The leaf boats. It's a lifeline. Quickly get into the leaf boats. The remaining beings of the wilderness, led by the great Luo golden immortals and some swiftly reacting Tai golden immortals. Clinging to their last hope, they transformed into streams of light rushing toward the leaf boats floating upon the sea. Each leaf boat seemed to possess a spirit welcoming the panicking beings, creating halos that sheltered them within. The leaf boats drifted with the waves, yet remained as stable as Mount Tai, preserving the last patch of pure land for all living beings amidst the tides of annihilation. As the leaves fell completely, the once eternal and majestic trunk of the tree of creation, which radiated endless Dao rhythms, began to undergo changes. The bark became dry and cracked, losing its warmth. The trunk no longer stood tall and straight, beginning to hunch and bend. The overwhelming vitality that pierced through 33 heavens ebbed away swiftly like a receding tide. It was withering, decaying. This was not destruction by external forces, but a natural decline, as if it had reached the end of the cycle of life. The great power that once supported the wilderness and enlightened all beings was dissipating. The roots of the tree of creation, deeply connected to the wilderness and embedded in the earth's origin, and the 33 heavens began to loosen, eventually detaching from the wilderness. No, spirit ancestor. The myriad beings hiding in the leaf boats watched helplessly through the luminous membrane of the boats as the divine tree that gave them their last hope and light began to disintegrate. Birth, growth, nurturing, and demise. The cycle of life had now concluded. Next would be eternity. The membrane of heaven and earth in the wilderness was present, and Hongjun was exerting all his strength to uphold it, preventing even a trace of the origin of the wilderness from escaping. The membrane of heaven and earth was like an eggshell, keeping the origin of the wilderness destroyed by Luo Ho contained within. In Hongjun's eyes, where the tree of creation had once stood, the 3,000 Dao rhythms that it had carried began to re-emerge, giving birth to a phantom divine tree. It was the tree of creation, yet no longer the same. It possessed no trace of the azure origin, but was born from the azure belonging to the wilderness, embodying the 3,000 Daos of the wilderness sourced from it. It was also the tree of creation that would support the wilderness anew. With the last support of the tree of creation lost, the eastern sky finally collapsed completely, and heaven and earth began to merge, as if the entire world was returning to chaos. Luoho stood atop the annihilating black lotus, gazing at the faint remnants of the origin left after the collapse of the tree of creation and the ground strewn with dry fragments. He was utterly bewildered, his crimson eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is it gone? His demonic thoughts swept over the fragments, confirming they were indeed just lifeless remnants of decayed wood. Is the quality of this tree of creation so poor? Wasn't it already a chaotic spiritual root? How could it crumble into dust just from being slightly swept by my path of annihilation? With the last glow of the tree of creation extinguished, the wilderness fell into absolute dead silence. Only the dark light of the annihilating black lotus illuminated the surroundings, and that faint azure light flickered, proving that this place was not pure chaos. The primordial heavenly sovereign and the celestial master of Tontian reappeared in this apocalyptic scene after Nuwa had completely purified the influence of Luo House demonic seed with human power. They stood alongside Nuwa and Zhun Yunzi, their expressions grave as they gazed at the wilderness that was about to regress entirely into its primal chaotic origins, silently observing the faint azure light. Darkness, boundless darkness. Silence, absolute silence. In the depths of this extreme darkness and silence, a blue figure stirred. It was Qingyu. He had stood quietly in the void throughout the destruction of the Tree of Creation. At this moment, he took a step toward the faint azure origin left after the tree's collapse, walking slowly and steadily. Qing Yu's steps were steady, treading on the void without leaving a trace. His presence moved without shadow, as if walking outside of time, untouched by causality. Luo Ho had obliterated the last relatively stable region of the wilderness, turning the final remnants of mountains and rivers into chaotic origins. His aura finally climbed to an unprecedented peak, with the path of annihilation manifesting a terrifying spectacle that would end all. He had become. At the cost of annihilating a nearly complete wilderness, he finally took that last step, achieving the status of a great Luo golden immortal through the path of annihilation. At this moment, he only needed to shatter the membrane of heaven and earth supported by Hongjun to truly transcend this realm and roam freely. Having achieved the state of chaos, Luo Hao's thoughts were clear, his demonic might overwhelming. He turned his gaze to the remaining 6 of Qing Yu in this world, as well as Hongjun outside the membrane of heaven and earth. His gaze finally fixed on Qing Yu, who was approaching the azure origin. Though he did not understand Qing Yu's intentions, that faint azure origin instinctively made him feel uneasy. No matter what tricks you play, they are all illusions in the face of absolute power. Luo Hao's demonic thoughts surged like a tide. He took a step forward, the 24-petal annihilating black lotus beneath him transformed into a beam of destructive dark light, tearing through the darkness and charging straight for Qing Yu. He aimed to completely crush this potential variable. No one intervened. Nuajin, Yuanzi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all stood still, merely watching. Qing Yu too did not turn back. He continued to walk toward the faint azure origin at a leisurely pace. The moment the dark light transformed from the annihilating black lotus was about to touch Qing Yu's back, a point of azure light filled with boundless vitality and creation silently blossomed beside Qing Yu. Within the brilliance of fully azure, perfectly door-rhythmed creation, Qing Lotus of 24 petals slowly rotated out, its leaves gently swaying, scattering endless creation's pure energy. This pure energy of creation collided heat-in with the destructive dark light of the annihilating black lotus, which had been invincible and capable of annihilating all laws. It was forcefully blocked and began to retreat. The remnant of the chaotic Qing Lotus exerted absolute suppression over the annihilating black lotus formed from the lotus seeds. Qing Yu seemed oblivious to the strife behind him, having arrived before the faint azure origin and beside the shattered fragments of the Tree of Creation. He stopped, lowered his head, looking at the point of origin and then at the dry wood. He slowly extended his hand, gently brushing over the withered remnants of the Tree of Creation. Those lifeless, like ordinary withered branches, transformed into the origin, melding into Qing Yu's body the moment they touched his palm, as if a traveler had returned home. This was not devouring, but a return. The Tree of Creation of the wilderness, Qing Yu's second body, had always been a part of him. As these points of origin merged, the aura emanating from Qing Yu began to attain true completeness of fundamental restoration. The half of the origin that had been severed from him returned today. All powers converged onto him, and the sound of trees growing resonated throughout the myriad realms. Then Qing Yu took a gentle step forward. The true form of the Tree of Creation, which had never truly manifested in the wilderness, the pure wooden Dao Tree of Creation, slowly appeared behind him, merging with the origin to become one. The one who achieves the state of chaos is flawless and complete. The Tree of Creation is, after all, Qing Yu. Whether it's the true Tree of Creation or the one that grew from the severed part in the wilderness, both are him. Only the former is his root, while the latter is his dwelling, a manifestation of his Dao in the wilderness. He once used the Tree of Creation to support the heavens. That was his usage, his burden, a responsibility of choice. Now, with the shackles of heaven broken, the Tree of Creation no longer needs to support anyone. It belongs solely to Qing Yu himself. Ultimately, it is to return to Qing Yu's form, thus completing the origin and achieving the state of chaos. A point of azure light quietly ignited from the center of Qing Yu's brow, also from the center of the merged Tree of Creation. Initially, it was as faint as a bean. In an instant, it expanded from small to large, radiating brilliance. This light was filled with boundless vitality and inclusiveness, able to engulf all darkness, nurture all desolation, and define all existence. In the blink of an eye, the boundless darkness and dead silence brought by the annihilating black lotus in the wilderness were completely suppressed and dispelled by this azure light. Where the light reached, the collapsing chaotic origins calmed down, and the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water became docile. The wooden Dao united. Qing Yu became the wooden Dao. He is the wooden Dao, and the wooden Dao is him. The great path of wood found its most complete embodiment in him. Invincible and supremely precious. At this moment, Qing Yu's aura was complete and unblemished, untouched by dust, untainted by causality. Wherever his true self passed, all chaotic threads of causality naturally settled. The past and future extended beneath his feet. He stood amidst the clear light, calmly sweeping his gaze over the shattered wilderness, over the astonished and angered Luo Ho. He glanced at Zheng Yuanzi, Nuwa, and others who stood awaiting his next move, looked toward Hongjun outside the membrane of heaven and earth, and finally focused on the great path that was beginning to manifest. The old world began with the chaotic Qing lotus and the wooden Dao as its source. The new world begins with the tree of creation Qing Yu, where the wooden Dao reigns supreme. I am Qing Yu, the tree of creation. I have grasped the profound mysteries of the great path, established the heavenly laws, determined the chronological sequence of the wilderness like a wheel, and brought order to all phenomena. I obtained the foundation of the three immortals, opened the door for all beings to practice, conveyed the profound laws of the great path, and benefited all lives. I have traversed 12960 yuan meetings, experiencing life and death, transcending tribulations, observing the beginning of chaos, and witnessing the formation of heaven and earth. Today the tree of creation returns to unity. The origin is complete. The wooden Dao is unique, merging the source of the wooden Dao with the roots of chaos, tracing the beginnings and ends of the Dao. I have attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal. The chaos of the great Dao is astonishing as the withered tree meets spring and myriad phenomena emerge. Reforging the earth, fire, wind, water, and sun, the clarity of chaos and purity is determined. The words of Qing Yu's Dao, the first sound of the great Dao at the beginning of creation, directly imprinted in the depths of the primordial chaos, echoing among the revitalized 3,000 paths, resonating within the true spirits of every existing being. The great Luo golden immortal of primordial chaos. Since the birth of the primordial chaos, the first being to achieve enlightenment without relying on the heavenly path or external objects, truly attaining the Dao, becoming the Dao, and embodying the great Luo golden immortal. The remnants of the quiescent powers hidden in the seams of the void, due to the shattering of the primordial chaos or sheltered within their spiritual treasures, all trembled with divine thought at this moment. Feeling the boundless and unified supreme power emanating from Qing Yu, complex emotions of envy, respect, and longing intertwined in their hearts. Within Qing Yu's aura, they sensed an overwhelming pressure far beyond that of the heavenly saints. If the aura of the saints is one of solemn grandeur mixed with compassion, then the aura of Qing Yu at this moment embodies the primordial chaos, the source of all creation, nurturing everything and unifying all. Ancient, supreme, complete, and free. Dao brother, after countless years of arduous cultivation, overcoming thorns and brambles, you have finally achieved success and attained the great Dao. Zheng Yuanzi stepped forward, his figure surrounded by a faint earthy glow emerging from the void, to stand by Qing Yu's side. He gazed at his old friend, whose aura had become utterly different, yet still familiar, filled with sincere appreciation and emotion. Countless memories of their time together flashed before him, from the cautiousness of retreating to contemplate escape techniques when facing Hongjun, to the grandeur of confronting the Luo House extermination sword array during the Dragon Han calamity. Then to the supreme brilliance of attaining the great Dao amidst the collapse of heaven and earth. Today the hardships faced too profound to speak of. He felt clearly that the saintly fruit he had entrusted to the earthly path, constrained by the heavenly path, now brought forth an unprecedented sense of relief, breaking free from the invisible shackles. All along it was Dao brother who bore the burden and moved forward. Recalling the end of the beast calamity, their first encounter near Mount Buzhou, remembering their mutual discussion of earthly immortals' profound techniques in the plains of Duguang, laying down the grand vow to give ownership to the mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos, allowing the grasses, trees, and stones to enjoy tranquility. Later he voluntarily took on the position of the ancestor of earthly immortals, inheriting the deep causality with the spiritual pivot of the earthly veins, thus transitioning into the earthly path, progressing and retreating with it, and achieving this saintly status. Now with Qing Yu's unity with the great Dao, the old heavenly path of the primordial chaos shattered the bonds, lifted his path to the great Dao, which had been delayed due to reliance on the earthly path, became clear once more, allowing him to walk the road he had yet to tread. Qing Yu looked at Zheng Yuanzi, no words needed, a glance exchanged held the support and tacit understanding of countless ages. On the path of seeking the Dao with companions in law, wealth, and land, to have such a friend is an immense fortune. Congratulations, Dao friend Qing Yu, on attaining the great Dao and achieving true freedom. Nuwa also stepped forward, her exquisite beauty adorned with a gentle smile, yet carrying a hint of mischief. Poor little sister, this position of saint has barely warmed up, and already Dao brother has caught up, even surpassing you. Yuanshi and Tongtian also moved forward, their expressions complex. Not only were they insufficiently informed about this calamity, but they themselves had also fallen into Luo House schemes, nearly sinking down. Now facing the true Qing Yu, who had achieved the great Dao by his own merit, they felt a myriad of emotions in their hearts. Yuanshi bowed solemnly. Congratulations, Dao friend, on attaining the great Dao and transcending the material realm. His gaze toward Qing Yu held not only congratulations, but also a touch of indescribable complexity and hidden envy. Transcendence, a true transcendence, not seeking externally, forming a path of one's own. This is the ultimate aspiration of all seekers of the Tao. Tong Tian clasped his fists and said briskly, "Congratulations, Tao brother. Today I finally understand what is the supreme Tao." Qing Yu returned the greeting calmly, his aura of unity with the great Tao naturally unassuming and unpretentious. Just then a voice tinged with evident apprehension weakly called out, "Big brother, could you save the Jane master?" Zhu Ti approached, lowering his posture significantly, referring to him as Big Brother. Having become a saint, he understood causality clearly and naturally knew the connections among the 10 great spiritual roots, and more, so that Xian Jinzi and Su Miao both called Qing Yu Big Brother. Qing Yu's gaze fell upon the third corpse of Jane behind Zhu Ti, nodding slightly. He raised his hand and subtly beckoned a point of brilliance as pure as gold separated from Zhu Ti, floating in his palm. Immediately a soft azure light blossomed from his fingertips, containing the supreme vitality of the Jianmu. Using Bodhi as a guide, Jianmu grants life. Causality is determined the dream realm as a basis, reshaping the true spirit. The words were like the edicts of the laws. The Bodhi essence served as bone, the vitality of Jianmu, as flesh, the supreme path of causality intertwining throughout, and the path of dreams constructing a resting place and reliance for the true soul. The azure light and golden light intertwined, transforming into a vibrant Tao cocoon, within which a familiar, yet somewhat illusory, figure slowly materialized. As the Tao cocoon shattered, Jane stepped out, his face still bearing sorrow, yet his eyes were clear, as before. His aura, though not restored to its peak, was now stable. Like a dream and an illusion, seeing through existence and non-existence. Reborn from the Bodhi, awakened from the great dream, having resolved causality, experiencing the true emptiness and wondrous existence. "Master brother." Zhu Ti was overjoyed and excited, hurriedly bowing deeply to Qing Yu. Here old friends reunited, their conversation paused. On the other side, Hong Jun was still struggling to support the membrane of heaven and earth, wrapping the primordial source with the creation jade disc, and his own power preventing it from completely dissipating. The nearly complete supreme world of the primordial chaos, wrapped by a single saint ultimately, was somewhat strenuous. Meanwhile, Luo Ho, after nearly returning the primordial chaos to its source, became aware of Hong Jun. "Hong Jun, can you hold on?" "Huh?" Luo Ho laughed maniacally, the extermination black lotus changing direction, fiercely crashing into the thin membrane of heaven and earth. As long as this membrane is broken, the primordial source of the primordial chaos will completely disperse into chaos, completing his act of world annihilation. Even if Qing Yu attains the great Tao, he cannot stop his annihilation, for he too is of the great Tao. Previously, Zhu Rong crashed into the Zhou mountain in version 1.0. Now Luo Ho crashes into the membrane of heaven and earth in version 2.0. However, this time Hong Jun nearly used all his strength to maintain the membrane, without breaking, facing Luo Ho's impact, relying solely on the indestructible body of a saint to withstand it. A muffled sound that made the true spirits tremble reverberated. The membrane of heaven and earth violently shook. Hong Jun's figure became slightly blurred, his aura slightly disordered, yet he still held firm. Qing Yu and the other saints knew well, allowing Luo Ho and Hong Jun to clash. Luo Ho appeared arrogant, yet in reality, he was already at the end of his strength. Having lost the power of the heavenly path of the primordial chaos, although he was infinitely close to the great Tao, he ultimately was not the great Tao. They could easily extinguish him with a lift of their hands, and Hong Jun's seeming distress was only due to his full effort to maintain the primordial chaos, having no strength to counterattack. This was akin to Luo Ho unilaterally attacking a sandbag, unable to fight back. The saints had refrained from intervening immediately, somewhat harboring the thought of let the Tao ancestor teacher suffer a bit. After all, Hong Jun would soon be able to extricate himself. It was better to let the senior teacher reminisce with his old friend, for there would be no more opportunities. After greeting everyone one by one, Qing Yu finally turned his gaze to Luo Ho, who was crashing into the membrane. Luo Ho was controlling the extermination black lotus, brewing for a second more violent impact, when suddenly he felt the space around him solidify, an irresistible supreme power completely enveloping and sealing him. A leaf shading the heavens. Qing Yu spoke calmly, pointing like a sword, gently pressing. It was not an offensive spell, but a sealing of the great Daos might. Luo Ho was horrified to discover that he and the extermination black lotus had instantaneously vanished from the sea of primordial sources, falling into an endless emerald world. Above, below, and in all directions from ancient times to the present, there were infinite layered leaves of Jianmu. Each leaf seemed to contain a great thousand worlds. Infinite leaves meant infinite realms. All of his magical power, the path of world annihilation crashing against this leaf realm barrier, was akin to a cow sinking into the sea. approaching the great Tao infinitely, yet ultimately not the great Tao, or before the true great Luo golden immortal a mere lift of the hand could determine. Resolving Luo Ho, only one remained. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward, his expression stern, the Panga banner materializing in his hand, slashing violently at the void ahead. Sizzle. The space was torn like fabric, a disheveled figure tumbling out. It was Yang Mei, previously trapped deep within the heavenly path's source by Taiching Laozu using the Taiji diagram. He had intended to escape at the moment the heavenly path collapsed when Taking's bindings loosened, but unexpectedly as soon as he emerged, he was met with the gazes of the 6 saints and one of the great Tao. The 7 saints surrounded him, and Yang Mei felt his soul chill, secretly thinking, my life is over. However, the expected thunderous strike did not descend. Qing Yu merely cast a casual glance at him before shifting his gaze away. None of the saints made a move. Nuwa even slightly curled her lips. Ultimately, Taiching Laozu spoke indifferently. Scram. Yang Mei felt as if he had received a great reprieve, no longer daring to hesitate for a moment, transforming into a faint ethereal chaos spirit light, and instantly escaping into the depths of chaos, disappearing from sight. Letting him go was not out of mercy. Firstly, during this calamity, Yang Mei stepped forward to attract quite a bit of firepower and attention, making him somewhat of a good person. Secondly, he could not escape. That hollow willow branch that Qing Yu had taken and nurtured was the best coordinate. Initially, Qing Yu had threatened Yang Mei, stating that if he did not return the primordial source of the primordial chaos, he would cultivate a new willow tree for positioning. Now, after going in circles, the goal was ultimately achieved. This old friend was still to be left for Hongjun to love and kill. The external enemies have been cleared and internal troubles temporarily pacified, yet the world has not yet restored, and many matters await revival. Qing Yu and the saint gazed upon the primordial chaos that had retreated to its origin, ready for reconstruction. A streak of azure light emanated from Qing Yu, and wherever it touched, the boundless darkness receded like a tide. The brilliance unfurled, illuminating the collapsed firmament, the shattered earth, the chaotic turbulence, and the faces of countless beings within the leaf boat, filled with hope. At the center of the radiance, Kinji's figure blurred, replaced by a divine tree that defied description in its grandeur and mystery. The verdant Jianmu took root directly in the chaos, as if one could see. The branches drank in the deep essence of the yellow soil, while the magnificent leaves brushed against the purple cosmos, stirring the fine dust. Since ancient times, the primordial chaos divided one breath. Thus, there emerged a solitary standard to stabilize the 9 abysses. With one leaf, 2 leaves, life re-emerged from the ancient chaos, and the aura of the Tao of Woods spread throughout the world within the chaos. The heavenly gate opened, a great era emerged, spiritual energy revived, and the entire chaotic world was rejuvenated due to the appearance of Jianmu, the supreme of the Tao of Wood. Upon Jianmu, there were no other Tao rhythms, only the purest aura of the Tao of Wood. As the upstream of the river of time slowly faded, the suppressive primordial chaos of the azure lotus. An ancient Jianmu replaced the primordial azure lotus, becoming the source of vitality within the chaos. Within the primordial chaos, a phantom, transparent divine tree quietly appeared. This wood is not Jianmu, yet it originates from Jianmu. It is not a physical entity, yet it encompasses all true meanings. Its roots are embedded in the primordial chaos, its trunk penetrates the realms of existence and non-existence, and its branches and leaves, as they spread, enact the ultimate principles of the great Tao. The 3,000 great Tao laws flowed around this divine tree, like jeweled tassels manifesting the Tao tree, formed by Qing Yu based on the primordial Tao of Wood, blended with the powers of other great Daos he comprehended. The Tao of Wood unified Qing Yu is the Tao of Wood, and the Tao of Wood is Qing Yu. Beyond the 33 heavens, the rhythm of the primordial Tao echoed down, supreme and noble. Qing Yu lowered his gaze, and within the chaos, the disordered and shattered laws began to repair themselves automatically. The chaotic spiritual energy returned to order, and the dissipated causality was automatically clarified. As his true form passed, all causality was set, and all laws found peace. The divine would transformed from Qing Yu, swept across the nearly concluding world with the will of the primordial vast as the Tao. Chaos is disorder, the heavens and earth crumble. It is time to be redefined. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating like the sound of the Tao, a declaration of the laws. As his words fell, the divine tree that enveloped the heavens and earth stirred. The roots extended, embedding themselves into the sea of origin formed from the disintegration of all things and the chaos of laws. I have a companion known as the Master of the Earth, who governs the Earth Book and carries great virtue to support all beings. The Earth Tao carries all things, nourishes all life, and should serve as the foundation of the primordial, embodying supreme tranquility and orderly reincarnation. The Master of the Earth understood without needing further words, responding aloud, "That is my wish." He raised his hand and cast out the Earth Book, a heavy yellow divine light, surged upwards, transforming into an endless, boundless earth membrane that descended. At the same time, he waved his large sleeve, manifesting the great Dao comparable to the nine heavens soil, like a golden flowing river rushing forth from his sleeve and spilling into the chaotic sea of origin. This soil is the essence of the great Dao he and Qingyu transformed, merging the vitality of Jianmu with the power of the earth Dao. What grain could transform into mountains, a pinch could fill the four seas. Under the nearly infinite supply of life energy from Jianmu, the soil and the earth book manifested. The land, which had been gradually dissipating and returning to the chaos, was regenerated with the organization of the primordial laws and the filling of these two great treasures of earth. A foundation of earth exuding immense vitality and bearing the rhythm of the Tao gradually took shape, solidified by the weaving of the world tree's roots and the pouring of the soil. With the earth initially formed, though appearing desolate, it was based on the nine heavens soil, concealing boundless transformative possibilities thick enough to support all things. Countless surviving beings emerged from the leaf boats that resembled sanctuaries, stepping onto this newly born land. They looked up at the majestic and boundless phantom of Jianmu in the sky, and at the master of the earth, who appeared to be the lord of the earth amidst the divine light of the earth book. Tears of gratitude could no longer be restrained as they fell to the ground, prostrating and worshipping, their voices of praise emanating from their souls, merging into a sound that swept across the new world. Thank you, Spirit Ancestor. Thank you, Earth Ancestor. Praise to the central Xuanqing, the everlasting creator, and to the ancestor of the earth immortals, who coexist with all. The newly formed earth, the soil essence, received the homage of all beings. With the earth established, Qingji's voice of the Tao resounded once more throughout the universe. I have a friend known as Nuwa, who governs creation, the mother of all beings. The Tao of heaven is high, clear, and protective of all life. It should serve as the canopy of the primordial. The world tree, which penetrated the realms of existence, began to sway. Not swayed by the wind, but rather in harmony with the rhythm of the great Tao, moving amidst the chaotic heaven. Wherever the trunk passed, the chaotic energy that poured down was brought back into order. The light ones rose gently, while the heavy and turbid sank, merging into the newly formed earth. The fragments of the collapsed 33 heavens were gathered and repositioned by an invisible force. Nuwa's expression was solemn as she nodded, her delicate hand rising, and the heavenly furnace appeared in her palm. Within the furnace, the divine fire of creation burned fiercely, illuminating her extraordinarily beautiful and sacred visage, using the purest Tao rhythm and spiritual essence after the heavens had been shattered as materials. Using her supreme creation Tao as a guide, she drew upon the boundless life force of the Tao of wood from Jianmu to refine it. The five-colored divine stone was formed. Nuwa waved her delicate hand gracefully, as if dancing. The five-colored divine stone transformed into dazzling streams of light, crossing the still dim sky, and accurately flew towards the openings above the heavens. As the divine stone touched the edge of the fissure, it instantly melted, bursting forth with brilliant and gentle five-colored radiance, like the most deft needle and thread of creation, sewing together the torn canopy, leaving behind a new sky that flowed with faint, transformative spiritual light. Praise to the most sacred and true Holy Mother, the Empress Nuwa. The myriad beings bowed again, their voices rising higher, piercing the heavy skies with boundless gratitude and reverence, spreading across the newly born world. The divine stone's power to mend the heavens and create was manifested, and the Empress Nuwa's exquisite hands restored the heavens. From henceforth, purity and turbidity each have their place, and the sun, moon, and stars follow their old paths. The heavens have been mended, and the earth has been leveled, yet the structure of heaven and earth remains not fully distinct. Qingji's gaze turned towards the newly formed three heavens that naturally emerged due to the heavens tilting towards the northwest, their boundaries blurred with the original 33 heavens, then shifted towards the three pure ones, standing solemnly aside. I have three heavens, Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shanqing. The true way of Pangu, the Tao inheriting the heavens and earth, should establish the canopy and stabilize the universe. Taiqing Lao's expression was serene and transcendent as he took a step forward, lightly waving the Tai whisk in his hand. A force of non-action, yet all-encompassing, quiet, yet encompassing all things. The power of the sage surged quietly, and the rhythm of the great Tao enveloped 34 heavens, the great red heaven. With deep emotion, the Tao of heaven is lofty and ethereal. This rhythm of heaven aligns perfectly with its way. The master of the celestial church laughed heartily, his voice like a sword's chime, clear and passionate. The Qingping sword unsheathed with a clang, its sword light shining brightly, illuminating the chaos. 35 heavens, the Yu heaven. The path of heaven is severed, forming its own pattern. The primordial heavenly venerable closed his eyes, raised his hand, and summoned the Panga banner. This treasure of the heavens seemed to sense its master's intent and emitted a humming sound. Open! The Pangu banner moved without wind, rustling fiercely, a sword chi of chaos that seemed capable of tearing apart the primordial, resetting the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water shot forth. 36 Heavens, the Qingwei Heaven. The primordial began to establish the teachings elucidating the Tao of heaven. This manifestation of heaven aligns best with the orderly path. Thus, beyond the original 33 heavens of the primordial, 3 brand new heavenly domains were opened, safeguarding the primordial. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of all beings, a towering giant tree penetrating all 33 heavens manifested in the center of the primordial. Its roots embedded in the core of the new earth, its trunk pierced through the heavens, and its crown disappeared into the chaos. It was the manifestation of the world tree in the primordial. The phantom flickered slightly, merging deeply with the laws of the primordial space. Beings could see its form, feel its rhythm, yet could not touch its essence, as if existing in another dimension. This is the wondrous use of space supporting heaven and earth, while avoiding repeating the fate of the Zhou mountain. The framework of heaven and earth was thus initially determined. However, the Tao of heaven had crumbled during the destruction of the Zhou mountain, while the earth and human paths were affected, yet retained their foundations. Only the Tao of heaven needed reconstruction, or else the laws of the primordial would remain incomplete, difficult to claim as whole. The primordial heavenly venerable's expression was solemn as he stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to the phantom of Honghuang outside the heavens, who was still stabilizing the new laws of the heavens and earth. He slowly raised his hand, a brilliant orb of chaotic color containing infinite heavenly power woven with endless law runes emerged from his brow. It was his heavenly Tao Saint fruit. Without hesitation or reluctance, the primordial heavenly venerable, under the astonished gazes of the saints, flashed the Tao patterns in his palm and boldly detonated this fruit, representing the heavenly Tao Saint position indestructible through countless calamities. It was not an explosion of destruction, but a roar of rebirth. The power unleashed by the self-detonation of the Saint fruit was vast and boundless, yet curiously held no destructive force, instead transforming into the purest essence of the sage. Like sweet rain, like light rain, it surged into every inch of space and every thread of law within this newly born primordial world. The primordial's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Qingyu and this world, slowly saying, "From now on, as long as the primordial exists, the primordial shall exist. If the primordial perishes, then the primordial shall perish. I shall use my Tao to mend this heavenly void." With his own saint position and his own great Tao, he completely bonded with this newly born primordial world, completing the shattered heavenly Tao and infusing this realm with the entirety of a sage's Tao fruit. The primordial supreme being detonated his Tao fruit, transforming into a gentle rain that fell upon every inch of the newly born land. The light merged into the soil, causing ripples to rise from the parched earth. It seeped into the earth veins, the weak pulse gradually strengthening. It flowed over the sky, completely dissolving the scars of the repaired heavens that landed between the brows of countless beings, soothing the wounds of their souls, while also planting the seeds of order deep within their Tao hearts. Heaven and earth stabilized. The originally ethereal and fragile laws quickly became ordered under the sacrifice of this sage who offered his entire Tao fruit as fuel. The embryonic form of the heavenly Tao began to regenerate in this newly born world, originating from the Tao fruit of the primordial supreme, being resonating faintly with the earthly and human paths. The aura of the primordial, having lost the Tao fruit of the sage, fell to the depths, his complexion pale, and the subtle traces of the Tao appeared on his sacred body. At this moment, he became the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao was weak, so too was the primordial. Unlike Nuwa and Xinyuanzi, who created beings to attain sainthood, the human path was closely intertwined with them, yet had its own flexibility, as Xinyuanzi, through the earth scriptures, harmonized with the earthly path, progressing together. Now, with the collapse of the heavenly Tao, while the earthly path remained, he could even retrace the path of chaos. However, the primordial had completely bound himself to this newly born and fragile heavenly Tao. He sacrificed himself to the wilderness, returning to this world opened by his father Pangu, from which he could never escape. Yet he stood upright, his eyes bright and clear, revealing a faint smile towards the azure mist, the other sages, and this nascent world. From this moment on, he was the primordial and also the wilderness. As long as the wilderness existed, so would he. The stronger the wilderness, the more his Tao would advance. This seemingly desperate sacrifice was for him a resolution of karma and a rebirth of his path. The Lord of Heaven pressed his lips tightly together, emotions surging in his eyes, ultimately transforming into a silent sigh as he stepped forward, firmly supporting the slightly trembling arm of the primordial. Nuwa, Xinyuanzi, Jian, and Zhuanti all cast respectful gazes towards the primordial. Regardless of past ideological differences, in the face of such magnanimity and resolution, they were all but dust. The azure mist scattered a warm and gentle radiance enveloping the primordial. The Dao rhythm and immense vitality contained within the radiance nourished his nearly exhausted essence, and the broken traces of the Dao began to slowly mend. Your great virtue is inscribed in heaven and earth, felt by all beings, echoed the voice of the azure mist. The primordial slowly shook his head, his voice weak, yet resolute. It is merely a resolution of karma and a reselection of the path ahead. This realm of heaven and earth is also my realm. At this moment, the embryonic form of the wilderness was initially established. The earth was thick, based on the life soil. The sky was high, completed with divine stones. The phantom of the world tree pierced through the universe, stabilizing order. The new embryonic form of the heavenly Dao began to operate, fueled by the primordial's Dao fruit. However, at this moment, the world still appeared crude. The sun and moon not yet bright, stars unarranged, the temporal sequence undetermined, and all things yet to be born in a state of primordial chaos. The azure mist's gaze swept across this sparse and crude world, settling on the central world tree of the wilderness, which bore the 3,000 great paths, both illusory and solid. With the initial establishment of heaven and earth, the principles remain unclear, the temporal sequence unformed, all things awaiting revival. Since I have attained the chaos, I shall return to my Dao position, arrange the universe, and initiate a new era. As the words fell, the ancient tree of chaos and the world tree within the wilderness simultaneously erupted with boundless Dao light. Each leaf of the chaotic tree at this moment portrayed the process from chaos to creation, from disorder to order. The purest essence of the wood Dao at this moment became the source of 10,000 paths, the starting point of order with it, as the core, separating the pure and turbid qi and awakening the subtle interplay of yin and yang. Meanwhile, within the wilderness, the world tree also underwent simultaneous transformation. The 3,000 great path laws circulating around it actively merged into every texture, every branch and leaf of the divine wood. The form of the divine wood grew increasingly solid, emanating the supreme Dao rhythm that suppressed the ages and supported heaven and earth. Its roots were fully connected to the newly born earth veins, its trunk closely aligned with the 33 heavens, and the phantom of its crown intertwined with the newly forming embryonic heavenly Dao marked by the primordial. At this moment, the world tree truly became the unshakable backbone of the newly born wilderness. It was the vessel of the laws, the manifestation of order, and the pillar of heaven and earth. It thrived with the wilderness, prospering together, suffering together. As the azure mist figure fully solidified at the core of the world tree, he took a step forward. He raised his gaze as if piercing through endless voids, directing his sight towards the direction of the hidden and silent Taiyin star amidst the transformations of heaven and earth, connecting with a cold and stunning gaze from within the star palace. I ask for your assistance, fellow Daoist. The azure mist's voice was gentle, reaching the Taiyin star. A warm and radiant treasure light flew out from the azure mist's sleeve, traversing the sky and landing before the Taiyin star. As the light receded, a stunning moon-white chariot appeared. Constructed from the branches of the tree of creation, infused with the essence of the laurel leaves gifted by Shiha, along with the exquisite innate spiritual treasure forged from countless moonlight treasures given to azure mist by Shiha for understanding their karma, it was the moonlight laurel chariot. The chariot flowed with the utmost moonlight, harmonizing seamlessly with the essence of the Taiyin. Deep within the Taiyin star, beside Changxi, a goddess clad in moon-white palace attire, cold and stunning, stepped forward. She felt the perfect resonance of her essence with the chariot, and even sensed the Dao rhythm subtly drawing the resonance of the Taiyin Dao, a hint of surprise flickering in her cold eyes. She gracefully shifted her lotus-like steps, entering the chariot, and slightly nodded in the direction of the azure mist. The moon goddess set forth with moonlight paving the way. The moonlight laurel chariot radiated brilliantly, guiding the silent Taiyin star to slowly turn, showering endless imperial nectar, the sweet rain condensed from moonlight, nourishing the newly born wilderness. The cold moonlight began to fall upon the earth in a regular manner, adjusting the Taiyin temporal sequence. Almost simultaneously with the movement of the Taiyin star, the sun star in the eastern sky erupted with boundless light and heat. A figure emerged from the true fire of the sun. He stood tall, surrounded by faint golden flames, his features handsome, yet with a trace of the solar deity's majesty between his brows. He was the body of the Fusang divine tree fused with the remaining spirit of the fallen golden crow, a new deity, birthed by the sun star. Yang's Wu, taking Fusang as the beginning, embodied the essence of the great sun's transformation, a pure solar deity, succeeding the solar authority of the former heavenly emperor Tai. Yang's Wu looked towards the azure mist, bowing respectfully, calling out, "Big brother. Well done." The azure mist smiled, and from his sleeve another object flew out, transforming into a resplendent chariot of golden light gathered from the true fire of the sun, with the Fusang divine tree as its foundation, the Fusang chariot of the rising sun. As the sun deity took the chariot, the sun rose in the east, the warm and mighty rays of sunlight dispelling the last remnants of cold and darkness in the newly born world, establishing the sun's temporal sequence. With the alternation of the sun and moon, the rotation of yin and yang, the temporal sequence of heaven and earth was thus determined. Dong! A resounding bell echoed from the heavens. The Eastern Emperor bell reverberated throughout the newly born wilderness. Tai manifested in the heavens, ringing the first bell of the temporal sequence for the newly born world in the name of the former heavenly emperor, proclaiming the complete return of order. At the same time, a vast and splendid cosmic star map unfolded behind the Lady of Purple Light. Her expression was solemn, as she scattered much of her star essence, transforming into endless starlight that showered across the heavens. Those star deities who had fallen in the previous calamity began to return to their places under the nourishment of this cosmic star essence. The Lady of Purple Light's aura waned, yet her face bore a look of satisfaction. Having completed all this, Tai looked towards the azure mist, offering a respectful bow, and the Lady of Purple Light also paid her respects, calling him Big Brother. Since Tai's brother referred to the azure mist as Big Brother, there must be a connection. Tai, lacking worldly experience, would let himself come. The azure mist merely smiled slightly upon seeing this, and another ray of spiritual light flew towards Tai and the Lady of Purple Light, forming the Lingxiao treasure palace, with 9 dragons returning to the sun above and myriad beings below. The Primordial also nodded in acknowledgement, revealing the power of the newly born heavenly Dao in his hands, recognizing the legitimacy of the heavenly emperor. The heavenly court returned to its position opposite to the underworld, and the cyclical system of heaven and earth officially restarted. With the proactive cooperation of Yuan Shi as the heavenly Dao, the collaboration of heaven, earth, and humanity has changed fundamentally. The heavenly Dao no longer operates on its own. Instead, it examines the underlying code layer by layer, making judgments and continuously encountering different influences that lead to bugs. This is the benefit of having a master over the heavenly Dao. Unlike Hongjun and Luo Ho, who align their own hearts with the heart of heaven, Yuan Shi supplements heaven with his own body, becoming the core of the heavenly Dao. It can actively make modifications, ensuring that when faced with great calamities in the future, there will no longer be occurrences of division of the source, leading to successful virtue. Thus, the newly born primordial chaos began to stabilize. Those hiding in the cracks of the void, or the cultivators who had narrowly escaped the great destruction with precious treasures, cautiously returned to the primordial chaos with their disciples and kin. The myriad beings of the primordial chaos also gradually left the shelter of the Jianmu leafboat, returning to their familiar, yet strange homeland, filled with gratitude for surviving the calamity and hope for the future. The scene of heaven and earth now appeared almost indistinguishable from the primordial chaos before its fragmentation, as Qin Yu referenced the map of mountains and rivers during the reshaping of the primordial chaos. Through this process, the map of mountains and rivers absorbed the boundless Dao rhythm of reshaping the universe, completing the final restriction and ascending to the status of a primal treasure, the primordial map of the mountains and rivers. In the perception of the mighty beings, although the primordial chaos was newly born, the spiritual mechanisms of heaven and earth had not weakened, or rather they continuously ascended with the concentration of spiritual energy and the activity of the great Dao surpassing even those before the calamity. Where the Zhou mountain once stood, it has now been replaced by a towering and ethereal giant tree that reaches the 33 heavens above and descends into the 9 hells below, firmly supporting heaven and earth. The originally vast Tongtian Jianmu has now vanished. Only those who have entered the Quasi-Saint realm can extend their divine sense through the membrane of heaven and earth to witness that shocking scene. In the chaos behind the primordial world, a tree neither large nor small, mysterious and indescribable, took root. In the void, its form as small as an egg, yet as large as the primordial chaos, seemingly existing between the real and the illusory, simultaneously present in different dimensions. Endless chaotic airflow was crazily swallowed and transformed by the branches and roots of the Jianmu, becoming the purest innate spiritual energy and the essence of the great Dao, continuously pouring into the membrane of heaven and earth within the newly born primordial chaos. This is Qin Yu's gift to the primordial chaos, using his own chaotic Jianmu body to nurture the primordial chaos, swallowing chaos with the power of the primordial unity, nourishing heaven and earth. The Quasi-Saint powers who witnessed this scene were all deeply moved, bowing solemnly towards the direction of the Jianmu, where Qin Yu was located. This was the supreme grace that nurtured heaven and earth, benefiting all beings. Qin Yu threw out the Taiji diagram, and Yuan Shi Tianzuan also presented the Panga banner, resonating with the Dong Huang bell beside Tai Yi in the heavens. The 3 treasures of creation gathered their Dao rhythms, interconnected once again, stabilizing the elements of fire, earth, wind, and water in the primordial chaos, making this newly born structure of heaven and earth even more unbreakable, as steady as a rock. Having completed all this, the primordial heaven and earth could finally detach from external forces, entering a spontaneous operation, continuously achieving a virtuous cycle. All the saints and Qing Yu felt a sense of relief. This effort to save the world, to eradicate demons, and to reshape heaven and earth has truly exhausted their mental energy. Yuan Shi was about to discuss with Qing Yu the subsequent details of this newly born world, along with the responsibilities and duties of the various saints. A voice so familiar, yet strikingly abrupt at this moment, filled with a hint of testing and expectation, rang out around everyone. This voice was not directed at Yuan Shi or Tai Qing, but was directly calling out to Qing Yu elder brother. The speaker was none other than Tong Tian. Qing Yu and all the saints present were taken aback, turning their gazes in unison towards Tong Tian. As soon as Tong Tian's words fell, Yuan Shi Tianzuan beside him, with an expressionless face, swiftly struck Tong Tian's forehead with the 3 treasures jade rui, making a loud bang. Ouch! Tong Tian, caught off guard, clutched his head in pain, glaring at Yuan Shi's second brother. What are you doing? Yuan Shi replied nonchalantly as he retracted the jade rui. I thought third brother was still influenced by the remnants of that demon's thoughts, his mind unclear, speaking nonsense. The strike just now was intended to purify your mind and clear your thoughts with the power of the jade rui. Tong Tian blinked, seemingly convinced by Yuan Shi's grandiose reasoning, rubbing his head, but still turned to Qing Yu, his eyes sparkling, and spoke astonishingly, elder brother, the spiritual treasure. He even gestured with his hands, pointing at Shihe's moonlight clear Gui chariot, the sun chariot that helps the sun, and the Ling Shao palace of Tai, he making his meaning unmistakably clear. Look, anyone who calls me elder brother gets a share. I want one too. Puff. Nuwa was the first to not hold back, letting out a light laugh. Jin Yuanzi shook his head with a smile in his eyes. Even the usually sorrowful expressions of Jie Yin and Ji Yi showed a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. Even the unchanging face of Tai Qing seemed to have a faint smile pass by. Even Yuan Shi, whose breath was weak, was momentarily stunned by Tong Tian's unabashed behavior of begging for treasures, then shook his head helplessly. The heavy atmosphere was instantly dissipated by Tong Tian's antics, easing much of the heaviness and fatigue after the great calamity. Qing Yu also chuckled, but did not hold back. He flicked his fingertip. It was not a spiritual treasure, but rather the essence of spiritual light. As the spiritual light entered Tong Tian's body, he smiled broadly, winking at Qing Yu, a look of pride on his face, as if to say, it wasn't in vain you understand me. His antics drew smiles from everyone present. Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian's unabashed joy, his stern expression gradually softening into a barely perceptible warmth and indulgence. This third brother still possesses such a pure heart. Well, after all, he is a child. It is fortunate that he can. Tong Tian appeared pleased, but he caught a glimpse of the faint smile on Yuan Shi's face from the corner of his eye, and his heart felt a bit more at ease. As long as second brother is smiling, that's enough. All right. Qing Yu smiled and raised his hand, suppressing the light-hearted laughter in the scene, his expression returning to calm and solemn. He scanned the saints, looked over the newly revived primordial chaos where myriad beings were returning, and his voice echoed in every corner of this world. The great calamity has just passed, the universe is newly established, and all things await nurture. The great Dao is yet to manifest. This declaration, like a clarion call, resounded through the universe. I, Qing Yu, will, after the 1 Yuan assembly, hold a lecture on the primordial unity, great Dao, in the expansive wilderness, sorting out the principles of all things. Those with fate may come to listen. The world fell silent for a moment, as if digesting this earth-shattering proclamation. Then, boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth leaped with joy. Mountains and rivers trembled, plants sprouted, and springs flowed with joy. The primordial unity lecture begins. Moreover, it was a public lecture directed at all beings of the primordial chaos. This was an unprecedented great opportunity and transformation since the creation of heaven and earth. The only transcendent method of the primordial chaos was being publicly expounded for the first time. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers and cries erupted. The beings who survived countless calamities, regardless of their cultivation levels or racial backgrounds, erupted into uncontrollable excitement after a moment of daze. They fervently bowed in the direction of the expansive wilderness, then began to prepare to depart at the fast. The time of the 1 Yuan assembly is not long for cultivators. They must arrive early to occupy favorable positions, waiting for this first lecture since the creation of heaven and earth. By then, surely not just Qing Yu will be present. All the saints will gather, truly marking the first grand era. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you arrive late, there won't be good positions. The excitement of hearing the lecture dispersed the pain of the great calamity, and the myriad beings began to become lively once more. Upon hearing that Qing Yu was about to speak the Dao again, Nuwa smiled like a crescent moon and bowed gracefully, saying, Dao brother, your heart is filled with compassion for all beings, benefiting countless spirits. This is truly immeasurable virtue. As we are saints entrusted with the vast grace of the heavenly Tao, we must devote ourselves to the heavens and the earth and strive for the well-being of all living beings. Why not seize this opportunity, and when Tao Brother begins to teach, we can go to the Duguang together to briefly elaborate on the Tao and pass on the teachings aiding in this grand event. How does that sound? After speaking, her gaze flickered, looking towards the other saints beside her. Excellent. Very good. The first to agree was the Master Tongtian. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his voice resonating like the clash of gold and iron, shaking the surrounding chaotic energy. Niwa Dao friend, your words resonate perfectly with my heart. The Tao should not be enjoyed alone, the teachings must be widely spread. Given the opportunity, it is only right to share the reign of the Tao with all beings. I, representing the three pure ones, will take it upon myself to handle this matter. Saying this, he glanced mischievously at Qingyu, his eyes sparkling with jest. However, Qingyu Dao friend, as the host of this grand event, you must not be stingy. I have heard that within your Duguang the spiritual roots are abundant, and the rare treasures are countless. You must prepare fine spiritual fruits and divine brews to properly entertain us. Otherwise, I might just refuse to leave your Jianmu. Just as he finished speaking, a light exclamation was heard as Tongtian covered his head and grimaced. It turned out that Yuanshi Tianzuan had already retracted his hand, which had been lightly flicking his fingers, his expression calm, apologizing to everyone. This young one was rude and spoke thoughtlessly, causing you all to laugh at me. To teach the Tao to all beings is the duty of a saint. How could I take advantage of this to invite favors? Niwa Dao friend has a heart of compassion, and your proposal is excellent. As heavenly Tao saints, we must follow the heavenly mandate and enlighten the common people. After the Yuan meeting, we will surely arrive at the Duguang as scheduled to participate in this grand event. Jane still wore a look of sorrow, his hands pressed together, reciting the Buddha's name, Niwa Saint's compassion. To teach the law and guide people is my original intention. Although the West is barren, I dare not neglect future generations. When the time comes, I, along with my brother Zhuni, will certainly bring our disciples to listen to the Great Way and share some insights. Zhuanti Daoist also nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with brilliance. Everyone collectively praised, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After the discussion, the saints departed to prepare for the upcoming meeting in Duguang. After the Yuan meeting, Niwa needed to return to the heavenly court to reorganize the realm of the mother Niwa with her elder brother Fuxi, the heavenly emperor Tai, and the heavenly queen Ziguang, adjusting the flow of the new world's atmosphere to ensure its stability. The three pure ones needed to return to Kunlun, using the non-action of Taiji Laozu to harmonize the interception of Tongtian to assist in transformation, and the order of Yuqing Yuanshi to maintain the foundation. The three of them worked together to connect the origin of the three pure ones with the newly born heavenly Tao, aiding in its stabilization and perfection, so as to respond to the newly formed Earth Tao and Human Tao, ensuring a preliminary harmonious resonance among the three paths. Jane and Zhuanti returned to the West, their hearts stirred by the scene before them. The once barren and desolate land of the West with severed spiritual veins had been transformed by Qingyu and was now rejuvenated. They saw the mountains lush again, the rivers clear, the earth's veins connected, and although the spiritual energy was not as abundant as in the East, it was still vibrant and flourishing. Looking at this revitalized homeland, Jane recalled the hardships and scorn suffered during the previous meetings in the West and thought of Kinji's recreation of the world. With a sense of impartial grace flooding his heart, he felt a desire to send his junior brother Zhundi to Duguang to serve faithfully in gratitude for this kindness. Of course, this thought was fleeting, for Zhuanti was ultimately a supreme saint. He merely sighed. Junior brother, look at the atmosphere of the West, and you will understand the vastness of Qingyu Dao brother's heart. On this journey to Duguang, we in the West must sincerely listen to the Tao, and we must showcase our Buddha's profound methods openly before all beings. Zhuanti nodded in agreement, the brilliance of the seven-treasure wonderful tree flowing in his hands. What you say is absolutely right, brother. This marks the beginning of our great revival in the West. We must not fail the kindness of Tao brother, nor can we neglect this new world. Speaking of which, Qingyu, after parting ways with the other saints, turned to the still-standing Xinyuanzi beside him with a smile. Tao friend Xinyuan, although the Tao is natural, some preparation is necessary for this teaching. Now that all matters are settled, if you have no other business, why not return to Duguang with me? Also see what my Taoist. Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and laughed. That would be my wish. I would not dare to impose. To walk with Tao brother, discussing the Tao and enjoying the scenery, how delightful that would be. Let's go, let's go. After saying this, he seemed to remember something, his smile fading slightly as he pretended to be serious and extended his hand towards a certain point in the void. The space rippled like water, and two small figures exclaimed, tumbling out from the ripples. The two little children were startled, their surroundings changing rapidly. When they focused their eyes, they found themselves at the edge of chaos facing Xinyuanzi, who wore a smile that seemed both amused and enigmatic, and the great elder Qingyou, who was smiling at them. Qingfeng and Mingyue turned pale with fright, hurriedly bowing and stumbling as they said, "We disciples Qingfeng and Mingyue pay our respects to the elder and to great elder Qingyou. Long live the elder! Long live the great elder!" Xinyuanzi snorted, lightly feigning anger. "You two little monkeys are getting more and more unruly. How dare you sneak out to show off your tongues, disturbing the tranquility here? What punishment do you deserve?" Qingfeng and Mingyue stole a glance at Xinyuanzi's expression, but saw that although there was questioning in the elder's eyes, there was more warmth, especially when looking at great elder Qingyou, where joy was barely concealed, almost overflowing with no trace of real anger. The two little children felt somewhat relieved, exchanging glances, both recalling how the elder himself appeared calm and dignified during the celebration of his own enlightenment, despite the world rejoicing and myriad paths resounding. Unlike today, when he witnessed great elder Qinji's return to enlightenment, the elder's smile had not faltered, as if he were 100 times happier than if he himself had attained the great Dao. Thinking of this, the two little children felt even more reassured. Indeed, they only heard Qingyu laugh, saying, "All right, the children are mischievous. That is their nature. Dao friend Jinyuan, do not frighten them. It just so happens that in my Duguang, although there is a flower deity taking care of things after the Yuan meeting with all the saints arriving and myriad spirits coming to pay their respects, the affairs will be many, and I am in need of a few clever children to help welcome our guests. Why not let them serve as a penalty after the Yuan meeting to receive guests in Duguang, redeeming their faults? How does that sound?" Xinyuanzi stroked his beard, the smile in his eyes deepening. "Since Dao brother speaks in their favor, I will comply with your wishes. You two little ones, why don't you quickly thank great elder Qingyou?" Qingfeng and Mingyue felt as if they had received a great reprieve and quickly bowed again towards Qingyou. "Thank you, great elder, for your mercy. We will certainly do our utmost and will not dare to make mistakes." Qingyou nodded with a smile and then seemed to remember something, turning to Xinyuanzi. "By the way, Dao friend, have you perhaps only been thinking of your own children, forgetting the main subject? From the Shantian realm, I have brought out the little ginseng fruit. Dao friend, did your disciple forget about this?" Xinyuanzi, seeing his neglected disciple, gave an awkward smile and quickly shifted the topic. "Dao brother, do you still remember back then you promised me this disciple's treasure? Is it prepared properly? You just keep thinking about this little bit of my wealth. Just return to Duguang, what belongs to others will not diminish what is yours. Ha ha, Dao brother, please." In an instant the two had arrived at the Duguang. Looking around, the mountains and rivers remained unchanged, the spiritual beauty undiminished. The innate Imu aura coalesced into clouds, transforming into strands of spiritual rain that fell, nurturing all living things with vibrant vitality. Strange flowers and extraordinary grasses were everywhere, with immortal herbs growing in abundance, spiritual springs bubbling, and immortal cranes soaring. It was still that sacred place, rich in spiritual essence, blessed by creation. However, the Jianmu, which once stood in the center of heaven and earth, supporting the sky and grounding the earth, revered by the myriad beings like a pillar of heaven, was now nowhere to be seen. It had once been severed by Qinyu and now transformed into the foundation of his own Dao fruit, merging back into his essence, thus would no longer be manifest in the wilderness. Qinyu stood in the void, gazing at the area where Jianmu once was, silent and contemplative. Although Jianmu was suddenly absent and he knew it resided within him, sharing the same source, the familiar sight lacked the most cherished symbol, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Xinyuanzi stood beside him, also gazing at that empty space, sighing. "Dao brother, your Dao temple remains captivating and enchanting, truly a top-tier blessed land in the wilderness. Yet it lacks that tree like the surrounding mountains, which no matter where one is in the wilderness, one can always look up to see. It feels as if it has lost its soul, missing its core." Upon hearing this, Qinyu nodded slightly, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. "What you say is true. Although Jianmu has returned to me, the wishes it carried, the responsibilities of guiding, and the heart of benefaction have never changed. It is not outside but within the hearts of all beings, between the veins of heaven and earth." After speaking, Qinyu pointed towards the original location of Jianmu, as if wielding a sword, gently tapping, projecting Jianmu into existence. This projection can be touched, can be felt, and can transform chaotic energy into spiritual energy, benefiting the wilderness and guiding the direction. It exists both there and everywhere. This is the mystery of space, the divine ability of the primordial chaos. Xinyuanzi looked at this reappearing projection of Jianmu, his eyes sparkling with wonder, clapping with delight. Wonderful. Although Jianmu is hidden, its spirit remains, its virtue endures. With this guidance, the beings of the wilderness will find their hearts at peace. Qinyu gazed at the familiar figure, feeling the last trace of discomfort in her heart quietly dissipate, replaced by a sense of completeness and understanding. The Jianmu had never left, it stood there in the world, and within her heart as well as in the gazes of countless beings who looked up to it. And at the moment when the projection of Jianmu reappeared above the Duguang plains, from every direction of the primordial wilderness, countless beings were converging towards the Duguang plains, traversing the treacherous mountain paths or soaring through the skies on the winds. All beings, as long as they looked up, could clearly see the Jianmu, which had been absent for a long time, once again standing majestic in the center of the heavens. It was even taller and more extraordinary than in their memories, like the brightest lighthouse, guiding all the pilgrims towards the great path. Jianmu. It is Jianmu. Jianmu has appeared again. Spirit Ancestor. It is the Spirit Ancestor's divine power. The Ancestor has not left us. He has not abandoned the primordial wilderness. The sacred tree points the way. The great path lies ahead. We are not alone on our path. Hurry. Increase your speed. Head towards the Jianmu. After a brief moment of astonishment, an overwhelming joy and excitement surged forth. Countless beings with tears in their eyes knelt in reverence towards the Jianmu, chanting praises for the Spirit Ancestor's compassion that Jianmu would forever remain. They then rushed towards the place of hope with even more determined and urgent steps. With the guidance of Jianmu, the doubts and anxieties in their hearts about the road ahead instantly dissipated by more than half, leaving only pure longing and devotion. Now, without the witch clan, combined with the reverence for the Spirit Ancestor and the worship of the Holy Mother, all beings with spiritual intelligence headed towards Duguang wholeheartedly. Without any conflict, even if there were disagreements, they were resolved through the persuasion of others. The Spirit Ancestor preached that respect must be upheld, and one should not taint the karma with evil lest the purity of the Spirit Ancestor be sullied, warned the elders to the newly born youths in their clan. Since Qing Yu announced the teachings, a full Yuan meeting has passed. A total of 129,600 years for ordinary beings. It is an unimaginably long time, but for the millions of cultivators converging at Duguang, it felt like a fleeting moment. During this time, they traversed mountains and rivers, enduring hardships, waiting here in silence. The flame of their yearning for the great path not only did not extinguish, but instead burned even more purely through the long anticipation and accumulation. Duguang Plains, centered around the towering shadow of the World Tree, had transformed into an ocean of beings spanning millions of miles. The sky, the earth, the mountains, and the valleys. Any place where one could stand was occupied by throngs of fish. This small piece of Duguang land could surprisingly accommodate nearly 6 layers of primordial beings. All the cultivators were present, and what remained were those who had yet to awaken their intelligence. Outside was the Jianmu, inside was the primordial wilderness, and all the human race were present, including the newly born infants who secured a prime position through their relationship with Qing Yu and the Holy Mother Nuwa. However, the beings watching the human race move towards the central area showed no signs of jealousy, instead wearing expressions of contentment. Their gazes resembled that of parents watching their child grow up, emerging from hardship to become an independent individual. In the battle against the witches, the determination of the human race, symbolized by the slaughtering witch sword, not only restrained the witch clan, but also inspired countless demon clans to strive for their future. As time passed, more and more quasi-saints began to gather, welcomed by the 12 flower goddesses and their descendants. Duguang has long been enveloped by a grand formation, and after Jin Yuanzi attained sainthood, he directly relocated his dojo to Duguang. Under the cover of the saints, many beings, descendants, and even those who had just broken through to quasi-saint status, had never witnessed the splendor of Duguang. Now that Duguang had emerged, they finally felt what a holy land truly was. Although their own dojo was also a cave paradise compared to Duguang, it appeared as ordinary as any regular dojo. Above Duguang, all was infused with spiritual elegance. Not to mention the 12 flower goddesses who had accompanied Qing Yu since the beginning of the Dragon and Han era, rooted in the 12 directions, and were blessed by Qing Yu and Zhen Yuanzi, 2 supreme saints. Their cultivation had already reached a level of severance from mortality. The 12 revered quasi-saints worshipped and served Qing Yu, not to mention their countless Deluo golden immortals and Tai E golden immortals. Most importantly, they were all forms of spiritual roots, exuding endless spiritual energy. Additionally, there was the legendary Huang Zhongli alongside the gourd vine, fiercely contended by the saints and tails, and the ginseng fruit trees and wind thunder celestial apricots, all breathing in spiritual energy within Duguang. There was also a wondrous spiritual fungus. Although it had not yet taken form, its aura was chilling, bearing the almost peak quasi-saint presence astonishingly, without having taken shape within Duguang. The 9-9 creation spiritual fungus was the closest to Jianmu, nourished by the chaos spiritual roots, found nowhere else in the primordial wilderness, just this one. Countless spiritual fruits and leaves were seen everywhere, and every spirit in Duguang was generous, bestowing these treasures upon distant guests. In this vibrant and gathering holy realm of Duguang, many ancient quasi-saints and top powers renowned throughout the primordial wilderness finally arrived, one after another, without causing much disturbance. Because in this place, before the extraordinary opportunity of the primordial Dao ancestors' teachings, no matter how illustrious the fame or ancient the credentials, they all seemed ordinary. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu arrived together surrounded by celestial light, with graceful postures guided to a mountain of immortality, close to the core. The Heavenly Emperor Tai Yi, accompanied by the Heavenly Empress Xiguang, led part of the Heavenly Court's celestial officials in a grand procession as the nine-dragon chariot glided through the heavens with the sun and moon's shadows accompanying, showcasing the majesty of the Heavenly Court settling in a designated area. Fuxi descended upon the Bagua clouds, his aura increasingly profound and mysterious, meditating quietly on a tranquil cliff deducing the heavenly way. The demon master Kuanping, enveloped by demon clouds like the cold tide of the North Sea, descended and occupied a northern ice field, his sinister gaze sweeping across the crowd before he closed his eyes to cultivate. The ancestor of the underworld river stood upon boundless blood waves, surrounded by the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, summoning the Azuras to descend the scarlet light, enveloping the western valley, the aura of malice causing surrounding beings to flee. Many ancient and profound hermit powers quietly appeared in their chosen positions, waiting in silence. As the time for the Yuan assembly approached, all the noise and disputes, even the whispers of discussion, were gradually smoothed out by an invisible hand. The wind ceased, the clouds halted, birds and beasts fell silent, and the grass and trees drooped. In the world, only the subtle sound of the Jianmu, their pillar breathing in the nuances of chaos, and the heartbeats of billions of beings pressed to the extreme, could be heard. When the time comes, Qing Yu's figure appeared atop the Jianmu, her azure robe flowing freely, the aura of the wood Dao spreading throughout the primordial wilderness. Above the heavens, 6 streams of radiant light came from the east and west as saints gathered, all heading to Duguang. Above the heavens, 6 streams of varying colors, equally brilliant and dazzling, imbued with supreme sacred paths, cut through the void from the 4 corners of the world, from beyond the 33 heavens and the depths of the 9 nether reincarnation, traversing infinite distances to arrive in an instant. Heavenly flowers fell like rain, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. The purple energy flowed eastward for 30,000 miles, while the Buddha's light reached the 9th heaven from the west. Celestial light pierced the sky and split the firmament, and the divine bridge of creation connected the earth and the heavens. Heavenly flowers fell like rain, the earth's lotuses surged, and the shadow of humanity represented the struggle of all beings for survival. The jade plate of creation descended from above as Hongjun resided in the purple cloud palace, now free from the ties of karma, truly being carefree. Hongjun played with the luo ho sealed by Qing Yu within the leaves, gazing from afar at the grandeur of the primordial wilderness. Hongjun, let me out. Hongjun gazed at Lu within the leaf, where the essence of the demonic path had filled the entire space within the leaf of the Jianmu tree, yet it was firmly blocked by the wood essence of the Jianmu. Hearing Luhis' words, Hongjun looked at Lu within the leaf, a profound smile gradually appearing on his face. Oh, Luahu, my friend, after being confined for so long, do you wish to come out and breathe a little? Hongjun, do not pretend to be innocent. Whether to kill or to maim, please do as you wish. Your words are mistaken, my friend. Hongjun shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgic sigh. You and I have known each other since the time before chaos was distinguished, and have been in conflict since the Primordial Era began. It is said that they are enemies who will not rest until death, yet they have entangled in countless epochs. The depth of their karmic ties cannot be expressed in a few words. To call them old friends is not an exaggeration. Since it is an old friend who pleads, how can this humble Taoist not extend some goodwill to fulfill my friend's wishes, eh? Upon hearing this, Luhis' demonic soul did not relax at all. Instead it surged with ominous foreboding, a sense of dread enveloping him like icy water. What do you want to do? Hongjun, old thief, what kind of sinister plot are you planning again? Luhis' thoughts burst forth with a mix. What do you want to do? Hongjun, old thief, what kind of sinister plot are you planning again? Luhis' thoughts burst forth with a mix of shock and anger, causing the demonic energy to clash even more violently. Since you find my purple cloud palace too lonely and do not wish to stay here with me to quietly comprehend the Tao, then you may return to the primordial world. Return to the primordial world. Luhis' demonic soul trembled violently, almost unable to believe his own ears. Return to the primordial world. Would this old thief really be so kind? Now that the primordial world is newly reborn, with the heavens and earth re-established and all things revived. Although the heavenly Tao has been adjusted by the primordial beginning and is gradually stabilizing, it ultimately has its deficiencies. Under the heavenly Tao, where there is yang, there must be yin. Where there is righteousness, there must be strangeness. Where there is purity, there must be turbidity. Where there are immortals, there must be demons. Immortals are not necessarily entirely good, and demons are not necessarily entirely evil. Notions of good and evil reside in the heart, existing within a single thought. Now this heavenly Dao is incomplete, and the missing part is precisely this link of the demonic path. This deficiency shall be filled by my friend. This can also be seen as a final contribution from you to this newly reborn primordial world. Hongjun, you are utterly shameless. This is the decree of heaven. It is beyond your control. No, Hongjun, I curse you. I curse you that your Dao will collapse, and you shall never transcend for eternity. I curse this primordial. Luha's final consciousness emitted a desperate scream and the most vicious curse, yet all struggles and curses were futile in the face of absolute power. Under the influence of Hongjun's power, Luha's essence peeled away layer by layer, and the primordial chaotic demon essence that had been preserved since the end of the Honghuang Era was completely drained. In simple terms, Lu now had nothing more than a consciousness belonging to his identity as a chaotic demon, while the essence had entirely merged into the primordial world, losing the ability to resist against Hongjun and others. Thus Hongjun and Lu, this pair of mortal enemies who had been entangled since the chaos and had fought for countless epochs, stirring up numerous calamities, finally severed the last thread of karmic connection between them, dissipating like smoke. The long-standing battle between the Dao and the demon came to a complete end with the demise of Luha's essence. Hongjun did not extinguish Luha's consciousness, but instead reintegrated it into the primordial world, allowing for a rebirth. That time Lu could no longer be called a friend, but rather a junior. Luahu had lost the qualification to enter the first tier and would henceforth compete for opportunities with the juniors. As Hongjun's aura continued to rise, the primordial earth would gather the power of the seven saints, marking the day of his perfect breakthrough. At that time, as the primordial world became the supreme eternal realm, the number of sages it could accommodate would naturally increase rather than being limited to the previous 9. The primordial world passed down the Dao of Hongjun, which is the Dao. Those who seek the Dao seek perfection, and there exists both Dao and demon yin and yang mutually arising and restraining each other. Hongjun and the 3 pure ones have all endured the trials of the demon to achieve perfection. Naturally, the juniors following their paths must also undergo transformation from demons, which is why Hongjun let Lu off the hook. The best sharpening stone is one that poses no threat. Hongjun raised his hand, lightly grasping at the void, and a silver glimmering willow sapling appeared in his palm. Hongjun's divine sense flowed like water, gently probing into the willow sapling. Instantly the sapling burst forth with silver light, its branches swaying, without wind, pointing towards a vague direction deep within the chaos. With raised brows amidst the boundless chaos, old friends are scattered. You, my old friend, have indeed found a peaceful hiding place, and live freely. Hongjun shook his head, a faint arc appearing at the corners of his lips as he stored the willow sapling. While this old body of mine confined to this realm should indeed take some action. He turned around, his voice resonating in every corner of the empty and desolate purple cloud palace, Haotian Yaoqi. His voice, like the sound of the Dao, awakened the slumbering palace. 2 children, exquisitely carved and dressed in simple Taoist garments, emerged from the side hall in response. Master, Hongjun looked down at the 2 little ones who had accompanied him through nearly all of primordial time, warmth surfacing in his eternally profound gaze. He slowly spoke, carrying a hint of an elder's instructions to his juniors. Children, this humble Taoist intends to journey into the depths of chaos to seek the true path of transcendence. In the vast chaos, the future is uncertain, with hidden dangers lurking. Taking you 2 along may prove inconvenient and become a burden. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin and Yaoqi's little faces turned pale, drained of all color. Since they gained sentience and took form, they had always lived in this supreme, untouched purple cloud palace. The master was their heaven, their earth, their entire meaning of existence and reliance. Now the master spoke of leaving alone, and yet wanted to leave them behind. An immense fear and reluctance drowned the hearts of the 2 children like a tidal wave. Hongjun did not wait for them to recover from their shock and plead, and continued to say, now that the primordial world has been reshaped by my young friend Qingyo, the heavens and earth have been completely renewed, the laws are active, and spiritual insights are emerging. With the return of the primordial Daoist to expound on the supreme Dao, all spirits have come to pay their respects, gathering in the vast expanse. It is indeed a great age, unprecedented since the creation of the heavens and earth, a flourishing era. You 2 have long resided in the purple cloud palace, untouched by worldly affairs, unfamiliar with the ways of the world. It is a perfect opportunity to enter the world and cultivate, experiencing the myriad forms of life and perfecting your own path. After speaking, Hongjun took out the last 4 supreme innate spiritual treasures from his possession and bestowed them upon Haotian and Yaoqi, treasures specifically reserved for the 2 of them. The 2 little ones understood that Hongjun's decision was final and thus did not say more, bowing deeply. We respectfully send master off. Good. The last word dissipated in the purple cloud palace, and the palace itself gradually faded away. Only Hao Yin and Yaoqi remained with purple mist descending. In the blink of an eye, their Dao bodies transformed, growing into adulthood. Haotian with Master gone, where shall we go next? Oh. Yaoqi, experiencing the outside world of the Purple Cloud Palace for the first time, felt an unsettling anxiety in her heart. To the vast. Haotian replied decisively, looking towards the Jianmu in the chaos which served as a coordinate. The pride and grace of the esteemed ancestors from the Purple Cloud Palace floated into his mind. Let's go, Yaoqi, we shall go serve the second master. Oh. When Hongjun left, Qingyu had just finished expounding on the Tao of the primordial unity, and the primordial beginning took over from Qingyu, beginning to narrate the meaning of the heavenly Tao to all beings, the merits and karmic forces, and the necessity to do good. Qingyu summoned the world tree from the primordial chaos, gently covering the place where the Zixiao Palace had dissipated, taking the place of the Zixiao Palace, and residing at the highest point to suppress the fortunes of the primordial chaos. The two exchanged glances in the air, smiled slightly, and bid farewell, with no crowd to send them off, no grand departure, not even notifying others including Qingyu. If it weren't for Qingji's current fusion with the primordial tree helping the primordial chaos to recover quickly and being sensitive to the fortunes, it would have truly allowed Hongjun to leave quietly. A raincoat, a bamboo staff, taking nothing from the primordial chaos, leaving behind the creation jade dish. I am leaving, take care my young friend. Hongjun said his last words in the primordial chaos to Qingyu. With a bamboo staff and straw sandals lighter than a horse, he stepped towards the chaos. Just as Hongjun's figure was about to completely disappear, he looked through the fog of time and space and saw many things. He saw in the past when he fused with the Tao, suppressing the chaotic remnants deep within the source of the Tao, the end of another self in time. Like how Nuwa once sensed and summoned different manifestations from the river of time, he saw another possibility belonging to Hongjun. In that timeline, during the conflict between Tao and demon, he won. Luoho was driven to a dead end, completely self-destructing, destroying half of the primordial chaos, and the West turned into a dead magic land. Although he subdued Luoho, he bore the burden of destroying half of the primordial chaos, leading to an overwhelming karma and cause, making the West barren for eternity, like a festering sore, giving him no hope of transcendence. To break free from shackles, to seek a slim chance of transcendence in that endless cycle of reincarnation, he paid too much, using calamity to dilute karma. Plotting against the witch and the demon, watching the world collapse, plotting against his disciples, using the position of a sage as bait. The further he went, the more he plotted, the more he lost. Initially seeking the heart of the Tao, guarding the primordial chaos with pure intention, through repeated balances, necessary sacrifices, it gradually became tarnished and twisted, constantly lost. In the end, for transcendence, he took a path similar to that of his nemesis Luo Ho, igniting the heavenly calamity, pushing for the destruction of the primordial chaos, breaking open the shackles with boundless calamity power. What irony, what sorrow. That path seemed to be the only tragic end for Hongjun in the original river of time, played out in endless cycles. Endless destruction, endless scheming, endless losses, ultimately falling into the abyss alongside demons. This is Hongjun's timeline, also his only timeline, an endless cycle, continuous destruction. Now, with his transcendence and the perfect completion of the primordial chaos completely anchored, the timeline converged, just like Nuwa drawing upon other manifestations. Only he himself, as time unfolded, remained his true self. Hongjun looked at Qingyu, his eyes filled with admiration. The escape was always his own, and only by grasping it could he create variables. Indeed, like the two children of Haotian in the Yaoqi, guarding the Zixiao Palace for countless yuan meetings, never truly witnessing the grandeur of the primordial chaos. Did I not, being trapped within the Tao, fail to delve deeply into the boundless chaos and explore its mysteries and possibilities? Hongjun's smile deepened, filled with liberation and longing. Now the shackles are gone, the karma is resolved, though the road ahead is uncertain. My heart is directed towards the Tao. It is time to set off. Yet just as he was about to step fully into the chaos, the chaotic tree rooted at the border of the primordial chaos, and chaos with roots delving into chaos gently trembled. A strange fragrance spread from that tree, dispersing the dense chaos fog around. The scent was not an ordinary aroma. It was the fragrance of the Tao, the essence of profound transformation. The fruit resembled an unblossomed lotus bud, yet seemed to contain treasures of the galaxy, radiating a soft, warm chaos luster with unique blue Tao patterns. The source of the wood Tao condensed, containing Qingji's most sincere blessings and farewell intentions in the form of chaotic Tao fruit. Each was a supreme treasure, offering immeasurable benefits for cultivation, understanding chaos, and surviving exploration within chaos. 3 Tao fruits detached from the branch, ignoring the barriers of chaos and the distance of time and space, as if traversing a shortcut, instantly appearing before Hongjun, who had entered the chaos and was about to disperse, quietly hovering, emanating a gentle Tao radiance. Take these, the road ahead is vast and chaotic. May this fruit alleviate your solitude and lend you a helping hand. I wish you success in the chaos. This was Qinji's farewell to Hongjun, bidding farewell to this elder he had met shortly after his transformation. Goodbye, Hongjun. As leaves fall, the tree bears fruit. Take this fruit that transcends the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos is the root, the home, that you do not forget. The Sunto depart, Hongjun hesitated slightly in his steps. He did not turn around but calmly extended his hand, and the 3 chaotic Dao fruits, as if possessing spirit, lightly fell into his palm. Hongjun did not look back but solemnly stored the 3 chaotic Dao fruits deep within his own Dao rhythm. Then he continued to step forward, venturing deeper into the chaos towards his future. Watching the figure in the gray robe completely disappear into the depths of the chaos, leaving no trace of breath to be found, Qingyu quietly sat before the tree, his heart finally stirring with a hint of subtle loss. This was the melancholy of a mentor and friend departing, the feeling of an era coming to a complete close. Yet this slight loss, like morning dew in autumn, existed for a moment before being evaporated by the rising sun of the Dao heart. The primordial one is without beginning or end, neither increasing nor decreasing, neither extinguishing nor decaying. Where the Dao resides is the return path. Where the heart directs must have echoes. Qingyu silently contemplated this principle, his mind returning to clarity. Though the chaos is boundless and time and space are vague, as long as the heart of the Dao does not fade, the true spirit endures, there will surely be a time to reunite and discuss the Dao. Moreover, this was already his second time watching this elder depart. With one there is 2, there must be 3. The path of the Dao is long, the road ahead is promising. Why dwell on the pain of separation when looking forward, grasping the present, and creating the future? Yet chaos ultimately remains chaos, vast and boundless, perilous and unpredictable, with chaotic laws. After this departure to meet again, one truly needs great fortune and a long wait. Regaining his composure, Qingyu turned his gaze back to the vast fields below, to the myriad beings engrossed in the profound principles expounded by the primordial lord. He had finished his teachings, but the grand era belonging to the primordial chaos had only just begun. The time of the 9 Yuan assembly passed amidst the profound atmosphere of the sage's teachings, and the myriad spirits' enlightenment drifting by, as if in a fleeting moment, yet seeming to have undergone countless cycles of spiritual rebirth and baptism. Qingyu expounded on the Tao of the primordial unity, from the general to the subtle, from entry to transcendence, using the 3 Yuan assembly. His Tao encompasses all phenomena, pointing directly to the source, the ultimate principle of transcendence, establishing the supreme Tao foundation for the myriad spirits of the primordial chaos, opening the true dawn, leading to the realm of primordial unity, planting the seeds of transcendence in the hearts of countless beings. Then the 6 saints took turns to speak, each expounding their Tao, sharing the experiences of the 6 Yuan assembly. The primordial lord spoke of the principles of the Tao order and virtue, acting in accord with heaven and responding to humanity. Laozi of Taiji spoke of non-action and nature, the unity of the Tao, all things bear yin, yet embrace yang. The master of heaven spoke of seizing a thread of life, teaching without class all methods, returning to the source. Nuwa spoke of creating life, compassion and love, mending the heavens and creating the sacred. The saint of Zuni spoke of emptiness and transcendence, wisdom of Prajna, compassion in the world, pure land of ultimate bliss, with methods uniquely diverging, directly pointing to inherent nature. This inspired countless cultivators who had experienced the hardships of the mortal world, yearned for tranquility and peace, or had unique insights into the path of the heart, to feel a surge of longing and immerse themselves in it. The 6 saints took turns proclaiming the true Tao, with the jade pure and the upper pure, each offering their insights. The light of creation, Buddha, shone equally, and the 9 Yuan assembly was filled with the essence of spring. When the Zunti Taoist lightly brushed the void with the 7 treasures, Miao tree, concluding the last verse of the Buddha's wonderful law, the ethereal sound gradually ceased. Above the vast fields, the echo of the grand voice of the sage from the 9 Yuan assembly, which had tirelessly inspired countless spirits, day and night, finally slowly came to a halt. Yet the lingering resonance did not dissipate for a long time, merging into the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and the Tao rhythm of all things. Below, countless beings from all corners of the primordial chaos remained immersed in the boundless, profound state of the Tao, as if intoxicated, their breaths fluctuating, their Tao practices advancing, with countless breakthroughs occurring. The entire vast field, indeed the entire primordial chaos, was suffused with a saturated, profound Tao rhythm, like an ancient fine wine that had been brewing for eons, about to be uncorked, its fragrance wafting across the heavens. At this peak moment of intoxication among the myriad spirits, Qingyu, who sat quietly at the summit of the tree during the 9 Yuan assembly, slowly stood up. At the same time, the remaining 6 saints standing apart who had not fully retracted their Dao rhythms felt something at this moment, simultaneously opening their Dao eyes, filled with infinite wisdom and principles of the Dao, their gazes calm and solemn, all gathering before Qingyu. Qingji's expression was serene as he slowly opened his palm. A point of purple light shone from his palm, the creation jade dish left by Daoist Hongjun. The 6 saints exchanged no words, nodding simultaneously. In the next moment, the supreme power of the 6 primordial unity saints erupted from their bodies without reservation. The mixed power of the 7 primal source Daos, containing the supreme force of creation and destruction, tore through the void, shaking the laws, as they simultaneously struck towards the creation jade dish hovering above Qingji's palm. Having lost the protection of its original owner Daoist Hongjun, it also lost the proactive maintenance of the old source of the Dao. This damaged chaotic treasure shattered directly under the combined strike of the 7 current primordial unity saints. At the moment the jade dish shattered, Nuwa, who had long been prepared, flashed with spirit in her phoenix eyes, lightly raised her hand, and the Nuwa stone flew out from her sleeve, merging into it. Immediately afterward, Qingyu flicked his finger, adding the last 3 fragments collected from Yangmei. Thus the chaotic treasure, the creation jade dish, would finally be complete. 3,000 great Tao principles enveloped the entire primordial chaos, the supreme laws reflecting in people's hearts, bathing in the environment of the Tao, and everyone immediately continued to enter a state of enlightenment, experiencing this rare moment. As everyone was enlightened, the spiritual energy gradually rose. A creation Qinglian blooming with 30 petals appeared, taking root above the primordial chaos. Having absorbed the world-ending black lotus of the same 24 petals, it gained a vast source as a creation Qinglian blooming with 30 petals. As a remnant of the chaotic Qinglian, the effects of the pure world white lotus and the calamity fire red lotus on it were minimal, at most serving as mere nutrients, but even that had a negligible impact. Unless it were of the 24 petals, but Luo Ho, with the immense karma of the destruction of the primordial chaos, could only nurture a world-ending black lotus of 24 petals. Wanting to be born in the current primordial chaos was nearly impossible. The creation Qinglian was radiant and graceful, full of spirit, replenishing the last trace of vitality in the primordial chaos. In the moment when the 30-grade creation green lotus fully took root in the primordial chaos and completed the last trace of its spiritual essence, the 3 buzzing sounds originated from the beginning of the primordial creation, containing the essence of tearing apart chaos, establishing earth, water, fire, and wind, expanding the heavens and earth, and distinguishing the pure from the turbid in the supreme Tao rhythm. At the same time, from 3 different directions within the primordial world resounded throughout the universe. The first sound of the Tao emerged from above the head of the primordial lord, where a banner that had hung above the celebration cloud since his teachings began released strands of chaotic sword energy, opening the 4 cardinal directions and the 8 desolations. At this moment, this banner, symbolizing the opening of heaven and earth, tearing apart chaos and establishing order, rustled in the wind. The second sound of the Tao originated from the Taiji diagram in Qingji's hand, establishing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, manifesting the dualities of yin and yang, and setting the order of the universe. The third sound of the Tao came from the chaos bell, which dominated and suppressed the Honghuang world, imprisoning time and space, and reversing the heavens. The creation jade disc, carrying the 3,000 great Tao laws, symbolizes reason, order, and wisdom, and is the fundamental root of the Tao in the primordial chaos. The 3 treasures of opening heaven, which govern creation, order, and the suppression of time and space, are the source of power, process, and foundation of the birth of the primordial chaos. They represent the great strength of its creation. The 30-grade creation green lotus provides boundless vitality and spiritual essence, serving as the source for the growth and propagation of all things, and is the essence of the spirit of the primordial chaos. Tao creation spirit. This precisely represents the core essence and manifestation of the 3 great primordial treasures that nurtured and witnessed the birth of the Pangu great deity amidst the primordial chaos. Now, after experiencing countless tribulations, having dispersed, become incomplete, and gathered dust, all spirits converge again in this vast wilderness, united by the efforts of the saints. The creation jade disc as Tao, the 3 treasures of opening heaven as creation, and the creation green lotus as spirit, the 3 great primordial treasures, have now gathered together. Qingyu stood atop the Jianmu, feeling the 3 streams of Tao rhythm derived from the original creation of heaven and earth resonating perfectly with the newly reborn primordial chaos, his eyes shining with divine light. This signifies that a truly complete, fundamentally solid, and infinitely potential perfect primordial chaos is about to be born. A world with limitless possibilities, capable of nurturing the primordial chaos and even transcending it. Boom. As if to validate Qingjia's thoughts at the moment when the resonance of the three great treasures Dao rhythms reached its peak, the entire primordial world underwent an even more earth-shattering transformation. The creation jade disk hanging high in the sky above the vast wilderness was flawless. Its rotation grew faster and faster, the 3,000 great Dao laws extending from the disk penetrating the void and merging into every inch of space within the primordial world. The heavens grew higher, the earth thicker, the waters deeper, the fire more vigorous, the winds swifter, and the thunder more fierce. Under the baptism of the resonance of the three great primordial treasures, Dao rhythms nourished by the endless chaotic energy crazily transformed from the roots of the Jianmu deep within the chaos. The origin of the primordial world underwent its final refinement and sublimation, suddenly experiencing a qualitative leap. Qingyu and the others looked towards the primordial lord, and as the primordial heavens and earth advanced, the primordial lord's strength continually increased, and his realm kept growing. In a short moment he surpassed Taiji, and even Nuwa, who had attained the Dao earlier with the two major paths. Among the crowd his realm was now second only to Qingjia's, yet this was merely a realm, for the primordial lord was one with the primordial chaos. Everything about him was connected to the primordial chaos. The advancement of his realm was an essential breakthrough, but his strength still required accumulation. Just like the current primordial world, the current beings occupy 7/10 of the old primordial world, whereas now they only occupy 1/10. It is akin to having changed to a larger container. The upper limit has been raised, but the quality within still needs time to accumulate. The primordial lord looked at Qingyu, Xinyuanzi, and Nuwa. The higher the realm, the more one can perceive the ability to transcend, especially Qingyu. Initially, he thought Qingjia's true body was Jianmu, using it to prop up the heavens, and seize the opportunity for sanctification and transcendence. Later, he discovered that Jianmu was merely an avatar he manifested, taking root in the primordial chaos in the form of a chaotic spiritual root, threatening the world to achieve his true Buddhist transcendence. He believed he had overestimated Qingyu, yet ultimately underestimated the determination and ambition of this fellow Taoist. The dual bodies united, the origins returned to one, replacing the chaotic green lotus to become the new source of the wood Dao. Moreover, on the ruins of the old primordial chaos, he collaborated with the Dao ancestor to reconstruct, refining earth, fire, water, and wind, opening up this new primordial chaos. What a grand undertaking and magnificent achievement this was. As for himself, he chose an entirely different path, transforming into the heavenly Dao, scattering all forms of immense power and boundless Dao fruits throughout the primordial chaos, sharing glory and loss with all beings intertwined in fate. Although he had realized this path long ago while listening to the teachings in the Zixiao Palace, and had prepared to bear it, at this moment witnessing Qingjia's splendid and resplendent path of primordial transcendence, independent and free from the world's constraints, a ripple inevitably arose in his heart. There is no high or low in the Dao, yet the paths differ, and the scenery varies. The path chosen by the primordial lord is one that is more public and weighty, destined to breathe and share fate with the primordial heavens and earth. The scenery of the chaos seems to be beyond his reach, yet the splendor of the primordial chaos is also. At this moment, as the primordial lord's emotions stirred slightly, the saints, each harboring their own sentiments, sensed the drastic changes in the heavens and earth from below. In the vast wilderness were the Quasi-Saint powerhouses who had awakened from a series of unprecedented fortuitous encounters. The concentration of spiritual energy surged violently. The laws became clear to touch the barriers of the world, solid and substantial, the origins aura perfect. All these indicate that the upper limit of the primordial world has been raised to an unprecedented level. Has the new position of the saint, or even the legendary opportunity for transcendence, already manifested? The ancestor of the River of Souls, a top powerhouse adept at killing, and the most sensitive to changes in the aura, could not hold back any longer. Dare I ask the saints, now that the primordial has been reshaped with the surge of spiritual energy, the manifestation of the Tao, the perfection of heaven and earth, does this mean that a new saint will emerge? The question from the River of Souls instantly ignited the flames within the hearts of all the top powerhouses below. Pairs of fervent gazes focused on the high platform, fixating on the primordial lord. In terms of the path of the saints, the primordial lord who elucidates the heavenly Tao undoubtedly has the most authority to speak. The primordial lord's gaze fell, scanning the eager and ambitious faces below, his voice carrying the justice and authority of the heavenly Tao resonating throughout the vast wilderness. Indeed, the primordial has now broadened its origins and advanced to the highest world with a solid foundation and boundless potential. However, the development of the world, the prosperity of civilization, and the maintenance of order cannot be the work of a single person or saint, but the power of all beings. To open a new era, a saint must emerge to govern. The heavenly fate aligns, the will of the people determines, and the virtue of the earth protects. these can confer the respect of a saint. Additionally, those who achieve great merit in governing the world benefiting the masses, and whose virtue matches heaven and earth, and whose accomplishments overshadow the universe also qualify as saints. At this declaration the crowd erupted. The words of the Primordial Lord pointed out two paths to the position of the saint. One is the predetermined saint position, requiring the conjunction of good timing, geographical advantages, and harmony among people, which is the destiny to rule over the heavenly Tao. The second is the merit-based saint position, which requires establishing unparalleled merit yielding immeasurable benefits to the primordial heavens and earth and countless beings, thus achieving the Tao through merit and also becoming a saint. However, regarding the primordial path, the Primordial Lord remained silent. It is not that he was unwilling to speak, but rather that each field has its own specialization. What he excels in is elucidating the heavenly Tao governing the world and the path of the saints. As for the primordial path, which forcibly transcends through one's own immense power and is not bound by the constraints of heaven and earth, although he is not entirely ignorant when it comes to its profound mysteries and key insights, he is far inferior to Qingyu, who has already walked his own primordial path. Speaking too much may lead to mistakes, so it is better to remain silent. But those below who pursued transcendence and yearned for true freedom would not be satisfied with this. Dare I ask the saints? A voice rang out. It was Tai, seated in the front row of the Quasi-Saints. If I turn to the path of the saints, accepting the heavenly mandate, wielding power, and governing the primordial, can there then be other opportunities for transcendence? Does that mean I would sever the possibility of achieving the primordial through power? Tai's question voiced the thoughts of all the top powerhouses present who were drawn to the primordial and unwilling to be bound by heaven and earth. After the fall of Emperor Jun, Tai sought to utilize the Hongmeng purple qi to follow the merit-based path of the saint, aiming to dominate the remnants of the heavenly court in pursuit of power. Yet now, with external threats resolved, and the primordial newly born, the suppressed flames of his heart, yearning for the supreme power and absolute freedom of the primordial, once more ignited. He was never one to covet power or excel in management. The position of the heavenly emperor was a constraint rather than a glory to him. What he yearned for was to be like Qingyu, like the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, possessing supreme power and wandering through the chaos, experiencing true freedom and transcendence. On the high platform, Qingji's gaze fell clearly, seeing the rekindled flame of determination in Tai's eyes regarding the path of primordial. He also observed similar glimmers in the eyes of many peak Quasi-Saints below, such as the River of Souls, Kunpeng, the Queen Mother of the West, and the King of the East. The road of primordial is incredibly arduous. However, the Tao encompasses 50 and heaven transforms into 49, yet there is always an escape, a thread of life. Qingyu spoke. The first is to achieve the Tao through power. Gather immense power within oneself, comprehend one's own Tao, condense the primordial Tao fruit, and forcibly break through the shackles of heaven and earth, shattering all rules and constraints. I am the primordial. This path is the most challenging, requiring great perseverance, great opportunities, great wisdom, and great courage. However, once achieved, one's combat power is the strongest, the most transcendent, and free, unbound by the causes and effects of heaven and earth. I am nearly on this path. Qingyu spoke slowly, and the crowd below felt a surge of emotions, yet also understood the difficulty deeply. The second is to open up the world and achieve the Tao through the world's laws. Qingyu shifted his tone and lightly gestured towards the void. In an instant, ripples appeared in the void above the vast wilderness, slowly manifesting a complete world rich in Tao rhythms. This world contains mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, and all living things. This is the Xiantian realm that I established in my early years. Qingji's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Initially, it was merely one grand thousand worlds. Yet as my Tao journey progressed, nourished by my own Tao and irrigated by the spiritual machine of Jianmu, and during the reopening of the primordial chaos, having received the baptism of its Tao rhythm, it has now become a world capable of supporting the Tao fruits of the saints, aiding practitioners in achieving the primordial Tao. Boom! The crowd of great powers below erupted completely. A world capable of aiding others in achieving the primordial Tao. What an astonishing opportunity and path this is. Qingyu continued, elucidating the essence of this second primordial path. When one's understanding of a certain great Tao law is profound enough and one's magical power is sufficiently accumulated, one can attempt to open up a realm in the chaos or rely on the primordial to create a world that belongs to oneself, carrying the laws of one's own Tao. This will aid the creator in breaking through the primordial barriers and attaining the great Tao fruit of the primordial. This method I call the Genesis Tao method. Using the power of a growing world that carries one's own Tao and is intimately connected to oneself as the foundation for achieving the Tao and a ladder for transcendence. The Xiantian realm slowly rotates above the heavens, radiating an intoxicating harmony of Tao and vibrant vitality, narrating the possibilities and glorious prospects of this path. Upon hearing the entirely different teachings of the saint and the primordial method, many semi-saints fell into deep contemplation, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Some gazed fervently at the Xiantian realm, as if envisioning their own future of creating worlds and attaining the Tao of primordial unity. Others furrowed their brows, weighing the pros and cons between the ordained path to sainthood and the arduous task of world creation. While yet others, like the seasoned semi-saint Kunpeng of the Nether River, pondered which path suited them best to seize the supreme opportunities brought by this primordial rebirth. Thank you, Saint Ancestor, for clearing our doubts. We understand now. After a moment, countless powerful beings expressed their sincere gratitude in unison. Regardless of the path they ultimately choose, what Xinyu spoke today undoubtedly dispelled the fog ahead and pointed them in the right direction. Good. Xinyu exchanged a glance with the primordial heavenly venerable and nodded slightly. The primordial then took the initiative to speak. Indeed, creating a world, particularly a saint world that can validate the primordial unity, is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not only does it demand exceptionally high requirements for one's own cultivation and comprehension of the Tao, but it also requires confronting the chaotic backlash at the dawn of creation, the rampant forces of earth, fire, water, and wind, and numerous calamities such as the instability of the world's embryonic membranes. A slight misstep could result in death and the collapse of the world. Xinyu interjected, "The difficulty of world creation is something that I and my friend Primordial can assist with to some extent." He raised his hand, pointing towards the towering world tree that upholds the heavens, its branches and leaves covering the skies, its roots delving deep into chaos. With exceptional talent. For those with a steadfast Tao heart and substantial accumulation atop the world tree, the 3,000 Tao principles circulate, and the power of space is boundless and infinite, which can be temporarily harnessed. Its vast spatial origin can assist you in stabilizing the time and space of the land you are about to create, and its overwhelming vitality can help the nascent world resist the destructive tides at its inception. Moreover, the Panga Banner Taiji diagram and Chaos Bell must be stationed in the primordial wilderness to establish the new world's framework and should not be moved lightly. However, the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler and the Grand Senior Brothers Linglong Tower possess unparalleled power. They can be temporarily borrowed by those fated virtuous and hopeful cultivators aiming to successfully create a world, aiding them in splitting the chaos, stabilizing the forces of earth, fire, water, and wind, and suppressing the new world's fortune. I hope you all will have the heart to strive for excellence, to advance courageously, while also acting within your means, planning carefully, and finding your own path to achieve the supreme. Upon hearing that the two supreme beings not only pointed out the path, but were also willing to bestow opportunities, lending their treasures to assist the numerous semi-saints below who aspired to create worlds and attain the Tao, were overwhelmed with excitement. They directed their fervent gazes toward the majestic world tree high in the heavens, as if already envisioning themselves wielding treasures, creating worlds amidst chaos, and witnessing the infinite splendor of attaining the Tao of primordial unity. In contrast, the teachings of the saints regarding ordained power and governance seemed to lose some of their allure. After all, who among those who reach the peak of semi-saint status does not harbor a sense of pride? Who does not yearn for true unrestrained freedom and great ease? The primordial heavenly venerable observed the expressions of the beings below, yet inwardly sighed. The primordial world bears heavy responsibilities and a long road ahead. Aiming too high makes it difficult to achieve great things. He saw clearly that many semi-saints only had aspirations for the primordial unity and the splendor of world creation, while subconsciously neglecting the endless dangers, the vast resource requirements, and the long passage of time needed for perseverance. If attaining the primordial unity were that easy within the chaos, there would only be Hongzhu and Yangmei, and Xinyu who succeeded to this day. Creating a world that can validate the Tao of a saint is a difficulty that is certainly not less than, or even exceeds that of attaining the Tao through strength. The resources required, the depth of understanding of the Tao, the dangers at the time of creation, and the patience needed to manage the world. Each of these is fraught with immense challenges. It is better to first validate the Tao through saintly methods, grasp authority, govern the primordial wilderness, accumulate a foundation, and when the roots are strong and the timing is ripe, then consider the Tao fruit of chaos. Just like Xinyuanzi and Nuwa, as long as the karmic ties with the primordial wilderness are resolved and one embodies the way of heaven, how could they deliberately obstruct them? One cannot allow these semi-saints to drain the precious resources of the newly born and still empty primordial wilderness after its elevation, only to significantly enhance their own strength, and then leave to create their own worlds in chaos at their leisure right. If one were to rely solely on their own strength without needing external aid to create a world and validate the primordial unity, that would be true skill. The primordial wilderness would at most provide spiritual energy and fortune, and ultimately, it would be one's own strength that leads to the Tao. However, if one first borrows the power of the primordial wilderness to become a saint enjoying the authority and resources of sainthood, and then seeks to validate the Tao of primordial unity to transcend, then, at the very least, the primordial wilderness must progress further because of you contributing sufficiently to repay the necessary karmic debt. It does not require much, just enough to cover what has been used up in the primordial wilderness would suffice, as I do not want the previous heavenly way of man to be lifted to the supreme realm by Qingyu, while still blocking Qingyu. This potential rule of first attaining sainthood to accumulate, then aspiring for transcendence was clear as day to all present. However, since this relates to personal choices of the Tao and the long-term development of the primordial wilderness, no one pointed it out, leaving it to the cultivator's own comprehension and choices. Primordial would not explicitly state this, either lest it appear he had selfish motives obstructing others' paths. The path has been indicated, the opportunities granted, how to choose whether to attain sainthood and govern, or to take risks in world creation, or perhaps to cultivate both, all depends on personal affinity, disposition, and fortune. The road of the Tao is fraught with challenges and dangers. Blessings and calamities have no door, but are summoned by oneself. Whether to sink into power or strive for transcendence is all in your thoughts. As the multitude below gradually calmed from their excited deliberations, this grand assembly of the 7 saints, discussing the 9 yuan, witnessing the completeness of the primordial wilderness, and indicating the future paths of the Tao, finally came to a close. Amidst the heartfelt and fervent farewell voices of billions of beings, the saints departed, but their echoes, countless cultivators, could no longer restrain themselves, transforming into beams of light, dashing in all directions, eagerly beginning their secluded cultivation, digesting this world-altering opportunity, and striving for higher realms. After dispersing, Qingyu gathered the saints in the capital for discussions, their gazes falling upon the primordial heavenly venerable and Yuhua. The primordial heavenly venerable, with a solemn expression, spoke first. The will of heaven has been decreed, and fortune flows. The human race shall rise, and it is destined to be the protagonist of heaven and earth, governing the fluctuations of the primordial wilderness, and inheriting civilization and enlightenment. As soon as these words were spoken, ripples of Tao rhythm echoed in the space. This was not a fleeting thought of the primordial heavenly venerable, nor was it an arbitrary designation. Rather, it was a conclusion reached after comprehensive consideration and careful calculation, most aligned with the interests and developmental needs of the newly birthed primordial wilderness. Everyone understood the reasoning. Firstly, the affinity of all beings. Since the birth of the human race, despite experiencing hardships, their resilience, wisdom, creativity, and relatively gentle nature have won the general favor and recognition of all beings. With the human race as the protagonist of heaven and earth unifying and coordinating the myriad races, resistance would be minimal, and they would be most easily accepted, benefiting the stability of the primordial wilderness. Secondly, reproduction and potential. The newly birthed primordial wilderness is vast and boundless, urgently needing a massive number of beings to fill it, thriving in the world and nurturing the source. The terrifying reproductive capabilities of the human race, along with their innate intelligence and inherent Tao body that facilitates cultivation, seem tailor-made for the task of filling the primordial wilderness and accelerating development. Thanks to the existence of Qingyu and Yuhua, without large-scale threats from enemies, the human race can experience exponential population growth in a very short time, rapidly occupying all corners of the primordial wilderness and igniting the flames of civilization. Thirdly, temperament and Tao body. Although the human race is physically weak, their minds possess infinite possibilities, their intelligence is adept at learning and creating, and their spirits embody valuable traits such as self-reliance and the pursuit of knowledge. Their innate Tao body is also the most compatible with the Tao, allowing for a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary races. The human race is indeed the most suitable and the only choice for the current protagonist of heaven and earth. Old Master Taiji nodded in agreement, indicating his approval. Although the Master of Heaven did not speak, his eyes also revealed signs of approval. Zhuanzi displayed compassion, reciting a Buddhist mantra, clearly also in agreement. Zenyuanzi slightly nodded. The path of reincarnation heavily emphasizes the balance and development of life. The rise of the human race would lead to the flourishing of reincarnation. However, being suitable does not mean one can simply designate them. The protagonist of heaven and earth carries immeasurable fortune, which concerns the future pattern of the primordial wilderness. How can it be decided hastily? Though all conditions seem optimal, they still require a trial and tempering in order to genuinely consolidate the will of the people, the will of heaven, and the recognition of all living beings, thus stabilizing this protagonist position and truly sealing the fortune. Everyone's gaze naturally turned to Qingyu. Yuhua's bright eyes shimmered with expectation and cunning as she looked at Qingyu and said, "Tao brother, you always plan meticulously and leave no stone unturned. Surely you have already considered the comprehensive plan and are willing to assist my sister and our created race to some extent." Upon hearing this, Qingyu laughed heartily, carefree and unrestrained, saying, "Nuwa, dear friend, do not be anxious. The human race is of your creation like your own children. Their rise and fall, their glories and shames are indeed within your concern. I have my own calculations." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and produced the chaos cauldron. The cauldron's mouth opened slightly, and 8 streams of purple qi, the essence of Hongming, swirled and danced within. The rise of the human race is the trend of the times. However, there is a way to their rise, and it cannot be achieved overnight. Qingyu elaborated, "I foresee that the human race will have 3 emperors to establish their foundation and 5 sovereigns to usher in a flourishing era. The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, the 8 great figures, shall arise in accordance with the rise of the human race, each leading the people through different stages of trials and tribulations, ultimately making the fortune of the human race flourish like fire on oil, with flowers blooming in splendor, truly establishing the supreme status of the protagonist of heaven and earth." Qingji's gaze swept over the saints. "The 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns shall govern the world in accordance with the people, and their merits shall align with their positions, thus determining the fortune. This is the path for long-lasting peace and a solid foundation." The primordial heavenly venerable's eyes flashed with brilliance as he clapped in admiration, saying, "Good plan." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and she already understood Qingji's comprehensive plan. After a moment of thought, she suddenly smiled sweetly, extending her elegant hand to gently grasp at the voice. In the next moment, the space fluctuated, and a figure dressed in an 8 trigrams Dao robe was directly pulled from the Fengqi Mountain Dojo to this place. Fuxi had just stabilized himself, not having had the time to complain about his sister's sudden intrusion, when he felt the surrounding semi-saint gazes filled with profound meaning, some smiling, and others not. In an instant he understood everything, and a complex expression of helpless laughter appeared on his handsome face. "Fellow Taoists, since the Heavenly Emperor has been decided, and will be overseen by fellow Taoist Fuxi, we can naturally rest assured. The rest is for the human race to decide for themselves." Upon hearing this from Yuanshi, it became clear that the path of development for the human race must be explored by themselves. This is a respect for the main role of the heavenly land and a response to the new wilderness and the unceasing self-improvement of the new heavenly Tao. Laozi the sage nodded slightly, the yin-yang fish above his head slowly rotating, embodying the subtlety of non-action and naturalness. He added, "What Yuanshi said is reasonable. Just as fellow Taoist Qingyu mentioned earlier, the movement of heaven is vigorous, and the gentleman should continue to strive unceasingly. Ultimately, the human race must walk its own path. If everything is decided by us, it would lose the essence of being the main role of the heavenly land, and it would contradict the vibrant nature of this perfect wilderness where myriad beings compete. Sages can guide, support, and set examples, but they must not do everything on behalf of others. Otherwise, the human race would lose its spirit and individuality, becoming mere puppets of the sages. How could they then lead the future of the wilderness?" Upon hearing this, Lady Nuwa suddenly smiled, her unparalleled grace seemingly brightening the Tao. She gently reached out, seemingly casual, yet precisely grasped the wrist of Fuxi, who was about to stealthily retreat and slip away like a wisp of breeze. "This is indeed the truth," Lady Nuwa said with a beaming smile. "With the Heavenly Emperor born into the world, preparations must be made. As the Heavenly Emperor of the human race, he must experience the journey himself. Understanding the suffering of all beings and the hardships of humanity is the only way to truly lead the human race forward. Brother, do you agree?" Fuxi, who was firmly held by Lady Nuwa, froze momentarily, his gentle and scholarly smile abruptly stiffening, a glint of despair flashing in his eyes. He naturally knew that his sister's so-called preparation and journey would not be as simple as a leisurely trip. However, the decree of heaven had been set, the saints had reached a consensus, and with Lady Nuwa's personal arrangements, this former emperor of the monster clan, now the prospective heavenly emperor of the human race, was likely unable to escape his fate. What Lady Nuwa said is very true. Fellow Taoist Fuxi, thank you for your hard work. The master of Tongtian and other sages also spoke, their expression solemn, but their eyes betraying hints of faint amusement. The matter of the heavenly emperor Fuxi had long been determined. Now, it was merely a formality to see how this usually astute and composed fellow Taoist Fuxi would be carefully arranged by his own sister. With the matter of the main role of the heavenly land, the human heavenly emperor settled this gathering of saints in the vast expanse to discuss the future of the wilderness, witness the completion of the world, and finalize significant matters of the human race was coming to an end. Everyone ceased their chatter and bowed in farewell. Laozi mounted his green ox, the purple aura descending from 30,000 miles away, drifting away. Lady Nuwa slightly inclined her body, then with a sharp gaze unceremoniously pulled the reluctant-looking Fuxi, whose face was written with unwillingness, yet had no choice. With a flash of divine light from creation, they disappeared above the vast expanse, heading back to her realm. It was obvious that what awaited Fuxi would be Lady Nuwa's meticulously crafted Heavenly Emperor transformation plan, and the process would likely not be easy. Qingyu stood alone in an open space, his green robe gently swaying in the wind. He sighed lightly, his voice soft, merging with the breeze, carrying a hint of almost imperceptible melancholy and slight distress. Fellow Daoist, are you tired? Why not take a break? Xinyuan Zizi did not leave. His Daoist temple was to be moved to the vast expanse with immense magical power, and he had yet to depart. At this moment, he sensed Qingji's emotions and asked with concern. Qingyu shook his head, offering a bitter smile. It is not fatigue, but rather the distress of constructing the Daoist temple. Earlier there were only you and me here cultivating and comprehending the Tao, and it was sufficient to do so at the peak of the Jianmu in tranquility and comfort. But now with the completion of the wilderness, as the saints come and go, there may be visitors in the future, or even discussions of significant matters. We cannot always be amidst this. Though Jianmu is good, its main body lies mostly in the chaos, and unless permitted by the primordial one cannot step foot there. Now it is necessary to construct a formal Daoist temple for future needs. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Zizi was taken aback for a moment, then stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his voice vibrant, dispelling the earlier hint of melancholy. I thought it was something of great difficulty that could trouble the ever-calm Qingyu Daoist, yet it turned out to be merely this little Daoist temple. Do not rush, let me show you my methods. As the earliest and closest friend of Qingyu, Xinyuan Zizi understood him very well, except for the naming difficulty that left both Xian Jinzi and Su Miao in great fear. Qingyu also had a minor case of decision-making difficulty. For matters without clear goals or paradigms, especially those requiring specific planning, like construction and arrangement, he often felt overwhelmed, unsure of where to start. The Jianmu is a companion body that grows naturally and does not require design. However, to conceive and construct a Daoist palace that aligns with his identity, possessing both function and elegance, was indeed harder than battling the heavenly Tao again. Fortunately, Xinyuan Zizi had a clear understanding. He had considerable knowledge of the geomantic principles and was deeply aware of Qingji's nature, which preferred simplicity and tranquility, favoring a vibrant and natural environment. Then leave the heavy responsibility of this Daoist temple to me. Xinyuan Zizi laughed heartily, waving his large sleeves with the soil-colored essence of the earth flowing endlessly around him. Without any display of hand gestures or incantations, he merely spread out the earth book in his hand, muttering incantations. The earth is thick and virtuous, bearing all things. The foundation of Wutu creation arises. Arise. With the command, the law followed. Below, the vast and empty wilderness began to rhythmically rise and shape, as if it possessed life. One by one, hills of perfect height and natural rhythm rose from the ground, stirring the dense primordial water spirit energy of the vast expanse, transforming into meandering clear streams, shimmering lakes, and cascading waterfalls flowing and surrounding the mountains. Countless seeds and seedlings of exquisite flowers, precious herbs, and spiritual woods flew out from Xinyuan Zizi's sleeves, naturally gathering under the call of the earth's essence and the vitality of the vast expanse, precisely landing between the hills by the streams and on the open land. As they landed, they took root, immediately growing at the breath of the wind. In an instant, orchids blossomed, precious herbs emitted mist, ancient trees reached for the heavens, and vines hung down, creating a scene vibrant with life and exceptional beauty. Natural, unique stones adorned the landscape, resembling spiritual turtles gazing at the moon, or immortal cranes standing alone or forming cloud beds, and colorful couches merging seamlessly with the flowers, trees, mountains, and flowing waters without any craftsmanship, as if created by heaven. At the core, a spacious and flat jade stone plaza naturally formed. Behind the plaza, several ancient and elegant halls and pavilions were built against the mountains, connected by corridors and terraces. The halls predominantly used green jade as a base, with spiritual wood as columns and glazed tiles for roofing, featuring a simple and grand style, harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding natural environment, as if they had grown there. The entire Daoist temple covered an area of nearly 1,000,000 miles, which is considered small in the vast wilderness stretching millions of miles, yet its layout was exquisite, its energy vibrant, and everywhere exuded a rich, unbreakable essence of Woods creation and the refreshing Tao rhythm. Spiritual energy billowed into mist, accompanied by radiant clouds, along with spiritual birds singing melodiously and divine beasts leisurely wandering. Creation rings with divine beauty, and heaven and earth nurture spiritual mechanisms. Xinyuan Zizi completed his work and stood stroking his beard with a smile, looking quite pleased with himself. In no time, a serene, elegant, vibrant, yet simple Daoist temple stood majestically at the center of the vast expanse. Watching the entire process, Qingyu, who was holding the lazy, yawning little Bai in his arms, suddenly showed a gleam of joy in his eyes. Wonderful. Extremely wonderful. Qingyu exclaimed repeatedly, stepping out with little Bai in his arms and appearing at the entrance of the garden. Only a true friend could do this, Zizi. Xingyu turned around and sincerely expressed his feelings to Zizi, who was gently descending on his cloud. His smile was genuine. Zizi stroked his beard with one hand, smiling slightly, exuding an aura of immortality and humility. He was quite satisfied with his efforts, as he not only resolved his friend's difficulties, but also constructed a Daoist temple that aligned with the natural Dao, catering to Qingji's nature, achieving a perfect balance. Moreover, the little Bai in Qingji's arms, now at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, appeared lazy and adorable beside Qingyu, loving to be petted. Yet once they left the vast expanse and revealed his true form, he would be the moon-devouring deity able to consume moonlight and intimidate all demons. Zinyuan's gaze swept across the entrance of this newly built Daoist temple. He noticed that the ancient and heavy green jade gate tower was still empty on both sides, lacking a couplet that would highlight the atmosphere of the place and showcase the identity of its master. Fellow Daoist, there is still a missing stroke here, Zinyuan said with a smile, not waiting for Qingji's response, knowing well of his difficulty with naming, and pointed his fingers like a sword, drawing in the air. The soil-colored light gathered at his fingertips, transforming into two lines of large characters with iron painting and silver hooks naturally imprinted on the pillars on either side of the gate tower. Left couplet, the primordial chaos first distinguishes the profound realm. Right couplet, the murky fog once again reveals the Jianmu. The characters were ancient and vigorous, subtly conveying the weight of the earth's veins and the essence of eternity, implying that this Daoist temple was born from the Jianmu and revealed due to the completion of the wilderness. Qingyu stepped forward a few paces, lightly reading these two lines, his eyes filled with greater admiration. Fellow Daoist, your literary talent and auspicious meaning are remarkable. Qingyu nodded in praise, then with a thought smiled, and said it wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate. Without finishing his words, Qingji's figure disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared at the ancient and solemn entrance of Honghuang Temple at the edge of the vast expanse. At the entrance of Honghuang Temple, which had been empty, Zinyuan had yet to write the couplet. Qingyu smiled faintly, pointed at the gate gently. A warm azure light blossomed from his fingertips, lively as new leaves on a branch, vibrant as the life of the Jianmu. As the azure light flowed, it transformed into two lines of ethereal, profound characters, likewise imprinted on the left and right sides of the gate of Honghuang Temple. Left couplet, the immortal abode of eternal life. Right couplet, a household of Daoists living in harmony with heaven. These two lines of characters not only encapsulated the supreme presence of Honghuang Temple as the ancestor of earthly immortals, but also contained blessings wishing Zinyuan a lasting Dao path and eternal fortune. The characters combined grace with heaviness, embodying the vitality of the Dao, perfectly matching the ancient natural atmosphere of Honghuang Temple. Zinyuan subsequently arrived on his cloud, and upon seeing the suddenly appeared couplet on his temple's entrance, he was initially taken aback, but once he discerned the characters and the Dao rhythm flowing within them. Excellent. What a great immortal abode of eternal life, a household of Daoists living in harmony with heaven. Zinyuan clapped and laughed, his voice resonating through the mountain of longevity. Fellow Daoist, this couplet is deeply to my heart and aligns with my Dao. Extremely wonderful, extremely wonderful. The two exchanged smiles, their unspoken camaraderie evident in their expressions. The bond between gentlemen is as light as water. The relationship between Dao companions is free and unspoken. After laughing, the two walked side by side into Qingji's newly built Daoist temple. Passing through the Jadestone Plaza, walking along the meandering corridor, admiring the unique flowers, and listening to the babbling streams, they saw pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously, seamlessly blending with the natural landscape, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere that lifted the spirits. Just as the two were casually entering the main hall, a voice called out, "Master, there are guests visiting." Outside the hall, the vegetation spirit responsible for guarding the entrance and welcoming guests respectfully conveyed the message. Qingji's divine sense stirred, already knowing who the visitors were. He felt slightly surprised and immediately said warmly, "Please let them in." As soon as he spoke, two figures appeared at the hall's entrance. A man and a woman, no longer dressed as children. After receiving permission, the two carefully stepped into as they stepped in, an abundance of life and the Dao rhythm of wood, along with the perfect spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enveloped them. Bathed in this aura, the sense of uncertainty and restlessness they had developed from leaving the Zixiao Palace dissipated significantly, leaving them feeling completely at ease with clear Dao hearts. Hao Yinyao did not dare to be negligent, and quickly took a few steps forward, bowing respectfully to Qingyu, who sat at the head, and to Zinyuan, who was beside him, with a smile, saying, "Disciple Hao Yinyao pays respects to the two elders, pays respects to the Grand Master Jinyuan." They had served the Dao ancestor in the Zixiao Palace. Although they were not direct disciples, they had heard the Dao ancestor speak of the Dao, thus having a connection to the Dao. Before the Dao ancestor departed, he did not give them specific arrangements, only advising them to seek their fates. They understood that Qin Yu was a friend of the Dao ancestor and one of the highest beings in the wilderness today. Sensing his warm and approachable Jianmu vitality, they boldly came to the vast expanse hoping for shelter and protection, even if it meant serving as gatekeepers or janitors. The two explained their reasons, their words sincere, their demeanor extremely humble. Qin Yu looked at this pair who had served Hongjun for countless gatherings in the Zixiao Palace now, like drifting weeds without roots, and felt a surge of emotion. He was pondering whether to keep these two in the new Daoist temple, fulfilling the connection with his friend Hongjuan and providing them a place to settle down and cultivate in peace. However, just as his thoughts turned before he could speak, "Senior, what are you doing? Could it be that you have a new disciple?" A voice filled with fear and sorrow echoed out. Qin Yu turned at the sound and saw the Eastern King and the Western Queen appearing outside the hall. It turned out that the Western Queen had long established a friendship with the 12 flower deities of Du Guang, knowing that Qin Yu had a hall and had come to pay a visit only to encounter such a scene. The Eastern King looked at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with betrayal and abandonment. Qin Yu forced a smile and invited the Eastern King and the Western Queen inside. He spoke seriously, "I have united with the heavenly mechanism and known the heavenly mandate. The Haoyan and Yaoqi of the Eastern King shall be entrusted to you both for guidance, and the future will naturally be determined by heaven." Hearing Qin Yu's words, the Eastern King naturally complied, secretly casting a warning glance at Haoyan, who was trying to serve the senior in his absence, nearly letting them succeed. Seeing the tense standoff among the four Zhun, Yuanzi chuckled softly. Unlike the harmonious atmosphere of Du Guang, the Kunlun III, Clear Dao Hall, was in a state of division. Eldest brother, third brother, the primordial supreme being, began his voice low, "Do we truly have to do this? Third brother, I have now acquired the spirit of vegetation from Du Guang, possessing the vitality of the Jianmu, which can harmonize the chaos of the mortal world. Kunlun is the place of our birth. The three of us brothers have cultivated countless yuan meetings here. Our bond is deep. Why should we be divided? Please stay and do not leave, alright?" The primordial supreme being spoke earnestly, almost pleadingly. He desperately did not want to see his brothers separated nor the hall divided. Kunlun is not merely a cultivation hall, but a symbol of their unity, the three clear being one. Now he controls part of the heavenly Dao, confident in suppressing all within Kunlun and harmonizing various fortunes. Why then must they separate? However, what responded to him was the sigh of Laozi. Alas. Laozi shook his head. "Second brother, you are now of the heavenly Dao. Your own fortune is deeply intertwined with the fortune of the primordial heavens. Every word and action carries great weight. The immeasurable fortunes of the entire primordial world flow toward Kunlun as the central hub converging upon you." He paused, casting his gaze over the majestic Kunlun, the ancestral veins of myriad mountains. Though Kunlun is the ancestral vein, its capacity is limited. When the three of us cultivated here together, our fortunes were intertwined, advancing and retreating together. Kunlun could still bear it. But now that you are of the heavenly Dao, your fortune is supreme. If I and the third brother were to remain in Kunlun, our fortunes would also intertwine and resonate with yours, converging entirely here. Three streams of the most supreme fortune of the primordial world overlapping. Laozi shook his head, not continuing, yet the meaning was abundantly clear. Kunlun cannot withstand the overwhelming influx of fortune brought by the three clear residing here, especially with the primordial being the heavenly Dao. Forcing ourselves to stay would not only be unhelpful, but could harm the roots of Kunlun's ancestral vein, even leading to unforeseeable changes. Rather than letting you go deep into the source of the heavenly Dao, that cold and unfeeling place, it is better to leave this Kunlun ancestral vein, the place of our birth, to you. At the very least, here you are most familiar and can draw upon the ancestral vein's energy, better comprehending the heavenly Dao and sorting out the cosmos. Laozi looked at the primordial, his eyes filled with the concern and resolution of an elder brother. Kunlun shall be left to you. As for me and the third brother, we will seek another hall. Second brother. Tong Tian stepped forward, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his expression resolute, now carrying the usual nonchalance, yet deep within a trace of unnoticeable reluctance. It is merely a place of cultivation. The primordial world is vast, where cannot we make a home? With our mixed primordial abilities, travel is but a fleeting moment. Whenever we wish to meet, we can. What is there to separate? Tong Tian attempted to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a casual tone. Is it that second brother cannot bear to part with me, and eldest brother? Are you worried that without me and eldest brother you will have no one to discuss the Dao or play chess with? Haha. He tried to comfort the primordial with a joke, but everyone in the hall could hear the tinge of bitterness behind that laughter. The primordial supreme being fell silent. How could he not understand that Laozi's words were the truth? How could he not recognize the possible consequences of forcing his brothers to stay? He just felt unwilling, reluctant. Kunlun is not merely a hall, but a home, their home of the three clear. Now the home is to be divided. After a long time, the Primordial Supreme being slowly closed his eyes, his hands under his sleeves clenched slightly, then slowly relaxed. Alas! A sigh that seemed to drain all strength escaped the Primordial Supreme being's lips. Let it be, let it be. He waved his hand, his voice filled with weariness and desolation. Just go. After saying this, he did not look at Laozi or Tontian again, abruptly rising, sweeping his sleeves, and walking toward the quiet chamber deep within the Yuqing Palace. Second brother. Tontian watched the Primordial's departing figure, opened his mouth, but in the end only let out a barely audible sigh. He was naturally open-minded, but at this moment his heart could not help but feel heavy. Laozi also wore a grave expression, deeply gazing at the direction in which the Primordial had vanished, and nodded slightly to the Xian Du Grand Master, who stood nearby. Xian Du understood and silently began to tidy up Laozi's simple alchemy room and quiet chamber. Soon the Taiji Saint brought Xian Du along, riding the green ox, with purple energy swirling for 30,000 miles, drifting away from Kunlun Mountain. He did not travel far, just to a nearby place. The Shouyang Mountain, another top-tier cave heaven of the primordial world, was where he established his hall, waving his hand. It was the 8th Scenery Palace. The East Sea is vast, with islands scattered like stars. Tontian swept his divine sense, and soon found an island shaped like a giant turtle brimming. Tontian flicked his sleeve, a flash of sword light tearing through the void, heading straight for the vast and boundless. The East Sea is vast, with islands scattered like stars. Tontian swept his divine sense, and soon found an island shaped like a giant turtle brimming with spiritual energy and covering a vast area. This island was formed from the remains of an ancient giant turtle, its foundation deep, blessed by a saint, its spiritual energy no less than that of Kunlun. Tontian personally inscribed 3 great Dao runes on the highest peak of the island, using his finger as a sword, the sword energy soaring to the sky, the Dao rhythm spreading by Yu Palace. From then on, Tontian Taoist master settled his large group of disciples, each with their distinct personalities, on the golden turtle island of the East Seas by Yu Palace. The division of the 3 clear was thus settled. However, the concerns of the saints were not known to their disciples, especially those who were already of diverse thoughts, lacking the cultivation to glimpse the heavenly secrets. Within Kunlun Mountain, inside the Yusu Palace, Guang, Chengzi, Qi Jingzi Tai, Yizhen Ruan, and the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, as well as the likes of Nan Ji Xian Wang and Yun Zhongzi, looked at each other. Seeing their master had closed himself off since that day, and recalling the successive departures of the Taiching master and the Shanqing master, they could not help but speculate. Could it be that master had a falling out with Taiching master and Shanqing master? Qi Jingzi whispered to Guang Chengzi beside him. Silence. Guang Chengzi's expression changed as he scolded, but the worry in his eyes could not be concealed. He knew well that his master, the Primordial Supreme being, valued rules and etiquette, and had repeatedly reprimanded those from Shanqing master's sect who were unkempt. Moreover, the Shanqing master was protective and could not stand for grievances. Could it really be that due to doctrinal disagreements and disputes among disciples, the 3 masters had fallen out completely, to the point where even the Taiching master could not mediate, leading to their separation? Such speculation existed not only among the disciples of the Chan teaching, but the disciples of the human teaching such as Xian Du remained indifferent. Yet on the Jia teaching side it was quite lively. On the square outside the Bo Palace of Janeo Island, Duo Baodaran was instructing a group of newly initiated probationary disciples on the essential principles of the Shanqing immortal arts. Suddenly a probationary disciple with a leopard-like head and fierce ringed eyes interjected in a deep, gruff voice, "Senior brother, I've heard our master left Kunlun because Elder Master Yuqing looked down upon us, those born with fur or scales or hatched from eggs, and deemed us impure, defiling the sacred realm of Kunlun. He forced our master to relocate. Is that true?" At these words the square fell utterly silent. Every Jia sect disciple, whether direct disciples, inner cultivation adepts, or outer probationaries, pricked up their ears and fixed their burning gazes upon Duobao. Most of them indeed possessed humble origins, far less exalted than those of the Chan sect, making them especially sensitive to such remarks. Duobao Dorn's expression darkened as he barked, "Nonsense. Our master and his 2 elder brothers share profound fraternal bonds. How could such trivialities ever cause division? Speak another word of this slander, and you shall be cast out of the sect." Though stern in rebuke, he himself harbored quiet doubts. As the Jia sect's eldest senior disciple, he knew well that Tontian Jiaozhu, their master, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, the 2nd elder master, had long held fundamental disagreements over doctrinal philosophy and criteria for accepting disciples. This sudden separation had not been explicitly explained by their master, but his demeanor had seemed unusually subdued. Could there truly be some connection? Indeed, I've heard it too. Elder Master Yuqing has always disdained us. Better this separation. We're free and unbound here in the Eastern Sea. Exactly. Kunlun is suffocating with rigid rules. How much more joyful life is here on Jianmu Island. Murmurs rippled through the crowd below, growing louder, more impassioned, and increasingly convinced of their own conjectures. Rumors, after all, ferment and spread with astonishing speed, fueled by speculation, imagination, and the inevitable distortion of repetition. Duobao Daoren massaged his temples, wearily wishing to impose strict silence. Yet faced with the surging indignation of his junior brothers and sisters, he found no footing for reprimand. Could he possibly declare that their master had voluntarily relocated because Elder Master Yuqing's celestial fortune was so overwhelming it risked fracturing Kunlun's ancestral spirit vein? Who would believe such a claim? Would a celestial sovereign abandon his abode for fear of crushing a mountain? Preposterous. Thus, under Duobao's helpless restraint, and amid the Jie sect disciples' vivid imaginations and shared resentment, a rumor took flight: the three pure ones had parted ways because Yuanshi Tianzuan, the Yuqing sovereign, scorned the Jie sect disciples' lowly origins and clashed with Tongtian Jiaozhu, the Shangqing sovereign, over irreconcilable doctrines, while Taiching Laozi's attempts at mediation failed utterly, leaving all three estranged. Like wings carrying wind, this tale soared from Jianmu Island in the Eastern Sea to Kunlun Mountain to Shouyang Mountain and across the entire Honghuang realm. Soon all great cultivators, major sects, and countless reclusive cultivators had heard it. The pre-existing rift between the Chan and Jie sects, rooted in divergent doctrines and radically different standards for accepting disciples, was now doused with oil. The flames of discord blazed higher than ever. When disciples of the two sects met beyond their mountains, their glances crackled with hostility, their words bristled with veiled barbs, and open clashes grew frequent, straining relations to the breaking point. Within the Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan remained in seclusion, yet his divine consciousness was boundless. How could he remain unaware of the roaring rumors sweeping the Honghuang? Yet his heart and mind were immersed in sorrow over the parting of brothers and in contemplation of the heavenly Tao, leaving him neither time nor inclination to heed the idle chatter of insignificant insects. Still, the aura irradiating from his person grew increasingly frigid and oppressive, causing even the palace attendants and celestial warriors to tremble in silent dread. At Bairing Palace on Shouyang Mountain, Taiching Laozi naturally heard the rumors as well. Before his alchemical furnace, he merely stirred the flame with a gentle flick of his fingers and murmured calmly, "The pure clarify themselves, the turbid cloud themselves." Wu Wei, effortless action, naturally unfolds. Then he closed his eyes once more, drifting into tranquil spiritual wandering, as if all worldly commotion held no bearing upon him. Meanwhile, on Jianmu Island in the Eastern Sea, within the Buzhou Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu once again received Duobao's tactful report on the latest iteration of the Three Pure Ones discord rumor. It had now escalated to utter absurdity. Yuanshi Tianzuan publicly denounced Tongtian Jiaozhu for accepting impure disciples. Tongtian Jiaozhu drew his sword in fury. Duobao Daoren led an army to besiege Kunlun, only saved by Taiching's sovereign's timely intervention. A faint twitch tugged at Tongtian's lips. His expression was indeed awkward, for he knew full well that 99.9 of the rumor's astonishing velocity could be credited to his own beloved disciples. These. Tongtian Jiaozhu rubbed his throbbing temples and sighed helplessly. How could he explain? To declare, "We separated because my elder brother's celestial fortune was so immense it threatened to collapse Kunlun Mountain." Who would believe it? It would only deepen the misunderstanding. Time slipped away quietly, amid undercurrents of tension, swirling rumors, celestial gossip, and disciples sniping at one another in bewildering disarray. 1 Yuanhui, 2 Yuanhui, 5 Yuanhui. The celestial sovereigns each cultivated in solitude within their new abodes, refining their comprehension of the Honghuang's renewed Tao resonance, awaiting the moment long ordained. Within Nuwa's Huahuang heaven, the sound of Fushi's listless sighs drifted intermittently, followed by Nuwa's gentle yet firm instruction, and the sharp resonant crack of her creation whip slicing through the air. Clearly, Fushi's pre-enthronement training was proceeding with fervent intensity. Until one day, wah! A clear, luminous infant's cry, imbued with subtle Tao resonance, pierced the skies above the shores of the Eastern Sea, echoing across the ancestral land of humanity. Fushi's original form had not perished, thus reincarnation was unnecessary. With supreme creation arts and drawing upon Fushi's own primordial essence, Nuwa crafted for him a perfect human vessel, one not only flawlessly attuned to his being, but also amplifying his innate Bagua divination and heavenly fate calculating abilities. To walk the mortal path in clay flesh, to experience the human Tao and thereby ascend as celestial emperor. This was the swiftest, most efficacious path. Brother, the time has come. Go forth. Nuwa smiled serenely and snapped her fingers. The clay effigy bearing Fushi's true spirit transformed into an invisible streak of light soaring toward the ancestral hall of humanity on the eastern seaboard. Yet Nuwa's method of deployment appeared rather unconventional. on the eastern seaboard within the ancestral hall of humanity. That day incense burned thick and rich, countless humans knelt in devout worship praying for the Saint Mother and Saint Father's blessings upon humanity's prosperity and flourishing. Suddenly, purple chi surged eastward for 30,000 li. Vast torrents of violet energy descended like a celestial canopy enveloping the entire ancestral hall. Auspicious clouds billowed, radiant beams shimmered, celestial music floated ethereally, and rare fragrances perfumed the air. Then dense, palpable creation chi erupted from the void, converging wildly at the hall's center, before the most sacred statues of the Saint Mother and Saint Father. The Saint Mother manifests. The Saint Father manifests. The kneeling humans gasped in awe and joy, lifting their heads to behold this millennium-rare, divine miracle. Behold, the torrential creation chi and misty violet energy entwined before the statues, coalescing into a brilliant orb of light. Gently the orb descended and settled softly upon the offering table before the statues. Then beneath the stunned, breath-held gaze of every human present, the orb bloomed slowly, petal by petal, like a lotus unfolding. The creation chi and violet energy withdrew inward, then dissolved entirely. Upon the offering table beneath the statues lay a plump, fair-skinned infant, delicate features framed by wide jet-black eyes curiously surveying the world around him. He neither cried nor fussed, only gazed with innocent wonder at the petrified crowd, then parted his toothless gums and issued his first cry into the human world, wah. Absolute silence fell upon the ancestral hall. From the eldest chieftains and elders to young parents and children, all stood agape, eyes wide, minds utterly blank. Purple chi surging eastward for 30,000 li. Creation chi blazing forth, an infant materializing before the sacred statues. This. After an indeterminate pause, a trembling, incredulous voice shattered the stillness. The Saint Mother and Saint Father have manifested and bestowed a child. Boom! The ancestral hall erupted. The Saint Mother and Saint Father have heirs. Heaven blesses humanity. Heaven blesses humanity. This is the Saint Mother and Saint Father's sacred son gifted to our people. Quick, alert all tribes. The sacred son has descended. Humanity shall flourish. Ecstatic, disbelieving cries thundered through the hall, reverberated across the eastern seaboard, and swept across all human tribes, and the entire Honghuang realm, like wildfire. Spread the word. Moved by humanity's profound devotion, the Saint Mother and Saint Father manifested, wielding supreme creation arts to conceive and deliver a son, born directly within the ancestral hall, to bestow eternal blessing upon humanity. This news spread even faster, and more wildly, more deeply, than the rumor of the three pure ones' separation. High above, behind the clouds, three figures stood in silent stillness, gazing down upon the frenzied crowd in the ancestral hall, and upon the bewildered infant still babbling innocently upon the offering table. They were Qing Yu, Jin Yuanzi, and Nuwa herself, the very architect of this chaos. Qing Yu's face remained impassive, though a barely perceptible twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Jin Yuanzi stroked his long beard, striving to maintain serene, immortal composure, yet the mirth bubbling in his eyes betrayed him utterly. And Nuwa, ahem, she coughed twice, attempting explanation. Well, I merely wished for my brother's descent to be more sacred, more extraordinary, to better proclaim his unparalleled status as celestial emperor and his mandate from heaven. I hadn't anticipated their imaginations would run quite so wild. Her voice dwindled, faltering under Qing Yu's faint, knowing smile, and Jin Yuanzi's visibly strained effort to suppress laughter, ending in a barely audible mutter. Well, the outcome is favorable, isn't it? Indeed. Upon the offering table, gazed upon by thousands worshipped with feverish devotion, the infant Fushi, having passed beyond initial curiosity, and his first cry, appeared to lose interest in the surrounding clamor. He let out a tiny yawn, blinked his large dark eyes, and tilted his head sideways, drifting off to sleep right there on the offering table. Amid the rapturous gaze of countless humans, under the watchful eyes of numerous quasi-sovereigns, and beneath the focused attention of all celestial sovereigns, he began to snore softly, deeply, blissfully, even drooling slightly. The humans, the quasi-sovereigns. High above, Nuwa's expression instantly turned storm dark. Qing Yu finally gave in, shaking his head with quiet laughter. Jin Yuanzi, however, threw back his head and roared with unrestrained mirth. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. My apologies, Lady Nuwa. In that instant, Nuwa could bear it no longer. Gripping her creation whip, she ignored Qing Yu and Jin Yuanzi entirely and plunged straight down toward the mortal realm. Fuxi. The whip cracked loudly in the ancestral hall of the human race, startling several spiritual sparrows perched on the ancient trees outside. A boy seemingly around 10 years old was covering his head and running around barefoot on the green jade pavement. At this moment, this future emperor lacked any majesty. His hair was disheveled, and his robe was covered in dust, looking quite disheveled. Behind him, a woman dressed in elegant palace attire resembling Nuwa by 9 parts held a green whip that flowed with the rhythm of creation, an avatar crafted by Nuwa's divine powers. This avatar was less graceful than the true form, bearing a severity tinged with disappointment that he had not yet learned. The whip crackled in the air, each swing just grazing the edge of Fux's robe. The woman's voice rang out. To what stage have you deduced the positions of the innate 8 trigrams taught yesterday? The shadow of the whip in her hand flickered like a serpent's tongue. Qian San Lian Kuan Lu Duan Jin Yan Yu Jian Fu, one, how can you be so careless? You turned the Qian hexagram into the Kuan hexagram and computed the Zhun position as if it were Sun. How can you expect to lead the human race and predict the heavenly mechanisms in the future? Fuxi, while running, protested that 8 trigrams diagram is extremely intricate with 3,600 variations. I've only looked at it 3 times. 3 times. The woman raised her eyebrows in anger. Did you not say you had seen it 3,000 times? Are you still trying to deceive me? Here, take a whip. Another crack of the whip landed at Fux's feet, sending ripples of Dao patterns across the jade surface. Fuxi jumped 3 feet in fright, turning and rushing towards the 3 figures huddled in the corner of the hall. Grandpa Swearin, save me. At that corner, the 3 figures were desperately pretending to be invisible. In the middle, an old man with white hair and beard held a charred wooden branch. To his left was the nesting clan, who built nests from wood, and to his right was the cloth clan, who wove clothes from hemp. At this moment, these 3 ancestors of the human race wished they could shrink into the walls. Hearing Fux's plea for help, Swearin trembled all over, looked up at the sky, and murmured, today the patterns on the hall's ceiling are quite profound, subtly aligning with the numbers of the universe. The nesting clan lowered their head to examine their own straw sandals. This weaving technique needs improvement. The cloth clan, on the other hand, was fixated on the carvings on the pillars, as if they held the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Little Fuxi, Swearin said, seeing Fuxi rush close, his face contorted in a pained expression as he lowered his voice. It's not that Grandpa won't save you, it's just that Grandpa is also afraid of the loving touch of the Holy Mother. As he spoke, he caught sight of the long whip in the woman's hand and couldn't help but shudder. 3 years ago, when the Holy Mother first descended upon the ancestral hall, she had casually pointed out their cultivation, and that session of whipping had shaken the Dao hearts of the 3 ancestors. Even now, thinking back on it, they felt their scalps tingle. Fuxi, seeing no way to escape, could only turn around with a mournful expression, only to find the whip suspended overhead. Will you learn? I will learn. I will learn now. Immediately. Fuxi scrambled to his feet, rushing to the center of the hall, where the innate 8 trigrams diagram was laid out in spirit stones, sitting cross-legged, forming hand seals, and chanting incantations. In an instant, the patterns of the 8 trigrams illuminated the 8 hexagrams of Qian Kuanjin Sun, Qinli Jin, and Dui rotated like flowing water, the essence of the Dao endlessly circulating. Only then did the woman retract her long whip, standing with her hands behind her back, a faint smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Since that day when Fuxi had fallen into a deep sleep under the gaze of the crowd, embarrassing Nuwa before the other saints, this saint had taken matters seriously. She took a fragment of the 9 heavens, Shirong, mixed it with her own blood, and crafted an avatar indistinguishable from an ordinary person, imbuing it with a strand of divine sense, personally overseeing the ancestral hall of the human race day and night, urging this unruly elder brother. 3 years, merely 3 years. Under Nuwa's meticulous care, Fuxi comprehended the written and ceremonial etiquette of the human race by the age of 3, distinguishing between good and evil and principles of morality. By 6, he understood the geography of mountains and rivers, able to identify the products of the 4 directions. By 9, he could observe celestial phenomena and inspect geography, deducing the changes of the 4 seasons, with the embryonic form of the 8 trigrams beginning to take shape. Indeed, a genius under the whip. On this day at the eastern sea, the sky was ablaze with light, and a golden phoenix arrived bearing a message, landing at the eaves of the ancestral hall. Many powerful beings in the primordial chaos sensed this and knew that the emperor had descended, that the heavenly mandate was here, and that the human race would rise. As the central figure of heaven and earth for the human race, to truly rise it needed to undergo the tests and recognition of heaven, earth, and humanity. Moreover, all beings belong to the realm of humanity. Now this emperor is Fuxi, the former Shihuang of the demon race, the elder brother of the Holy Mother, who has gained the favor of the saints, decided by the consensus of all the saints. All beings have no hostility towards Fuxi, and many even feel a sense of closeness. After all, this emperor carries a noble bloodline with an extraordinary origin and is protected by the saints, destined to lead the human race towards glory. More than that, they wish to share in the benefits. The little golden phoenix was the first to deliver a message, after which it went off to relax. The reign of the emperor marks the beginning of the rise of humanity, a truly destined grand trend. The saints focused their gaze here, and no one dared to cause trouble at this moment. This meant that as long as one could catch a ride on Fux's coattails, they could gain some benefits from the merit. A teacher imparts knowledge, dispenses teachings, and resolves doubts. If one could become the emperor's teacher, being close to the source, they would certainly accrue a great amount of merit. These merits are merely embellishments for the saints, but for those stuck at the pinnacle of Deluo, desperately seeking opportunities for ascension, they are a path to transcendence. Unfortunately, this beautiful position had long been targeted by the three pure ones, and other powerful beings, even if they had the intention, could only sigh in envy. Among the saints, Nuwa has no disciples, while Xinyuanzi only has the two disciples Qingfeng and Mingyue, along with a little ginseng fruit. Moreover, Xinyuanzi is good friends with Qingyou, who has the luck of the cosmic tree to nurture him, needing no external assistance. As for the two from the west, this friend, although the west has been reshaped and the spiritual veins have recovered, the land is vast and the people sparse. We are in dire need of someone with great virtue to go there and teach. At the edge of the western blissful world, nearing the eastern territories, the Daoist, named Junti, was earnestly pulling an old Daoist with a youthful face and white hair, speaking sincerely, devoid of any saintly authority, more like a vendor at a market. The old Daoist was the wandering cultivator Hyunzi, having reached the late stage of Deluo, and was currently being tugged by Juni, unable to leave or stay, his old face wrinkled in distress. Sin, it's not that this poor Daoist is shirking, it's just that in my cave abode there is still a cauldron of 9 gold pills at a critical juncture. No worries, no worries. Junti smiled even more warmly. I'll have the medicine master Liuli keep an eye on the fire, ensuring everything goes smoothly. You only need to go to the west to teach for 300 years, no 200 years will suffice. By then there will be merits and fortunes to be gained, and you can also comprehend the marvelous laws of my way. Though the west has been reshaped and the spiritual energy restored, the past beings have endured the calamities of fierce beasts, turmoil from the demon ancestor, and the war of witches and demons. The land has been shattered time and again with the dead and the fleeing fled. The survivors, in order to survive, mostly migrated to the east, where they have settled for several epochs. Now the west is almost devoid of human presence save for the new sentient plants and creatures. Jiejin is responsible for teaching the new beings in the west, while Junti has set aside his saintly demeanor, running around in the east begging and pleading for people to go to the west. Fortunately, Jiejin and Junti had signed a mutual assistance agreement with the East King in their early years, allowing some wandering cultivators to be sent there, barely maintaining the continuity of teachings in the West. Even so, Jiejin and Junti were busy to the point of exhaustion, with no energy left to compete for the position of the Emperor's teacher. Thus, this beautiful task ultimately fell to the heads of the three teachings. This matter was well known among the saints. Laozi, the embodiment of non-action; Yuanshi, the embodiment of respect for rights; and Tongtian, the embodiment of broad-mindedness. 3 saints tacitly regarded this as an opportunity to test their disciples and accumulate merit. Foolish child. The old man shook his head and waved his large sleeves. The ripples in the void revealed a scene within the ancestral hall of the human race. A 3-year-old child was being chased by a woman in green clothing, running wildly throughout the hall, while a whip whistled through the air and cries echoed like thunder. The woman suddenly turned her head, her gaze piercing through the void, landing directly on Xiandu. She smiled. That smile was gentle and kind, with a benevolent expression, causing Xiandu to feel a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. Come. The woman's red lips parted, uttering a single word. In the next moment, Xiandu's figure vanished from the Eight Scenes Palace, reappearing in the center of the ancestral hall, staring wide-eyed at the crying, flower-faced little Fushi. Smack! The sound of the whip breaking through the air exploded beside him. Since you've come, let's learn together. The woman's smile remained unchanged. Qian, San Lian, Kuan Lu Duan, if you cannot master them today, you shall not eat. Xiandu. Thus, under the careful guidance of Nuwa Fushi and Xiandu, this pair of difficult brothers, one taught, and one learning, one striking, and one enduring, finally grew robustly. Time flew like a shuttle, and the 3 Yuan conference was upon them in the blink of an eye. Fushi established human relationships, regulated marriages, and formalized surnames. He interpreted the 8 trigrams, communicated yin and yang, and clarified fortune and misfortune. Under his leadership, humanity ended the primitive era of clan-based living and began formal diplomatic relations with the myriad races of the wilderness for the first time. On the shores of the East Sea, 3,000 miles beyond the ancestral land of humanity, the newly established E-City was bustling with voices. What? Some claimed that humanity was too poor to offer anything. On the shores of the East Sea, 3,000 miles beyond the ancestral land of humanity, the newly established E-City was bustling with voices. What? Some claimed that humanity was too poor to offer. This remark reached the clouds, and Zhun Yuanzi, standing alongside Qing Yu and observing the grandeur of E-City, could no longer contain himself, stroking his beard and laughing heartily, his voice shaking the heavens. Brother Dao, oh Brother Dao, Zhen Yuanzi laughed until he doubled over. You are now a treasure of the highest order in the wilderness, sought after by all the myriad races. Qing Yu remained expressionless, simply replying, you jest, my friend. Yet Zhen Yuanzi laughed, even more joyfully, suddenly swaying his figure and tearing through the void to step into the chaos. Not long after, he returned holding a lush, verdant leaf with natural patterns in his palm, which he had plucked from the main body of Jianmu. In the current wilderness, only Zhen Yuanzi could obtain Jianmu leaves. This is indeed a treasure rare in the wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi waved the leaf before Qing Yu's eyes, earnestly stating, I shall surely treasure it well and pass it on to future generations. Qing Yu. He silently turned his head to look down at Yi City, where a demon with the head of a leopard and the body of a man was using 3 baskets of innate gung metal to exchange with Sui Rin for a peachwood sword that had been personally imbued with the cleansing heart spell by Qing Yu. The crooked leaf patterns on that sword clearly bore the claw marks left unintentionally by Xiao Bai when he rolled on Jianmu the other day. As for Xian Du, the nominal teacher of the Heavenly Emperor, after experiencing the loving encouragement of Nuwa, he fully comprehended the truth of non-action. Every day, he simply followed Fuxi, occasionally answering a few inconsequential questions, while most of his time was spent observing the 8 trigrams deductions and comprehending the changes in humanity's fate. Winning by lying down, it turns out this could be so easy, while lying down and winning the MVP. One day, the purple chi from the East Sea came for 30,000 miles, and the rosy light illuminated the 9 heavens. Fuxi stood on the high platform of the ancestral hall, dressed in a black robe of authority, wearing a crown with the vast multitude of humanity behind him. He held incense and bowed, his voice like gold and jade resounding across the land. Fuxi governs the world, and it is now the 3 Yuan Conference. He established human relationships, interpreted the 8 trigrams, communicated with the myriad races. Today his merits are complete, and he respectfully informs heaven, earth, and humanity. As his words fell, clouds rolled above the 9 heavens, flowers rained down from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. On the eastern horizon, the primordial supreme being arrived, riding a dragon chariot of fragrant sandalwood, with auspicious clouds trailing for 30,000 miles, jewels glistening, and golden lanterns in abundance. He represented the Tao of heaven and descended to test. In the southern rosy light, the saintess Nuwa arrived, riding a golden phoenix with the aura of creation unfurling and pervading the air. She, being the saint of humanity and the mother of the human race, came specifically to witness today. The earth's veins stirred as Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, holding the book of earth, his shadow of reincarnation supporting him, and the merits of the earth turning into jewels encircling him. He was the saint of the earth, overseeing the profound virtues of the ground. The 3 saintly figures simultaneously appeared, collectively initiating the beginning of humanity. Suddenly a clear ringing sound came from the void, and an ancient grand seal broke through the air. The seal's knot intertwined with dragons, the body of the seal engraved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. At the bottom, the words Contending encapsulated a natural Tao rhythm, and upon its appearance it resonated with the fate of the myriad races in the wilderness. Contending seal, a supreme treasure of humanity, Aquasasane exclaimed in shock. The great seal hung high above the 9 heavens, with the totems of the myriad races swirling above and the wishes of all beings manifesting below. The Heavenly Emperor Fuxi governed the world during the 3 Yuan Conference, and the fate of humanity mingled with the myriad spirits flowing towards the Contending seal, like rivers converging into the sea. The primordial supreme being's expression was solemn as he pointed with a finger. The laws of heaven transformed into a long river sweeping past. An 8 trigrams diagram rose above Fuxi's head, with the 8 trigrams of Qian Kuan Jin Sun, Kinli Jin, and Dui, rotating, merging, and resonating with the heavenly law's long river without any obstruction. The trial belonging to the heavenly law passed instantly under the control of the primordial supreme being. Zhen Yuanzi unfolded the book of earth, and the earth rumbled in response. The 9 hells echoed back. Fuxi stepped upon the 8 trigrams, each step blooming with lotus flowers as the energy of the earth's veins rose, merging with his own aura. Nuwa stood smiling, embodying the hopes and intentions of all humanity since she created people. Fuxi opened his arms, embracing those phantoms, and the fate of humanity within him surged higher, resonating with all of humanity. Fuxi had taken the lead, traversing a shortcut blessed by the saintly favor. The remaining path required humanity to walk step by step to comprehend and conquer. With the Heavenly Emperor governing, humanity shall rise, beginning from Fuxi. Nuwa called out clearly, her voice resounding throughout the wilderness. An endless merit surged from the void, and the primal origins of heaven and humanity poured down towards Fuxi like a rushing river. His aura began to ascend wildly, 3 flowers blossoming atop his head, and 5 energies converging in his chest. From those 3 flowers a shadow emerged from each, representing the good, evil, and obsessions he had severed in his youth. At this moment, propelled by the heavenly law's merits and the primal origins of humanity, the three shadows began to merge, transforming into a form identical to Fux's, yet more majestic. The form raised a hand, summoning the Kongtong seal into its palm, as the 9 dragons sang long and echoed through the heavens. An aura far surpassing the peak of a quasi-saint, yet not reaching the realm of a primordial saint, enveloped the entire wilderness. Supreme Sage Fruit Position. Fuxi, the Heavenly Emperor, achieving the title of Supreme Sage through human law merits. The beings were in uproar, and all spirits bowed in reverence. Above the clouds, Qing Yu quietly watched this scene, suddenly raising his hand, and with a slap knocked away a hand that had stealthily reached towards his true form. Tongtian sect leader awkwardly retracted his hand, mumbling, "Just one leaf, I just wanted to pluck a leaf from Jianmu, as a keepsake." Qing Yu ignored him, his gaze falling upon the robust, pillar-like fate of humanity that reached up to the 9 heavens, deep in thought. With Nuwa, this dual-path saint overseeing humanity, it cannot accommodate a second primordial figure right now, he murmured, as if to himself, yet loud enough for those beside him to hear. Oh. Nuwa had approached unknowingly, her beautiful eyes blinking as a delicate hand quietly reached towards Qing Yu's back. So that's how it is, brother Dao is indeed wise. Before her words fell with a slap, her hand was also expressionlessly knocked away by Qing Yu. Nuwa pouted, but did not make further moves, redirecting her gaze downward once more. The twilight of the Divine Emperor's ascension had yet to dissipate, and Fuxi had shed his dark robes, donning a plain white Daoist robe, standing atop the high platform outside the ancestral hall of the human race. The East Sea was churning, and the long wind swept for thousands of miles. His sleeves billowed as he gazed at the billions of kneeling clansmen below, at the bustling commerce of the distant market, thriving with all races, and at the human world he had protected for the 3 Yuan assembly, letting out a gentle sigh. It is time to leave. The Swearin clan leader trembled as he approached, tears in his old eyes. Divine Emperor, are you truly leaving? Fuxi turned and helped the old man to his feet, speaking gently. Grandfather Sorin, I am no longer the Divine Emperor, just Fuxi. The human Dao has its constants, and the human Emperor has its decrees. If I were to linger and not depart, this position would forever belong to Fuxi, yet what the human race needs is a path that moves ever forward. Fuxi looked up at the sky, his gaze piercing through the 9 layers of clouds, landing on the ever-flowing river of the human Dao. If he did not leave, it would mean eternal reign of the Divine Emperor. With his current, unparalleled holy cultivation in the primordial chaos, if he were to occupy this position indefinitely, he would be sheltered by the shadows of the 3 saints. After 100 Yuan assemblies, he could nurture the human Daos fortune to the point of supporting the second saint, at which time he could directly attain sainthood through merit. One step to ascend to the heavens, to share longevity with the Dao, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints. Below, the great powers of the primordial chaos and the quasi-saint cultivators who had come from all directions to witness the ceremony were filled with endless envy in their eyes. They had cultivated for millions of years, enduring tribulations, all in pursuit of that fleeting chance of returning to the primordial chaos. Yet Fuxi, all he needed to do was sit on the Divine Emperor's throne, patiently waiting for time to flow, and sainthood would be within easy reach. But Fuxi merely smiled, waved his sleeve, and turned away, leaving without taking a single cloud with him. Everything else was false. Staying home was the true path. When discussing the greatest figures of the primordial chaos, the Dao ancestor preached the Dao, and the spirit ancestor supported heaven and saved the world. Perhaps each has its merits. When discussing the most compassionate figure, Nuwa created humanity and mended the heavens, while Zhun Yuanzi sorted the earth's veins, both possessing a great love for all beings. When discussing the most just figure, Dong Huang Tai wielded the heavenly laws, and Dong Wang Gong regulated the myriad immortals, yet each had its biases. But when it comes to the person with the best fate in the primordial chaos, at this moment it finally had a conclusion. That would be Fuxi. Born of noble lineage, Nuwa, as a saint possessing extraordinary roots, reincarnated as a divine emperor, achieving perfect merit, standing as a saint, the path to sainthood was within easy grasp. Moreover, all along he had the support of the myriad saints. Even his teacher Xuandu had achieved the Dao with ease. This fate was truly against the heavens. But at this moment, facing the envious gazes from all around, Fux's face showed not a trace of joy, but rather deep sorrow. He looked at the slowly approaching chariot on the horizon, the 5-colored divine phoenix clearing the way, and the Bai Zhe driving the carriage, his lips twitching slightly. Originally thinking that the overtime was over, he did not expect that he still had to work overtime. Yes, although he had relinquished the divine emperor position, his human Dao fortune was vast as the sea, and ordinary caves could not possibly accommodate it. Now, aside from the ancestral temple dedicated to the Holy Father and Holy Mother, there was no other place for him to reside long-term. Yet the ancestral temple was the core of human belief. If he stayed long, the intertwining of fortunes would affect the rise of the next human emperor. In the entire primordial chaos, the only place that could accommodate such immense human Dao fortune was one Nuwa Palace. That was a holy place where the human Dao existed, where the great Dao of creation was sorted, and it was also connected to his bloodline. 9 demons pull the chariot, the 5-colored phoenix clears the way, and Baize drives the carriage. Fushi forced a smile. Do they fear I might run away? As soon as he finished speaking, the chariot had already arrived close. The 9-headed demon saints pulling the chariot were all from the old court of heaven. Upon seeing Fushi, they all bowed their heads and hissed. Baize, who was driving the carriage, smiled and bowed. Welcome back, Emperor, she to heaven. With a long sigh, Fushi stepped onto the chariot. As the chariot moved, the 9 demons chanted, the 5-colored phoenix danced, and purple chi paved a path 3,000 miles. Where they passed, flowers fell from the sky and golden springs erupted from the earth. All living beings along the way felt it and were blessed. This was not a return journey. It was clearly Nuwa taking the opportunity of Fux's return to bestow merit all along the way. Truly not a single bit of the Divine Emperor's merit was wasted. Inside Nuwa Palace, clouds and mist covered the ground, and auspicious chi filled the air. Fushi, with a face full of disinterest, stepped into the palace. Before he could catch his breath, he saw the Kunpeng Demon Master standing shoulder to shoulder with Baize. Behind them was a line of celestial officials, each holding jade tablets and talismans that towered above their heads, stretching from within the hall all the way to the palace gate, winding like a dragon. Fux's eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, looked at Kunpeng, and asked the question he had already guessed the answer to, but dared not believe. Where is Tai? Kunpeng and Baize exchanged glances, both showing difficulty on their faces. Finally, Baize mustered the courage to step forward and said quietly, reporting to Emperor, His Majesty Tai left an edict many years ago saying he went to wander through the chaos with the Empress, and the return date is uncertain. He paused and added, His Majesty also said that all matters of heaven will be handled by you. If you encounter indecision, you may consult Saint Nuwa. Fux's vision darkened. This is difficult. He should have anticipated it. That fellow has been holding up the heavenly court since Jun's fall, seeming to gain more authority, but in truth that heart yearning for freedom has never extinguished. Now that the primordial chaos is stable, the saints have returned to their positions, and the heavenly court's order is well established, it would be strange for him not to run away. But if you run, why leave this pile of mess for me? Fushi looked at the towering pile of administrative jade tablets and felt his temples throb. He could already see that in countless future Yuan assemblies he would be buried in this mountain of documents, reviewing memorials, handling disputes, and mediating conflicts among the clans. Back then, when I let you sleep soundly in the ancestral hall, it really caused me a great loss of face. Nuwa's voice was gentle, but to Fushi it felt as cold as ice, piercing to the bone. Now it's good you have proper business to attend to, so handle the administrative affairs well. Otherwise, Kunpeng and Baize observed with focused attention, pretending not to hear. Nuwa then withdrew her gaze with satisfaction and looked at the opposite Qing Yu, suddenly asking, Daoist brother, you must have known that Tai Yu would run, right? Qing Yu raised his gaze at her words, a trace of a smile flickering in his eyes. Is it really that hard to guess? Tai Yu's wish is simply to have freedom. In the past, he defended the heavenly court for Jun out of brotherly affection. Later, he protected the beings of the primordial chaos out of a sense of great duty. Now, when the dust has settled and all matters are resolved, he naturally goes to seek his own freedom. As for Jun, in Tai Yu's eyes, Jun was controlled by the Inyang demon gods to protect the beings of the heavenly court, which he could not avoid. He always believed Jun was a good person, just manipulated. Now that the truth is clear that affection and guilt still remain, leaving is also a form of liberation. This is a delightful misunderstanding, yet it is also Tai Yu's softest obsession in his heart. He safeguarded the foundation for Jun, fulfilled his promise, and now alone departing with the Lady of Purple Light, perhaps that is the best ending. So Nuwa rested her chin on her hand. The only option now is to make my blessed elder brother suffer a bit. She looked at Fushi, who was already starting to accept his fate, while flipping through the jade tablets, her eyes flashing with a mischievous smile. Daoist brother. Nuwa turned to Qing Yu, lowering her voice a few degrees. Do you have any candidates for the new heavenly emperor? Although my brother is capable, he can only attain sainthood after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors take their positions. By then it will not be easy for me to keep him. As a lovely younger sister, Nuwa spared no effort in teasing Fushi. Before Qing Yu could answer, Jin Yuanzi and Tong Tian had already perked up their ears. Naturally, Qing Yu deliberately dragged out his tone, seeing that all 3 were listening intently. He finally slowly said 3 words, there is none. Nuwa. Jin Yuanzi paused, his hand stroking his beard. Tong Tian exclaimed, filled with disappointment. Just go with the flow. Everything tends towards completeness. When the time comes, the destined person will naturally appear. Qing Yu held a peace and gazed at the chessboard, his eyes distant. Just at that moment a ripple in the void spread, and the figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun appeared silently, sitting in a nearby empty seat. Can Dong Wang Gong take action? Yuan Shi spoke, his voice cold. He is the leader of the myriad immortals, regulating the myriad immortals and controlling order. If he were to be the heavenly emperor, it would be fitting. As Qing Yu's half-disciple Yuan Shi wanted to arrange personnel, and he must first seek Qing Yu's consent to avoid disrupting his plans. Qing Yu shook his head, his gaze turned towards the cloud sea outside the hall, as if piercing through endless void, seeing the figure bustling in the west. The path of a passionate protagonist is not to become the heavenly emperor. His path is not here, he spoke softly. What he saw was Dong Wang Gong busy with poverty alleviation in the barren land of the west, bringing life to the impoverished, while shining with light in his eyes. That was the path belonging to Dong Wang Gong, running through the mortal world, training among beings, establishing order in chaos, and creating vitality in desolation. His path is the myriad immortals, and all beings bowing his head to protect the last line of defense for all life. The heavenly emperor is merely a shackle. With Qing Yu's approval, Yuan Shi said no more, turning to Tong Tian. The Earth's sovereign has come to fruition. You may arrange disciples to teach him now. Mentioning this matter, Tong Tian's eyes lit up. Previously, that kid Xuandu, following Fux's easy victory, not only gained immense merit, but also under Nuwa's whip of encouragement remade his origin, now gathering 3 flowers and 5 energies on the verge of slashing the corpse, truly earning a bountiful reward. Now it was his turn to teach the Jiejiao, and Tong Tian was overjoyed. But the delight lasted only 3 breaths before he was troubled with so many disciples under him. Whom should he send? Tong Tian scratched his head, troubled to the point where his sword-like eyebrows were knotted together. Yuan Shi, seeing him like this, kindly reminded him, once you find the Earth's sovereign, you can decide who will teach him later. After saying that, his figure transformed into clear light and vanished. Tong Tian was stunned, then jumped up. Second brother, you haven't told me where the Earth's sovereign is. He hurriedly tore through the void to chase after him. Kunlun Mountain, Yusu Palace. Yuan Shi sat on the cloud bed, looking coldly at Tong Tian, who had suddenly barged in. I do not know either. Yuan Shi's voice was flat. Did not the Chan and Jie sects split due to doctrinal disagreements and disputes among disciples? You have not returned to Kunlun for many Yuan assemblies. Why, now that you have a request, do you suddenly remember? Tong Tian was choked up, awkwardly laughing. Second brother, let's not mention the past. Quickly tell me the whereabouts of the Earth's sovereign. My disciples are still waiting for merit. I already said I do not know. This time the Earth's sovereign's emergence is a natural evolution of the human Dao. Oh, I did not intervene. Tong Tian was dumbfounded. Then what did you just say? I said to wait until the Earth's sovereign is found. Yuan Shi leisurely picked up his teacup. But I didn't say I knew you. Tong Tian was fuming, turned, and walked away. Second brother, see you later. Since that's the case, he would go find it himself. The sooner he found it, the more merit he would have. As the best teacher in the primordial chaos, he naturally had to fight for his disciples. Yuan Shi had yet to take out the spiritual fruit he obtained from Qing Yu and Jin Yuanzi when he turned around to see Tong Tian running off. You brat. A jade rui locked onto him through the heavenly path and smashed directly onto Tong Tian's head. Ouch! Tong Tian clutched his head, but did not dare to linger, sprinting away even faster. Inside Nuwa Palace, Nuwa watched this scene and covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. After laughing, she looked at Qing Yu, a trace of worry surfacing in her eyes. Daos brother, do you know where the Earth's sovereign is? Do you need to take care of him? She asked, softly reminiscent of a mother worrying for her child's future. In the Jiang clan, there was a prodigy named Shen Nong. The clan dwelled by the water, and the people were simple and honest. One spring, the clan leader's wife gave birth to a son. He was born able to speak, could walk by the 3rd day, and understood the nature of plants and trees by the 5th day. The entire clan was astonished, believing him to be extraordinary, thus naming him Shen Nong. From a young age, Shen Nong showed exceptional talent, often sitting alone by the water playing with fish, shrimp, and turtles. Notably, a tortoise the size of a grinding stone frequently appeared by his side since he was 3 years old. Finally reincarnated, thought the tortoise transformed into an old man in a black robe atop a distant mountain, gazing at the young child playing by the water with deep emotion in his eyes. Since the emergence of the tortoise, he had felt a looming sense of crisis surrounding him. The threat of demise forbade him from stepping out of the North Sea. This premonition shadowed him, forcing him to remain in seclusion for countless eons in the northern abyss. A tortoise that had no one to converse with encountered the human Hongyun. This happened a long time ago. Hongyun journeyed through the North Sea and met this tortoise, who had secluded himself to the utmost degree. A chatterbox and a taciturn one unexpectedly formed an unbreakable bond. Hongyun recounted tales of the primordial chaos, spoke of the grievances between different clans, discussed the teachings of the Dao ancestor and the competition for the throne at Zixiao, while the tortoise silently listened, occasionally responding with a grunt. Later, due to matters concerning the primordial purple aura, Hongyun faced a catastrophe and perished. The tortoise sensed the fading essence of his old friend in the northern abyss and fell silent for 3 days. Ever since the Qin Ling ancestor and the saints reshaped the heavens and earth, the deathly aura that once surrounded the tortoise dissipated. The tortoise was overjoyed and immediately stepped out from the northern abyss to search for the reincarnation of his old friend. Following the last trace of Hong Yun's essence, he sensed it through Hong Yun's origin and finally found this child by the Jiang River. From then on, he remained by the child's side, protecting and teaching him, silently accompanying him. When Shen Nong turned 10, a plague suddenly struck the clan. The clansmen suffered from vomiting and diarrhea with high fevers that wouldn't subside. Shen Nong knelt before his sick parents, watching their gradually withering faces, feeling helpless for the first time. He ran to the water's edge and cried out to the tortoise. The tortoise remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. All things in heaven and earth coexist in mutual restraint. Where there are poisonous plants, there are also antidotes. If you wish to save your clansmen, you must traverse the primordial chaos, taste 100 herbs, understand their properties, and know their uses. Shen Nong looked up, determination written across his youthful face. I will go. Although Fushi had sensed the plague in time, he was unable to provide an effective remedy, merely enduring as he watched the ancestral tree struggle to survive. However, this event etched itself into Shen Nong's heart. Accompanied by the tortoise, he began to wander across the land, tasting 100 herbs. He first tried licorice, which was sweet and neutral, detoxifying. Then he tasted huanglian, which was bitter and cold, clearing heat. When he encountered poisonous plants, his mouth and tongue would go numb, and the tortoise would spit out the true water of xianin to detoxify him. When he encountered spiritual herbs, warmth would flow through his body, and the tortoise would silently take note of their properties. To ensure safety, the tortoise would often taste the herbs first to confirm they were non-toxic before allowing Shen Nong to try them. A Kwasa saint willingly testing herbs for a mere child. A scene like this would surely astonish the great beings of the primordial world. Yet the tortoise did not mind. He owed a debt to Hong Yun, and in this child he saw something deeply moving. A nearly foolish compassion, a sincerity willing to plunge into fire and water for the sake of all beings. He was not Hong Yun, yet he was akin to him. With the tortoise's quasi-saintly protection, Shen Nong's process of tasting herbs became much smoother. He traversed mountains and fields, waded through rivers, entered deep valleys, and scaled sheer cliffs. He recorded the properties and flavors of each plant, their toxicity and medicinal uses, carving them onto the tortoise's shell with stone shards and binding them into a book with grass ropes. As Shen Nong roamed the primordial chaos, passing through every place, more and more demons recognized him, sensing the essence he shared with Hong Yun, and thus understood. It's Hong Yun. Hong Yun has actually been reincarnated. He hasn't truly died. The past causes and effects returned. In the past, Hong Yun traveled through the primordial chaos, forming countless good fates, but due to his kind-hearted nature, he inadvertently created many negative consequences. Some demons had advanced their cultivation due to his guidance, while others had missed opportunities because he advised reconciliation, and there were even those like the moon rabbit on the Tyne star. Originally, these causes and effects should have dissipated with Hong Yun's demise. However, the beings he had once tricked and had survived still remembered him. Now that Hong Yun had reincarnated, all of this naturally fell upon Shen Nong. Thus, in the eyes of the myriad cultivators of the primordial world, the youth tasting herbs by the Jiang River gradually became enveloped in a dazzling red thread of cause and effect, as bright as the rising sun, yet tangled like a mess of yarn. Within that thread, good fate and negative consequences, kindness and resentment intertwined, and mixed the atmosphere of the mortal world thick enough to condense into substance, manifesting a blurred red sun in the void. A glaring red coordinate appeared in the primordial world. A moon rabbit, entirely snow-white with eyes like red jade, was squatting under a acacia tree, grinding medicine. As it ground, it suddenly felt something and raised its gaze towards the mortal realm, its sight piercing through 33 heavens, landing on that red thread of cause and effect. The moon rabbit's aura suddenly erupted. Its originally clear red eyes, tinted by the moonlight, turned blood red in an instant. Once upon a time, it had competed with that damned toad for an opportunity, and it had been stronger. It was that fellow named Hong Yun who passed by, saying that heaven had a benevolent nature, forcibly pulling them apart, dividing that opportunity in two, and calling it fairness. Fairness, my foot. That moon essence should have been hers. This grudge must be avenged. The moon rabbit gritted its silver teeth, and with a crack smashed the white jade mortar, creating a crack. Without saying a word, she leaped down from the moon palace, transforming into a silver light that shot straight toward the primordial land. Tyene, the utmost een. As the moon rabbit descended to the mortal realm, it transformed into a goddess in white robes, her appearance cold, her eyes like cold stars, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Following the thread of cause and effect, she quickly found Shen Nong, who was at that moment contemplating whether to taste a peculiar herb that bloomed with 7 colored flowers. The herb emitted a fragrant aroma, but the petals had fine backward-facing thorns appearing quite extraordinary. The tortoise lay nearby, lazily saying, "This is the 7 emotions flower. Consuming it can invoke the 7 emotions, but it is non-toxic. Go ahead and try it." As Shin Nong nodded and was about to reach out, a cold female voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Wait." Shin Nong turned around to see a goddess in white, standing 3 meters away, coldly watching him. No, she was coldly watching the tortoise. The tortoise lifted its eyelids slightly, and then let them drop again as if it had not seen anything. The moon rabbit ignored the tortoise and fixed her gaze on Shin Nong, speaking deliberately, "Hong Yun, repay your debt." Shin Nong was bewildered. "Senior, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am Shin Nong, not Hong Yun." "You are him." The moon rabbit's gaze turned colder. "You ruined my opportunity back then. Today, it must be repaid." She raised her hand, condensing the moonlight of Taiyin into a cold ice sword, pointing the tip directly at Shin Nong's brow. The tortoise finally moved. It slowly crawled up and stood in front of Shin Nong, its shell's patterns glowing and transforming into a protective barrier. "Little rabbit, what skill is it to bully a child?" The tortoise's voice was ancient. "If you have the ability, come at me." "Old tortoise, step aside." The moon rabbit gritted her teeth. "This is my cause and effect with him." The tortoise shook its head. "He is now Shin Nong, not Hong Yun. If you wish to collect the debt, wait until he regains his memory." "Not a chance." The sword light erupted, the moonlight chilling. Shin Nong stood behind the tortoise, watching the goddess who suddenly appeared and insisted on collecting her debt. He observed her angered, yet still beautiful eyes, noting that her sword techniques were fierce, yet she always avoided striking at his vital points. Suddenly he spoke. "If you wish for me to repay the debt, can we change the method?" The moon rabbit's sword momentum paused. "What method?" Shin Nong took out the herb record that was tied with grass ropes from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. "I am currently tasting 100 herbs to understand their medicinal properties, seeking a way to heal and save the human race. However, the primordial world is vast, and the plants are endless. My strength alone is limited. A wise man once said, on the day of success, there will surely be merit. If you are willing to assist when this record is completed on the day of complete merit, I am willing to repay my old debt to you with this merit." The moon rabbit was taken aback. After a long time, she snorted coldly and sheathed her sword. "For now, I will follow you to supervise your repayment." Shin Nong smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. "Thank you, senior." Thus a supervisor was added to Shin Nong's herb-tasting team. However, this mention of repayment not only did not retrieve the old debt, but instead cost him even more. 6,666 years later, a girl was born, the moonlight swaying, she driving the moon chariot lowered her gaze. Taiyin being. Human race. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the birth of Jing Wei and stroked his long beard. Wasn't this the rabbit that Hong Yun encountered when he was first born? Daoist friend. Yes. Time flows like the river rushing eastward. 3,000 years have passed, and now Shin Nong has reached over 20,000 years of age. Despite the arduous journey, even though the human race has inherited the foundational golden core techniques passed down from Taijing, there is no time to cultivate under Shin Nong. Shin Nong's back has grown more hunched, his hair has turned completely white, and his face is marked with deep lines, the imprints of wind, frost, and countless poisons. His body is old, yet the light in his eyes grows ever brighter. The first human race was formed from the 9 heavens essence soil, and the 3 luminaries divine water. These 2 rare primordial divine objects assured that the foundation of the first batch of humans would be extraordinary. Moreover, at the time of the human race's emergence, they were infused with the aura of Nuwa's sanctification and the primordial vitality of Qingyou, allowing them to reach the Tai realm merely by relying on their essence and aura, even without cultivation. The aura of the sage and the primordial essence is so unadorned and pure in its essence. However, this was only applicable to the first batch of humans, as the human race naturally multiplied, their essence gradually diminished. Without cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy, they would suffer the consequences of shortened lifespans. In contrast, the moon rabbit and the Nvois have remained unchanged for millennia. The moon rabbit, being of Tai cultivation, perceives this millennium as merely a blink of an eye. After being taken to the moon palace by Changxi, she received the aid of the moon, becoming impervious to the ravages of time. Furthermore, Nvois is the very first daughter of a human and a demon, not only protected by the aura of the moon, but also favored by the fortunes of both the human and demon races. With the help of the Xian turtle and the moon rabbit, the scrolls on Shin Nong's back have multiplied, guided by the Xian turtle and led by the moon rabbit. One scroll completed, another added. Now there are 3,000 scrolls stacked up to his chest. These contain not only herbal knowledge, but also ailments and methods of healing. He has traveled from Jiang Water to the Eastern Sea, from Baiming to the Southern Wasteland, and from Xikanlan to the Eastern Sea. He has healed children bitten by poisonous snakes, assisted women in childbirth, staunched the wounds of soldiers in battle, and dispelled chronic ailments from the elderly. His name is no longer that of a child prodigy from the Jiang clan, but a title that resonates through the primordial world Shinnong. People say that wherever Shinnong goes, plagues recede and herbs flourish. People say that the herbs he has tasted can bring the dead back to life. They say he is the Earth's sovereign destined to pave the way for the human race. On this day he arrived in the central lands of vast plain. It was deep autumn, the grass and trees withered, yet a sudden wave of golden spikes swayed in the wind, rustling softly. The grains were plump, drooping like pearls, glimmering with a warm light under the setting sun, waiting for the destined person to arrive. At this moment Duobao hid beside his junior sister, his face full of embarrassment, as their master had searched for 2,000 years without finding who the Earth Sovereign was. Tontian had long noticed the bright red cloud as a landmark, yet he did not believe that this red cloud was the new Earth Sovereign. Instead, he turned to walk in another direction. The reason was that the karmic ties surrounding the red cloud were too numerous, and Tontian truly did not think that someone with such heavy karma would be the new Earth Sovereign. Now the virtuous name of Shinnong had already spread throughout the human race, and they discovered that the Earth Sovereign was in fact the red cloud. Once the identity of the Earth Sovereign was confirmed, Tontian hurriedly led his disciple to the largest gathering place of karma in the primordial world. Upon arrival, he found that his master, wife, and daughter were all present. Tontian looked at his disciple, who wore a face of distrust and skepticism and could only seek help from Qingyu. No matter the amount, at least he could gain some merit, and otherwise Tontian had already envisioned his Buzhou palace being torn down again. Although Yuanshi often said that indulging disciples is akin to killing them, there was no remedy. Those fluffy beings were just too adorable. After observing the birth of Envoi, Qingyu discussed with Envoi and planned to hold the first harmonious conference between humans and demons. At this moment Tontian suddenly sought them out, and after pondering for a moment, Qingyu found some seeds from the primordial earth and handed them to Tontian. Shinnong paused, gazing at the unfamiliar plants, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Not only Shinnong, but also Duobao and Jinling beside him had never seen them. "Senior brother, are these seeds reliable?" Jinling whispered to Duobao, hiding in the grass. "Jinling, these seeds were given by the spirit ancestor to our master. You may not trust the master, but you cannot doubt the spirit ancestor," Duobao replied. Shinnong squatted down, plucking a spike, rubbing out a few grains, and putting them in his mouth to chew. They were coarse and astringent with a taste of earth. He frowned, but did not spit it out. Instead, he savored it carefully. After a long while, his eyes brightened. "Though this is rough, it contains vitality capable of replenishing qi and blood and strengthening bones. If boiled in water to remove the coarse texture, it could serve as a staple food." He stood up, gazing at the endless fields of millet, feeling as though something within him had been touched. He settled by the edge of this millet field, building a hut and staying for 3 years. During these 3 years, he observed the growth of millet, recorded the changes in seasons, attempted sowing, and experimented with grinding in a stone mortar and steaming in a clay pot, finally producing the first bowl of soft and fragrant millet porridge. Food is paramount to humans. After that, he continued to discover millet, wheat, beans, and hemp on this plain, everything unfolding so naturally and full of coincidence with the assistance of Duobao and others. Shinnong tasted their flavors, discerned their properties, observed their growth, and recorded their seasons. He discovered that millet is warm in nature, suitable for the northern lands, wheat is cold-resistant and can survive the winter, beans can be processed into paste to nourish the weak, and hemp seeds can be pressed for oil, while hemp fibers can be woven into cloth. Once the 5 grains are clarified, peace can reign in the world. Shinnong carefully collected the seeds of the 5 grains, categorizing them and nurturing them with his own qi and blood to enhance their vitality. He traveled through human tribes, teaching people to cultivate wasteland, irrigate with water sow according to the seasons, and harvest when the time comes. He invented the plow and taught people to turn the soil. He created pottery for storing food. Thus the human race bid farewell to the days of hunting and gathering and entered the era of agriculture. Where the smoke of cooking rises, there is a homeland. Where the granaries are filled, there is hope. One day, while Shinnong was teaching the human race to distinguish the 5 grains in the fields, he suddenly felt a sensation in his heart and looked up to the sky. From the east, purple qi flowed in from 30,000 miles, accompanied by ethereal fairy music and a fragrant aroma. A cloud chariot descended from the 9 heavens, the curtain lifted, revealing a man in gold robes. "I am Duobao, sent by Tontian to assist the Earth Sovereign," he said. Duobao smiled and bowed, his gaze falling upon the grain ear in Shinnong's hand, a glimmer of admiration passing through his eyes. "The Earth Sovereign tastes all herbs, determines the 5 grains, benefits all beings, and accumulates immeasurable merit." Shinnong returned the gesture, saying, "I dare not accept the title of Earth Sovereign. I am merely an ordinary human." "Senior, you have traveled far. May I ask what brings you here?" Duobao smiled. "Of course, he came to gain merit," and he slowly took out a scroll from his sleeve, unfurling it. The scroll depicted mountains and rivers, fertile and barren lands, dry and wet climates, all clearly visible, and it marked where millet should be planted, where wheat can be sown, and where beans are suitable for planting. This is the 5 grains diagram which I have traveled through the primordial world for 3,000 years under my master's orders, observing the earth's energy and the timing of heaven based on the revered treasure of the human race, the primordial state diagram, and replicated it for the benefit of human agriculture. Duobao handed over the diagram, saying the earth's sovereign tastes all herbs to heal people, determining the 5 grains is to nurture people. However, the primordial world is vast. Each region has different soil and water. If one does not differentiate the land for planting, it may lead to efforts yielding little result. This diagram may assist the earth's sovereign in his endeavors. Upon hearing that this treasure had a connection to the sage, Shinong felt invigorated, no longer weary, and quickly took the scroll into his hands, his eyes shining with excitement as he could take it back to Nvois. Though it is not the genuine article, it is still enough to glimpse the grace of the sage within. While Daobao was busy accumulating merits with his junior disciples in the nooks and crannies, a different scene unfolded in the Lingxiao Palace, 33 heavens away. One could see auspicious clouds swirling and radiant light enveloping the area. The Yao platform was adorned with colors, and the treasure pavilions exuded ethereal mist. Phoenixes danced and dragons soared, their forms as ethereal as a dream, with golden flowers and jade leaves floating like shadows. It was indeed a feast set by the sage, welcoming myriad spirits, a splendid gathering known as the first human-demon celebration. This event was truly unprecedented since the dawn of creation. At the head table, the goddess Nuwa sat upon a cloud bed, dressed in a gown woven from the essence of mountains and rivers, with a belt of jade representing the cosmic order around her waist, and a golden wheel of creation slowly turning behind her, scattering boundless vitality. With a smile on her face and gentle eyes, she surveyed the crowd of guests below, akin to a loving mother gazing at her children. Meanwhile, Zhuan-Ti was once again disconnected from the crowd in the west, and did not attend, but sent disciples led by the medicine master in his stead. Although the west currently had no other resources, Zhuan-Ti was inspired by Qingyu and directly offered a branch of his own Bodhi tree, the embodiment of his saintly form, as a gift. The medicine master, entrusted by the Eastern King, brought the gifts along with the Haoyan Yaoqi, who had been tamed by the Eastern King, to the heavenly court. As the foremost fan of Qingyu, the Eastern King naturally understood that Qingyu detested mundane objects, and since he could not attend due to the revival plan for the West, he sent Haoyan to assist. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments arose, with celestial maidens and strong beings weaving through the crowd, presenting divine nectar and exquisite delicacies like a flowing stream. The various demon saints and esteemed leaders of the demon clans, who were invited regardless of whether they were Quasi saints or great Luo golden immortals, all set aside their usual gravitas, raising their cups in joyous toasts or engaging in lively conversations, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. In addition to the saints in attendance and the invited demon saints and clan leaders, another central figure was the very first humandaman, Nuwa's daughter. Nuwa looked at her daughter with gentle eyes, her soft voice resonating in every corner. This child was born at the moment of convergence and harmony between the human and demon clans, inheriting the pure essence of heaven and earth, embodying the wonders of creation, truly an auspicious omen. Today I bestow upon her the name Nuwa. Nuwa. It shares the same pronunciation as Nuwa herself. The hall fell momentarily silent, and then all the demons present at the feast, regardless of their innate or acquired backgrounds or their levels of cultivation, erupted with uncontrollable joy and excitement. Those clan leaders and elders who had previously harbored concerns about their futures and the prospects of their races could not help but lean forward, their gaze fixed intently on the small cradle, their eyes brimming with unmasked love and fervor. A leader of the Tiger clan, trembling with excitement, was the first to stand, his voice booming like a bell. Congratulations to the Holy Mother. Congratulations to Nuwa. This is a blessing for both clans, a sign of great prosperity and lasting fortune. In an instant, congratulatory voices surged like a tide, gifts piled high like mountains, and radiant light filled the Lingxiao Palace, illuminating it like a magnificent dream. As each demon powerhouse presented their gifts, their gazes towards Nuwa were filled with genuine admiration and blessings. There was no other reason. This was a testament of kinship. Before today, the demon clans, especially those created and enlightened by the Holy Mother Nuwa, were not without their anxieties. The human clan, with its innate Dao body, had the favor of the saints, and with the presence of the sovereign Fuxi, it already bore the aura of the central figure of heaven and earth. Many of the postnatal demon clans had shallow roots, relying entirely on the grace of the Holy Mother to reach this day. With the human clan's fortune rising steadily, and the Holy Mother being the matriarch of the human race, how could they not worry about their own futures? How could they not fear being marginalized or forgotten? The appearance of Nuwa's daughter was like a calming pill, a ray of dawn piercing through the gloom. The Holy Mother bestowed a name that sounded like her own, presenting it before all the saints and myriad clans. The implications of this were crystal clear. The Holy Mother treats both the human and demon clans. As the child of the union between humans and demons, she was cherished and held great expectations, not merely accepting a mixed-blood infant, but declaring to the entire wilderness. In the heart of the Holy Mother Nuwa, amidst all the beings she created and cared for, there were no distinctions between the human and demon clans. All were her children, capable of coexisting harmoniously and sharing a prosperous era. All worries vanished, the shadows cleared, leaving only gratitude towards the Holy Mother's sincere affection for Nuwa, the symbol of hope and boundless yearning for a future of harmony and peace between the two clans. The myriad beings of the wilderness were terrified, fearing the resurgence of a race like the Wu clan that was numerous and favored. In an instant, the Lingxiao Palace was filled with laughter and chatter, the atmosphere reaching a peak of exuberance. The previously reserved representatives from various factions now fully opened their hearts. A demon saint held the hand of a human elder, discussing how the art of summoning winds and rain could be used for irrigation, while the method of turning beings into soldiers might assist in cultivation. A human craftsman and a demon weapon master debated how to combine the innate affinity of demons for metals with the intricate designs of humans. Even some impatient demon leaders began to whisper with human tribal chiefs about mutual marriages and specific matters to strengthen their ties. How Ian Yaoqi moved among them, enlivening the atmosphere. Goddess Nuwa sat high upon her cloud bed, watching the joyous gathering of all clans below, her smile growing ever more gentle and profound. Qingyu and Zhen Yuanzi shared a drink, exchanging smiles. Zhen Yuanzi twirled his beard and remarked, "All beings compete for freedom under the frost of heaven. Today, we gather to celebrate and harmonize." Since the calamity of Longhin, such a magnificent scene had not been seen in the wilderness for a long time. As the first Human-Demon Fellowship Conference concluded, more and more demon clans no longer assisted the human clans or exchanged goods through them, but began to interact with humans, directly engaging in dialogue as equals. With the increasing interactions between the human and demon clans, the task of the Earth Sovereign successfully came to an end. Amidst the anticipation of Daobao and others, the merits of the Earth Sovereign were tallied, and the MVP of this season was Nuwa. Daobao and others filed a lawsuit expressing doubts and alleging manipulation. As the senior disciple of the Dao, the Primordial Master handled the matter, explaining the Earth Sovereign is meant to promote the progress of humans and demons, a duty of the Earth Sovereign, and the birth of his daughter Nuwa has completed this task ahead of time. Thus Nuwa is the main contributor of merits. Daobao's appeal failed. After all, the wilderness is not solely for one race. Compared to Shenong's benefits to the human race, Nuwa's deeds in promoting communication and harmonious coexistence among all beings were still somewhat lacking. Fortunately, the task was completed satisfactorily. As the merit tally concluded, everyone was stunned. Good heavens, Fushi relied on his saintly sister, and while competing with her was one thing, Yu Hongyun, without any siblings, are now competing with her daughter. What a fortunate fate. Although he had fallen all the way to now, he still had good fortune. Once the primordial purple energy chose him, and now he had the crystallization of human-demon harmony in the wilderness. With Nuwa present, even if Shenong is not the Earth Sovereign, no one would dare to act against him. It's too shameless. Who will be the next, the last human emperor? Or which great being will reincarnate, and who will protect him? Amidst the many confusions, Guangchengzi, who had seen that the contributions of the two teachings to the human emperor were basically zero, felt a sense of bewilderment. Am I truly qualified to be the teacher of the human emperor? And how should I find the new human emperor? In the primordial chaos, time is but a fleeting moment, and 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Earth Sovereign has accomplished his deeds, and from the heavens merit descends. The essence of the universe hangs down like a river, enveloping the four corners and transforming Shenong into a small golden figure reminiscent of the ethereal glow. The merit flows abundantly, not merely as a reward, but also as a supplement. Shenong stands by the banks of the Jiang River, his white hair sparse and his face withered. Yet his eyes, having weathered countless storms, remain as clear as ever. He was once a mortal unacquainted with the path of immortality, lacking in the art of breathing and refining the primordial spirit. What he relied upon was merely the fundamental nourishment of primordial spiritual energy. The heavenly Tao is just granting the human race a lifespan of 129,600 years, perfectly aligning with the cosmic cycle, subtly entwining with the mysteries of humanity's birth. Now this lifespan has reached its conclusion. Shenong's life is now like a flickering candle in the wind, his vitality waning and his spirit dimming with each breath, seemingly carrying the chill of the earth. Having tasted all herbs, completed medical texts, established the 5 grains, and passed down agriculture, the seeds of harmony between humans and demons have already been sown. He has reached the end of the Earth Sovereign's path. Shenong slowly raised his head, gazing at the overwhelming golden glow of merit descending from the heavens. There is still strength left, it must not be discarded. With these words he moved. There was no humility. Instead, he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the sun and moon, as if to encompass the universe, drawing all that vast and unmatched merit into himself. Like the rivers of stars flowing into his body, like heavenly thunder striking his crown, the violent power of merit instantly shattered his already decayed mortal form, yet in the next moment, it was reshaped by the essence of the universe. His body shattered inch by inch, yet rebirthed inch by inch, as overwhelming power surged and roared within him, breaking through barrier after barrier like a flood. Earth immortal, heavenly immortal, profound immortal, he reached the pinnacle of the three immortal paths, and his momentum did not wane. However, just as the torrent of merit surged, propelling him towards a higher realm, Shinnong suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Stop!" With immense willpower, he forcibly restrained the ceaseless flow of merit, which ultimately transformed into a radiant golden fruit of the Tao suspended above the auspicious clouds, no longer advancing an inch. It was not that he could not, but that he chose not to. Shinnong looked inward, feeling the grand fruit of the Tao entirely constructed from merit shining like the blazing sun, and his heart was as clear as a mirror. If he were to take another step and forcibly open the door to the quiescent realm with merit, thereafter the great Tao would be the path of merit, and there would be no self-path left. It would be akin to consuming a yellow fruit that could instantly grant the great Tao, what one gains would be the path of that fruit, not their own. Merit is a vessel, a resource, yet it should not become a fetter to the great Tao. Now he has attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal through merit with endless lifespan, and his Tao body initially formed is already sufficient. Under the guidance of an unknown elder in the current primordial chaos, the newly born great Tao differs from the innate sacred great Tao of the primordial creation. The innate sacred transformation into the great Tao merges the Tao with the body, stepping onto an unchangeable, unique path upon birth. In contrast, future great Daos still have the possibility of exploration and even re-choosing the direction of the great Tao. Only by taking that step, achieving quasicentship, can the great Tao be confirmed, and there is no turning back. Therefore he halts here. First, he shall alleviate the suffering of lifespan with merit, and then through endless years seek to refine his own mortal Tao. Almost simultaneously within the primordial world, all spirits and karmas, the myriad phenomena of the mortal realm, joy and sorrow rose from every corner of the primordial chaos, converging toward the banks of the Jiang River. Meanwhile, high above in the nine heavens within the void, the manifestation of the primordial heavenly sovereign appeared expressionless, only raising his hand and pressing lightly. The power of the heavenly Tao, which suppresses all paths and regulates the universe, quietly loosened a gap on the path of the mortal realm. A stream of light broke free from the gap in the web of the heavenly Tao, slicing through the vastness of space, ignoring the barriers of time and space, and accurately landed in the center of Shinnong's brow. The fruit of the mortal path has returned to its rightful owner. In an instant, Shinnong trembled violently. Countless shattered images reappeared. He is Hongyun. He is the first wisp of red cloud transformed at the dawn of creation, the ancient innate being who attained sanctity in the purple cloud palace. He is the carefree traveler of the universe. So that's how it is. Shinnong, or rather Hongyun, slowly opened his eyes. The clarity and gentleness that once belonged to Shinnong were gone, replaced by a transparent calm that has weathered the tides of time, yet is now free from worldly burdens. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through the ages, discerning the hearts of men, yet it also carried Shinnong's unique compassion for all beings. The infusion of merit is merely external assistance. The return of the fruit of the Tao is the essence of truth. Merit cannot shape the fruit of Hongyun's Tao, for the fruit of the mortal path is the very condensation of Hongyun's own great Tao, one of the original essences constituting the primordial heaven and earth. It merely lay in silence waiting. Now that the master has returned, naturally it returns to its rightful owner. Furthermore, since the opening of the heavens, apart from him, Hongyun no other has cultivated to this realm. This Tao is inherently his. Shinnong is Hongyun, and Hongyun is also Shinnong. 2 lifetimes of memories, 2 forms of understanding. He is both the earth's sovereign Shinnong, who has tasted all herbs and benefited humanity, and the Hongyun who sees through the affairs of the world. He turned his head to look behind him. The moon rabbit still wore white, cool as the moon, cradling a little girl in her arms who was curiously sucking her fingers and gazing around. She looked at him with a complex gaze filled with joy and relief, 1,000 words transformed into a barely audible sigh. The Xian turtle lay beside them, lazily lifting its eyelids, its mouth opening slightly, as if to say finally awake, or perhaps it was simply yawning. Shinnong no Hongyun. Shinnong looked at them and suddenly smiled gently. That smile contained Shinnong's warmth and generosity, along with Hongyun's carefree and untamed spirit. "I am Shinnong," he said softly, his voice low, yet clearly reaching the ears of the moon rabbit and the Xian turtle, as if proclaiming to the heavens. With the return of memories, the vision and supernatural powers of the ancient great being, as well as insights into the laws of heaven and earth naturally returned as well. He raised his hand, making a subtle gesture. Within the fire cloud cave, which carried countless karmas of Honghuang, a response was heard. This cave can naturally bear all things and harmonizes perfectly with the fruit of the mortal path. It can also serve as a supreme treasure to connect all races, harmonize yin and yang, and suppress the fortunes of humanity. This place is quite good. Honghuang Shinong nodded, his gaze piercing through endless voids, seeing the 33 heavens, where the heavenly emperor Fuxi was buried under a mountain of documents, looking troubled. He couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand in the direction of Fuxi. In the next moment, he stepped forward, his figure vanishing by the banks of the Jiang River. When he reappeared, he stood outside a cave, shining with myriad rays of auspicious light, where 3 ancient characters were carved into the stone at the entrance fire cloud cave. The Earth's sovereign shall return, the human path shall endure forever. Honghuang Shinong laughed heartily and stepped into the cave. As his steps entered, boundless essence of merit descended, connecting with the luck surrounding him. Moreover, a treasure seal encircled by 9 dragons manifested from the void, carrying the resplendent aura of the human path, settling into the cave and firmly establishing its foundation. At the moment the treasure seal fell, the fire cloud cave radiated brilliantly, resonating with the entire human path's fortune, transforming into an immortal ancestral land that suppresses the human path, ensuring the continuity of the human race's fortune. Almost simultaneously, a figure rushed toward them from the direction of the heavenly court at a breakneck speed, stirring up a fierce wind. It was Fuxi. With the emergence of the fire cloud cave, Fuxi finally had a place to go. He wore a face of joy from finally being liberated, not even glancing at the benevolent, yet terrifying gaze of Nuwa, and plunged headlong into the fire cloud cave. At last I can rest. This exclamation, filled with relief and joy under the grand phenomenon of the return of the Contending seal and the resonance of the human path, was spontaneously broadcast by the heavenly Dao, transforming into rolling sounds of the Dao, spreading throughout every corner of the primordial chaos. The myriad beings who had just been immersed in the solemn atmosphere of the Earth's sovereign's return and the eternal prosperity of the human path were left speechless. The smile of Mother Nuwa, representing the nurturing of the world, seemed to freeze for a moment. She slowly raised her head, looking toward the direction of the fire cloud cave, her gaze gentle as water, yet it caused the nearby fairy Kai Feng to shudder involuntarily. Similarly, the Xinyuanzi, who represented the Earth Dao to observe the ceremony, was first taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle, stroking his beard with a smile. He instinctively turned his head, shaking his head, and laughing softly, whispering to the void beside him, "Dao brother, look at this." Fuxi, still the same as before. A barely noticeable soft laugh floated from the void. The Earth's sovereign has achieved completeness, the human path's treasure has returned, and the ancestral land of the fire cloud cave has been firmly established. At this moment, all spirits in the primordial chaos felt a resonance, regardless of whether they were human or demon, celestial or devil. They all gained insight and bowed towards the direction of the fire cloud cave. The era of the Earth's sovereign has officially concluded. Yet this conclusion is not an end, but the beginning of an. Under the subtle influence of the Earth's sovereign, tasting all herbs, establishing the 5 grains, and promoting harmony, the communication between the human race and all spirits has evolved from sporadic encounters to extensive and profound symbiosis. Especially the Dragon Clan, once the overlords of the primordial chaos, after enduring the painful trials of the Dragon Han calamity and the marginalization of the Witch-Demon War, have an extraordinary obsession with revival. Seeing the trend of harmony between humans and demons, the Dragon Clan decisively seized the opportunity, setting aside their former pride and actively intermarrying with the human race and even other races. The offspring of dragons traveled far and wide, marrying and uniting as dragon blood quietly integrated into the bloodlines of the myriad clans in another way. Legends of auspicious signs began to circulate among human tribes, such as the phoenix's arrival, the Xian turtle offering longevity, and the white tiger guarding the home. Meanwhile, the exquisite craftsmanship, burgeoning creativity, and unique sparks of civilization from the human race have also begun to influence the demon clans. The markets of the demon clans began to feature human fabrics and pottery, while human villages gradually welcomed demon guests as protectors. The blending of the myriad clans and the collision of civilizations sparked new flames continuously. Within the primordial heaven and earth, the stagnant and heavy atmosphere born of years of war has been infused with new vitality, becoming more vibrant, diverse, and full of life. The 2.0 version of the human path in the primordial chaos has officially concluded. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Clarity Palace, purple energy swirls, and the rhythms of the Tao manifest. The primordial heavenly sovereign sits high on a cloud bed, closing his eyes in deep concentration, his aura harmonizing with the heavenly Tao. Guang Qingzi, the bell-striking golden immortal and the first disciple under the primordial sovereign, stood respectfully at the foot of the steps, having waited for a long time. Seeing his master seemingly awakening from the resonance with the heavenly Tao, Guang Qingzi stepped forward, performing the disciple's salute, and asked respectfully, "Disciple pays respects to the master." In the past, there was the heavenly emperor Fuxi who delineated the principles with the 8 trigrams clarifying the human path, and then there was the earth sovereign Shinnong, the reincarnation of the ancient Honghuang ancestor, who tasted all herbs, established the 5 grains, and benefited all living beings. Now that the Earth Sovereign has returned to completeness, it is unknown whether this last human emperor is also the reincarnation of a great being destined by heaven. The primordial sovereign slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Guang Qingzi, and did not answer directly, only nodding slightly. Guang Qingzi felt a shiver in his heart, yet also a sense of understanding. Indeed, it is a reincarnation, and moreover the master merely nodded without elaborating, which speaks volumes. At this moment, the master presides over the heavenly Tao, needing to be impartial and selfless, and even if he knows the origins and whereabouts of the human emperor, he would never reveal a word. This is a secret of heaven, and also a test. Guang Qingzi did not continue to inquire about who it was, or where they were. He knew the master's disposition, asking would be futile, and would only provoke displeasure. As the bell-striking golden immortal regularly accompanied the primordial sovereign, he not only learned the dignity, fairness, and adherence to rules from the primordial sovereign, but also witnessed and internalized the respect the primordial sovereign held for the 2 brothers Taiji Laojun and Qingping Tongtian. In the Jade Clarity Palace, spiritual tea and preferred spiritual fruits are always prepared for the 2 uncles. Regardless of whether they come or not, they are changed seasonally, never in short supply. That deep-seated brotherly affection Guang Qingzi felt profoundly. For this reason, Guang Qingzi had already formulated a plan in his heart. The merit of the Earth Emperor was originally obtained by the Jie sect, yet it had been harvested. The master of the Upper Clear sect cared deeply about face, while the master was the most just. Even though he cherished his younger brother, he would never hand over his disciples' possessions to the disciples of the Tongtian sect. Fortunately, Guang Qingzi thought to himself, "I have already discussed this matter with my fellow junior brothers." Thus he spoke again, his tone earnest. "Master, the vast and boundless wilderness of Honghuang is teeming with exchanges among the myriad clans. Finding a human emperor is no different than searching for a needle in the ocean fraught with difficulties. The disciples, along with my fellow junior brothers, have agreed that it would be better to collaborate with the disciples of the Tongtian master to seek together. The Jie sect is renowned for its countless celestial beings, with many disciples spread far and wide possessing great intelligence. By joining forces, we can avoid missing this opportunity, bringing back the human emperor sooner, and also demonstrating the unity of the 3 purities, showcasing the bond between Yuqing and Shangqing. I ask for your permission, master." The hall fell into silence. Yuan Shi quietly looked at his beloved disciple at the foot of the stairs, observing the aura that bore a resemblance to his own, the sincere and genuine expression on his face. A smile gradually appeared on Yuan Shi's face. "Good," he lightly uttered a word. "Though this action is commendable, it ultimately comes at the cost of your own opportunities." Yuan Shi's tone shifted, and with a light flick of his sleeve, 12 beams of multicolored spiritual light flew out from his robe, hovering before Guang Qingzi. As the brilliance swirled, the forms varied, yet each emanated a primordial spiritual essence and a majestic Tao rhythm, all of which were precious and rare, excellent, innate spiritual treasures suitable for slaying corpses, perfectly aligned with the great Tao of Guang Qingzi and his 11 junior brothers. "These treasures shall be distributed among your fellow junior brothers for defense and protection of the Tao," Yuan Shi said calmly, clearly having prepared in advance. Guang Qingzi's heart trembled and warmth surged within him. This was the master's affection for his disciples. He bowed deeply and accepted the 12 beams of spiritual light. "On behalf of my fellow junior brothers, I thank Master for this generous gift. We will not disappoint your trust, and will find the human emperor soon, bringing glory to the sect." "Go then." Yuan Shi closed his eyes again, his figure gradually blending into the swirling purple mist. Thus, under the proactive suggestion of Guang Qingzi and the silent consent of the Yuqing sage, the Chan sect and the Jie sect, 2 brother sects that had been separated due to differing doctrines, yet were still connected through the 3 purities, embarked on their first formal collaboration since their separation. News of this spread, causing an uproar in Honghuang. The rumors circulating about the separation of the 3 purities and the rift between Yuqing and Shangqing were shattered without a fight. With the first disciples of the Chan sect and the Jie sect traveling together, their search became the most powerful clarification. However, soon after, a new rumor, even more outrageous and inexplicably widespread, began to circulate. Shocking. It turns out that Taiji betrayed the 3 purities brothers and was isolated by his 2 younger brothers. According to insiders, Taiji, lousy, self-preserving, and disregarding brotherly bonds, led to Yuqing and Shangqing banding together for warmth. In-depth analysis is the human teaching weak and isolated, signaling that the Taiji saint has been marginalized. The team collaborating to find the human emperor was considered top tier in Honghuang. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect set out together, led by Daobao Daoist from the Jie sect, accompanied by elite inner disciples such as Jinling Wudong and Gue Ling, their momentum formidable, their footprints nearly covering every corner of Honghuang. However, 1,000 years passed without any results. Despite their divine senses sweeping through mountains and rivers, deducing heavenly secrets, and exploring fortunes, the reincarnated human emperor vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. On this day, Guang Qingzi stood side by side with Daobao Daoist at the eastern sea's edge, gazing at the vast waves, both frowning deeply. Guang Qingzi, Daobao sighed his round face, showing exhaustion and frustration. Could it be that this reincarnated human emperor, like the Earth Emperor, was secretly taken in by some extraordinary being and hidden away? Guang Qingzi's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Daobao, be cautious with your words. Your true form is the Daobao mouse, blessed with deep fortunes, not that of a crow's mouth." Though he said this, doubts still arose in his heart. The heavenly emperor Fuxi, the elder brother of Nuwa, inherently had a background. The Earth Emperor, Shinong, reincarnated from Hongyun, was protected by the black tortoise and the moon rabbit. Although the moon rabbit was not powerful, its deep background residing in the moon palace was indeed formidable. Could this last human emperor also? It should not be the case. Guang Qingzi reassured himself and Daobao. Even if someone else has gotten ahead of us, we will follow closely and surely reap some merit. For the first 2 human emperors, did we not gain some benefit? Yet as he spoke, he felt a lack of confidence in his own. In the case of the Earth Emperor, our Jie sect at least contributed with Daobao's map. Oh, but for this third one. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Just as the elites of the Chan and Jie sects had exhausted themselves, searching fruitlessly for thousands of years in the depths of the Nether, the land of reincarnation, a figure in a hemp robe quietly emerged from the depths of the Nether soil. Ruined walls and scorched earth stretched for miles, the air thick with a blood-stained and resentful atmosphere. Corpses were strewn everywhere, of men, women, and children alike, in tragic states of demise, their flesh and blood desiccated as if drained by some sinister sorcery. A massacre targeting the human tribes. Alas! A soft sigh came from not far away. A woman with 9 fluffy white foxtails swaying behind her emerged from behind a broken wall. She had been passing nearby when she sensed the sudden extinguishing of the vibrant aura from this human tribe, prompting her to hurriedly come and investigate, yet she still arrived a moment too late. The killer was evidently proficient in a certain demonic art that devoured blood and souls, acting ruthlessly and decisively, extinguishing an entire tribe in an instant. The path of Honghuang is not only about absorbing the spiritual energy of the sun and moon. There are also demonic paths that devour flesh and blood, plundering the essence of living beings. All paths can lead to the Tao. Yet if the heart falls into demonic ways, the Tao becomes evil. Good and evil ultimately lie in a single thought. This is the evil of the human heart that even the heavenly Tao cannot prohibit. She shook her head and turned to leave. The resentment here was profound, not a place to linger. She needed to report this matter as soon as possible. However, just as she turned around, a faint cry of a baby suddenly sounded. The 9-tailed fox body trembled, and she quickly turned back, rushing to the pile of ruins. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, the debris was cleared away, revealing a deceased human mother and the crying infant in her arms. "There is still one survivor," the 9-tailed fox exclaimed in surprise, and joy, hurriedly bending down, cautiously attempting to lift the baby. But her demonic form was innately powerful, and having never handled such a delicate human infant, her hands trembled slightly, fearing that just a bit too much strength might harm this porcelain doll-like life. Why is this human infant so fragile? It has no spiritual energy at all. Will it shatter if I touch it? The 9-tailed fox was at a loss, forcing herself to stabilize her hands with her magical power to ensure steadiness, and only then, with the gentlest movements, did she lift the baby from the cold embrace of the mother. The 9-tailed fox sighed in relief, holding this light little life, yet worries surged within her heart. As a demon, how could she raise a human infant? The urgent matter was to take it to the nearest human tribe. Just as she was about to set off, the baby in her arms seemed unaccustomed to her aura, or was hungry, pouting its little mouth and starting to cry again, the sound even more piercing and tragic than before. Please don't cry." The 9-tailed fox became flustered, unsure whether to shake or pat. She knew the Fox clan's art of enchanting hearts and the method of seduction, but could she use it on a baby? That would be a death sentence. Just when she was in a panic, her 9 tails unconsciously stiffened. A gentle voice softly sounded behind her. "Leave it to me." This voice was not loud, yet carried a charm that made one instinctively trust it. The 9-tailed fox instinctively turned around and handed the crying infant over. A slender hand, pale and delicate, received the crying baby. It belonged to a woman dressed in simple hemp, clothing her face, gentle, yet infused with endless compassion and a faint sorrow. She looked down at the infant in her arms whose cries were heart-wrenching. The moment the baby felt the calm and tranquil aura emanating from her, it immediately ceased its cries. The small head rubbed against her chest, revealing a toothless smile, then it nestled against her chest, falling into a deep sleep with tears still glistening at the corners of its eyes. The hemp-clad woman gently patted the baby's back, her gaze sweeping across the horrific ruins, her sorrow deepening. Let's name him Xianyuan. I come to repay the karma. The karma of the witch clan, the karma of the witch slaughtering sword. Once there was a young witch who failed to lead his people out of despair and lost hope, Xianyuan. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox finally came back to her senses from the indescribable aura of the woman. She suddenly looked at the hemp-clad woman. You are the goddess of tranquility. The one who controls reincarnation, compassionately crossing the world, embodying the six paths, eternally suppressing the nether realms, the one of great compassion, the goddess of tranquility. The goddess of tranquility slightly raised her gaze, glancing at the somewhat panicked, yet incredulous little fox, her lips curving gently. You saved him, thus it is fate. Her voice remained gentle. Come walk with me. The favor of the Lord of The nine-tailed fox felt a buzzing in her head. Overwhelming joy instantly engulfed her. Having received the grace of the spirit ancestor Qingyu and the mercy of the moon goddess Changxi, now she had gained the attention of the goddess of tranquility. Was her luck not becoming a bit excessive? While she was lost in this delightful thought, a gentle urging from the goddess of tranquility reached her ears. Why aren't you coming? We are about to leave. Oh, I'm coming. The nine-tailed fox came back to her senses, quickly gathering her chaotic thoughts and carefully running to the side of the goddess of tranquility. Goddess, forgive this little demon for being nosy, but that evil cultivator has already died, falling into the 18 layers of hell waiting to be extinguished, with cause and effect encountering the goddess of tranquility that is the fruit of that demonic fiend. Pingxin, carrying the swaddled Xuanyuan, chose not to venture into the 9 netherworlds, but instead returned to the valley where the countless sacrifices of the human race had once summoned the witch-slaying sword. The wind swept through the empty valley, weeping and lamenting. The place where the human race once shed blood to offer the sword is now overgrown with wild grass. The cliffs were steep, and the dark red stains remaining on the rock face were the marks of countless human sacrifices imprinted with blood and souls lingering through the years. Scattered at the valley's bottom were rusted remnants of weapons glinting in the slanting sunlight like unmarked gravestones. The woman in coarse linen stood silently on this land steeped in tragic history, cradling the swaddled infant. The sound of the wind passing through the rock crevices wailed and spiraled, not harsh, but resembling a mother humming a lullaby, gently brushing against the baby's cheek. The child was sound asleep, his tiny fists clenched, completely unaware of the sorrowful atmosphere surrounding him. Pingxin lowered her head, gazing at the tender face. A faint golden halo shimmered at his brow, marking the destiny of the Emperor of Humanity, a final blessing from the departed human race, and a heavy convergence of 1/3 of the human race's fortunes. Born noble, born extraordinary, destined to bear the weight of the mountains and rivers, and carry the hopes of the masses. Supreme and precious. She murmured softly, her fingertips gently brushing against the baby's soft cheek, but also suffering and hardship. If only I could have arrived a moment earlier. She closed her eyes for a moment, her figure appearing even more fragile in the wind, the hem of her cloak lifted by the breeze, giving her an ethereal quality. It was not an illusion. Her form had indeed become 3 parts more transparent since the last time she left the underworld. Born noble, born extraordinary, yet it also brought calamity. As Pingxin looked at Xuanyuan, she felt her own sins deepen. Had she arrived a moment earlier, this life of Xianyuan would surely have been filled with joy. The human tribes would not have acted against the weaker clans due to the extraordinary fortune surrounding his birth. At this moment, Pingxin's form was even more transparent than when she first saw Xianyuan, but she had once again torn at her own essence to repay the debt of fate, so that the humans affected by Xuanyuan's birth could reshape themselves using Pingxin's essence, allowing them to choose their own lives once more. Suddenly, Pingxin's figure swayed, almost unable to stand. Yet her arm holding Xianyuan remained as steady as a rock. Her complexion was as pale as paper, with lips so faint they were nearly transparent. Foolish child, how could it come to this? Zheng Yinzi, clad in an apricot-yellow Daoist robe, stood by the banks of the Huangshuan River, gazing at the souls of humans carrying the familiar aura of chaos lined up to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation, his brow furrowed, silent for a long time. Using one's own essence to mold the deceased for rebirth in an endless cycle, life and death never cease. He murmured softly, worry gathering in his eyes like dark clouds. Since Pingxin left the underworld, he had returned to temporarily guard the 9 netherworlds. He thought it would only be a brief departure, yet he did not expect her to commit this act of flesh, daring to mend wounds. Pingxin had never truly let go. The Witch Clan's war with the Demon Clan affected countless lives. Although the Witch Clan had nearly perished, the overwhelming karma from their actions had not dissipated with their near extinction. Pingxin bore this burden alone, stubbornly believing that the sins wrought by the Witch Clan should be repaid by her. She once supplemented the essence of a being that died, because of the Witch Clan aiding in their rebirth and giving them a chance to choose their life once more. The cycle of reincarnation turned continuously, countless souls stepping into it every moment, each carrying regret, resentment, and unwillingness, inevitably entangled in that karma. Thus, day after day, year after year, she used her own essence to fill the seemingly endless black hole of karma. Even though she was nourished by the greatest energy cycle in the 9 netherworlds, her essence continued to slowly and steadily dissipate, her power gradually slipping away. Were it not for her presence in the 9 netherworlds drawing on the Earth's power, she likely would find it difficult to even maintain her quasi-saint level of cultivation. If this continues, I fear. Zhen Yuanzi did not elaborate, but the worry in his eyes spoke volumes. When her essence was exhausted, she would return to nothingness, completely dissipating in the world. Pingxin was on a path of self-sacrifice with no visible end, walking alone. He shook his head, his gaze falling upon a woman among the souls of humans about to enter reincarnation, her eyes filled with deep affection and sorrow. Xuanyuan's mother, Fu Bao. She died protecting her child, her obsession profound, and having received Pingxin's essence for reshaping her soul, was far more solid than the other departed souls. Zhen Yuanzi's thoughts stirred slightly as he waved to Fu Bao. Fu Bao's soul floated forward, gracefully bowing. Junior Fu Bao pays respect to the immortal. No need for such courtesy, Zhen Yuanzi replied, gently waving his sleeve, causing ripples to appear in the void before them, revealing an image. It was the sight of Pingxin cradling Xuanyuan, standing in the valley of the witch-slaying sword. My son. Upon seeing Xuanyuan, even if it were just an image, Fu Bao was overwhelmed with emotion, her soul trembling, and when she saw Pingxin's nearly transparent figure, tears streamed down her face. It was this lady who saved him. Her name is Pingxin, the master of reincarnation, Zhen Yuanzi slowly explained. She saved Xianyuan and reshaped your souls, granting you the chance to re-enter the cycle and choose your next life. Fu Bao, upon hearing this, bowed deeply once more to Pingxin in the image, weeping uncontrollably. Zhen Yuanzi looked at her and gently asked, "Are you willing to take a trip for this poor Daoist to bring this item to the lady in the image?" He turned his palm over. This was a talisman for nurturing the spirit, created by combining the power of the Earth's script with the life force of the Earth. Though it could not completely make up for the essence Pingxin had lost, it could temporarily stabilize her form and delay the dissipation. As for the root cause, ultimately the heartache still required a remedy for the heart. The reincarnation of the deceased had already begun anew in the cycle of the past several Yuan meetings. The Xianyuan in Pingxin's arms was the last person connected to the Witch Clan's karma. Whether he would break free or fall here remained to be seen. Zhen Yuanzi sighed lightly. I am willing. Junior is willing. Fu Bao replied without hesitation, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, immortal, for giving me the chance to see my child once more and repay my benefactor. Good, then follow this poor Daoist. Zhen Yuanzi was about to collect Fu Bao into his sleeve when the Earth Daos, which had been sticking to him, finally found the opportune moment to break free, and although it escaped, the Earth Dao remained closely attached. Take this item with you on your journey. Qing Yu took out the witch-slaying sword which had been enshrined in the human ancestral hall since the Witch-Demon War. After the calamity of the witch and demon, this sword had been enshrined deep within the human ancestral hall, its malevolent energy continuously refined day and night by the fortunes of the human race and their offerings. Holy Father. Fu Bao's soul, sensing the familiar aura from the witch-slaying sword that originated from the human race, became even more excited upon seeing Qing Yu's face, once again bowing deeply. Qing Yu nodded slightly at her, revealing a gentle smile. Without saying much, he lightly tapped his fingertips as the azure radiance of the 3 light divine water and the mysterious yellow energy of the 9 heavens essence surged forth, simultaneously intertwining and wrapping around Fu Bao's soul. As the light flowed, a brand new physical form was reconstructed at a visible speed, resembling Fu Bao from her life. Go now? Qing Yu waved his sleeve, sending Fu Bao, who was still adapting to her new body, to Zhen Yuanzi's side. Thank you for your trouble, Dao brother. Zhen Yuanzi said to Qing Yu, rolling up his sleeve, collecting Fu Bao along with the newly acquired witch-slaying sword, and nodded at Qing Yu, his form fading away and disappearing. Qing Yu watched him leave, shaking his head with a smile mixed with a hint of helplessness as he looked at the Earth Daos, which was watching him closely, almost ready to pounce. All right, no need to rush. Am I not back now? He seemed to be soothing a clingy child, turning around and proactively walking towards the depths of the 9 netherworlds into the core area where the Earth Daos was most concentrated. You want to stick close, do you? Come this time, I will let you stick to your heart's content. Just right, I have some new ideas regarding the operation of reincarnation and the completion of the Earth Dao. In the land of reincarnation, the flow of time and its significance were different from the mortal realm. Zhen Yuanzi appeared to merge with Qing Yu in the 9 netherworlds, reshaping Fu Bao's physical form and retrieving the witch-slaying sword, seemingly taking only a moment. However, when he followed the sensation breaking through layers of space to step back into the valley of the witch-slaying sword, looking up at the sky, the sun rose and set, and the stars shifted. 7 years had quietly passed in the mortal realm. 7 years is but a blink of an eye for immortals and gods, yet for mortals it is enough for an infant to grow into a young child. Zhen Yuanzi concealed his aura, standing amidst the clouds above the valley, looking down. On a relatively flat piece of ground in the valley, several simple, yet tidy huts made of stones and wood had been erected, and a small plot of land had been cultivated in front, growing some hardy vegetables. A boy of about 6 or 7 years old rode atop a 9-tailed fox, joyfully running and playing in the valley. The boy wore a coarse cloth short shirt, his eyes dark and bright, filled with the liveliness and curiosity of a child his age. He laughed heartily, directing the 9-tailed fox beneath him to dash left and right, thoroughly enjoying himself. Not far away, in front of a thatched cottage, Pingxin in plain linen sat on a green stone, quietly observed. Her form was still somewhat transparent, as if she would dissolve into light at any moment under the sunlight, yet her face bore an almost gentle calmness. Her gaze followed the playful duo of child and fox, and occasionally her lips would curve into the faintest smile. Fu Bao gazed adoringly at the joyful boy below. Tears had long blurred her vision. That was her child, the one she fought to give birth to. He had grown up healthy and happy under the watch of the compassionate lady, accompanied by the mystical spirit fox. As she watched, a pang of sadness struck her. The child did not recognize her. In his memories there was no mother. Yet he was fortunate, for he had survived and seemed to be living well. With a swirl of emotions, Fu Bao raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but they would not dry. She turned her head, wanting to say something to Zhen Yuanzi beside her, to express her gratitude or to ask if she could descend and reunite with her child. However, there was nothing beside her. Zhen Yuanzi had silently left at some point without a sound, as if he had never been there. Only the dark golden witch-slaying sword which had stood at his side quietly floated in midair. Fu Bao was stunned, glancing at the empty space beside her, then at Xuanyan, who was blissfully unaware in the valley below, and finally at the ancient sword that hung silently, bearing countless blood and tears and struggles. Suddenly she understood something. She did not immediately descend to reunite. Instead, she silently, deeply bowed once more in the direction Zhen Yuanzi had left, and towards Pingxin in the valley below. She did not disturb Pingxin, as she built a dwelling nearby, quietly keeping watch over them. In front of the thatched cottage, Pingxin seemed to sense something, looking up at the dissipating clouds, her gaze lingering for a moment on the floating witch-slaying sword before slowly falling back to Xianyuan riding the 9-tailed fox. Her increasingly transparent fingers gently curled. Saint. The figure of Fu Bao had long vanished at the mouth of the valley, leaving behind 2 things: the spiritual medicine entrusted by Zhen Yuanshi and the witch-slaying sword quietly lying beside a piece of green stone in the distance. Ping Xian gazed at the direction Fu Bao had departed, her gaze penetrating the layers of mountains, seeing the reluctance of that mortal woman who turned back 3 times, and also the faint apricot yellow figure hidden deeper in the clouds. Zhen Yuanshi did not deliberately conceal the heavenly secrets. His arrival, his gifts, and his size were all clearly reflected in Ping Xin's perception. This saint always acted thus, silently assisting without much talk, yet always offering support when she needed it most. She gently raised her hand and beckoned towards the distance. The jade box flew up on its own, landing in her almost transparent palm. The lid opened silently, revealing a core essence that exuded the rich vitality of the earth and the aura of reincarnation. This was primarily based on the essence of the earth's script, supplemented by the source of reincarnation, which was akin to a timely boon for Ping Xian, who was severely depleted of source energy at that moment. She did not decline. With her fingertip gently touching the warm essence, it slowly seeped into her spiritual platform, nourishing the reincarnation source that was nearly exhausted from constant relinquishment. Thank you, she said softly to the void. She knew she needed time. Time to complete the final cause and effect, to raise Xianyuan into adulthood, to watch him, and to resolve this entanglement born from the witch clan. Her gaze fell upon the witch-slaying sword. Now is not the time for you to emerge into the world. Ping Xian murmured to herself. Once this matter is resolved, I shall cleanse the primordial chaos, eternally suppress the demonic path, and erase those evil beings that feed on the flesh and souls of all beings. Simply repaying the cause and effect and reshaping the souls lost due to the witch clan is not enough. That is merely a remedy, a repayment. How can I sit peacefully in reincarnation and be a judge? She sought to compensate, to offer true peace to this primordial chaos in a more thorough manner. With my body as a sacrifice, I shall cleanse the universe, returning this heaven and earth to clarity and purity. She raised her head, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, her eyes piercing through the 33 heavens, witnessing the operation of the heavenly Dao, and also seeing her fated ending. In the mountains there are no cycles of time, and one does not know the years as the cold persists. 999,999 years of spring and autumn may be but a fleeting moment in the scale of the primordial chaos. Xianyuan had grown from an infant in swaddling to a tall and dignified young man. He no longer needed to ride the mystical nine-tailed white fox. With his own strength he could feast on the morning mist and drink dew, traveling from the northern sea to the twilight of Kangguil. Under Ping Xian's relentless nurturing, nearly exhausting her own source and cultivation, Xianyuan was forcefully pushed onto an unprecedented path to the heavens. Responding to the heavenly Tao, he observed the changes of the sun, moon, and stars, understood the shifts of the four seasons, and within the Purple Mansion, he evolved the celestial bodies, comprehending the principles of yin and yang. With a wave of his hand, purple chi flowed in from the east, and with a flip of his hand, he could draw starlight to illuminate his crown. He traversed the land, stepping upon every inch of the valleys, perceiving the flow of earth veins, and discerning the interactions of the five elements. He could hear the breath of the mountains, and discern the clear sound of flowing water. With his feet on the ground, he was infused with boundless earth power, his figure as steadfast as a mountain. In harmony with the people, he read the epic of the human race's predecessors, understanding the spirit of passing down the torch and striving for self-improvement. Ping Xian not only taught him the methods of cultivation, but also imparted the ways of governance, strategies of war, the art of agriculture, the principles of medicine, and moral writings. He discerned right from wrong, understood etiquette, recognized reverence, and harbored benevolence. His aura was upright and peaceful, embodying the majesty of an emperor combined with the warmth of humanity. In less than a single cycle of the Yuan, his cultivation had reached the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A fruit of the Tao encompassing all had already condensed more than half, awaiting only the final transformation and sublimation. In just one cycle of the Yuan, he had cultivated from a mere mortal to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such speed, not to mention in the present where spiritual energy was gradually stabilizing, would also be astonishing even in the primeval era of the primordial chaos. This was the brightest flame of the Tao, ignited by Ping Xian with her own foundation and the source of reincarnation as fuel. Throughout these over 90,000 years, Ping Xian had always manifested as Fu Bao, nurturing and guiding Xianyuan together with the real Fu Bao. The real Fu Bao was gentle and loving, responsible for his daily needs, providing him with the most genuine maternal love and warmth of family. In contrast, the Fu Bao that Ping Xian manifested was a strict teacher and guide, imparting vast knowledge, supreme methods, and the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, bit by bit generously sharing them. Sometimes as dusk fell and the smoke from cooking rose gently, Xianyuan would run over, grasp her hand, and call out in a bright childlike voice, "Mother, it's time to eat," or look up with his small face, asking innocent and spirited questions. At such moments a gentle smile would appear on Ping Zin's face as she lightly stroked his head, patiently answering him. Yet beneath that smile there was always a hint of bewilderment. Fragments of the remnants of Huda's memories would surge up inopportunely. In her memories there were rugged and bold men of the witch clan and lively and spirited young girls. They would gather around her, calling out, with an accented, affectionate, and reverent voice, "Hutu ancestor witch," "Huta lady," or the more intimate "mother." That sound overlapped with the crisp voice of the child before her, causing her to momentarily lose herself. Who am I? Am I Hutu or Ping Xian? This question like a knife has cut through her heart countless times over the cycles of the Yuan. It was Hutu who transformed into reincarnation, yet it was Ping Xian who inherited the memories, felt the pain, and bore the guilt. This fracture of identity and confusion of responsibility caused her immense suffering. She continuously expended her source, reshaping the lost souls. Rather than repaying the cause and effect, it was more like seeking a form of self-punishment and ultimate liberation. Perhaps only when her source is completely exhausted, her will entirely dissipated, and she has thoroughly merged with this heaven and earth reincarnation, will this endless torment cease. Sigh. In the far distance, Zhang Yuanxi's figure merged with the mountain mist. He silently observed the increasingly ethereal woman in the valley, unable to suppress another long sigh. Hutu oh hu, he murmured in his heart. Having chosen to transform into reincarnation, you have chosen to escape the destined decline of the witch clan through self-dissolution. Yet since you have chosen self-destruction, why must you retain these memories laden with pain, guilt, and obsessions to taint this new pure and untainted Ping Xian? Are these retained memories meant to remind Ping Xian of the old feelings for the witch clan, to preserve a trace of bloodline for possible future opportunities? Huda's memories were filled with contradictions, struggles, and unfinished regrets, while Ping Xian, born of the purest source of reincarnation and the true will of the earth, was too pure and too responsible. The same memories, if they belonged to Hodo herself, might cause her to waver between the greater good of the clan and a compassionate heart, ultimately still favoring the witch clan or continuing to sink into guilt. But when these memories fell upon Ping Xian, they became the heaviest moral shackles, forcing her, the one who should justly judge the cycles of all things, to endure day and night the lashes of the memories of the greatest sinners in the primordial chaos. A judge, yet she felt herself to be the greatest sinner. How absurd and tragic this was. Thus Ping Xian sought to cleanse the primordial chaos and eradicate the demonic path. This was not only to seek justice for those lost souls, but also her desire to purify this environment polluted by the remnants of the calamity, to cleanse the sinful soil that arose from her own witch clan. She intended to sacrifice herself for a clean primordial chaos. This was a form of ultimate destruction. Zhen Yuanshi understood that when Xianyuan truly matured, when Ping Xian believed her responsibility of nurturing was complete, it would be the time she executed her final cleansing. The human emperor was a person of slaughter. When the time comes, Ping Xian would take herself as a sacrifice, wrapped in three great forces, to cleanse everything for Xianyuan and for herself. He felt powerless to stop her. This was her Dao heart's direction, the inevitable conclusion of the intertwining memories of Ping Xian and Hotu. He could only occasionally send some spiritual objects that nurture the source, delaying the arrival of that moment, and then silently watch, for ultimately she would have to see through it herself. As Xianyuan rapidly matured in the valley, Pingxin burned with self-struggle. The outside world of the primal chaos, meanwhile, was in a state of anxiety, for the third human emperor had remained silent for far too long. At the Bo Palace in the upper pure hall, the sword energy lay hidden yet thickened the atmosphere within. Daobao Doran's round face was filled with sincere concern as he bowed to his master, who was resting with closed eyes on the cloud bed. His tone was imbued with deep respect for the second master Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and a cherished bond with the master. Your insight is profound. The second master possesses a heart as vast as the sea, permitting me and the Jie sect to seek the human emperor together. Such kindness and support have made me and my fellow disciples profoundly grateful, wishing we could repay it with our lives. However, he changed his tone, his face filled with worry. Currently our disciples have scoured the 4 continents and swept through thousands of caves with our divine senses, even probing the chaotic edges of the heavenly realm multiple times, yet the last human emperor remains elusive, as if lost in the void, leaving not a trace behind. Every time I think of this, I feel anxious. The matters of merit and opportunity are trivial, but if our efforts to locate the human emperor falter and delay his emergence to enlighten the masses, would we not become sinners of the primal chaos? Furthermore, he glanced furtively at Tongtian Jiao's expression, noticing the slight movement of the master's eyelids. He immediately lowered his voice, sounding earnest and sincere. The second master is a man of utmost integrity, who values promises and keeps faith. In this collaboration, he surely hopes for swift success, to uphold the beauty of unity among the 3 pure ones and the brotherhood of hearts. If we continue without results for long, how would it not bring embarrassment to the second master? With the second master's broad mind, he would not blame us, yet he may quietly feel sorrow, introspect, thinking it is due to his own shortcomings in guidance, or perhaps the will of heaven adding to his distress. Whenever I think of this, I find no joy in food, and I cannot sleep at night, deeply fearing that I will disappoint the second master's good intentions, and also harm the harmony between our Yuqing and Shangqing lines. Daobao spoke with true emotion, his eyes reddening, as if he could already envision Yuanshi, Tianzuan sighing sorrowfully in the Yushu Palace. Tongtian Jiaozhu remained with his eyes closed, unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the cloud bed, each sound echoing in Daobao's heart. After a moment, Tongtian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Daobao. His calm gaze sent a chill down Daobao's neck. Tongtian began slowly, his voice betraying no hint of joy or anger. Daobao, what you say does hold some truth. The second master is indeed, as you have described, upright and just. He would not divulge heavenly secrets, nor take shortcuts for you. This is the foundation of his character. Even if he faces difficulties in finding the person this time, and loses some face, he would only reflect on himself, never laying blame on others, nor would he resent heaven or people. Therefore, as his younger brother, I must not stand by and let my elder brother suffer from such trivial matters. How could I allow the second master to think that my incompetence has tarnished his reputation? This must not happen. Daobao's heart soared with joy as he nodded repeatedly, his plump face full of emotion. Master, your insight is profound. Master's high virtues. This is indeed the case. But might I ask, master? Speak on. Tongtian waved his sleeve grandly, taking on a generous demeanor. Where does my assistance need to extend? Is it necessary for me to utilize the secret arts of the upper pure to trace the heavenly secrets and pinpoint the location of the human emperor? Although this may slightly conflict with the rules, for the sake of my elder brother's face and the friendship between our 2 sects, I shall make an exception. No. Absolutely not. Dao Bao nearly jumped up in fright, shaking his head like a lotus leaf in the wind. How could I trouble Master with such a rebellious act? To calculate the heavenly secrets regarding the human emperor involves significant risks and could lead to backlash. I would never dare. Oh, Tong Tian raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. Then what do you wish to do? Dao Bao felt a chill run down his spine under Tongshan's gaze, and his eyes unconsciously drifted to the side, landing on Guang Chengzi, who had been diligently trying to shrink into the background. Guang Chengzi was focused on breathing steadily and clearing his mind, mentally reciting the scripture of tranquility. Suddenly, he felt two piercing gazes fixate on him, causing his spine to stiffen and cold sweat to pour down. Cough, cough. Dao Bao cleared his throat a couple of times and discreetly moved a half step to the side, completely highlighting Guang Chengzi. He then forced a benevolent smile. Senior brother Guang Chengzi, you are the foremost disciple of the Yuqing, deeply entrusted with the second master's teachings, and your actions are the most measured and prudent. In this predicament, why not explain the matter to Master in detail? Master will surely understand our difficulties. Guang Chengzi was at a loss for words, looking at Dao Bao's expression that seemed to plead for him, and then at Tongtian Zhaozhu's gentle gaze, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. In his heart, he cursed Dao Bao countless times, thinking that this fellow had caused trouble, and now pushed him out to take the blame at a critical moment. But now that it had come to this, there was no turning back. He took a deep breath, adjusted his impeccably neat moon-white robe, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Tongtian Zhaozhu, his demeanor respectful and impeccable, though his voice was slightly hoarse. I report to my upper pure uncle I and Dao Bao Shidi have considered this matter repeatedly and feel that we might find another way to achieve both ends. How might we find another way? Tongtian Zhaozhu asked lazily, the sound of his tapping fingers ceasing, making the hall so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Guang Chengzi felt sweat gather on his forehead, knowing that his master Yuanshi Tianzuan valued face above all and despised his disciples for taking shortcuts and straying from the righteous path. But the situation now truly left him no choice. A Yuan Hui was approaching, soon marking nearly 129600 years. Their two sects had practically plowed through the primal chaos repeatedly, yet not a single strand of hair belonging to the human emperor had been found. The Earth Emperor Shenong at least had some reincarnation clues, but this one seemed to have simply vanished from the primal chaos. He steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and could only rely on Dao Bao's method to see if it would work. We disciples foolishly believe that since the human emperor originates from the human race, the Holy Father of humanity Qingyou and the ancestor of Earth immortals Xinyuanzi are both powerful beings with deep connections to the human race and profound knowledge of the primal chaos secrets. Perhaps we could consult these two powerful beings and gain some indirect enlightenment. Hence I boldly inquire if you could step down and represent us in negotiations to discuss the grand strategy. Guang Chengzi spoke delicately, yet the core meaning was clear. Master, we cannot find it ourselves, and with the strict rules at Yuanshi's side, we cannot speak up. Can we ask you to step in and seek out the strongest support for the human race Qingyou to probe for clues? Even giving a hint or pointing in a general direction would be sufficient. Tongtian Zhaozhu was no ordinary person. How could he not perceive the undertones? His previously serene smile momentarily faltered. Discussing grand strategies. Such fine-sounding words. Isn't it just that you think I, as the master, am unreliable, unable to deduce the whereabouts of the human emperor, hence you want me to seek out Qinyu and Xinyuanzi? He slowly scanned the hall. Guang Chengzi lowered his head and held his breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Dao Bao looked at his nose and his heart, as if the patterns on the ceiling suddenly became immensely interesting. Whose idea was this? Do I even need to guess? Guang Chengzi was serious and proper, just like his elder brother Yuanshi, as if they were carved from the same mold. This somewhat opportunistic thought could never be his idea. In this hall, apart from himself, there were these two youngsters. If it's not Guang Chengzi, could it be my own thought? He, the master of the celestial church, suddenly chuckled lightly. Although the laughter was not loud, it sent shivers down the spines of both Duo Bao and Guang Chengzi, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The master of the celestial church slowly sat up straight, his eyes slightly narrowed, locking onto Duo Bao, who was desperately trying to curl up and wishing he could disappear on the spot. You wretched creature! Duo Bao exclaimed, feeling an irresistible force surge toward him. He didn't even have time to channel his magical powers before his form involuntarily shrank drastically. In the blink of an eye, the plump and cheerful Duo Bao Daoist had vanished, leaving behind only a round golden mouse with small shiny black eyes. The terrified and innocent Duo Bao mouse was now on all fours, trembling on the polished floor, saying, "Squeak! Master, spare me." The disciple admitted his mistake. Duo Bao mouse spoke human words, his voice high-pitched and tinged with. The master of the celestial church didn't even glance at him. With a casual flick of his sleeve, a gentle force wrapped around the trembling Duo Bao mouse, transforming him into a beam of golden light and shooting him like a meteor toward the back of the hall. With a soft clang, it sounded like a cage being shut, followed by the frantic scratching of Duo Bao mouse against the cage, and the master of the celestial Chuch's voice ringing in his ears. Since you believe your master to be useless, you need not worry about such trivial matters as searching for the human emperor. Instead, reflect on your actions in the quiet room of the back hall. For this merit, you need not participate. The back hall was anything but a quiet room. It was clearly a dark iron cage reinforced with numerous restrictions from the upper clear sect used occasionally by the master of the celestial church to confine his disciples. Furious Duo Bao mouse squeaked loudly, his claws sparking as he scratched frantically at the cage, but he couldn't shake it at all, only venting his frustration, regret, and grievance on the cage. After dealing with the main culprit, the master of the celestial church's expression instantly thawed, returning to that of a gentle elder as he looked at Guang Qingzi, whose face was pale and drenched in cold sweat. His tone was as warm as a spring breeze. Let my nephew not be offended. This wayward disciple has been neglected in his education, speaking out of turn and underestimating his elders. He deserves punishment. Guang Qingzi hurriedly bowed, repeatedly saying, I dare not, his voice trembling slightly. Your concerns are indeed thorough, the master of the celestial church replied, seemingly unaffected by his earlier anger, stroking his beard and nodding in agreement. Regarding matters of the human race, my friend Qin Yu, as a holy father, may know a thing or two. I shall pay a visit, catch up with old friends, and inquire about this matter. After all, it concerns my second brother's reputation and the cooperation between the two sects, so it cannot be taken lightly. He paused, then instructed the hall's exterior. Where is Jinling? A beam of golden light descended, revealing the agile and poised Jinling Saint Mother, who bowed and said, Disciple is here. Duo Bao needs to reflect on his actions and cannot participate in this matter. So you shall accompany Guang Qingzi, my nephew, to continue the search for the human emperor's whereabouts in the wilderness. Investigate thoroughly, do not slack off, and do not overlook any clues. You too must remember the search is primary and gathering information is secondary. I do not get the priorities reversed and ruin the reputation of my three clear sect and its methodology. The master of the celestial church commanded, his tone plain, yet imbued with authority. Yes, disciple and nephew will diligently follow the master uncle's and master's orders. Jinling Saint Mother and Guang Qingzi replied in unison. Guang Qingzi felt as though he had been pardoned, hurriedly responding, feeling a chill creeping up his back as he was already soaked. Good, go on. The master of the celestial church waved his hand. Jinling Saint Mother and Guang Qingzi dared not linger, bowing again before respectfully exiting the upper clear hall. In the hall, watching the two leave, the master of the celestial church's serene expression vanished in an instant, and he snorted softly. Two useless things, each more cunning than the other. That said, his figure flickered and he vanished from the cloud bed. His own disciple would ultimately need to help clean up the mess. In the next moment, the master of the celestial church appeared in the city. However, upon visiting, he found nothing. The master scratched his head, wondering why those two had started avoiding him just because he had eaten a few more spirit fruits. He frowned slightly, raised his finger to calculate, channeling the power of the sage, connecting to the heavenly path and tracing the whereabouts of Qin Yu. Yet the heavenly secrets were shrouded in chaos, and he couldn't discern any concrete traces. Could it be that there were hidden passages concealing them? With this thought, the master headed toward the underground passage, but found no traces at all, ultimately giving up and turning to seek Nuwa in the heavenly court. Fortunately, Nuwa had not vanished. The master was somewhat surprised to see Fushi, who had been brought back by Nuwa. Here was Fushi, but who was in the fire cloud cave? The master's curiosity was piqued, revealing that Nuwa had given Fushi a new body. The master glanced at Nuwa with an awkward smile before starting to chat with her, asking if she could grant him a favor. Nuwa was also concerned about matters regarding the human race. Having one more person would be one more source of assistance. Nuwa took out a spark of fire from the human race holy temple and handed it to the master, stating that with this object, he would be able to find them. The master accepted it, and then left it with Guang Qingzi and Jinling, keeping his achievements and name hidden. He was indeed very reliable, but it was a pity Duo Bao failed to recognize the great mountain and missed out on this tremendous merit. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who could not be found by the master, was currently beside Jin Yuanzi, feeling too uncomfortable sitting in prison in the 9 netherworlds. Qin Yu ultimately could not bear it any longer, so she directly took the underground passage along with her out of the 9 netherworlds. In the valley, time flew by, and nearly 30,000 years had passed again. Xian Yuan's cultivation deepened and his demeanor became increasingly composed. The aura of the human emperor was already subtly emerging. And Fu Bao, this ordinary yet resilient woman, after accompanying her beloved son for over 100,000 years, finally reached the end of her life. She had never cultivated, and with her mortal body, she had lived an extraordinarily long life, but the end had finally come beyond the power of mortals to change. Her hair had turned completely white, her face was lined with wrinkles, but her eyes remained clear and gentle. She lay on a soft patch of grass, gazing at Ping Xian, who sat beside her, his breath gradually fading, and then glanced at Xian Yuan, who was not far away, closing his eyes and contemplating the heavenly way his surroundings, hinting at the convergence of dragons and tigers. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction and reluctance. "Your Majesty." Fu Bao's voice was old and weak as she struggled to extend her hand. Ping Xian immediately grasped her withered hand. "I am here," Ping Xian replied softly, her voice unexpectedly gentle even to her own ears. After tens of thousands of years spent together nurturing a single child, even if her initial motivation stemmed merely from responsibility and compensation, she could not help but develop feelings for this kind and resilient mortal woman. "Your Majesty's kindness, Fu Bao, I will always remember." Fu Bao gasped, every word spoken with effort. "Thanks to your Majesty, I can return and accompany Xian Yuan, watching him grow up. In my life, I have no regrets." Ping Xian looked at her, her heart turbulent, and quietly said, "Do not speak like that. If it were not for the Witch clan, if I could have arrived earlier, these joys and peaceful moments were what you should have experienced. It is my sins that have implicated you and your tribe." Fu Bao looked at her, using her last bit of strength to firmly grasp Ping Xin's icy hand. The warmth that passed through her palm made Ping Xian shiver slightly. "Your Majesty, you are mistaken." Fu Bao looked at her, speaking clearly word by word. "This is not your sin. This is the sin of the Witch clan, the sin of those evil demons, the calamity of all living beings. It has nothing to do with you. These sins should not be borne by you. Moreover, none of this is your fault." She took a breath and continued, tears welling in her eyes, yet with a smile. "I am grateful to you truly. With you, with reincarnation, ordinary people, like me, swept up and slaughtered, can have another chance to start anew. We can wait for opportunities time, and again we can cultivate, just as you taught Xian Yuan to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal, to unify the timeline, to achieve eternal existence, and to return to one's true self. I too have this opportunity to cultivate anew, to wait for opportunities. Your Majesty, this is your merit, the immeasurable great compassion. And how can there be sins?" Her hand was warm, tightly enveloping Ping Xin's cold hand, as if she wanted to transmit all the last warmth of her life. That warmth was so real, so powerful, spreading through her palm and reaching Ping Xin's frozen heart lake. Ping Xian was stunned. She looked into Fu Bao's old yet bright eyes, seeing the unreserved gratitude within. The high wall built in her heart, fortified by countless years of sins and guilt, was pried open by these warm words, creating a slight crack. "Do I have merit?" she murmured, her voice so soft it seemed it could be blown away by the wind. Fu Bao did not answer again. She just used her last strength to reveal a grateful smile to Ping Xian, and then slowly closed her eyes. The gaze filled with concern for her child, worry for Ping Xian, and a broad-minded acceptance of life vanished from Ping Xin's sight. Ping Xian sat quietly, holding onto Fu Bao's gradually cooling hand, not moving for a long time. The gentle wind of the valley blew by, bringing with it the fragrance of distant wildflowers, along with Xian Yuan finishing his cultivation. The sound of footsteps approached slowly. She gently leaned down, caressing Fu Bao's face with movements as tender as if treating a fragile treasure. Words from others, even heartfelt last words, could only serve as a prelude. The real answer lies within her. Xian Yuan stepped forward, looking at his peacefully sleeping mother and the mother Ping Xian, who had already explained everything to him. He silently knelt down, respectfully bowing 3 times to Fu Bao's remains. Ping Xian raised her head, gazing eastward. In the sky, faint purple qi began to spread, growing denser and more vibrant. The purple qi traveled 3,000 miles east, heralding the emergence of the human emperor. "The purple aura has manifested, and the sparks of fire are guiding us here. Hurry forth." High above the heavens, auspicious clouds gather, and auspicious mist flows like 1,000 streams. Guang Qingzi leads the way, holding a flame derived from the palace of the goddess Nuwa, which is currently burning fiercely. Behind him stands the 11 golden immortals of the Yushu Palace, each with a serious expression, channeling their magical powers, exuding an air of immortality and hidden brilliance. Further back, leading the hundreds of elite disciples of the Jie sect, is the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Among them are Wu Yunxian Jin, Gu Xian Xiu Shou Xian, Ling Yixian Jing Guang Xian, and Chang Erding Wang Xian. Some ride exotic beasts, some tread upon magical artifacts, and some traverse the skies, with their escaping light creating a scene where magical treasures are plentiful, and the aura of immortals surges like tides, illuminating half the sky with resplendent colors. This time, Guang Qingzi has thoroughly learned from the lesson of the captured Duobao mouse, and has remembered the advice it gave before its death in the cage, suggesting that the display of might should be grand to show sincerity. Since both the master and the uncle have tacitly permitted the cooperation of the two sects, he might as well elevate the momentum to its peak. This not only demonstrates respect for the human emperor, but also prevents any unforeseen incidents. There is strength in numbers, And as for merit, those who witness it shall share in the blessings, as disciples of both sects should enjoy their fortunes together. Thus the two sects of Chan and Jie, dozens of great Luo golden immortals and hundreds of Tai and golden immortals, formed a grand procession unprecedented in the primordial world, following the guidance of the flames and the purple aura. Banners fluttered, celestial music echoed faintly, the brilliance of spiritual light and divine powers intertwined, creating a scene as splendid as flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses rising from the earth. The celestial sounds were melodious, surrounded by auspicious energies. They proceeded towards the valley, drawing the gaze of countless beings below who looked up in wonder, speculating the significance of such a grand gathering of high immortals. Soon after, the celestial beings descended upon the entrance of the valley. Here the mountains are lush, ancient trees reach for the sky, and flowing springs cascade down, with mist swirling, appearing quite ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, one could sense the hidden veins of the earth, the celestial mechanisms shrouded in obscurity, as if an invisible barrier separated the inside from the outside. If it weren't for the peak of the flame's response and the density of the purple aura here, one might think they had come to the wrong place. Guang Qingzi and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother exchanged glances, seeing the gravity and a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, the two led their disciples, following the proper etiquette, and stepped in slowly. Passing through a veil of mist, their surroundings suddenly became clear. The scene in the valley was completely different from the external perception. Rich spiritual energy transformed into tangible spiritual mist flowing gently across the ground. Rare flowers and exotic herbs spread out, exuding a soothing fragrance, and in the distance the fleeting shadow of a nine-tailed white fox added an air of mystery. At the center of the valley, beneath an ancient and sturdy pine tree, stood two figures. The foremost was a young man dressed in coarse linen, yet his noble bearing could not be concealed. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and strong, with a slender waist and arms like a monkey, eyebrows slanting towards his temples, a nose high and proud as a mountain, and tightly pressed lips, exuding an air of calm determination. Though dressed simply, standing in this exquisite valley, he exuded a presence as profound as a deep abyss and as majestic as a towering mountain, as if he were destined to stand at great heights, looking down upon all living beings. The response of the flame is strongest in this person. The purple aura centers around him. Guang Qingzi felt a jolt in his heart, not daring to be negligent, and quickly raised the orange-eared flame in his hand. As if responding to his action, the sacred fire of the human race emitted a soft hum, radiating brightly, and the orange-eared flames soared into the sky, resonating with the natural aura emanating from the young man. Deep within the valley, beside a piece of blue stone, a heavily sealed sword suddenly trembled violently. The sword rose from the ground and landed before Xuanyuan, striking the ground with a clang, inserting itself straight into the earth 3 feet in front of him, its blade quivering slightly. The Slaughter Witch Sword. A well-informed disciple of the Jie sect exclaimed in shock. The sacred sword of the human race has recognized its master. Guang Qingzi and the Golden Spirit both burst forth with brilliant light in their eyes, the last trace of doubt in their hearts dissipating, replaced by uncontrollable joy. We have found it. Finally found it. Searching tirelessly only to discover it effortlessly. No, it was hard-earned through the efforts of countless trials. Today, we finally reaped the rewards. Drop the clouds. Guang Qingzi suppressed his excitement and called out softly. Instantly, the auspicious clouds descended and hundreds of celestial beings landed, aligning neatly before the young man in coarse linen. Guang Qingzi and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother stepped forward, adjusting their attire and donning solemn expressions, bowing respectfully to the still somewhat bewildered youth in the direction of the vague figure behind him. Behind them, all disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, regardless of their cultivation level or status, bowed in unison, their movements synchronized, resonating through the valley. The time for the Yuanhui has come, and the celestial decree is evident. Disciples of the Yuqing Chan sect and the Shangqing Jie sect, under the saint's decree, respectfully welcome the return of the human emperor. The sound echoed, reverberating through the valley and startling countless birds. We welcome the return of the human emperor. The celestial beings bowed again, their voices booming even louder, filled with excitement at having found their rightful leader. We welcome the return of the human emperor. 3 bows, each more resounding than the last, soaring into the heavens, dispersing some of the spiritual mist above the valley. With each shout, the fervor intensified, the sincerity deepened, perfectly expressing the disciples' excitement after a long search for the results of this Yuanhui. However, the human emperor they hoped for, Xuanyuan, now wore a face full of confusion. He instinctively turned his head, looking towards the figure beneath the pine tree that gave him immense comfort and reliance, his eyes filled with questions. Mother, who are these people? After a brief moment of daze, Xianyuan composed himself. Although he had grown up in this secluded valley and was unfamiliar with the world, he had received calm and thorough teachings, understood reason, and possessed the mindset of a great Luo golden immortal. Taking a deep breath to suppress the doubts in his heart, he stepped forward, crossed over the slaughter, which soared, and bowed respectfully to Guang Qingzi and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, who appeared to be the leaders, saying, "Fellow Taoists, immortal elders, I salute you. I am Xuanyuan, and my mother and I have lived in this secluded valley since childhood, cultivating and sustaining ourselves, never venturing far, nor have we had any connections with the outside world. As for what you said about the human emperor's return concerning the fate of the human race, it is a matter of celestial decree. Xianyuan is merely a mountain dweller. What virtue and ability do I possess to dare take on such a heavy responsibility? You must have followed the guidance of the heavenly mechanisms and found the wrong person, mistakenly entering this valley. I kindly ask you all to discern carefully." Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother felt their original joy pause slightly. They raised their heads, carefully examining the youth, who called himself Xianyuan. The two instinctively released their divine sense, once again carefully perceiving Xuanyuan's aura. This time they were no longer overwhelmed by the excitement of finding the human emperor and perceived with greater attention. Upon this perception, both felt a jolt in their hearts. Peak great Luo golden immortal. Moreover, the roundness and refinement of his aura and the ancient natural Tao rhythm seemed to faintly surpass even them, who had cultivated for countless yuanweis. Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief and deep suspicion in each other's eyes. The Emperor of Humanity, the destined sovereign of the human race. The Heavenly Emperor Fuxi is the reincarnation of a primordial deity, while the Earth Emperor Shenong is the reincarnation of a powerful figure. When they emerged, they were merely mortal beings having to undergo trials and tribulations, receiving guidance from mentors before awakening their past lives and gradually recovering their cultivation. Where is there someone like this who, upon being found, is already at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal? This cultivation level, looking throughout the entire Primordial Era, is already among the top existences aside from those hidden old monsters and a few core disciples of the saints. Such a person still needs them to guide him. Does he need to return to his position? He could establish his own sect with a rebellious, yet incredibly strong thought uncontrollably surfaced in both Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's minds. Uncle Master must have made a mistake again, right? Just like the Earth Emperor Shenong, who also struggled immensely only to end up cough. This time the purple energy coming from the east is indeed real, and the resonance of the flame and fire is strong, with the holy sword flying over on its own. But this cultivation level is just too absurd. There must be some issue. Perhaps there's something strange about this valley, or this young man possesses a rare treasure, or maybe Uncle Master Tongshan's calculations are incorrect. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and the excited flush on their faces faded, replaced by a hint of embarrassment and apology. Guang Qingzi cleared his throat and once again cupped his hands, his tone now carrying a hint of uncertainty and the intention to apologize. This young friend Xuanyuan, I truly apologize. It may be that we were reckless and disturbed." Before he could finish, sensing the suppressed anger from Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Tongshan's voice exploded within their divine senses. "Unfilial disciples. Foolish. Open your eyes wide and sense clearly. The luck of the human race converging on this person is already close to 30%. The slaughter which sword has recognized its master on its own, resonating with the flame and fire with the purple energy centered around this. Such an obvious sign, yet you all failed to see it, instead harboring doubts and questioning your master. You have brought shame upon the Yushu Palace and the Bo Palace." Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit shuddered, instantly awakening from their self-doubt, cold sweat soaking their backs. The words of a saint cannot be false. If Master and Uncle Master have said so, then this absurdly cultivated youth before them must undoubtedly be the Emperor of Humanity, Xianyuan. However, this cultivation level made the two exchange bitter smiles, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Isn't the starting point of this Emperor of Humanity too high? How can they as his mentors find their place? But one cannot go against the will of heaven, and more importantly, the Emperor of Humanity is right before them, and the merits are right before them. Regardless of his cultivation level, they must first invite him back. As for guidance, there will always be a way. For example, teaching him how to lead the human race, how to govern the world, how to develop agriculture. In short, there will always be something to teach. The two instantly adjusted their mindset, putting on the most sincere, enthusiastic, and respectful smiles as they deeply bowed once more to the still somewhat dazed Xuanyuan. "Your Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity. We were overly abrupt earlier, failing to clarify our identities and backgrounds, disturbing Your Majesty's tranquility. We ask for Your Majesty's forgiveness." Guang Qingzi spoke with utmost sincerity. I am Guang Qingzi, the first disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable of the Yuqing saint, sent by the saint's decree to respectfully welcome your majesty out of the mountain to lead the human race and guide the multitude to achieve the path of the emperor of humanity. I am Jin Ling, here to present the decree of the primordial saint Tongtian together with my fellow Daoists from the Changjiao to cordially invite your majesty. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit quickly added, showing utmost respect to the strong. The disciples of the two remaining sects shouted in unison once more, "We respectfully welcome your majesty back to your position." Xianyuan was even more confused by this sudden change. He looked at the overly respectful celestial beings before him, and then turned back to Ping Xian in the shade. Seeing Xuanyuan, Ping Xian gently waved her hand. "Child, go. This is not a mistake. This, for the sake of the past human race, to conclude that past karma led those who are displaced and wandering back to their rightful home. This is the responsibility you were born to shoulder, the calling that flows through your blood." Xianyuan trembled all over. He understood the profound meaning hidden in Ping Xin's words, although he still did not know what specific karma it was or which human beings needed his guidance. But Ping Xian had never lied to him, nor had she spoken to him with such solemnity and trust before. He knew that the time for parting had come. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging reluctance and bitterness in his heart, and knelt before Ping Xian, respectfully bowing 3 times. "I will remember your teachings, mother. I will go. Please take care of yourself." He did not ask why nor where he was going, but buried this reluctance and concern deep in his heart, then stood up and did not look back at Ping Xian. He turned and strode towards Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, towards the celestial beings, towards the slaughter which sword planted in the ground. He reached out and grasped the cold and heavy hilt of the slaughter which sword. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, the sword trembled violently, and golden light shot into the sky, enveloping him entirely. A force imbued with indomitable fighting spirit and compassionate guardianship surged from the sword into his body, perfectly merging with the 30% of human luck that converged upon him. Seeing this, Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had their last trace of doubt completely dispelled. It worked. It truly worked. The holy sword recognized its master, the purple energy enveloped him, and the luck converged. "He is undoubtedly the emperor of humanity. Please ascend the clouds, your majesty." Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit stepped aside to clear the path, and the celestial beings behind them automatically parted, revealing a road leading directly to the auspicious clouds. Xianyuan turned back for one last deep look at the figure in the shade, which was already becoming increasingly blurry, as if it would disperse with the wind at any moment, imprinting that loving face deep in his heart. Then, without hesitation, gripping the slaughter which soared amidst the throng of celestial beings surrounded by auspicious clouds and mist, guided by the flame and purple energy, he soared into the sky. The valley returned to tranquility, leaving only a faint residual aura of spiritual energy and the ancient pine tree. When Xuanyuan's figure completely vanished into the horizon beneath the pine shade, the gentle figure watching Xianyuan depart finally swayed slightly. As if all the supporting strength had been withdrawn, Ping Xin's figure became transparently dissipated at a visible speed. The light of reincarnation flickered around her like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The aura of compassion emanating from her was also rapidly diminishing, as if she would completely merge into this realm and dissipate into nothing. Not good. Jin Yuanzi, who had been watching everything from the shadows, was taken aback. He saw clearly that Ping Xian was on the verge of exhausting her essence, with her Dao body about to dissipate. Jin Yuanzi's heart raced. Ping Xian was born before his eyes, sharing the same earth vein as him. For hundreds of yuan meetings, she diligently managed reincarnation and completed the earthly path. To him, she was like a junior he admired, cherished, and felt a bit helpless toward. Now, seeing her on the brink of disappearance, how could he just sit by? He immediately attempted to step out of the void, mobilizing the power of the earthly source to forcibly stabilize Ping Xin's Dao body, even if it meant depleting his own cultivation. However, just as he moved along, a powerful hand gently pressed on his shoulder. "Qing, you stopped." Jin Yuanzi, looking calmly at the wobbly figure in the valley and slowly shaking his head. "No. Dao brother." Jin Yuanzi turned his head. This is Ping Xin's own path. It is both a calamity. Her cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of half-step, saint, only one last step away from the true saint position, needing to realize her true self. She previously scattered her essence to repay her karma, nearly self-destructing. External intervention may seem like saving her, but in fact it hinders her path. Now, as her Dao body is about to disperse and her mind is scattered, it is the best time to break through this final inner demon, perhaps the only opportunity. If she can realize her true heart and survive this calamity, she will no longer be Ping Xian, who relies on the earthly path and carries the memories of the earth, but the true Saint Ping Xian, who has transcended barriers. Dao brother, how could I not know this? Zheng Yuanzi sighed, deeply, his voice filled with bitterness, his gaze still fixed on Ping Xian. It's just watching her like this. Alas, she has endured so much over these hundreds of yuan meetings. Now that there is finally an opportunity for liberation, yet it is in such a perilous situation. I understand your heart. Qing Yu's hand remained on Zheng Yuanzi's shoulder, conveying comfort. Qing Yu's gaze was distant. But just as you think some paths must ultimately be walked by her alone, some obstacles must ultimately be overcome by her. All we can do is wait and trust. If you forcibly use the power of the earthly path to retain her, perhaps you can temporarily prevent her Dao body from dissipating. But what you retain is merely a Ping Xian who continues to live in guilt and confusion, a Ping Xian who can never truly be reborn. If her heart wishes to scatter, you will never be able to hold her back. Zheng Yuanzi remained silent for a long time, gazing at the figure in the valley that seemed ready to transform into a gentle breeze at any moment. Finally, he sighed in defeat and retracted the power of the earthly source he had already raised. Dao brother. Zheng Yuanzi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Qing Yu patted his shoulder, not saying another word. Some comforts do not require words. Ping Xian swayed, but ultimately stabilized her figure, then also walked out of the valley. She took the lead and arrived at the surviving Wu people in the narrow crevice. The Wu clan was exterminated by the myriad races, but the Wu people, having lost the spiritual light of the human race and lacking strong physiques, were pushed to the front lines by the Wu clan. The myriad spirits, fearing the Holy Mother Nuwa, did not completely eradicate these Wu people, only killing those stained with karma. As for those who were forcibly born who had never done harm, or those unwilling to do evil who had always been treated as slaves, or the newly born Wu children, they chose to show mercy. They had no control over their birth, and as Wu people, having done no evil, they deserved a chance at life. After this batch of people, without karma, were released, they began to propagate on this land, most of them being the offspring of forced unions between humans and Wu. Due to the aversion of the myriad spirits towards the Wu, this surviving batch of Wu people could only live in harsh environments. Their once rugged appearance, resembling the bodies of Wu, began to become more human-like under the increasingly diluted bloodline, albeit with broader physiques. The leaders of these tribes were the Qi Yu clan, descendants of Qi Yu, who was once rendered a cripple by Ping Xian. He avenged his mother. He then inherited the name Qi Yu to remind himself not to become such an ungrateful person. He led the surviving Wu people down a different path from before, guiding them to live anew. The current Wu people can be said to be half-human, having developed into a new large tribe under the advancement of several yuan meetings, relying on the reproductive speed of the human race, producing 2/10 of the luck of the human race from the Qi Yu tribe. Ping Xian came here to purify the Wu bloodline within the Qi Yu tribe to conclude the last remnants of karma. Children born from love among parents, yet burdened with sins because of the Wu, even though they had no karma. Just like her, they also had no chance of choice. On the hilltop, Pingxin raised his almost transparent hand, and a clear light flowed from his fingertips. From now on I shall bear the name of the Earth Lord, inheriting the sins of the Witch clan for all eternity. This time Pingxin directly invoked the name of the Earth Lord, using the Witch clan's people to dispel the sins of the Witch clan, just as the attached treasure said, it should be the sinners who bear the sins. The last remnants of Pingxin's strength stirred the void, causing it to tremble. A phantom figure momentarily solidified in the clear light, beginning to evolve and reveal the true form of the ancestral, the Earth Lord, which had disappeared for countless years. With a human body and a serpent tail, 7 hands on his back and 2 hands in front, holding a writhing serpent, he declared, "By my way, I cleanse the scars of this bloodline for thousands of years." As his words fell, the clear light suddenly shrank, transforming into millions of threads, as fine as hair, precisely entering the center of the brows of each, which below pointing directly to the depths of their bloodline. The entire tribe, with millions of witches, simultaneously trembled, their consciousness drawn into a sea of pure white light. As the deepest bloodline was stripped away, they witnessed the ancient wilderness where the Witch clan relied on their powerful bodies and divine abilities to hunt all beings, enslave countless races, and unleash boundless slaughter. The ancestors of the human race wailed under the iron hooves of the Witch clan during the cataclysmic final battle between the witches and the undead. They also saw the source of their bloodline, the scenes of coercion, plunder, and hatred. The people of the Qi Yu tribe witnessed these past grievances. Now they resent the current human race. They hate humanity for the Holy Father and Mother, the bright moon, hanging high, yet they have never received their attention. The newly born witches received teachings from the first batch of persecuted witches. They recognized the Holy Father and Mother and were grateful for the life bestowed upon them. However, the original witches faced humanity in silence. Even if all beings bore no resentment towards them, humanity was willing to accept them back into the embrace of the Holy Mother, but they refused. Like Pingxin, they could not let go of the sins committed by other witches, thus they chose to leave, living for generations in the sparsely populated land of illusions. This new leader led the witches to begin a new life. They continued to worship the Holy Mother and Father, offering sacrifices to the wise of humanity as they sought redemption. As the population of witches grew, the sages of the old generation gradually passed away due to age, while the population of witches surged by millions of times. They forgot the persecution of the witch clan, gradually losing sight of their original intentions. Under the propaganda of some, they began to resent humanity for neglecting them, hating their lives in this land of suffering. Now that they had developed, they had finally achieved a new life, yet humanity greedily sought to defeat. For hundreds of years they were ignored, but now that they had become useful, humanity came knocking at their door. How could they endure this? Thus the young warriors prepared to head to the battlefield to protect their homeland, ready to resist the impending human Emperor Xianyuan. However, such thoughts began to fade during Pingxin's gradual stripping of their bloodline. They saw the sins of the witch clan and the previous friendliness of all beings towards them. At the same time, they also saw the gentle and compassionate figure in the blue robe, now enshrined in their ancestral land, who came during the initial hardships of the witches and sowed the seeds of spiritual life. Now they saw the memories within their bloodline, the Holy Father in their ancestors' eyes supporting the heavens and mending the earth, who was the same person as their revered sage. It turned out that they had not been abandoned, they were merely wanderers who had yet to return home. The compassionate visage of Pingxin emerged in the sea of light as a gentle and tranquil voice resonated deep within the souls of every which the past sins along with this mark shall return to me. From this day forth your bloodline shall be pure, belonging to the human Qiyu clan. The past has ended and a new life shall arise. With your own hands you shall create the dawn belonging to your people. As her voice fell, the clear light suddenly blazed like the purest holy fire, burning away that trace of bloodline, as well as all the memories of sins and painful causes entwined with it. The thin bloodline of the witch clan was stripped from the roots of every witch's blood and the depths of their soul. Countless threads of gray-black smoke rose from millions of witches, converging in the sky into a huge rolling cloud, exuding an aura of evil and ominousness. Within the clouds, countless phantoms of the witch clan struggled and roared, the blood-red hue and wails echoing. It was the manifestation of the accumulated sins and grievances of the witch clan throughout history. With thunder rumbling, the pure bloodline of the witch clan attracted the rolling thunder as soon as it appeared, without the dilution of human blood. Below, all the witches who had been stripped of their bloodline, now to be called the Qiyu clan, felt their bodies lighten as if they had shed ancient shackles. The previously violent power due to mixed blood became gentle and refined, with thoughts clear and transparent, the impulses of battle and destruction within their blood dissipating, replaced by a vibrant, pure, human aura. The wildness and gloom in their eyes faded, replaced by a light of agility and wisdom. The leader of the Qiyu clan trembled as he raised his hand, feeling the pure and powerful bloodline surge within him. He looked around at his bewildered clansmen, then suddenly looked up towards the peak of the hill, where a figure stood, holy and tragic, soon to dissipate, illuminated by endless clear light and the rolling clouds of sins. In the recent cleansing of the soul, every witch saw the origin of that figure, what she bore, and what she was doing at that. Your Majesty. The Qiyu leader knelt down with tears in his tiger-like eyes, shouting towards the hill. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebirth. Millions of newly born Qiyu tribesmen knelt together, moved to the core. The sounds of gratitude resonated through the skies, echoing among the mountains. On the hillside, Pingxin appeared to be oblivious to the kneeling and cries. All her will and strength were focused on the cloud of sins gathered from the witch clan. The sins of the earth, Lord, the crimes of the witch clan today, I shall bear them all, and in them all, Pingxin said softly. She opened her arms as if to embrace the entire sky, embracing the last sins and grievances. The dark clouds drawn from her body grew thicker and denser, intertwining with her form, as if forming a bridge leading to the abyss of evil. Her figure became increasingly transparent and ethereal under the dual pulling of karma, as if she were about to completely dissipate at any moment. But her eyes were clearer and more relaxed than ever. Below, Jin Yuanzi watched this scene, gripping the earth. He could feel Pingxin's life force and primordial power rapidly flowing away with the pulling of those karmas. She was dispersing. She truly intended to drag all her sins and karmas with the witch clan into oblivion. Dao, brother. Zhen Yuanzi's voice was hoarse, filled with reluctance. Qing Yu's hand resting on his shoulder was as steady as a rock, but her gaze was fixed on Pingxin. This is her choice and her path. Your Majesty. The people below shouted, what does it have to do with you? Just like us, this was never a choice we wanted to make. You are the child born of the earth, what does it have to do with the witch clan? Just like us, we are children of the Holy Father and Mother, and you are a child of the ancient wilderness, a child of the earth. You were born from the earth, what does it have to do with the earth, Lord? Abandoning these is just like what you did to us. From afar, Xuan Yuan, who was on the verge of recapturing the Qiyu tribe, shouted at the dissipating Pingxin. Mother, I have lost my mother, are you also leaving me? These voices reached Pingxin's fading consciousness. Her essence had already scattered the teachings of Zhen Yuanzi, the guidance of the attached treasure, in her own children. She no longer passively allowed the sins of the Earth Lord to be drawn away. Dispersing is both an end and an escape. True resolution is not mutual destruction, but rebirth. Pingxin's eyes shone brightly as she understood her true heart and saw her true self. I am Pingxin, the Earth Lord, Pingxin, the master of reincarnation, turning all beings. This is my merit. The sins of the witch clan arise from contention, stem from greed, and end in destruction. This is the calamity of the witch clan. Indulging in the past, trapping oneself in sin, using atonement as shackles, and drawing boundaries, this is my attachment, my confusion. As Pingxin spoke to herself, the dark clouds that had been drawn from her body began to undergo subtle changes. The obsessions and inner demons that had trapped her for hundreds of years were stripped away and manifested before her. It was a shadow that looked exactly like her, yet bore a face full of sorrow, with eyes filled with despair and self-denial, her inner demon. As the Dao rose, the demon dissipated, the heavenly Dao rotated, and the demon itself was a child of the ancient wilderness, a conflict of the Dao, a trial of the inner demon. I am deeply sinful, and 1,000 deaths cannot redeem me. The inner demon spoke, its voice filled with anguish. My merits are insufficient to atone for my sins, the inner demon added. My very existence is a mistake. Black tears flowed from the inner demon's eyes. Pingxin calmly gazed at her inner demon, the embodiment of her deepest self-denial and doubt, and suddenly she smiled. No, you are wrong, she said softly. Merits are merits and faults are faults. Merits do not offset faults and faults do not obscure merits. The Earth Lord has wronged the common people. My Pingxin has contributed to the ancient wilderness. Yet the heavens and the earth operate according to their own principles. All living beings have their destinies. I am Pingxin, and I have done all I can. The hardships of the ancient wilderness weigh on my heart, but they are not solely my sorrow. Being obsessed with redemption is to cling to appearances. Indulging in sins is to bind oneself. My path is not the path of atonement, nor the path of self-destruction, but rather, to bear the burden, walk the path, and be free of guilt. This is completeness. As her words fell, she extended her hand towards her inner demon. You are me, but not my entirety. My guilt, my pain, my confusion, my attachment. I acknowledge your existence, and together with me there is no need to cling. My Pingxin, governing the underworld, maintaining order, has merits. The calamity of the witch clan, I take on its responsibility. This is my duty. Yet I am not the sin itself. My path is not the path of sin. My path is the path of bearing burdens, the path of reincarnation, the path of providing opportunities to all beings, the path of beginnings and endings, the path of concluding evils, and the path of new beginnings for the good. Today I understand my true heart, and I see my true self. I am the Earth Lord, and I am also Pingxin. I bear the karma of the ancestral witch and fulfill the responsibilities of Pingxin. I do not escape, I do not indulge, I do not cling. I am simply myself. At the same time, the cloud of sin formed from the grievances of the witch clan, and her own guilt and pain began to burn under the illumination of Pingxin's wisdom. This was not an ordinary flame. It was the flame of the heart, the flame of the Tao, the flame of wisdom, the flame of rebirth, a new spark merging into the ancient wilderness. The primordial energy fell like spring rain, merging into the bodies of millions of Qiyu clansmen below, replenishing the losses they suffered from the stripping of their bloodline. The black ash floated down, falling to the earth, becoming nourishment for new grass and trees, as sins concluded, transforming into new life. Pingxin's Tao body became solid once more. This time the body was not the original essence of the Earth Lord, but a new form grown after Pingxin's dispersion. The clear light of reincarnation became purer, and the imagery of life and death flickered within it. To understand the heart and see the true self. Letting go of attachments allows one to attain great freedom. Qing Yu expressed her admiration and praise. Burning away sins is to sever the past. The dispelling of inner demons is to cut the present, while understanding the true heart and attaining great freedom is to see the future. Zhen Yuanzi murmured in agreement. Suddenly strange phenomena erupted in the world. The originally clear sky was filled with endless mysterious yellow energy, surging from the void, rolling and transforming into expansive clouds that enveloped the surroundings. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, each blooming and exuding fragrant Tao aroma. Heavenly maidens scattered flowers, celestial music resonated, dragons danced, and phoenixes soared, while Qilins offered auspicious signs. All sorts of rare auspicious signs from the ancient wilderness appeared at this moment. Furthermore, a massive towering yellow light pillar of merit descended from the heavens, disregarding all spatial barriers, crashing down from the void, enveloping Pingxin. The vastness and purity of this merit far exceeded the ordinary. It was the most direct recognition of a person's merits, acknowledged by all beings. Pingxin's figure materialized within the ancient wilderness as all beings chorused praising the compassionate and grand Pingxin, who embodied the principles of heaven. As the merit entered her body, Pingxin's already revived essence and cultivation surged like rain after a long drought, beginning to ascend wildly and transform. A terrifying aura, vast and boundless, capable of carrying all things and seemingly capable of obliterating everything, erupted from her. That aura transcended quasi-sainthood, exceeded half-step chaos, and directly reached a profound realm of unity with the Tao. In the void, the sounds of the great Tao roared, and countless golden Tao texts appeared from thin air swirling around Pingxin. Ultimately, they condensed into lines of Tao inscriptions imbued with the supreme principles of reincarnation, each one branding itself deep into her Tao body and essence. The clear light surrounding her transformed into a warm and rich yellow hue, heavy like the earth, with a golden wheel of merit containing the 6 paths of reincarnation, slowly rotating behind her, illuminating the heavens and shining upon the underworld. Today I, Pingxin, comprehend my own Tao. With the completion of the Tao, I become a sage. Pingxin spoke, her voice resonating throughout the ancient wilderness and echoing across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Every word resonated with the great Tao, manifesting the principles. The aura belonging to the Earth Tao Sage was released unreservedly. Though not as lofty and majestic as that of a heavenly sage, it was far more profound, vast, and inclusive of all things, carrying the depth of reincarnation and the kindness of the earth that bears all. Pingxin has become a sage. The Qiyu clan gazed at the radiant figure on the hill, imposing, yet incredibly reassuring and approachable, murmuring, "It is the sage Pingxin." Millions of Qiyu clansmen bowed once more, this time out of reverence and devotion from their souls. In the void, Jin Yuanzi let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. Qing Yu also nodded slightly, her eyes filled with approval. From a distance, the celestial beings of the Changjia also bowed in unison, congratulating the birth of the new sage. Guang Chengzi glanced at the distant Qiyu tribe, exchanging a glance with Jin Ling, as if there was no need for war anymore. The sage's intervention was far stronger than their small skirmishes. Regarding the growth experiences of the 3 human emperors, Fuxi, my sage sister; Shenong, my beloved daughter; Xuanyuan, my sage mother. Purple energy flows from the west, extending for thousands of miles. Auspicious clouds gather, and the sound of dragons and phoenixes can be heard. With a calm heart, Xianyuan heads towards the purified Qiyu tribe after achieving the mixed Yuan Saint through clear understanding in the Qiyu tribe. Millions of Qiyu tribesmen, led by their chief Qiu, have long been solemnly waiting outside their settlement. Upon seeing Xuanyuan holding a dark gold long sword enveloped in purple energy, and stepping upon clouds amidst a circle of celestial beings, Qiyu trembled violently. No words were needed. The deepest resonance within their bloodlines made them aware that the emperor who would lead them back had arrived. Qiyu clan lead all clan members to respectfully welcome His Majesty the Emperor. Qiyu bowed down with a loud voice filled with uncontrollable sobs. Behind him, millions of tribesmen knelt in unison, a sea of black, as they shouted like a mountain roaring or a tsunami, "Welcome His Majesty the Emperor." There was no tension, no bloodshed, not even a single unnecessary word. Xianyuan stepped forward, personally helping the ecstatic Qiu, his gaze sweeping over each face. He raised the slaughtering witch sword high and declared aloud, "I, Xuanyuan, following the celestial mandate, inherit the path of the Earth Emperor Shenong. Today I feel your sincere return, and the bloodline shall shine anew. From this day forth there shall be no distinction between us. We are all descendants of Yan and Huang, and we are all humans standing tall. The past shall fade away with the wind. The road ahead shall be forged together with a united heart. Roar, 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 Emperor, Emperor, Emperor." The Qiyu clansmen were filled with tears of joy, erupting in earth-shattering cheers. They had waited far too long for this day. Rejected, forgotten, struggling in the gaps. Today they could finally stand tall and return to the great family of humanity under the true emperor, back in the embrace of the Holy Mother and Holy Father. In this moment of universal jubilation and surging fortune, the slaughtering witch sword in Xuanyuan's hand suddenly emitted a sound that soared into the heavens. On the sword's body, the originally dark red patterns, symbolizing the endless grief of humanity and the colossal sins of the witch tribe, as well as the hidden malice and murderous aura beneath the dark gold surface, began to dissipate dramatically. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were washing away the bloodstains of history, smoothing over past scars. The dark red faded away, revealing the ancient and solid sword spine beneath. The malevolence dissipated, transforming into the righteous and peaceful aura of the imperial way. Upon the sword's body, the patterns of mountains and rivers emerged, and the vitality of plants flowed. Various images representing the development of humanity and the inheritance of civilization subtly appeared. At the sword guard, 2 ancient Daoist inscriptions naturally emerged. Xianyuan. The slaughtering witch sword would no longer exist. The reborn sword was the holy sword of humanity, the Xianyuan sword. In that moment of sword formation, all the humans present, whether they were the original Yin and Huang tribes, or the newly returned Qiyu clansmen, felt their souls tremble under the radiance of the holy sword of humanity. The feeling of bloodlines being connected was clearer than ever. The past barriers and scars melted away under this brilliance. Cut off the past, no more bearing blood and tears. We choose to live anew with you and build a shared home together. Xuanyuan's voice resonated through the hearts of every human. Build a shared home together. Humanity shall prosper forever. The cheers resounded again as the complete return and integration of the Qiyu tribe caused the previously scattered fortunes of humanity to converge towards the ancestral land of humanity. The river of fortune thundered, and at that moment the entire fortune of humanity in the wild unified, completely becoming perfect and flawless. The fire people lit the flame of civilization. Fuxi established the 8 trigrams and defined human relations, and Shinnong tasted the 100 herbs and promoted agriculture. Now with Xianyuan uniting the tribes and incorporating Qiyu, the fortunes of humanity finally gathered at this moment, converging like rivers flowing into the sea, vast and unstoppable. In the fire cloud cave, the sacred place of humanity, sensing the complete unification and rise of fortune, it suddenly shone brightly, emanating a great power that would bless future generations. The unification and stabilization of humanity's fortune were like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread throughout the wild. With the increasing communication and cooperation between humanity and all spirits during the era of the 3 emperors, even intermarriage became more frequent and in depth. The fortunes of the myriad tribes in the wild were gradually raised within this positive interaction. As time passed, the era of Xianyuan left a vivid mark in the history of humanity. Unifying written language and measurements, creating clothing and vehicles, establishing musical notes and medical practices, and incorporating Qiyu laid the foundation for future generations. Under his leadership, humanity truly moved towards prosperity and flourishing, with the flame of civilization illuminating all directions. Yet prosperity leads to decline and brightness leads to darkness, such as the fate. Even the emperor has a time when he must accomplish his tasks. On this day, the purple energy reappeared over Chengdu, stretching for 1,000 miles. The mixed Yuan saints, including goddess Nuwa, Saint Xinyuanzi, and Saint Pingxin, manifested in the heavens, showering flowers and golden lotuses upon the earth to witness the achievements of the 3rd emperor. The mixed Yuan saints, including goddess Nuwa, Saint Xinyuanzi, and Saint Pingxin, manifested in the heavens, showering flowers. Shinnong held the Shinnong cauldron, looking gratified. Of Fuxi, with the Kongtong seal atop his head, radiated brilliance, resonating with the vast and complete river of humanity's fortune below, anchoring it firmly so that it would not waver due to the changes of the emperor. Xuanyuan, still dressed in coarse clothing and holding the Xianyuan sword, steadily ascended the already constructed high platform amidst the reluctant farewells and devout bows of the multitude. He looked back at the land and people he loved and fought for throughout his life, his eyes filled with satisfaction and peace. Then he raised the Xianyuan sword, pointing it towards the heavens. I, Xuanyuan, have fulfilled my merits today and shall return to the fire cloud cave, forever anchoring humanity's fortune. His voice rang like a great bell, echoing across the land. As his words fell, an infinite golden light of merit erupted around him, merging with the vast humanity's fortune, soaring into the fire cloud cave. Xuanyuan's figure gradually blurred in the golden light, ultimately merging with the fortune's golden glow, disappearing deep within the fire cloud cave. Only the Xianyuan sword remained in place, emitting a clear sword cry, automatically flying into the ancestral hall, hovering above the altar, continuing to guard humanity. With the 3 emperors returning to their positions, humanity's fortune was completely fulfilled, ushering in an unprecedented era of vigorous development, carrying the increasingly magnificent fortune of the myriad tribes due to their amalgamation. At this moment, humanity flourished to its peak. As Xianyuan brought the last part of the emperor's fortune back into the fire cloud cave, merging it completely with the fortunes of Fuxi and Shinnong, humanity's fortune became flawless and stable as a mountain. Deep within the fire cloud cave, the heavenly emperor Fuxi, who had been sitting quietly handling countless human prayers and fortune management affairs, suddenly erupted with infinite brilliance. At the same time, outside the 33 heavens, the true body of Fuxi, buried in duties at the Nuwa Palace, also shone brightly. 2 source-like auras resonated across time and space. The time has come. Goddess Nuwa stood in the Nuwa Palace, smiling softly. In the fire cloud cave, Fux's body and his true body in the Nuwa Palace transformed simultaneously into 2 brilliant streams of light, one rising and the other descending, merging at the center of the wild. Once again, a heavenly phenomenon appeared, rivaling that of Pingxin's sanctification. Auspicious colors filled the skies, and purple energy came from the east for 30,000 miles, with sweet rain falling to nourish the wild. The sound of dragons and phoenixes harmonized, and the sound of the Dao resounded. The vast and unmatched fortune of humanity combined with Fux's own immense demon clans, Honghuang fortune flowed together like two great rivers merging, transforming into an even more formidable force. This pushed Fux's already supreme cultivation towards the realm of saints. Today I, Fuxi, as the Heavenly Emperor, unite the fortunes of both clans, comprehending the way of the innate 8 trigrams that transform all things, and the coexistence of humanity and demon clans. Dao accomplished saint. Fux's voice filled with supreme majesty echoed throughout the wild. The aura of a saint was unleashed without reservation. This aura embodied the profound benevolence of humanity, the transmission of the flame, and the agile transformations of the demon clan cutting through thorns and brambles. The second saint of humanity, Heavenly Emperor Fuxi, has returned. However, the newly sanctified Fuxi displayed a relieved and almost liberated smile. Finally, I have succeeded. No longer must I deal day and night with that mountain of duties. I thought entering the fire cloud cave would allow me to retire and enjoy peace, but Goddess Nuwa unexpectedly used her divine powers to restart my human form, allowing my true body to handle the affairs of the demon clan in the Nuwa Palace, while my human form remained in the fire cloud cave. This is simply exploitation. Now that I finally merged and became a saint who can still draft me as a laborer. He felt elated, even considering whether he should travel through the wild to see this long-absent world anew. However, before his liberated smile could fully blossom, 2 figures silently appeared before him. On the left was his younger sister, Saint Nuwa, who was looking at him with a smile that made Fuxi feel a bit uneasy. On the right was the ethereal and transcendent Yuqing Primordial Taoist. Congratulations, Dao friend Fuxi, on achieving the saint position. May your saint longevity be boundless. The Primordial Taoist bowed respectfully, his tone sincere. Congratulations, Primordial Dao friend, you are being too polite. Fuxi returned the gesture, but inside, he felt a jolt of foreboding. Sure enough, the next words of the Primordial Taoist were, now that you have become a saint transcending the outside world, this is indeed a fortunate event for the wild. However, there is a matter concerning the order of heaven and earth that requires your temporary dedication. Fux's eyelids twitched. What matter? The Primordial Taoist sighed. The Heavenly Emperor Tai, after settling matters with Emperor Jun and repaying his sins, has relinquished the authority of the Heavenly Court and wandered into chaos with the purple light, and to this day has not returned, nor is there any news. Currently, the Heavenly Court appears to operate as usual, but in reality it relies on the old systems from the past and your previous maintenance. Since Tai's departure, the Heavenly Court lacks a master, the movements of the stars, the decisions of heavenly affairs, and even the supervision and guidance of beings in the lower realms are gradually showing signs of neglect. If this continues, it may lead to disaster which would not be beneficial for the stability of the wild. Fuxi frowned. Is there no one determined to take over the affairs of the Heavenly Court now? Moreover, isn't there still? He glanced towards his sister Nuwa, who was smiling and silent, implying clearly, isn't my sister, the saintess of the demon clan and mother of humanity, more qualified? Cough, cough. Nuwa lightly cleared her throat, her smile unchanged, but carrying a hint of threat. Elder brother, now that you have become a saint, your cultivation reaches the heavens, and you have been the Shi Huang of the demon clan, managing the Heavenly Court's affairs and familiar with the procedures. Furthermore, you now embody the fortunes of both clans, having an unparalleled status. It is most appropriate for you to temporarily assume the authority of the Heavenly Emperor, overseeing the Heavenly Court and coordinating the myriad clans. As for me, I still need to focus on the path of creation and repair the wild, which is truly beyond my capacity. Moreover, she paused, her smile deepening. This is also the consensus of Senior Brother Primordial and several other brothers and sisters. Everyone feels that only you, Dao friend Fuxi, can do it. The Primordial Taoist nodded in agreement from the side, his expression solemn. Dao friend Fuxi, the Heavenly Court was established by the Dao ancestor managing the wild, which is of great significance. With Tai gone, and this position vacant, we indeed need someone of high virtue and great power capable of commanding respect to temporarily take over. You are the best candidate. Please dedicate a bit of effort for now, and once a suitable candidate for the Heavenly Emperor is found, or if Tai returns, you can enjoy your freedom again. If you also withdraw, then the Heavenly Court will be leaderless, and if chaos ensues, it would not be a blessing. We hope you prioritize the greater good. Fuxi listened to the grandiose yet reasonable words of the Primordial Taoist, then glanced at his sister's smile that seemed to threaten him with unspoken consequences, and the little wish for leisurely enjoyment in the wild that had just risen in his heart was instantly shattered. He could already envision the mountain of Heavenly Court documents and the sea of various affairs, not to mention the scene where various factions would pull against each other and shift blame, beckoning to him. Fuxi opened his mouth, wanting to resist a little. Moi. Nuwa let out a soft hum, her eyes narrowing slightly. Fuxi trembled all over, the innate instinct suppressed by his sister's bloodline for countless epochs suddenly awakened. Forget it, what does it matter to be a saint? In front of his sister, he had to bow down. I will go. Fuxi replied weakly, his face showing the gloom of being drafted, turning around, and slowly making his way towards the heavenly court above the 33 heavens, his back appearing desolate. Thank you, Dao friend, for cooperating with me. Nuwa smiled at the primordial Taoist. She had no intention of allowing Fuxi to escape after sleeping on the first day of his reincarnation, not now after just a few epochs. The primordial Taoist sighed softly. Letting Dao friend Fuxi work hard temporarily is not a long-term solution. The heavenly court cannot be without a master for a day. The position of the heavenly emperor ultimately needs a suitable candidate to take over. However, who in this wild can bear such a heavy responsibility? Nuwa also frowned slightly. The position of the heavenly emperor cannot be filled without great merit, immense power, and great wisdom, as well as the ability to harmonize the myriad clans. In the past, the heavenly emperor was born with the fate, but now. No worries, if there is no candidate, it is also fine for my brother to continue in this role. Nuwa replied. Once, due to the battle between witches and demons, the various factions of the demon clan that had been gathered under the heavenly court began to loosen. With Heavenly Emperor Taiyi's departure, the new Saint Fuxi temporarily overseeing the heavenly court, his gentle nature, not being strict under his influence, a trend of enjoying life and living leisurely began to quietly spread from the highest power center, the heavenly court. Those demon clan great sages, star lords, and heavenly generals who had diligently served under Taiyi, managing the movements of stars, controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and supervising the wild. Seeing that Saint Fuxi spent his days leisurely dealing with affairs in a hands-off manner, saving effort wherever possible, coupled with the current peace in the wild, without significant wars, their thoughts began to awaken. After struggling for countless epochs, fighting through blood and fire, isn't it all for a leisurely long life? Now that the wild is peaceful, why not descend to the lower realms to seek a paradise, to open a teaching ground, pass down the teachings, and enjoy the joys of family and the blessings of disciples around one? Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire. Soon a great demon clan being took the lead to request leave from Fuxi, claiming to comprehend the way of heaven and needing to travel to the lower realms. In reality, they went to find spirit-rich, picturesque, immortal mountains, to open caves, and take on a few pleasing disciples, living the leisurely life of a celestial being, teaching and passing on. As one did so, others followed suit. More and more demon clan immortals imitated this behavior. Today, this one claimed to have insights and needed to retreat. Tomorrow, that one felt moved and needed to travel, and requests for leave flew into the heavenly court like snowflakes. The immortal officials looked at the empty Lingxiao hall, reflecting on Saint Fuxi's instructions of minor matters being left to others and major matters being handled as they saw fit, and could only smile bitterly as they approved them one by one. Thus, the once grand and sacred heavenly court, where myriad immortals came to pay homage, began to visibly grow quiet. Of course, the movements of the stars and the regulation of the 4 seasons, as well as the fundamental laws of heaven, had their sources, and several saints looking after them in the shadows. Additionally, although Fuxi was lazy, being a saint meant his spiritual sense covered the wild, and if any significant issues arose, he could handle them instantly, preventing any major chaos. However, this peaceful and leisurely trend was firmly established. This trend spread from the heavenly court, swiftly influencing the upper echelon of the entire wild. Not only the demon clan, but those previously gathered under the Eastern King and Western Queen, as well as ancient great beings who survived the witch demon calamity, also began to feel, what's the point of fighting and killing? The calamity is terrifying. Oh, let's find a good place, take on a few disciples, plant some immortal herbs, refine some pills, play some chess, and discuss the Tao for a leisurely and happy life. For a time, on the lands of the wild, the trend of establishing teaching grounds and passing on teachings flourished. Various great beings transformed into homebodies, living leisurely lives in their paradises, while also passing down their teachings, adding a touch of enlightenment to the wild. However, this trend of enjoying life and passing on teachings distressed the saint of the Western sect, who was far in the West preparing to showcase his prowess, attract talent, and revitalize the Western teachings. On Ling Mountain, Zhuan looked at the few invitations in his hand from those willing to come to the West to exchange Tao teachings, then glanced at the bustling scene of establishing teaching grounds in the East, feeling a wave of chest tightness. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhuan paced back and forth by the 8 treasures merit pool, frowning. That Kunpeng returned to the northern underworld and closed his doors to guests, saying he needed to sort out the inheritance of the Demon Master Palace. The underworld river remained in the Blood Sea, saying he wanted to comprehend the ultimate path of killing. And those former demon clan generals, one by one, either returned home to establish teaching grounds or traveled the seas, not to be found. How can this poor Daoist persuade them? How can I invite them? The guiding Daoist sat on the lotus platform looking even more distressed. Junior brother, calm down. The East is filled with talents, and the Tao teachings flourish. This is the way of heaven. If the fate is not yet arrived, it cannot be forced. It would be better to plan for the long term, to cultivate the roots of our Ling Mountain well, and await those fated. Those fated are enjoying their fortune in the East. Zhuan Ti stomped his foot, looking at the various auspicious clouds soaring in the east, sensing the auras of each newly established teaching ground, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. On the Penglai immortal island, clouds of spiritual mist swirled above the Zifu continent, where celestial cranes danced gracefully. Hao Yin stood before the East King, his youthful face interwoven with eagerness and hesitation. He had followed the East King and the West Queen for training and experience. Although time had passed, and his vision and knowledge had improved, the self-doubt born from being confined in the Zixiao Palace for so long could not be easily dispelled. He had yearned for the kind of respect bestowed upon a celestial ancestor, where one word could carry immense weight, even if he secretly aspired to be such a true man. Yet he was also acutely aware of his own limitations at this moment. May I ask, East King? Hao Yin ventured cautiously, his voice tinged with a hint of timid inquiry. Although the Heavenly Emperor Tai is currently missing, with Saint Fuxi overseeing things, and with the demon teacher Kunpeng and the demon commander Bays managing the heavenly court, there has been no oversight. Why must we seek another? His question was sincere, and he truly harbored doubts. Saint Fuxi, a being of mixed origin, could easily manifest a clone to assume the role of Heavenly Emperor. Why then seek far when close at hand suffices? The East King and West Queen exchanged a glance, a silent understanding forged over many years, requiring no words. The West Queen gently shook her head and spoke softly. Your words are mistaken, dear friend. The heavenly court belongs to all beings, not merely to one individual or family. Although the saint currently manages it, it is merely a temporary measure in response to urgent needs. Moreover, the original saint once stated that in the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, a new saint must eventually emerge. Among humanity there is Fuxi, among the earth there is Pingxin, both of whom have achieved enlightenment in the mixed origin. Thus the heavenly saint should naturally rise above the heavenly court. If Saint Fuxi were to take on the role of Heavenly Emperor or remain in position with a clone, it would ensure stability, yet it would inadvertently occupy a sacred position, hindering the long-term development of the Honghuang realm. Saint Fuxi, knowledgeable in heavenly mysteries, would not engage in such unwise actions. Hearing this, Hao Yin seemed to ponder deeply. The heavenly saint, so that was it. The position of Heavenly Emperor is not merely a role of managing the three realms, it pertains to the belonging of the heavenly saint. Seeing the shift in Haoshan's expression, the East King seized the opportunity, his smile warm, yet carrying a hint of gentle persuasion. At this moment the position of Heavenly Emperor is vacant, and there are very few wise individuals between heaven and earth. Those with strength lack time. Those with both strength and time do not know how to govern the Honghuang. In this world, who besides you and Yaoqi possesses both strength and the capability to manage, along with great compassion, to bear such a heavy responsibility? This statement was quite heavy, effectively elevating Hao Yin and Yaoqi to a remarkably high status. Although Hao Yin understood that the East King might be exaggerating, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy. Was it possible that he was viewed so favorably by the East King? However, he was not completely carried away. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed further. If we consider these three aspects, the East King and the Golden Mother far exceed Yaoqi and me by a multitude. The two of you are peak powerhouses who have severed three corpses, leaders among the myriad immortals commanding the vast celestial realms with great prestige. Who else but you two could assume the title of Heavenly Emperor? He gazed intently at the East King, seeking clues from the elder's expression. However, the East King showed no signs of offense. Instead, he chuckled and shook his head, responding openly, "Have you forgotten my contributions in the West?" His expression turned serious. "I must manage the myriad immortals and also assist the West, bridging the two friends Zhuan Ti and the other, with plenty of matters that require my mediation and coordination. I am already stretched thin. Furthermore, the celestial ancestor once pointed out the path to me, stating that the heavenly court is not my path. The primordial heavenly venerable has also discussed with me, indicating that I could serve as heavenly emperor, which I graciously declined. The heavenly venerable then asked if I had suitable candidates. After much thought, I recommended you." He paused, his gaze a blend of mischief and seriousness. "I have already presented you to the heavenly venerable, who is currently awaiting a response. If you are unwilling, I shall decline to the heavenly venerable and seek someone else." As he spoke, he feigned to rise, as if truly intending to refuse this matter immediately. Hearing this, Hao Yin grew anxious. Although he harbored doubts, what an esteemed position the heavenly emperor held. What an extraordinary opportunity. If he missed it due to a moment of hesitation, he feared he would regret it for a lifetime. He hurriedly stepped forward, disregarding the customary formalities, blurting out, Wait, I am willing. Only after he spoke did he realize he had seemingly agreed too quickly, too rashly. Next to him, Yaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Hao Yin, as if questioning, did you just agree like that? In such a momentous matter as the Heavenly Emperor's position decided in just a few words so hastily. She opened her mouth wanting to ask a few more questions to understand the specifics, but saw the East King beaming with joy upon hearing Haoshan's agreement. He wasted no time pulling Hao Yin up and calling Yaoqi over, excellent. Since it is thus, we must not delay. I shall send you both to the Heavenly Court right away. Yaoqi exclaimed, wait a moment. Before she could finish, an irresistible force enveloped them. Not far away, Qingyou, who had been silently observing the scene, couldn't help but smile slightly. He watched as the East King skillfully played his hand and urged them onward internally, sighing, this East King, when it comes to persuasion, has a complete set of tricks. He raised his hand, the ripples of spatial laws gently spreading from his fingertip, and a portal to space silently opened before the three, through which the outlines of the Heavenly Court's palaces and the flowing immortal light could be faintly seen. Great supernatural power, a teleportation portal. Qingyu appeared to have just casually assisted. The East King brightened at the sight of the portal and stepped forward with Hao Yin and Yaoqi entering the portal. The transition through space took mere moments. When Hao Yin and Yaoqi regained their senses from the brief dizziness, they found themselves stunned. Before them stood the Lingxiao Hall. Golden nails adorned jade doors, and colorful phoenixes danced before vermilion gates. The corridors were intricately designed, the triple eaves and 4 clusters of dragons and phoenixes soared gracefully. Above them hung intricate ceilings with suspended pearls, and beneath their feet were paved golden bricks. The grand hall was exceedingly spacious, seemingly able to accommodate thousands of troops, yet it was ethereal and tranquil, filled with a mist of celestial energy and a gentle glow. Majestic golden pillars shaped like coiled dragons stood tall, supporting this supreme hall that governed the 3 realms. However, what truly left Hao Yin and Yaoqi in a daze was the presence of the figures seated or standing within the hall. Qingyu, clad in a simple green robe, stood at the side of the hall, his expression calm, as if he merely came to watch a spectacle. Zenyuanzi, holding a whisk, stood beside Qingyu, nodding slightly as a greeting. Nuwa sat gracefully on a cloud bed in the guest area, exuding elegance and nobility, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with interest as she observed the 2 newcomers. The primordial Heavenly Venerable sat at the main seats side, his expression solemn, his gaze tranquil, carrying both scrutiny and expectation. Laozi of Taiji had his eyes closed and brows lowered as if wandering in the cosmos, but Hao Yin could sense a strand of attention from this saint directed towards him. The Tontian teacher leaned against a jade table, playing with a small green, sort of hint of playful amusement on his lips as his gaze darted between Hao Yin and Yaoqi. Zhuan Ti Daoist had a pained expression, yet his eyes shimmered with curiosity and appraisal. Fushi sat at a cloud table near the entrance, a bamboo scroll spread out before him and a pen in hand. He was reviewing some documents when he raised his head, a look of relief mingled with the satisfaction of finally having someone to take over. All 9 saints at this moment turned their gazes towards Hao Yin and Yaoqi. Hao Yin felt a tingle at the back of his neck, his legs almost buckling. Although he knew the East King intended to bring him to the Heavenly Court, he had never imagined such a grandiose assembly. 9 saints gathered, all to decide on a new Heavenly Emperor. Yaoqi was so nervous that she couldn't utter a word, tightly gripping Haoshan's sleeve, her face pale. Yet the East King appeared calm, as if accustomed to such scenes. He took a few steps forward, bowed to each saint, and stated straightforwardly, esteemed saints, I have brought Hao Yin and Yaoqi here. These 2 individuals possess pure hearts and, more importantly, are diligent and earnest, handling matters fairly. I believe they can take on the roles of Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress, temporarily overseeing the Heavenly Court and regulating yin and yang. I ask all esteemed saints to witness this. The hall fell silent for a moment. The primordial Heavenly Venerable spoke first, his voice steady and authoritative. Hao Yin and Yaoqi, born of innate pure spiritual energy, have exceptional roots. What's more, they have served in the Zixiao Palace for a long time, and though they have not attained high positions, they have been influenced by the teachings of the Dao ancestor, thus possessing unique understandings of the order of heaven and earth and the operation of the great Dao. I believe they are suitable. Laozi of Taiji slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Hao Yin, then closed them again, softly uttering an approving sound. The Tongtian teacher laughed heartily. Since second brother has deemed them suitable, then they are. I have no objections. Nuan nodded with a smile. I too have no objections. Zenyuanzi and Qingyu exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. Zhuan's expression remained pained, yet he also nodded excellent. Pingxin said nothing, merely inclined his head gently towards Hao Yin, signaling approval. Fushi, unable to contain himself, set down the bamboo scroll and pen, rising with a beaming smile, as if a great burden had been lifted. Since all esteemed saints have no objections, then this matter is settled. Hao Yin shall be the Heavenly Emperor and Yaoqi shall be the Heavenly Empress, taking office immediately to govern the heavenly court and oversee the three realms. Fuxi paused briefly, then added, "As for the specific procedures, ceremonies, and declarations, to the Honghuang you may handle these at your discretion. This saint also has some heavenly calculations to complete, so I shall take my leave." Saying this, he did not wait for the others to react, his figure flickering, transforming into a beam of light, disappearing within the grand hall. His speed was such that it seemed he feared that if he delayed even a moment he would be pulled back to continue serving. Haoyan, Yaoqi. They looked at the abrupt and hasty enthronement ceremony, momentarily unable to process what had just occurred. Was it really this simple? There was no grand ceremony, no formal enthronement, no announcement to the Honghuang, and not even a notification to the subordinates of the heavenly court. Haoyan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the absurdity and unreality he felt within. Regardless, it was settled. He was now the heavenly emperor. He turned to Yaoqi, who looked equally dazed, took her hand, and whispered, "Since we are here, we must be at peace. Yaoqi, let us strive together." Yaoqi nodded vigorously. Although her heart was still unsettled, Haoshan's calmness provided her with some The two steadied themselves and walked hand in hand toward the high throne of the heavenly emperor, a grand chair adorned with 9 5-clawed golden dragons, spiraling protectively carved from a solid piece of chaotic divine jade, radiating the utmost majesty. They did not sit immediately, but stood before the throne, turning to face the vast hall, where celestial beings. Haoyan made an effort to sound steady and powerful, instructing a celestial maiden who appeared to be in charge, "Send the order down that tomorrow at the Honghuang Era council will be held in the Lingxiao Hall. All the gods and celestial officials of the heavenly court must attend." The celestial maiden, upon hearing this, displayed an extremely strange expression, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Under Haoshan's steady gaze, she bowed and complied, saying, "Yes, your majesty. We shall convey this at once." After saying this, she turned and hurriedly left the grand hall. Haoyan watched her departing figure, feeling a vague sense of unease, yet unable to pinpoint the cause. He shook his head, burying the unease deep within, and began to work with Yaoqi to organize the Lingxiao Hall, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings and preparing for tomorrow's council. They checked the furnishings in the hall, went through some documents laid on the table, trying to understand the operational mode of the heavenly court as quickly as possible. In their busyness, they did not take the time to inspect the various parts of the heavenly court. A night without conversation. The next day at the Honghuang Era, Haoyan and Yaoqi donned imperial crowns and phoenix coronets sponsored by several warm-hearted saints ready to embark. The crown's tassels draped down, obscuring the youthful features of Haoyan, adding an air of authority. The phoenix crown and ceremonial attire heightened Yaoqi's beauty with an added dignity. They exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, encouraging each other, then hand in hand, step by step, entered the highest management council hall of the Honghuang, the Lingxiao Hall. The hall doors swung wide, morning light flooding and illuminating the entire hall. However, when Haoyan and Yaoqi discerned the scene within, their faces froze in anticipation and tension. The vast Lingxiao Hall was empty. Only a sparse few, barely a dozen, dressed in lowly celestial official attire stood scattered within the hall, hastening to bow as the heavenly emperor and empress arrived. Yet the sparse sounds echoed in the empty hall, feeling exceptionally desolate and awkward. There were no demon commanders, no demon gods, no star lords, and no celestial officials from the various departments. Even the previously present Baze, who was of a higher management level, was nowhere to be seen. Haoshan's heart sank heavily. He sensed something was amiss. "Yaoqi, wait here for a moment. I will be back shortly." He spoke to Yaoqi in a serious tone, not waiting for her response, and his figure flickered, transforming into a beam of light, rushing out of the Lingxiao Hall to survey the heavenly court. He traversed through 33 heavens, sweeping past palaces and pavilions, only to find a few minor deities on duty, who hurriedly bowed upon seeing the heavenly emperor, but were clueless when questioned. He beheld the heavenly court in its entirety, exquisite and grand, imbued with celestial energy and radiant light. Yet beneath this splendid facade lay a profound emptiness and desolation. Those who had once overseen the operation of stars, winds, rains, thunder, and lightning, the demon commanders, and gods, the star lords, those who were supposed to maintain the operation of this vast machine, were all absent. They had left behind this magnificent palace, a complete structure and countless texts and regulations, yet they had not left behind themselves. What Haoyan and Yaoqi were left with was a beautifully crafted empty shell. Standing atop the deserted South Heaven Gate, gazing at the boundless expanse of the Honghuang land below, feeling the vast emptiness of the heavenly court, behind him, Haoshan's heart was a medley of emotions. He finally understood the meaning behind the strange expression on the celestial maiden's face yesterday. He also finally grasped why Saint Fuxi had departed so hastily, and why the other saints had so readily handed over the position of heavenly emperor to him and Yaoqi. Under the influence of Fuxi's nonchalance, nearly everyone in the heavenly court had fled, prompting the saints to urgently seek a new heavenly emperor to govern the heavenly court's denizens. Upon hearing this, Yao Qi raised her head and glanced at him, remaining silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I'm afraid not." Hao Tian held on to a glimmer of hope. "You nodded in front of so many witnesses," Yao Qi stated calmly. "The saints and many celestial officials left behind in the heavenly court all saw you accept this duty. The Saint Fushi could walk away because he is a saint and was only reluctantly pulled into this role. No one can control him." Hao Tian, upon hearing this, deflated like a punctured ball, slumping back into his chair lamenting, "What should we do now? Look at this heavenly court, it's empty. Those celestial deities and star lords have all taken leave. Currently, the only reason it can maintain basic operations is due to the residual magical power of Saint Fushi supporting the inertia of the celestial array, along with a few honest celestial officials striving to hold it together. But this is not a long-term solution. This vast heavenly court cannot just rely on the two of us to hold it up." The more he spoke, the bleaker the future seemed. He simply leaned over the table and muttered, "All right, let this position of heavenly emperor just be a decoration. You and I will just learn from Saint Fushi muddling through in the heavenly court, getting by. After all, if the sky falls, there are tall folks to hold it up, and there are still saints above us." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Tian felt a sharp pain in his waist. "Oh, it hurts. Yao Qi, let go. I was wrong. I was wrong." Hao Tian grimaced in pain, hastily begging for mercy. Only then did Yao Qi release her grip on his waist, huffing with a serious expression, even showing a bit of anger, as if she were disappointed in him. "Since you accepted it, how can you think of giving up? Have you forgotten the teachings of our master?" She stood up, her voice clear, echoing in the empty hall. "Master Hongjun has a heart as vast as the wilderness, yet he still toiled to rescue the wilderness from the hands of myriad demons and establish order for heaven and earth. Now, with the celestial ancestor Qin Yu and several saints working together, we have achieved this situation. You and I are still lowly, unworthy of any heavy responsibilities. But now that the saints recognize us, and with the wisdom of the celestial ancestors, and saints valuing us both, we must be the most suitable candidates. We hail from the Zixiao Palace, and have served beside the Dao ancestor, witnessing grand scenes and the trials of calamity. Now that Master is not here, how can we easily speak of giving up? Wouldn't we lose face under Master's name?" This statement rang out like a clarion call, splashing cold water onto Hao Tian. He stared blankly at Yao Qi, who usually hid behind him and appeared somewhat timid, but at this moment stood tall, her gaze bright and resolute, her words powerful, as if she had transformed into a different person. Shame washed over him like a tidal wave. Indeed, why was he thinking of retreating? The teachings of Master, the expectations of the Dao ancestor, the trust of the saints. His previous words seemed so cowardly, so irresponsible. He suddenly stood up, bowed solemnly to Yao Qi, saying, "What you said makes sense. I was weak, nearly causing great trouble." Seeing his sincere acknowledgement of fault, Yao Qi's expression eased a bit, and her tone became gentler. "Hao Tian, that is exactly right. We must work together, united, to operate the heavenly court. That is the right thing to do. Every one of our elders and the celestial ancestors built their legacies from nothing, enduring great tribulations to establish such foundations. We are just starting out and already have such a foundation. Just the other day, I went through the catalog of treasures in the heavenly court, and it is filled with rare and precious items, primordial spiritual materials piled high, all accumulated over generations. Our starting point is already far better than what our elders had back then. What is there to fear?" This remark acted like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating Hao Tian. He felt a surge of warmth rising within him, sweeping away previous doubts and fears, replaced by a grand ambition to accomplish something great. "Well said. Yao Qi, let us join hands and restore this heavenly court to its former glory." Hao Tian clenched his fists, filled with fighting spirit. However, after the fervor, the reality of the problems lay before them. He scratched his head, looking at the mountain of documents, then at the empty palace, and muttered in confusion, "But how exactly should we start? How can this vast heavenly court run properly?" I followed Dong Wang Gong, mainly learning self-cultivation, alchemy, and artifact crafting. As for managing such a large heavenly court. Yao Qi looked at his bewildered expression, secretly sighing. Indeed, following Dong Wang Gong, he learned Dong Wang Gong treated people with kindness and was carefree and unrestrained, but he really lacked in teaching management skills and had not taught Hao Tian much. "Fortunately, I have learned quite a bit from the senior West Queen Mother." But she still asked somewhat unyieldingly, "Hao Tian, besides these, what else have you learned while following Dong Wang Gong?" Upon hearing this, Hao Tian immediately puffed out his chest, responding confidently, "Of course." Yao Qi listened intently, and Hao Tian continued, "I learned the spirit of the celestial ancestor Qin Yu from Dong Wang Gong, the spirit of never giving up and loving others." Yao Qi. She fell silent. There was only one thought echoing in her mind. No wonder the senior West Queen Mother disregarded Dong Wang Gong's objections and personally taught him, saying that he was unreliable. Today's assessment does indeed show some unreliability. However, it's too late for complaints now. Since Hao Tian is unreliable, I must take more responsibility. She pondered for a moment, organizing the management experience she learned from the West Queen Mother, and slowly spoke. Although the Heavenly Court lacks many personnel, its normal operations still rely on the residual magical power of Saint Fuxi and the inertia of the old system, along with the efforts of Senior Jin Xing, which can still support it for several thousand years. We still have time. But time is pressing and must not be wasted. The only way now is to recruit people. Recruit people? Hao Tian was taken aback. Exactly. Yao Qi's eyes sparkled. The Heavenly Court is currently vacant and needs talent. Hao Tian, you must descend to the mortal realm immediately and recruit talented individuals. You and I once followed Dongwang Gong to the west to alleviate poverty, so you have naturally seen how Western saints recruit people. That Zhuanti saint, in order to ferry a fated individual, can spend hundreds or even thousands of years using every means possible. You should learn from the saints and invite those high-level true immortals and scattered cultivators from the wilderness. In the name of the Heavenly Court, offer positions, provide salaries, and supply cultivation resources. There will surely be people willing to come. As she spoke more smoothly, her thoughts became clearer. Once you have recruited enough talents to fill the departments, the framework of this Heavenly Court can be reassembled. At that time, we can gradually perfect the regulations, clarify rewards and punishments, and what is there to fear about not being able to recreate the grand scene of myriad immortals coexisting? This statement stirred Hao Tian's heart. He felt as if he could see in the near future the Heavenly Court rejuvenated myriad immortals coming to pay their respects, while he sat in grandeur commanding the three realms. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Let's do it. Hao Tian slapped his thigh, blood surging. I will descend to the mortal realm to recruit people. I will learn from that Zhuanti saint, and invite all the high-level true immortals and mighty figures I know to come to the Heavenly Court. He turned to rush out, but was stopped by Yao Qi. Wait. Hao Tian turned back. What's wrong? Yao Qi hesitated, her voice suddenly low, tinged with a hint of timidity. Hao Tian, if you go down, Hao Tian was taken aback. You will naturally stay in the Heavenly Court to manage affairs, and await my good news. Yao Qi lowered her head, her little hands twisting together, her voice barely above a whisper. I am scared. I'm afraid to be left alone in this vast Heavenly Court. I'm afraid. Hao Tian. He shook his head and closed his eyes. No wonder Yao Qi was so excited earlier, speaking with such conviction. It turns out it was just hot air. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. At this point, backing out was impossible. He patted Yao Qi's shoulder reassuringly, pretending to be calm. It's fine, just stay here and be at ease. I will be quick to return. You should read the general guidelines for positions in the Heavenly Court a few more times, and when I return we will discuss it together. After saying this, he feared Yao Qi might say something to waver his resolve, so he turned and transformed into a stream of light rushing out of the southern heavenly gate to descend to the mortal realm. Yao Qi watched his departing figure, the fear on her face gradually fading. What the celestial ancestor said is indeed correct. Hao Tian still needs to be tested and pushed a little. Potential is like water in a sponge, it will always come out if squeezed. Yao Qi whispered to herself, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Those fearful words earlier were half true and half false. Being new to power and guarding an empty court, it would be a lie to say she was not afraid. But more importantly, she needed to give Hao Tian a reason to stand independently. If she appeared too capable, he would inevitably develop a dependency, asking her about everything. How could he be trained to handle things on his own? As for herself, after sending Hao Tian off, Yao Qi turned and walked deeper into the Heavenly Court. Having followed the West Queen Mother for many years, she knew well that Dongwang Gong was unreliable. As for herself, after sending Hao Tian off, Yao Qi turned and walked deeper into the Heavenly Court. Having followed the West Queen Mother for many years, she knew well that Dongwang Gong was unreliable. A hot-blooded protagonist would only lead to another hot-blooded protagonist. Thus, the West Queen Mother imparted her teachings fully, from managing affairs to coordinating personnel, from resource allocation to system establishment, leaving nothing unaddressed. Yao Qi did not disappoint her expectations and had learned nearly everything. She reached the highest point of the Heavenly Court, the place most closely connected to the Dao. Sitting cross-legged, she lightly flipped her hand, revealing a palm-sized leaf radiating a faint green light. This was the Jianmu leaf given to her by the celestial ancestor Qingyu. This leaf contains the vitality and order of the world's creation, perfect for holding regulations and writing heavenly laws. If the Heavenly Court is in disorder, then let us establish order. Yao Qi murmured softly, her gaze tranquil as water from an ancient well. Hao Tian will be responsible for recruiting people, while I will be responsible for legislation. She closed her eyes, her divine sense sinking into the Jianmu leaf, beginning to sort through her experiences since serving beside the Dao ancestor, along with her insights from the West Queen Mother, combining them with the current situation of the Heavenly Court, and gradually organizing and writing them down. Heavenly laws are the foundation of heaven, governing the three realms and regulating all spirits. They must be established and enforced strictly. With each stroke of the pen, clear light flowed, and the rhythm of the Dao permeated the air. On the Jianmu leaf, ancient characters emerged one by one, gradually forming a text evolving into a rudimentary set of laws. This is the path belonging to Yaoqi. She aims to weave a new net of order for this long disordered heavenly court in her own way. In terms of years since their emergence, Hao Tian and Yaoqi are not inferior to masters like Tai Ching. After all, those who have come from Zixiao Palace up to now are all great beings, not to mention the two children who have long accompanied the Dao ancestor. In terms of strength and Dao heart, Yaoqi firmly believes she is no less than anyone else, including Hao Tian. At this moment, the saints have not truly departed. They are merely feigning retreat, hidden in the background, observing with great interest how this young emperor and empress will deal with this mess. If things are not handled well, they will naturally intervene in a timely manner to correct it. After all, the wilderness has not been formally declared, and there is still room for maneuver. However, it seems that even though Hao Tian has shown some reluctance and laziness, he is still taking action. Moreover, with Yaoqi's urging, her performance does not fit the identity of a mere partner, but rather as a ruler of the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor and empress are at the core of the wilderness and must naturally align with the principles of Yi. At this moment, the seven saints gather in the mysterious realm of Qingyu, enjoying food and drink, while conveniently watching this live broadcast of the new heavenly court officials on duty. In the Xiantian realm, spiritual energy lingered, and the rhythm of the Dao thrived. With all seven saints in one realm, had it not been for Qingyu, the primordial heavenly sovereign, using her own cultivation to suppress and harmonize, any world would find it difficult to bear the simultaneous existence of these seven vast saintly auras, which would have long since collapsed into nothingness. After all, only the wilderness itself or chaos can bear the presence of saints. Originally, there should have been a grand scene with 8 saints observing together, but one is missing. The one missing is Zhuani. When Yaoqi uttered the words recruit people and suggested that Hao Tian learn from the Western saints on how to invite talent, the Zhuani saint, who had been merrily watching the show in the Xiantian realm, suddenly changed his expression, his smile frozen. Not good. He set down his teacup, forgetting to say farewell to the others, and in a flash he disappeared from the Xiantian realm, hurrying back to the wilderness. The other saints watched his hurried departure, all smiling. Now we have a good show to watch. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu clapped and laughed. Zhuani Dao friend excels at the way of fate. Now, with a little Hao Tian competing with him for talent, he will surely have his hands full. Everyone relies on their own abilities and connections, Lao Zi said lazily, giving a neutral remark. Yuan Shirtan Zun slightly nodded, saying nothing more, but his gaze pierced through the barrier of the Xiantian realm, watching Hao Tian, who had already begun to take action, and Yaoqi, who was writing heavenly laws deep within the heavenly court, a hint of unnoticeable approval flashing in his eyes. Now we must see how Yaoqi's heavenly laws will fare. If they gain the recognition of heaven and earth, the heavenly court will have rules and a home, and it will not be able to simply shut down as before. Niwa, looking at Yaoqi, who was under the Dao, also nodded in approval, while casting a glare at Fushi, saying, "Yes, I am talking about you, Fushi." In the direction that Qingyu gazed, an endless storm of chaos was raging, with chaotic currents swirling. To the eyes of ordinary powerful beings, it was merely a common turbulent scene within the chaos, but to Qingyu, 2 figures could be seen deep within the chaos, engaged in a chase across boundless space. Deep in the chaos, an old man clad in a gray Daoist robe, emaciated in form, was stepping through the void, each step crossing immeasurable chaos, moving so swiftly that even light was left behind. His form sometimes solidified, sometimes blurred, as if merging with the chaotic space, and with each flicker he appeared billions of miles away. It was Yang Mei. Trailing behind him was a figure dressed in a plain Daoist robe, holding a whisk, a lean face pursuing him. His steps were unhurried, as if strolling in his own backyard, and with each footfall azure lotuses bloomed beneath him, supporting his serene advance. With a gentle flick of the whisk in his hand, a bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the chaos, accurately striking at Yang Mei's retreat. It was Hongjun. A massive bolt of purple lightning crashed down, yet Yang Mei did not look back. Instead, his emaciated palm flipped backward, and an invisible barrier of space appeared out of nowhere, swallowing the divine lightning and transferring it to the depths of chaos thousands of miles away. The explosive aftermath caused the surrounding chaotic currents to surge violently, yet it did not hinder his escape in the slightest. While fleeing, Yang Mei furiously shouted, his voice echoing through the chaos, "Did we not agree that I could leave? Now you go back on your word, pursuing me relentlessly. As a dignified Dao ancestor, once a chaotic demon god, have you no sense of integrity left?" Hongjun, unhurried in his pursuit, heard this and revealed a calm smile, his tone leisurely, as if engaged in casual conversation. "It was my disciple and young friend Qingyu who made you that promise. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Now that they have not come to seek you, how can you speak of losing trust?" Hearing this, Yang Mei was so furious that he nearly lost his breath. He abruptly turned around, seeing Hongjun still calm, face feeling a surge of unnamed anger rising to his head. Ultimately, he dared not stop gritting his teeth. He urged the source of space, once more suddenly increasing the distance between himself and Hongjun by tens of millions of miles. Seeing this, Hongjun was not anxious. With a flip of his left hand, a vibrant green willow branch appeared. The willow branch gently swayed, and an almost imperceptible spatial fluctuation emanated from the direction Yang Mei fled, clearly indicating his location. Yang Mei, my friend, why must you be so distressed? I merely wish for you to return and chat about old times, Hongjun said, with a cheerful smile, his steps still leisurely, as he followed the guidance of the willow branch. Yang Mei, gasping for breath while fleeing, sensed Hongjun was closing in again, feeling both anxious and angry. With most of his source left in the primordial chaos, he was no match for Hongjun. Now Hongjun was evidently determined to capture him, leaving no room for negotiation. He felt immense regret in his heart. Had he known this would happen, he should have never coveted the source of the heavenly Tao, should not have stirred up trouble in the primordial chaos. But now it was too late for any words. He could only flee desperately. However, despite the vastness of the chaos, there was no place left for him to hide. When primordial chaos was ignited by Luo Ho, it nearly returned to nothing, in dire need of revival. At that time, the primordial chaos was as fragile as an eggshell shattering with the slightest touch. Qingyu and Hongjun had only one thought in their minds: to send Yang Mei away quickly to prevent him from causing further harm to the primordial chaos. Once Luo Ho and Qingquan had not yet achieved the completeness of the primordial unity, and they nearly brought harm to Hongjun. And Yang Mei had already attained primordial unity, or should he choose to perish together, even a gentle push with his power could cause significant damage to the primordial chaos. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Therefore Hongjun and Qingyu exchanged glances and tacitly decided to let Yang Mei go. Fortunately, Yang Mei had already been schemed against by the two repeatedly, and in a state of chaos, upon seeing an opportunity to escape, he naturally would not think much, eager to run as far away as possible. Unfortunately, just as Luo Ho had once said, Hongjun would not spare anyone who had encroached upon the source of the heavenly Tao, including Yin Yang, Qingquan, Luo Ho, and of course Yang Mei. This fact had already been stated by Luo Ho when they teamed up to break the Zhuxian sword array. Unfortunately, the chaotic demon gods were too confident, believing themselves to be unique, thinking they could be exceptions. Now the chaotic demon gods who once escaped under the Pangu axe were dying one by one, returning to their rightful places. Now it was finally Yang Mei's turn. Ahead, the chaotic space suddenly became stagnant, as if an invisible wall had blocked Yang Mei's path. He abruptly stopped, his face turning ashen as he looked around. He knew that Hongjun had long since laid out a net, leaving him with no way to escape. Hongjun's figure slowly approached from behind, still leisurely in his steps. In his hand, he had an ancient bottle, the origins of which were unknown. The bottle was of a chaotic hue, inscribed with profound Tao patterns, exuding an ancient aura from the time of the primordial chaos. The primordial Tao energy bottle, Hongjun's only remaining personal treasure. Upon seeing the bottle, Yang Mei's face instantly turned pale. He recognized what it was and understood what it signified. The incomplete Yang Mei could hardly contend against the fully powered Hongjun, combined with the influence of his other half source. Hongjun said nothing more, merely gently opened the bottle's mouth. A vast and boundless suction force surged from the bottle's mouth, slowly drawing Yang Mei along with the innate willow in Hongjun's hand into the bottle. Yang Mei struggled and roared, attempting to tear apart space to escape, but his source had long been locked by Hongjun. His spatial divine abilities were nothing but a child's trick before the primordial Tao energy bottle. In no time, calm returned to the chaos. Hongjun held the primordial Tao energy bottle, feeling the pure source of space, just refined within, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now the primordial chaos can be complete. He murmured softly, his voice carrying a sense of relief and the emotion of having completed a mission after endless years. When Pangu opened the heavens, the 3,000 chaotic demon gods fell, their sources scattered throughout the world, forming the foundation of the primordial chaos. However, when Pangu opened the heavens, he was insufficiently powerful, and some sources of the demon gods could not fully merge into the primordial chaos, remaining scattered among the remaining chaotic demon gods. If these sources do not return to their rightful places, the primordial chaos will always have its shortcomings, unable to achieve true completeness. And today, with the return of Yang Mei's last piece of spatial source, Hongjun's mission has finally come to an end. With the bottle of source in hand, he turned and walked toward the direction of the primordial chaos. His steps were still leisurely, but now he carried a sense of ease and less urgency. Step by step, cutting through thorns, he had finally gathered all the sources that Pangu had overlooked. This road had been long, from the dawn of creation to now, enduring countless tribulations. He had finally reached the end. He passed through the chaos, arriving beneath the tree of chaos, where Hongjun came to a halt. He stood beside the tree, slowly sat down, placing his green staff aside, and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. In the Xiantian realm, Qingyu observed the entire scene of this crushing battle, from Yang Mai's flight to Hongjun's pursuit to Yang Mei being captured into the bottle for refinement. It took only a moment, but in the chaos it had lasted 30,000 years. In those 30,000 years, the saints who had been idling in the Xiantian realm had long since departed. Some returned to their Daoist sanctuaries, some wandered the world, while others continued their secluded cultivation. Only Qingyu remained seated, waiting for that moment to arrive. Upon sensing Hongjun's aura appearing beneath the tree, he also left the Xiantian realm and stepped out to stand beside the tree. Beneath the tree, Hongjun leaned against it, his expression serene. Seeing Qingyu arrive, he nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Qingyu sat beside him, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Senior, will you not go in and take a look? Look at the current primordial chaos where all things coexist and everything flourishes. Hongjun shook his head, gazing into the distance where mountains and rivers lay, flying beasts and terrestrial creatures roamed, the smoke of human clans rose, and the spiritual light of celestial mountains and caves flickered. His gaze was filled with both comfort and a hint of relief. No, the primordial chaos has its own path of development. I shall not interfere. He spoke slowly, his voice calm and gentle. Afterward, he took out the primordial Dao energy bottle and handed it to Qingyu. Inside the bottle, Yang Mai's pure spatial source emanated a warm glow, resonating subtly with the primordial world. Qingyu took the bottle, probing with his divine sense, instantly understanding what the source within signified and what it meant for Hongjun to entrust the bottle to him. He looked at Hongjun, a hint of sorrow appearing in his eyes. Hongjun was also a chaotic demon god. Since Yang Mei had to return, what about Hongjun? This senior who had accompanied him through endless years, both teacher and friend, was it not time for him to depart as well? Hongjun, noticing the sadness in Qingju's eyes, was momentarily taken aback, then felt somewhat confused. Could it be that this young friend was moved to tears at the completion of the primordial chaos? That should not be given his temperament. Before Hongjun could ponder further, he heard Qingyu speak. Senior, I will take good care of the primordial chaos for you, so do not worry. I will also look after the two children of Haoyan and Yaoqi, you can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Hongjun was taken aback for a moment, then immediately reacted, unable to contain a hearty laugh. Huh? Young friend, do you truly believe in my identity as a chaotic demon god? Qingyu was momentarily stunned by his laughter, feeling somewhat at a loss. Once Hongjun had laughed enough, he finally reined in his smile and looked at Qingyu with a serious expression, a glint of mischief in his eyes. There is no need for such. I am not the reincarnation of a chaotic demon god. The identity of this chaotic demon god was inherited by me from the source of the fate demon god. I am the first being born in the primordial chaos, originating from the essence of myriad mothers. Because of this, the heavenly Dao favors me so much. He paused, his gaze becoming distant, as if reminiscing about the time before the creation of the heavens. I thought you had already seen through it, but I did not expect you to be so oblivious. Huh? Qingyu. He remained silent for a long time. He looked at Hongjun's smiling face, suddenly feeling an impulse to slap him. His earlier heartfelt display of sorrow and the solemn reassurance of senior, you can go with peace of mind, had turned out to be self-indulgent. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, suppressing that complex emotion, and his face returned to its usual calm demeanor. This is for the best. Then I will leave it to me. I still want to let the tree of chaos transform these sources before reintegrating them into the primordial chaos. Does the senior have any objections? Upon hearing this, Hongjun's eyes widened in surprise and admiration. Young friend, you are indeed remarkable and ambitious. For such a grand event, I will certainly assist you, so do not worry. Good. Qingyu nodded. Hongjun nodded in agreement, stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and picked up the green. He looked at Qingyu, his gaze carrying a hint of entrustment and a sense of relief. Then I entrust this source to you, young friend. I will take my leave. He turned around, preparing to leave quietly, as he had done countless times before. However, as soon as he turned, he saw that outside the chaos at some point a crowd had gathered. His disciples Lao Zi, Yuanshi, Tongtian Yua, and Jiejin all were present except for Tai, who had long since departed. They stood quietly beneath the tree, watching the master who had guided them onto the path and led the primordial chaos through endless years, their eyes filled with respect, gratitude, and a hint of reluctance. Seeing Hongjun turn around, they all bowed deeply, their voices in unison reverberating through heaven and earth. We bid farewell to the Dao ancestor, we bid farewell to our master. And in the distance on the primordial earth, countless beings under the guidance of Dong Wang Gong and Haoyan also paused their tasks, facing the heavens and bowing deeply. Whether human or demon, whether celestial or mortal, whether hidden in deep mountains or in bustling markets, at this moment, they all felt a resonance, bowing devoutly in the same direction. We bid farewell to the Dao ancestor. May the Dao ancestor have a smooth path in primordial unity. The voices of billions of beings converged into a vast torrent of will soaring into the skies, echoing through the primordial earth. Hongjun looked at this scene, at the disciples he had personally taught, at the beings thriving on the primordial earth, a hint of comfort appearing on his face. He looked at Qingyo, at those disciples, opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, yet ultimately did not speak. He simply smiled, leaning on his green staff, and walked away slowly. His steps were slow and steady, one by one, walking toward the heavens, into the depths of chaos, heading towards a destination unknown. Behind him a voice echoed softly. Resting high upon the clouds, the true Tao is attained with a futon. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall take charge of the respect. Pengu created the Taiji, the two instruments, and 4 symbols followed suit. 1 transmission leads to 3 friends, 2 teachings divide the teachings. The leader of the Xuanmen, a single qi, transforms into Hongjun. The song grew distant, the figure faded. Eventually that blue figure disappeared into the depths of chaos, as if it had never appeared. Beneath the tree, Qingyu held the primordial Tao energy bottle, gazing at the direction. Hongjun departed, lost in thought. After bidding farewell to Hongjuan, the ancient stillness returned to the chaos. Qingyu stood alone beneath the Jianmu tree, gazing at the direction where Hongjun's figure had vanished, remaining motionless for a long time. The saints were preparing to head to the heavenly court for the long-awaited enthronement ceremony of the heavenly emperor and empress. Before they departed, Nuwa turned back and asked Qingyu, "Tao brother, won't you join us to witness the ceremony?" Qingyu shook his head, saying, "I still have some matters to attend to, you all go ahead." Nuwa looked at him, and without any visible movement, the creation whip, which could create the human race, flew out. It coiled around Qingji's wrist like a spiritual serpent, gently swaying at the tip. What is the meaning of this? Qingyu looked down at the familiar whip on his wrist, feeling both amused and helpless. "I fear you might run away," Nuwa said matter-of-factly, her tone calm, as if she were stating the most ordinary thing. "Hongjun has left. If you were to suddenly disappear too, where would I find you?" Zenyuanzi, watching from the side, said nothing, but smiled as he took out the earth book and tossed it at Qingji's feet. The earth book transformed into a yellowish glow, merging into the chaotic void beneath Qingji's feet, leaving behind a faint coordinate mark. "Nuwa Dao friend speaks wisely," Zenyuanzi chuckled while stroking his beard. "If Dao brother wishes to leave quietly, at least I would know the direction." Qingyu looked at the creation whip on his wrist, sensing the subtle mark of the earth book beneath his feet, unsure. He opened his mouth, ultimately transforming it into a helpless sigh. "I won't be leaving. At least not now." Nuwa and Zenyuanzi exchanged a glance, seeing the seriousness in his expression, which did not seem perfunctory, and felt relieved to depart. Before leaving, Nuwa retracted the creation whip, but left behind a faint aura that wrapped around Qingyu, like an invisible thread tethering him. After the saints departed, only Qingyu remained in the chaos. He held the primordial 10,000 paths bottle left to him by Hongjuan, within which the pure essence of spatial origin and the essence of fate radiated, a gentle glow resonating subtly with the primordial heavens. He gazed in the direction where Hongjun had disappeared, lost in thought. Having preached 3 times, the number of his listeners gradually dwindled. Departing 3 times, the first forced into slumber only Qingyu knew, the second seeking Yangmei the saints understood. Now for the final time, all beings were sent forth. Qingyu could not help but marvel at the intricacies of fate. Perhaps it was indeed the actions of the saints that defined the heavenly decrees. 3 teachings, 3 farewells, truly corresponded to completeness at every moment. Hongjun and Qingyu shared the same fate. Hongjun was the first being born under the protection of the great Tao in the primordial world, the origin of all pathways. He spread the Tao throughout the primordial realm, laying the foundation for this world. In contrast, Qingyu was the last innate divine spirit born of the primordial chaos. He encompassed the 3,000 paths within himself, ascending through the path of wood, inheriting the grace of the primordial chaos green lotus, refining the primordial world, and merging into one. The primordial world was born from Pangu, arose with Hongjuan, and flourished with Qingyu. This is the essence of the 3 births. The Tao is a combination of yang and yin, giving rise to 3,000 paths. This is the behavior of pioneers. They comprehend the laws of the operation of all things, emerging from the primordial and acting accordingly. All beings in the primordial realm cultivate, relying on yin and yang for their destinies, gaining the creation of heaven and earth. The road ahead had already been traversed by previous generations. Only at this moment did Qingyu truly understand. It's not that the Tao was predetermined, but that they had stepped out of the Tao. The primordial world originally had no Tao, only the principles that people comprehended. When the evolution of the heavens reached its peak, one element slipped away. When Qingyu appeared in the primordial realm, that slipped away one emerged in the primordial. Qingji's arrival was not because Hongjun found that lost element, but rather a breakthrough from the original completeness of the primordial. The imperfection of the primordial made it perfect. Hongjun saw new possibilities, and on the original path, that lost element emerged. Qingyu brought infinite possibilities to the primordial. He brought an end, and yet also a new beginning. Qingyu withdrew his gaze, looking at the increasingly robust chaos Jianmu beside him. This divine tree, since the reshaping of the primordial, had taken root in the chaos, absorbing the powers of destruction and rebirth from the world. Now it had grown remarkably, with 9 branches twisting like serpents. Beneath it were 9 roots deeply anchored in the chaotic void. Its fruits hung thickly like hemp, and its leaves sparkled like stars. The green leaves and purple stems with dark flowers and yellow fruits emitted an ancient and vast aura. The Jianmu bore a total of 12 fruits. Excluding the 3 given to Hongjun back, then 9 fruits remained. Those 3 fruits of Dao were carried by Hongjun. Though they had not fully detached from the Jianmu, they paled in comparison to the now 9 completed fruits, yet they were sufficient for him. Now that Hongjun had returned the last essence of space and fate to the heavenly Dao, Qingyu could take that final step. He gazed at the 9 heavy fruits of Dao, his eyes deep. He would eventually, like Hongjun, venture into the depths of chaos at the appropriate moment, seeking the mysteries of the chaotic Great Dao. The mysteries of the Great Dao are profound, without beginning or end. He emerged from the end and departed from the beginning. In the Great Dao, it is merely a cycle. The marvels of the road ahead made Qingyu yearn even more. These 9 fruits of Dao are his protection and backup for the primordial. The Jianmu fruits were born from the reshaping of the primordial, arising from the destruction of the world. Using the supreme and unique world of chaos as soil, with the spiritual essence of the world as nourishment, and the great calamity of annihilation as the start, these 12 fruits of Dao came to be. The preciousness of these fruits is self-evident. After the Great War, the completely shattered primordial green lotus, transformed into spiritual treasures, was nothing less than a top-tier treasure. With the breakthrough of the Jianmu, all vitality gathered, giving rise to the 9 fruits of Dao, each equal to the original creation green lotus. If properly nurtured, each could reach the level of innate supreme treasures. Moreover, there were deeper mysteries contained within. Qingyu no longer hesitated, and threw the primordial 10,000 paths bottle into the Jianmu. The bottle sank into the trunk of the Jianmu, and the essence of fate within it flowed like a gentle stream, seamlessly delivering it through the veins of the Jianmu into the primordial heavens. The primordial trembled slightly, as if a missing part had finally been restored. The primordial level spatial essence of Yangmei was intercepted by the Jianmu, entirely infused into those 9 fruits of Dao. The 9 fruits of Dao lit up simultaneously, greedily absorbing this pure spatial power, mystical patterns emerging on their skins, containing the universe and forming a small world. As for Yangmei's consciousness, Qingyu did not extinguish it. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed, sealing Yangmei's memories into a crystalline seal, which sank into the fruit that absorbed the most spatial essence. Having lost all of his essence, Yangmei's realm continuously fell from primordial to Great Luo, from Great Luo to golden, immortal, ultimately transforming into a verdant willow sealed within that fruit, falling into a deep slumber. After completing all this, Qingyu looked at that fruit, revealing a sly smile. Yangmei, Dao friend, let you witness the primordial that Hongjun has never seen before. It can be considered leaving behind a spark of life. However, by then you will no longer be a chaotic demon god, but a being of the primordial. He wiped away Yangmei's chaotic essence, rain-fusing him into the fruit, nurturing him anew with the vitality of the Jianmu. When that fruit matures and breaks free, it will be a true being of the primordial, born in the primordial, growing in the primordial, breathing in unison with this world, sharing its fate. This might be a better fate than total annihilation. After all, he had promised not to take Yangmei's life, and now it was merely a change of identity. While Qingyu busied himself in the chaos, a grand ceremony was taking place in the heavenly court. After tens of thousands of years of the person-snatching plan, the heavenly court had begun to take shape. Hao Yan rushed around the primordial land, mimicking the manner of the saint of the past, using soft persuasion, reasoning, and emotional appeals, offering benefits. He managed to invite a number of true immortals from various blessed lands, and gathering places of loose cultivators. Although Great Luo golden immortals were still scarce, at least a scene was set, and various positions were filled. Meanwhile, within the depths of the heavenly court, Yaoqi spent tens of thousands of years using Jianmu leaves as paper and her own insights as ink, finally completing the heavenly laws. Those emerald gold characters born from her brush contained the power of heavenly order, quietly floating in the depths of the heavenly court, awaiting the moment of formal proclamation. The power of Saint Fuxi, after supporting the heavenly court for tens of thousands of years, finally dissipated completely at the moment when the court's foundational operation stabilized. He let out a long breath, stretching with relief, and then slipped out of the heavenly court, without looking back, fearing being caught and forced into service. The matters to follow are left to the young ones, Fuxi said, before completely disappearing without a trace. The enthronement ceremony of the Heavenly Emperor and Empress officially began. Taibai Jingxing stood before the Lingxiao Treasure Hall holding a jade tablet and read aloud. His voice transmitted through the Heavenly Court's sound transmission array echoed throughout the primordial land, reaching the ears of every being. Hao Yin, the Supreme Emperor, Yaoqi, the Golden Mother, acting under the mandate of the Heavenly Dao, shall oversee the three realms and regulate yin and yang. Today marks their enthronement, announced to the primordial, witnessed by all beings. The Heavenly Dao responded. A vast aura of merit descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Heavenly Court. The figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Court, representing the Heavenly Dao, to witness this historic moment. His expression was calm as he surveyed the faces of the celestial beings below, some filled with anticipation, some with curiosity, and others with complexity, nodding slightly. Then in the depths of the Heavenly Court, the emerald gold characters like awakened dragons slowly emerged, floating out from the depths of the Heavenly Court, ascending into the sky, presenting themselves before all beings of the primordial. The heavenly laws have returned. Golden characters like heavenly edicts were inscribed in the void, radiating an inviolable authority. Among them were clauses to restrain the powerful, protect the weak, regulate the actions of celestial beings, and forbid interference with the mortal realm. There were principles of rewarding good and punishing evil, as well as overarching guidelines for balancing yin and yang, maintaining harmony in heaven and earth. The celestial officials who had diligently worked for the rebuilding of the Heavenly Court over these tens of thousands of years felt their internal powers flowing more smoothly, their bottlenecks subtly loosening. The celestial officials who had diligently worked for the rebuilding of the Heavenly Court over these tens of thousands of years felt their internal powers flowing more smoothly, their bottlenecks subtly loosening, and they could not help but be overjoyed, bowing towards the heavens. All the celestial beings in the Heavenly Court were delighted. However, not everyone was satisfied with this newly established. Those demon gods and leaders who had long since left the Heavenly Court to establish their own abodes and enjoy leisurely lives since the arrival of the heavenly laws at this moment. They looked at the restrictive clauses with displeasure. They had originally come from the Heavenly Court, and now, having finally shed their duties to enjoy life, the new Heavenly Emperor had come to power and issued these laws. Not only do these laws bind those still in the Heavenly Court, but they also encompass those who have already left. Many of the clauses are designed to restrain the powerful and protect the weak. Although the primordial is prosperous now, the law of the jungle remains the underlying theme. With the emergence of heavenly laws, they naturally felt constrained. However, when they projected their divine sense towards the Heavenly Court and saw the current lineup, that displeasure transformed into disdain. Just two young kids in charge, and there are no decent figures beneath them. Even though the heavenly laws are established, if no one enforces them, they are merely empty words. Let them fumble about, we will continue to enjoy ourselves. Thus, these demon gods and leaders set their minds at ease, ignoring the constraints of the heavenly laws, and continued to live their carefree lives. Hao Yin and Yaoqi in the Heavenly Court looked at these unrestrained powers and various clan leaders, realizing that the Heavenly Court was too weak to exert pressure. These demon leaders were not in the Heavenly Court, so they naturally would not be bound by the former court's regulations, nor would they adhere to the rules of the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, Hao Yin and Yaoqi were not Tai or Fuxi, who had enough strength to pressure others and command obedience. Humanity's path is a complex one composed of unity, calculation, hope, and despair. They once united to resist the Witch Clan, but now that their greatest enemy has vanished. Thus the demon race, after dividing the spoils, naturally began to live the lives they desired. Human greed is insatiable. The resources of the primordial are currently sufficient, but human hearts are unpredictable. In a bid to seize more resources, conflicts between the clans became increasingly frequent. Although still within acceptable limits, the demonic path has never truly vanished. Even powerful beings harbor desires, and when encountering innate treasures they may be tempted, let alone ordinary beings who find it even easier to be tempted. Yaoqi noticed these developments through the Haotian mirror, observing the heavens above and the primordial below. However, Shi Wangmu had previously taught her about the horrific nature of greed in essays such as On the Fall of the Three Clans of Dragons, and Han, how the Witch Clan manifested, and the unspoken stories of Hongjun and Qingyu during the catastrophe of beasts. Rather than letting it grow larger, becoming difficult to manage, it is better to resolve the issue, now addressing the problem at its source. At this point, the primordial's resources are abundant enough to sustain. The main contradiction now lies in dissipating the trend of passivity and hedonism in the primordial. Against this backdrop, the Heavenly Court introduced its first policy in response. An article titled Reject Passivity, Respond to the Call, Develop the Primordial was disseminated by Taibai Jingxing. However, the good intentions were met with indifference from all the primordial races except for the human race. Seeing this scene, despite having countless strategies, Yaoqi found herself at a loss and could only ask Hao Yin, "Hao Yin, do you have any ideas?" Hao Yin pretended to be profound, smiling mysteriously, naturally having ideas. Before Yao Qi could inquire further, Hao Yin directly took her away, traversing layers of space, arriving outside the Shantian realm. Hao Yin stood before the Shantian realm, pulling Yao Qi down to bow together. We beseech the two elders for compassion and assistance. This was the ultimate divine ability Hao Yin learned from Dong Wang Gong to seek support. In the Shantian realm, a game of chess was unfolding with great intensity. Qing Yu held black pieces while Yuan Shi played white. The black and white pieces entangled in fierce combat on the board, akin to two great dragons tumbling through a sea of clouds, sometimes entwined, sometimes separated, with hidden killing intent and ever-changing scenarios. A voice from outside the realm reached Yuan Shi's ears just as he was placing a piece, causing him to pause slightly. Second Master. Yuan Shi raised his head, looking at Qing Yu with a strange expression. Friend, the chess strategy you have devised is truly intriguing. It combines alliances, divides yin and yang, and subtly aligns with fate. Remarkable indeed. You flatter me, but it's merely a pastime to pass the time. Qing Yu replied with a slight smile, gently tossing back Yuan Shi's question. Have you thought it through? That little heavenly emperor has come knocking. How will you assist? In today's Honghuang heavenly court, one cannot maintain order without sufficient strength. As he spoke, the black piece fell, landing precisely on a gap, surrounded by white pieces. The moment the black piece landed, it seemed as though a black dragon rose from its plight, tearing open a breach in the encirclement of white pieces, instantly reversing the situation on the board. Yuan Shi gazed at that black piece, fell silent for a moment, and then returned the white piece to the chess jar. He knew that this game could no longer be salvaged. He had not come here to play chess. I came to visit you precisely for this matter. Yuan Shi began slowly, his tone tinged with a rare helplessness. Elder brother is as gentle as water, following the path of non-action, indifferent to worldly affairs. The third brother is even harder to find. I pondered for a long time, and could only come to discuss this with you. Qing Yu laughed, but did not speak. He naturally understood Yuan Shi's intentions. The heavenly court was newly established. Although heavenly laws were in place, no one was enforcing them. Those demon gods and demon leaders who had long enjoyed their freedom in Honghuang hardly regarded the heavenly court. Although the Chan sect had few but capable disciples, it couldn't rely on the saints to act on every matter. Yuan Shi needed an opportunity, a chance to truly establish the heavenly court. Initially, he was nearly able to persuade Qing Yu to lend his aid. But just then Hao Tian also arrived. Qing Yu lightly waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze rose beside him, passing through the barriers of the Shantian realm, gently sweeping up Hao Tian and Yao Qi, who were kneeling outside the realm, and bringing them before him. Hao Tian felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself standing before Qing Yu and Yuan Shi. He was momentarily taken aback, then saw that Yuan Shi was present as well, and quickly pulled Yao Qi to bow again. Greetings, Second Master. Greetings, Saint Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi nodded slightly in return. Qing Yu observed Hao Tian's eager demeanor and smiled, saying, All right, rise and speak. What is it? Take your time. Hao Tian stood up and recounted the current predicament of the heavenly court in detail. He spoke of how the demon gods did not regard the heavenly court, how they feigned compliance while acting against it, and how despite their intentions to govern, he and Yao Qi felt powerless. At the end he bowed once more, pleading, I asked for Second Master's assistance. Qing Yu listened quietly, not responding immediately, but turned to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, Among my disciples there are 12 golden immortals. Among them Guangqingzi, Tai Yi, and Yunzhongzi are just a step away from breaking through to the quasi-saint level. When the three sovereigns returned to their positions, they had also shared in considerable merit, and originally planned to enter seclusion to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Yuan Shi's gaze flashed with determination. Since the heavenly emperor is in need, let them delay their seclusion and first assist the heavenly court in cleaning up. After saying this, he raised his hand and drew an arc in the air, a profound jade-clear seal forming in midair before falling into Hao Tian's hands. With this seal you can summon my disciples of the Chan sect to assist you in enforcing the heavenly laws and clearing the karma. Hao Tian received the seal with both hands, feeling a weight in his palm as a vast and upright aura surged from it, resonating with the power within him. He was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude again. Thank you, Second Master. Thank you, Saint Yuan Shi. Hao Tian, with the seal from Yuan Shi, returned to the heavenly court in high spirits. He immediately gathered the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, displayed the seal, and communicated Yuan Shi's mandate. Guangqingzi and the others had originally planned to enter seclusion to break through to the quasi-saint level, but upon seeing Hao Tian arrive with Yuan Shi's decree, they set aside their plans to respond to the summons. Thus, a heavenly court law enforcement team, led by Hao Tian and centered around the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, was officially established. Without the quasi-saints, the 12 golden immortals represented the pinnacle of power in Honghuang. Each of them was at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal level, with each carrying one or even several innate spirit treasures. Coupled with the personal teachings of Saint Yuan Shi, their combat prowess was unmatched among their peers. What was even more daunting was that they had the backing of Saint Yuan Shi and the entire Chan sect. Those cultivators targeted by them had no choice but to comply, or they would be slain on the spot. Those who dared to resist would be crushed to ashes by Guang Chengzi's heaven-toppling seal. Those who tried to flee would be ensnared by Tai Yi's 9 dragon divine fire reduced to ashes. Those who invoked their connections found that even their backers had to yield to the 12 golden immortals. In an instant, Honghuang was shaken. The powerful beings who had once disregarded the heavenly court finally realized that this time it was serious. Hao Tian, leading the 12 golden immortals, embarked on a grand cleaning operation throughout Honghuang. Wherever they passed, cultivators who violated heavenly laws and harmed living beings were swiftly punished. The demon cultivators who relied on their deep cultivation to act recklessly were all accounted for. The karmic sins across the land of Honghuang were diminishing at a visible rate. Those quasi-saint disciples who were affected could only watch helplessly, for they were disciples of saints. Yuan Shi only had these 12 treasures. If they acted against the 12 golden immortals, the Panga banner beside them was not to be underestimated. Thus Hao Tian began the sweeping operation throughout Honghuang with the 12 golden immortals. However, the scope of the cleanup was growing larger, and more individuals were affected. Yuan Shi gazed at the diminishing signs of karma in Honghuang and couldn't help but say to Qin Yu, "This karma truly occurs ceaselessly, or rather than letting it go unchecked, it is better to sever it at the root." Yuan Shi sat beside Qin Yu, rambling about various matters from the heavenly court to the 9 nether, from the saints to all living beings. Qin Yu listened quietly, treating it as a way to alleviate the loneliness of the empty nest saint. After a lengthy discourse, Yuan Shi paused, gazing at the vast Daoist temple, and sighed. As Tong Tian took in more disciples, each session brought in millions, and the number of disciples was uncountable. As the generations passed, those claiming to be followers of the saints' teachings had drifted far from the original path. It was one thing for the numbers to grow, but these individuals, relying on their status as disciples of the saints and their protection, would forcibly seize and plunder without any sense of guilt, believing it was only natural. The only 2 prominent paths in the current Honghuang were the Chan sect and the Jie sect. The Chan sect had only 12 members, and with their other disciples the total was merely 18, leading to Honghuang becoming a one-man hall of the Jie sect. In the realm of causality above Honghuang, besides the mutual encroachments of various beings, it was the Jie sect. The saint's vision, no longer focused on the present, Yuan Shi could derive enough from the current situation to foresee the future of the Jie sect. Fortune backlash and karma devouring ensued. Although the saints remained untainted by causality, this karma would not vanish, but would eventually implicate the true disciples of the Jie sect. Alas, alas, alas! Qin Yu was surrounded by Yuan Shi's sighs. Such sounds grew heavier as Guang Chengzi and the others began to take action against the Jie sect. The Jie sect, the saints' sect with the most disciples in Honghuang, inevitably became the primary target of the cleanup operation. Seeing this, Dong Wang Gong, despite his indifference to worldly matters, realized that this would lead to issues. He thus ascended to the Xiantian realm to inquire with Qin Yu, only to find Yuan Shi present. Upon seeing Dong Wang Gong's arrival, Yuan Shi immediately ceased his ramblings and sat up straight, appearing solemn. Dong Wang Gong approached to greet Qin Yu and Yuan Shi, then spoke with concern. Hao Tian's rashness stems from his ignorance of the vastness of heaven and earth. If he continues this way, he might bring about great disaster. At this point, Dong Wang Gong paused and glanced at Yuan Shi. Since the 12 golden immortals had appeared, it meant Yuan Shi had tacitly approved the heavenly order. Although he understood, he still posed the question. If this continued, Hao Tian and the 12 golden immortals would likely face a calamity. Short pain is better than long pain. Yuan Shi, my friend, you have a resolve to cut off the past. The best way to enforce heavenly laws now is to kill, to bring everything into compliance with the rules for lasting peace. Qin Yu explained to Dong Wang Gong. Hearing this, Yuan Shi nodded repeatedly, pleased that someone understood him. Seeing Yuan Shi nod, Dong Wang Gong ceased to press further, feeling pity for his little brother who was likely to face a great tribulation. However, now that he was here and had seen Qin Yu, Dong Wang Gong would not leave easily, but stayed by his side. Tong Tian's teachings spanned all backgrounds. This was a good thing, but as the Jie sect's influence grew, more and more people began to act under the Jie sect's ban. Generation after generation, the second generation taught the third generation. By the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th generations, their teachings had strayed far from those of Tong Tian. Among these individuals, many learned only rudimentary methods of the Jie sect, and claimed to be disciples, flaunting themselves in Honghuang through deception and plunder, committing wrongs under the name of the saints' teachings. Once their identities were established, so too were the karmic ties. Regardless of whether Tong Tian knew these individuals or how closely they were connected to the core teachings of the Jie sect, As long as they acted under the Jie sect's banner, their deeds would inevitably reflect back on the Jie sect. The people of the Chan sect were just and impartial. Regardless of who you were or who stood behind you, if you violated heavenly laws and harmed living beings, you would be dealt with directly. Those who deserved to die would be killed, and those who needed to reincarnate would be sent to do so. None of those they eliminated were free from heavy karma. However, the sheer number of Jie sect disciples was overwhelming. Even if only 1 in 10 acted immorally, the accumulated numbers would still be considerable. As the cleaning operation progressed, more and more Jie sect disciples were held accountable, either captured or killed, or sent into reincarnation. When the news reached Buzhou Palace, Tong Tian was in seclusion contemplating the great Dao. Upon emerging from seclusion, the first thing he heard was that his disciples, though several generations removed, had been slaughtered in large numbers by the Chan sect. Enraged, he did not investigate further, but went straight to Yuan Shi. "Second brother, what do you mean by this?" Tong Tian burst in fury radiating from him, as sword energy subtly circulated around him, slicing the air in the hall with sharp sounds. He glared at Yuan Shi, who was seated on the cloud bed, his eyes blazing with anger. "Even if there are some incompetent disciples in my Jie sect, I as their leader will discipline them. Why must those from the Chan sect interfere?" Yuan Shi glanced at him calmly, not answering immediately. He merely extended his hand and pointed downward. Tong Tian followed his pointing finger and looked through layers of space, seeing how Tian and the 12 golden immortals executing their cleanup tasks in Honghuang. He noticed a faint gray-black aura coiling around how Tian, a sign of the backlash from the calamity of killing. The calamity of killing was not a punishment from the heavenly path, but a continuation of the karma from those who were killed. Though those slain by Hao Tian and the 12 golden immortals were all heavily burdened with karma, they had teachers, parents, and friends. The resentment, unwillingness, and vengeful thoughts of these individuals would not vanish with death, but would instead coalesce into an invisible force wrapping around the hands of the executioners. The more people killed, the heavier the accumulated calamity of killing would become. Although Hao Tian and the 12 golden immortals were slaying those steeped in karma and would not be tainted themselves, the calamity would continue to accumulate. Once it reached a certain threshold, backlash would ensue. As more and more individuals were affected, their dissatisfaction with Hao Tian grew. Finally, on what seemed to be an ordinary day, the calamity of killing erupted. Dozens of quasi-saints acted at once. Some were the teachers of those slain, some were relatives and friends, and others simply could not tolerate the heavenly court's arrogance. They did not confront Hao Tian directly, but chose another method, cursing. Dozens of quasi-saints shared the karmic burden and used secret arts to curse Hao Tian from afar. Hao Tian barely had time to react before feeling an invisible force invade his soul, like countless fine needles piercing his essence simultaneously. He let out a muffled groan, swayed, and fell from the clouds. His aura dissipated completely in just the 12 golden immortals were horrified and wished to rescue him, but they found themselves ensnared by the invisible force of the calamity of killing. Though they were protected by the fate of saints and the curses were ineffective, they still found their divine powers sealed, their fortune turned ill, and their cultivation could no longer progress. Yuan Shi withdrew his gaze, looking at Tong Tian. "This is the explanation." Tong Tian was left, and he stared at Yuan Shi's calm expression, at the chaos in the heavenly court after Hao Tian's fall, and at the 12 golden immortals trapped in the calamity of killing with their cultivation stagnated. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Yuan Shi slowly spoke, weariness evident in his voice. "Third brother, do you think I am unaware of what those Jie sect disciples are doing? Do you think I sent Guang Qingzi and the others to clean up to target you?" He shook his head. "I am merely cleaning up your mess. If those acting under the Jie sect's banner and doing wrong were not rectified in time, they would eventually drag the entire Jie sect into an irreversible abyss. Fortune backlash and karma devouring ensued. While the saints remained unburdened by causality, this karma would not disappear, but would ultimately implicate your true disciples. The final result would be a great loss to the lineage and a collapse of fortune. Short pain is better than long pain." Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian. "This is my explanation to you." Tong Tian fell silent. He watched as the heavenly court fell into chaos once more without a leader after Hao Tian's fall, and Yao Qi struggled to hold it together, all while seeing the 12 golden immortals trapped in the calamity of killing. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Finally, he turned to leave. The heavenly path is truly merciless. A desolate autumn wind swept across the site where Hao Tian had fallen. Clouds hung low, the sky heavy with ashen gloom. The lingering resonance of curse-slaying energy still coiled through the void like a spectral serpent. The muffled groan Hao Tian uttered at the moment of his fall seemed still to echo in the wind, refusing to fade. At that very instant, Dong Wanggong had taken his leave from Qing Yu and arrived here. He stood alone in the boundless void, leaning upon his dragon head, cane his hair stirring softly in the breeze. His gaze remained fixed upon that expanse of emptiness where Hao Tian's final aura still lingered, silent motionless for a long while. There an exceedingly faint golden light was slowly dissipating. A final imprint of Hao Yian's primordial essence, the last trace of his sovereignty as Celestial Emperor. In moments this golden light would vanish utterly from heaven and earth as though it had never existed. Dong Wanggong sighed, a sigh that reverberated across the vast, empty heavens steeped in an ineffable ancient sorrow. He had witnessed too many rises and falls, too many triumphs and collapses. From the primordial calamity of Longhan to the great war between the Wu and Yao clans, from the sage reign of the three sovereigns to the consummation of humanity's Dao, he had seen countless heroes ascend and just as many tyrants crumble into dust. Yet each time he beheld such a scene, an indescribable melancholy still rose within him. Without attaining the sagehood, one remains but an ant before heaven. This truth held even now in the era of the primordial chaos, when even sages had taken their ordained seats. As Qing Yu had always taught him, only true strength grants freedom. Only then does one cease to be a pawn. Hao Yian, exalted as Celestial Emperor, held the highest fruit of cultivation in the primordial chaos, ruled over the three realms, and served as heaven's sovereign sentinel. What honor! What glory! Yet in the eyes of the sages, and of those who truly wielded dominion over heaven and earth, he remained nothing more than a disposable piece on the celestial board. When needed, he was elevated to prominence, granted supreme authority and radiant splendor. When no longer useful, he was discarded. His demise engineered to conclude a tribulation, to serve as a grim warning, to strike terror into the hearts of unruly cultivators and compel their obedience. Hao Yian's fall would purchase 10,000 years of peace across the primordial chaos. This reckoning, the heavenly Dao would calculate it, Yuanshi would calculate it, and all those lofty, inscrutable beings would calculate it. And in every calculation, Hao Yian's life emerged as the optimal solution. Dong Wanggong slowly closed his eyes. He recalled the days when he first ascended to the rank of immortal sovereign, full of vigor, brimming with confidence, believing he could command fate itself. Yet later he came to understand, had it not been for Qing Yu's protection, he himself would likely have met the same end soon after assuming leadership of the celestial host. Those hidden gazes, those grasping hands, coveting power, those intricate calculating schemes, he survived them not by his own wisdom, but by the shelter of the great tree standing behind him. Hao Yian had no such shelter. Though he bore the title of Celestial Emperor and enjoyed the patronage of sages, he remained in essence merely a piece thrust forward onto the board. When sacrifice became necessary for the game, he was sacrificed, cleanly, decisively, without hesitation. Dong Wanggong knew Yuanshi Tianzuan would make further arrangements. He would restore Hao Yian's return, replenish the primordial essences of the 12 golden immortals, and offer explanations to all. Yet death is death. Its reality cannot be erased by resurrection. That memory of being used as a pawn, that anguish of being cast aside, it would be forever seared into Hao Yian's soul, an eternal scar upon his path ahead. Dong Wanggong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now resolute. Raising his hand, he began gathering the residual aura left behind by Hao Yian's fall, using a grand divine art. The fading golden light drawn by his will flowed toward him like weary birds returning to their nest, gathering thread by thread into his palm, coalescing into a faint ethereal seal. Within that seal lingered Hao Yian's primordial essence, and also the karmic threads of those who had cursed him to death, dozens of distinct energies coiling like venomous serpents around the seal. Dong Wanggong extended his other hand and gently brushed his fingertip across the seal. Those karmic threads reconnected, not severed but redirected, pointing toward the quasi-sages who had struck toward the enemies concealed in shadow. He did not sever these karmic bonds, instead he reinforced them, etching them deeply into the seal's very substance. This vengeance, Hao Yian himself would claim it. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping calmly across the four directions, serene, yet piercing enough to cleave through the void itself. He knew countless eyes watched him from the dark, those quasi-sages who had slain Hao Yian, still lingering on one. They observed. They waited. They sought confirmation. Had Hao Yian truly dissolved beyond recovery? They needed certainty that Hao Yian, whose existence might threaten them, had been utterly extinguished. Indeed, a sullen voice emanated from the void, tinged with wariness, yet weighted far more heavily with menace. Immortal sovereign, why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? This is our karmic affair. Why interfere when you might dwell peacefully in the west beneath the sage's grace? Lay down that primordial essence, and we shall let you depart. Otherwise you stand alone here. Even blessed by the primordial immortal, you cannot escape this tribulation. The voice drifted, shifting directionlessly, seeming to emanate from all points at once, defying location. Clearly the speaker feared Dong Wanggong deeply, unwilling to reveal his position. Upon hearing these words, Dong Wanggong's expression remained unchanged. Even the corner of his mouth curved into a faint serene smile. That smile was subtle, yet imbued with unshakable composure, as though he faced not an ambush by dozens of quasi-sages, but but merely an ordinary assembly. He turned slowly toward the approximate source of the voice, his tone calm. So calm it resembled idle commentary on the day's weather. Oh, pray demonstrate your arts. I should very much like to witness them. A brief silence fell upon the void. The hidden quasi-sages had clearly not anticipated such unflinching equanimity. They had assumed that outnumbered Dong Wanggong would show some restraint, or even yield. Instead, he dismissed them with such effortless nonchalance, as if they were not worth his regard at all. This very composure deepened their trepidation. Yet fear, however profound, could not permit Hao Yan's primordial essence to depart. With Dong Wanggong's power, he could certainly secure Hao Yan's rebirth. Should that occur, all their efforts would be rendered futile, and the karmic chains entwined about their heads would one day tighten into nooses of retribution. Since the immortal sovereign refuses to heed reason, before the sentence concluded, dozens of divine arts erupted simultaneously. In that instant, the hidden quasi-sages reached silent consensus. They knew in single combat none could match Dong Wanggong, but united their combined assault would ensure he could not emerge unscathed. Their intent was precise. Even if they could not slay Dong Wanggong outright, they would seize the chaos to utterly obliterate Hao Yan, leaving no remnant, no possibility of return. Instantly, heaven and earth convulsed. One quasi-sage unleashed a flame art, conjuring an ocean of infernal fire that turned half the sky crimson, waves of heat warping space itself until it shimmered and twisted. Another invoked ice art, freezing the opposite quadrant of the sky into glacial stillness, crystalline shards forming midair, refracting blinding frigid light. A third deployed a curse art, manifesting as invisible poison mist, slipping silently forward, corroding the very air with a sibilant hissing decay. An overwhelming barrage of attacks converged from all directions upon the solitary figure standing upright, leaning upon his staff, a force capable of annihilating any quasi-sage or reducing a millionly expanse of space to absolute ruin. Dong Wanggong stood at the storm's epicenter, his robes flapping violently, white hair whipping wildly in the gale. Gazing upon that cataclysmic torrent of divine arts, his eyes held not a trace of fear. "It has been quite some time since I stretched my limbs," he murmured softly, then moved his hand slightly. For banners rose from around him, positioned at the four cardinal directions, the peerless defensive spirit treasures among the four primordial five-directional banners, simultaneously manifesting to form a radiant quadruple-wave barrier, shielding him completely. The torrent of dozens of divine arts crashed against that barrier, detonating with thunderous world-shaking force. Flames exploding, ice shattering, sword chi disintegrating, curses dissolving into nothingness. That assault, potent enough to erase an entire realm, failed to stir the barrier even a fraction. Its four-colored radiance flowed ceaselessly, repelling every attack, as though it were an uncrossable celestial chasm. The hidden quasi-sages' faces paled. The simultaneous appearance of all four primordial five-directional banners sent a chill through their very marrow. For unlike Hao Yan, this display confirmed Qing Yu's continued protection over Dong Wanggong. Yet what chilled them further lay ahead. Dong Wanggong unfurled an ancient mirror with his other hand. Its surface was time-worn, its frame carved with mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, celestial patterns swirling with an ancient, boundless aura. He tilted the mirror toward the void and gently illuminated it. A spatial tunnel unfurled from the mirror's surface, piercing layer upon layer of dimensional fabric, straight to Chuanshan Island. In an instant, the celestial host assembled en masse. Divine drums rolled like thunder across heaven and earth. Banners blotted out the sky, dense as a moving forest. Shi Wangmu led the vanguard, guiding the celestial host forth from the spatial tunnel in disciplined succession, encircling Dong Wanggong in concentric layers of protection. The sheer scale, the majestic authority of this assembly turned the hidden quasi-sages' faces ashen. At last they comprehended. They faced not a lone sovereign, but the immortal sovereign commanding a vast, formidable celestial hierarchy. If one may overwhelm collectively, why duel singly? Unlike Hao Yan, who held titles but stood utterly alone, I am sovereign of the celestial host in truth, not in name alone. Standing amid the gathered immortals, Dong Wanggong smiled warmly as he surveyed the four directions, his voice, "Gentle gentlemen, since you have come, might you stay a while for tea?" The hidden quasi-sages exchanged glances, then without hesitation turned and fled. With their quasi-sage cultivation, retreat remained effortlessly attainable. In moments, every probing presence vanished utterly, as though they had never existed. Only faint ripples lingering in the void betrayed their prior presence. Dong Wanggong made no pursuit. He simply stood rooted in place, watching the direction of their retreat, and shook his head lightly. He knew well they would not abandon their designs. They would persistently seek Hao Yan's reincarnated form, relentlessly hunting down that seed of potential threat, determined to eradicate it utterly. Dong Wanggong retracted the four banners and stowed away Kunlun mirror, then lowered his gaze to the orb of Hao Yan's primordial essence resting in his palm, pulsing faintly, clinging to its last vestige of life. He opened the Celestial Register, a tome whose yellowed pages bore the wear of countless eons. With deliberate grace, he dipped his brush and inscribed 3 characters at the very end of the register: Zhang Bairan. The stroke completed. Name-sealed karma affirmed the path of rebirth secured. Those who had cursed Haoyan understood full well should he return, reckoning would follow. Thus they would inevitably search for his reincarnated self, to eliminate him utterly and prevent future peril. Since they had succeeded in cursing Haoyan, it followed that the sages would not intervene against them. All life and death consequences would rest solely upon personal cultivation and karmic merit. Given the sages' non-intervention, those dozens of quasi-sages would surely locate and destroy Haoyan's reborn self. Hence Dong Wanggong inscribed Haoyan anew in the Celestial Register under the name Zhang Bairan, initiating his cultivation anew, thereby transforming his fundamental aura entirely. Given the sages' non-intervention, those dozens of quasi-sages would surely locate and destroy Haoyan's reborn self. Hence Dong Wanggong inscribed, for as long as Haoyan cultivated anew under the name Zhang Bairan, with his aura thoroughly transformed, those who clung to his former essence would never find him again. What connection exists between Haoyan and Zhang Bairan? Dong Wanggong extended his hand, gently brushing his fingertips across the orb of essence, radiating a soft, warm luminescence like spring breeze caressing the earth. Within his palm the orb slowly coalesced, awakening like a dormant seed taking root, sprouting, and finally assuming the form of an infant. The infant's features were tranquil, his breath steady, tiny fists gently clenched, as though merely sleeping. A soft, pure, and tender radiance emanated from his body, the luminous glow of nascent life. Dong Wanggong extended a finger and touched the infant's brow. Oh, a thread of limpid light sank into his forehead. Upon rebirth, your spiritual platform shall awaken. May you, dear younger brother, grasp the true Tao of the Celestial Emperor through this tribulation. Blind slaughter resolves nothing. Not even the sages may rely upon it. As he prepared to send Zhang Bairan into rebirth, a sharp, urgent sound of tearing space pierced the air from afar. Yaoqi had finally arrived, with the elite forces of the Celestial Court. She alighted before Dong Wanggong, breathing shallowly, her face still flushed with urgency and exhaustion. When her gaze fell upon the infant in Dong Wanggong's arms, she paused mid-step. Then she stepped forward and received the child from his hands. Thank you, immortal sovereign. Her voice was soft, but unyielding as bedrock unmoved by wind. Dong Wanggong looked upon her, nodded once, uttering no further word, only fixing her with a profound, silent glance, before turning and departing with the celestial host. Yaoqi carried Zhang Bairan to the threshold of reincarnation. Beside the Naiha Bridge, the waters of Wangshuan River flowed in quiet stillness. Beneath its surface, countless souls drifted in endless suspension. Mengpo was ladling a bowl of soup. Seeing the infant in Yaoqi's arms, her hands stilled momentarily. Setting down the ladle, she approached, bent low to gaze upon the child, and gently brushed her fingers across his forehead. Several drops of Mengpo's soup dissolved into mist, sinking into the infant's brow, obscuring part of his memory, rendering him safer. Memories of the Celestial Court, memories of the curse-slaying agony, memories of indignity as a pawn, all were veiled by that gentle mist, sinking deep into the furthest recesses of his consciousness. Then Mengpo's eyes shimmered with the 3 lifetimes. She glimpsed the future 12,9,600 tribulations awaiting Haoyan after this, slaying his return immeasurably distant. She fell silent for a long while. She knew Brother Yuanshi had his own design, to restore Haoyan at the proper juncture. Yet those 12,9,600 tribulations must be borne by Haoyan alone. No one could shoulder them for him. No one could walk his path in his stead. It was his road, and his chosen destiny. She raised her eyes to meet Yaoqi's. This young woman who had just lost her closest ally now stood beside the Naiha Bridge, holding Haoyan's reborn self, her eyes weary yet unbroken in resolve. The vast celestial court now rested upon her shoulders alone. Haoyan had departed to undergo tribulation. The 12 golden immortals remained trapped within the killing tribulation. Even the demon gods and demon marshals secretly hoped for the court's collapse. How alone could she uphold this immense celestial court? How could she withstand those predatory gazes? After a pause, Mengpo silently manifested a doppelganger. The doppelganger took form as a woman robed in crimson holding a red thread. Her features were gentle, her eyes brimming with the infinite strands of destined love, able to perceive the deepest yearnings of all lovers. A soft radiance emanated from her, a light of affinity, a light binding hearts together, the god of marital fate. Simultaneously, in the palace of Nuwa stirred with sudden awareness. Seated upon her cloud throne, her gaze pierced through layer upon layer of space, witnessing the scene by the Naiha Bridge. With a soft sigh, she released the crimson embroidered ball from her palm. The ball transformed into a streak of red light, traversing dimensional barriers to land in the god of marital fate's hands. Holding the crimson ball, she bowed gracefully to Yaoqi. This humble servant wishes to accompany your majesty back to the celestial court, to assist in governing the affinities of heaven and earth. Yaoqi looked upon the god of marital fate, then glanced down at the peacefully sleeping infant in her arms, and gave a quiet nod. She understood this was Meng Po's support and Yua's blessing. The vast celestial court now rested upon her alone, but with this support she was no longer fighting in solitude. Gently she placed the infant into the channel of reincarnation. Drawn by the currents of rebirth, the infant descended slowly, vanishing into the dim pulsing light of the cycle. Hao Yan entered reincarnation, his first life, that of an Azura. His path began with slaughter, and would end with slaughter. Such was his fate, and his crucible. Those 12 myriad 9,600 tribulations would be walked step by step until he reclaimed his true self, and once more ascended the Jade Void Hall. At the very moment Nuwa released the crimson embroidered ball within the side hall of the palace of Nuwa, the Lingzhu Zi, an immortal pearl long kept in quiet repose, trembled faintly. It had sensed it, the killing aura saturating the primordial chaos, the deathly qi and resentment permeating heaven and earth. That killing aura surged toward it like an invisible tide, wave after wave battering its shell. Until now it had existed in a delicate equilibrium, infused by the vital essences of Qin Yu Nuwa and the creation lotus, the three most profound sources of life in existence. It contained immense vitality, its limit of life overpowering death. Without balance between life and death, it could not gestate into form, merely lying dormant in Nuwa's palace awaiting its destined catalyst. Now after the great slaying tribulation, deathly qi flooded the primordial chaos, suffusing all realms. This was the Lingzhu Zi's sole chance, absorbing the slaying aura of the primordial chaos to nurture its own intelligence. Only with life and death in perfect equilibrium could it achieve form. The Lingzhu Zi pulsed, like a heart beginning its first beat. Then it shot forth as a streak of light, departing the palace of Nuwa of its own volition, piercing dimensional layers to descend into the mortal world, awaiting the hour of its gestation. It would absorb the slaying aura of the primordial chaos, using slaughter as life, death as life, cultivating its intelligence within the harmony of life and death. When that time came, it would be the slaying aura itself. How Tian perished, the 12 golden immortals burdened by a karmic slaughter tribulation were compelled to enter seclusion. Thus concluded the celestial purging campaign, launched by the heavenly court and sweeping across the primordial chaos. Bloodstains upon the primordial chaos earth had yet to dry, the lingering resentment of slain cultivators still drifted on the wind, yet clamor had faded. All factions in unspoken accord sheathed their blades and sank into a new era of quiet hibernation. Though the heavenly court's prestige waned with Hao Tian's fall, the celestial edicts were now established and cosmic order had taken root. Surviving cultivators, at least outwardly, grew markedly more disciplined. Humanity entered the age of the 5 emperors. After Xuanyuan's ascension, human destiny reached its zenith. Yet earthly governance demanded continuity. Xuanqiu Daiku Yao Shun and Yu successively rose to power, continuing the unfinished mandate of the human sovereigns, taming floods, demarcating the 9 provinces, instituting calendars, and enlightening the myriad people. Under the 5 emperors' guidance, humanity advanced steadily. The flame of civilization burned ever brighter, gradually illuminating the entire primordial chaos. Meanwhile, those sects gravely wounded during the purging campaign quietly tended their wounds in silence. At Tongtian's decree, all 2nd and 3rd generation disciples of the Jie sect entered seclusion to cultivate higher realms, thus avoiding entanglement and further strife. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect suffered even more severely. Their divine powers were sealed by karmic backlash, forcing them to close their gates to visitors and devote themselves entirely to recovery. With the watchful gaze of saintly lineages withdrawn, other races across the primordial chaos finally emerged from obscurity. Foremost among them was the Phoenix clan. Having suffered catastrophic losses during the Dragon Han primordial calamity, and with Yuan Feng's demise, the clan vanished almost entirely from the stage of the primordial chaos. Yet, through millennia of quiet recuperation and aided by their tenuous enigmatic bond with Lady Nuwa, the Phoenix clan gradually regained its vitality. They began appearing within human realms, not as conquerors, but as auspicious omens. Legends spread. When phoenixes appear, peace reigns throughout the realm. Gradually, the Phoenix clan's presence became woven into human lore. Close behind came the Dragon clan. Unlike the Phoenix clan's subtle patronage, the dragons pursued a different path, strategic intermarriage. Leveraging their vast kinship networks, they wed across myriad races, giving birth to offspring bearing draconic bloodlines in countless forms. Zhao Long, Qi Long, Qiu Long, Pan Long. These beings infused with dragon essence scattered across every corner of the primordial chaos, becoming living bridges through which the Dragon clan infiltrated human society. Through this web of blood ties the Dragon Clan too boarded the rising tide of unified human destiny. Their emergence alongside the Phoenix Clan was hailed as an omen of celestial favor. Their destinies began merging with humanity's, slowly inexorably flowing into the surging river of human Dao. That confluence of destiny guided by unseen currents flowed toward a hidden grotto concealed by the 5 elements and yin-yang energies. Qin Yu followed that current, bringing Dong Wangong with him. Since aiding Hao Tian's reincarnation, Dong Wangong had returned to Qin Yu's side. He remained reverent, diligent, but Qin Yu sensed something obstructed within the youth's heart. He spoke nothing of it, only bore it inward, a stone pressed against his chest, heavy and suffocating. Qin Yu watched Dong Wangong sink once more into uncertainty and gently shook his head. This child remains at heart fervent and unyielding, too earnest, too single-minded. He understood precisely what weighed upon Dong Wangong. Hao Tian reduced to a pawn, manipulated by saints, abandoned by the heavenly Dao. This truth had deeply shaken Dong Wangong. He grasped the logic such sacrifices were necessary for the stability of the primordial chaos. Yet he could not fathom why heaven and earth remained so utterly indifferent. Was human connection in the end merely transactional? Qin Yu said nothing more. It was precisely this righteous fervor he cherished that had drawn Qin Yu's repeated aid. Were Dong Wangong to grow cunning, detached, calculating, he would no longer be himself. He rose, gazing toward the direction where dragon and phoenix destinies converged within humanity's aura, then calculated the celestial currents with a flick of his fingers, knowing life was about to emerge. Mu Gong accompanied this Taoist on a journey across the primordial chaos. Upon hearing this, Dong Wangong swiftly stilled his thoughts and rose, replying yes. Together they followed the flow of destiny until arriving at an unremarkable place. It was a desolate wilderness, overgrown with weeds, strewn with jagged boulders, bearing no sign of distinction. Any passing cultivator would deem it a barren, spirit-energy-deprived locale, unworthy of even a moment's pause. The instant Dong Wangong set foot there, he pierced through its illusion. With cultivation nearing the apex of quasi-sainthood, even brushing the threshold of Honghuang, its disguise crumbled before him like parchment. At a glance he discerned that beneath this seemingly mundane soil, yin and yang crisscrossed, the 5 elements cycled and resonated, forming a naturally occurring grand formation. Exquisitely refined, the formation sealed all internal spiritual energy and destiny, leaking not a trace. Even an ordinary quasi-saint passing by would fail to detect its profundity. Though a treasure land, it paled beside the 3 immortal islands, now home to 10,000 immortals, or Qin Yu's Du Guang and Xiantian realm. Dong Wangong frowned, puzzled. Why had the immortal patriarch brought him here? Qin Yu raised his Xiantian staff and tapped Dong Wangong's head thrice, then smiled. You devoted child. You possess fine perception, yet rarely reflect deeply. You habitually rely on Shi Wangmu. Were she present, she would instantly grasp its mystery. Dong Wangong flushed with mild embarrassment. He knew the patriarch spoke truth. He had grown accustomed to consulting Shi Wangmu on every matter, seldom engaging in solitary contemplation. Now he stilled his mind and channeled his full spiritual power, determined to perceive every nuance. As Dong Wangong probed, Qin Yu's gaze shifted sideways. A single green leaf drifted down, and there stood Zhuanti, poised to slip away unnoticed. Zhuanti, who had been cultivating in serene seclusion upon Lingshan Mountain in the west, suddenly sensed an anomaly in the Dragon Phoenix destiny currents, and followed their trail to investigate. Upon arrival, he instantly perceived the site's profundity, the place where Yuan Feng fell. Yuan Feng could have undergone rebirth after the Dragonhan calamity and returned to the southern heavens. Yet she chose instead to join forces with Zhu Long, balancing yin and yang, harmonizing water and fire, to nurture new life within her being. Exhausted, she perished, laying 2 eggs, one infused with the 5 elements, the other with yin-yang essence. Born of Yuan Feng's and Zhu Long's primordial essences, and imbued with the profundities of yin-yang and the 5 elements, these eggs held unparalleled potential. If taken under Western tutelage, their bearers would assuredly become extraordinary talents. The path to sainthood would lie effortlessly before them. Thus Zhuanti had come, intending to claim them upon manifestation, nurturing them carefully in the West. Yet upon arrival, he found Qin Yu instructing Dong Wangong. Pausing, he resolved not to intrude, and turned to leave, only to be called back by Qin Yu. Zhuanti turned, approached Qin Yu, and bowed deeply. Elder brother. Qin Yu nodded with a smile, several leaves of the Jianmu tree settling softly into his palm. Within each leaf shimmered multiple grand worlds, each teeming with countless floor spirits. These spirits varied vastly in form, some towering and stately, others delicate and petite, some thriving in sunlight, others flourishing in shade and dampness, each dwelling in a realm perfectly suited to its nature. These Jianmu leaves contained several grand worlds, each inhabited by multitudes of floor spirits, Qin Yu said, offering the leaves to Zhuanti. Their habitats differ greatly. Some thrive in the east, others are better suited to the west. I detained you, venerable friend, to request that you carry these beings to the western lands. Zhuanti accepted the leaves, his divine sense penetrating their depths, beholding world after vibrant world, countless floor spirits beyond counting. Even his perpetually solemn face softened into a genuine smile. With these wood Dao spirits, the West would flourish as never before, surpassing even the finest disciples. Disciples adorned the West's face. These wood-aligned beings formed its very substance. Though appearance mattered, substance was the foundation. Grateful thanks, elder brother. Zhuanti bowed again, deeper, more sincere this time. Qingyu waved lightly, dismissing the formality. At that moment, Dong Wanggong completed his investigation. Opening his eyes, enlightenment dawned upon his face. The yin-yang and 5 elements qi here all emanate from 2 eggs concealed beneath this grand formation. Those eggs radiate pure primordial essence, reminiscent of Zhu Long and Yuan Feng. Correct, Qingyu affirmed. This is the site of Yuan Feng's demise. She joined with Zhu Long, harmonizing yin and yang, blending water and fire, to conceive new life within herself. These 2 eggs are her final legacy. Dong Wanggong recoiled inwardly. Turning to Zhuanti, he hastily offered formal salutation. Honored Saint Zhuanti. Zhuanti returned the bow with a gentle smile. Now that dragon and phoenix destiny revives and swells anew, these beings, left over from the Dragon Han final calamity, shall at last emerge. As Qingyu spoke, he swept his hand, and the ancient formation which had concealed the eggs for eons dissolved like mist before the wind. The instant the formation vanished, the 2 eggs lay exposed beneath heaven and earth. One glowed with 5 radiant colors, circulating the 5 elements, its light shifting as if mountains, rivers, trees, and flowers were born and perished within. The other shimmered in gold and silver, swirling with yin and yang qi, 2 spiraling currents, chasing one another like twin fish, tracing eternal orbits upon its shell. Under the 3 observers gazed, the 5-colored egg stirred first. A hairline fissure appeared upon its surface, then multiplied, spreading like a spiderweb across its shell. Finally, a crystalline cry pierced the air, and a 5-colored bird burst forth. Its plumage blazed with iridescent hues, its tail feathers long and elegant, its crown crest proudly erect, magnificent beyond measure. Shaking loose downy fluff, it opened jet-black eyes, curious, alert, surveying the world. Not quite phoenix, yet undeniably the first peacock ever born in the primordial chaos. Its innate divine ability awakened the moment it drew breath, the 5-colored divine light, capable of sweeping away anything, shattering any barrier. Immediately afterward, the golden-silver egg cracked open. A golden fledgling struggled free. Its wingtips gleamed faintly gold, its eyes sharp, its beak curved like a sickle. Yin-yang qi coiling around its body, pulsing with each breath. Though born moments after the peacock, it proved fiercer, immediately pecking at shell fragments and swallowing them whole. Then it lifted its head and unleashed a piercing cry. Thus emerged the first golden-winged pung bird of the primordial chaos. Qingyu, watching the 2 newborns, felt a playful impulse stir. He extended his hand, and the peacock tilted its head, then fluttered its downy wings and leapt onto his palm. Qingyu gently tapped its tiny head with a fingertip, and the peacock closed its eyes contentedly, uttering soft, soothing coos. Gifted in intellect, born with divine ability, truly exceptional. Turning to Dong Wanggong, he asked Mu Gong, "Do you know why Saint Zhuanti came here seeking to take them as disciples?" Zhuanti, catching Qingyu's intent, realized he was being used as an exemplar in Dong Wanggong's instruction. He felt no offense, only quiet satisfaction. To guide Dong Wanggong, who had labored tirelessly alongside him in revitalizing the West, brought Zhuanti genuine joy. Dong Wanggong pondered, then replied, "Such beings possess extraordinary heavenly destiny. No wonder saints feel delight." "No," Zhuanti interjected candidly, so bluntly that Dong Wanggong blinked in surprise. "It is interest." Dong Wanggong pondered, then replied, "Such beings possess extraordinary heavenly destiny. No wonder saints feel delight." No, having lived so long, he saw clearly taking disciples, transmitting the Tao, propagating the Western teachings, all served interest. Yet this interest extended beyond self. It encompassed the Western religion's prosperity and the welfare of all Western sentient beings. Dong Wanggong paused, startled. He had not expected this Western saint to voice such unadorned truth, stripped of artifice, laid bare, without veil. "All phenomena in the world arise from interest," Qingyu murmured. "Hao Tian entered the slaughter tribulation to affirm the heavenly court's authority, and perished. That too was interest. Saint Zhuanti comes to take disciples, interest. You and I cultivate, transmit the Tao, enlightened sentient beings, also interest." Hao Tian understood all this, and chose participation for interest's sake. His choice, the heavenly Tao, selected him as a piece, not arbitrarily, but because he demonstrated value. He knew, and still he went. Qingyu gazed upon Dong Wanggong, eyes kind. "Dear child, You knew he was manipulated, yet never considered his own will. In action, reflect deeply. Dong Wanggong froze. He stood upon that wilderness, watching the chattering peacock nestled in Qing Yu's palm, the inquisitive golden-winged Peng perched in Junti's arms, the land itself, hidden by formation for countless eons, while Qing Yu's words echoed in his mind. You knew he was manipulated, yet never contemplated his own will. Indeed, he had always seen Hao Tian as exploited, discarded, a pitiful pawn. But had he ever wondered whether Hao Tian willed it? When accepting Yuanshi's seal, had Hao Tian already foreseen his fate? When leading the 12 golden immortals across the primordial chaos, had he already prepared himself for death? He knew. He must have known. Yet he went, not out of folly nor mere manipulation, but because it was his choice. He chose to sacrifice himself to establish the heavenly court's awe-inspiring authority. Not passive victimhood, but active sovereign choice. Dong Wanggong drew a deep breath and bowed profoundly to Qing Yu. Grateful thanks, immortal patriarch, for your teaching. Qing Yu, seeing renewed light kindle in his eyes, gave a slight nod, then added, as these two children emerge, this Taoist too feels moved to take disciples. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong felt sudden dismay and trepidation. Gazing at the fledgling in Qing Yu's hand, he slowly lowered his head. The immortal patriarch favored these newborns so deeply, moved even to take them as disciples. Was their potential truly so immense? Drawing Junti himself, and now Qing Yu too, Dong Wanggong forced himself to look away from that scene of harmony, yet sorrow surged uncontrollably within him. Ha! Junti's laughter reached his ears, and Dong Wanggong bent his head lower still. Elder brother spoke truly, indeed a devoted child. Why lower your head? Lift it, look. Slowly Dong Wanggong raised his gaze. The two fledglings had already alighted upon Junti, while Qing Yu looked upon him with gentle warmth. The azure lotus banner materialized silently. Azure lotuses bloomed midair, exactly as Dong Wanggong remembered them. One identical lotus drawn by resonance floated from Dong Wanggong's bosom. The same residual aura Qing Yu had imparted when rescuing him from Zhu Long, preserved with reverence ever since. Joy flooded his heart. Memories of past instruction rose vividly before him. The clear image of the lotus between them blurred in Dong Wanggong's vision. Then he blinked sharply and prostrated deeply. Disciple Dong Wanggong bows before Master. A single call of Master encapsulated the long-held wishes of countless epochs. From their meeting during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era to fighting side by side during the Great Beast calamity, from entrusting each other's lives during the battle against the witch and the demon to now, where they refer to each other as Master and Disciple in this harmonious age. This call had been brewing in Dong Wanggong's heart for far too long. 1,000 epochs pass in the blink of an eye, yet his longing for Qing Yu only grew deeper with time. He reached out gently, helping Dong Wanggong to his feet. Get up. Zhuan-Ti watched this scene from the side, a genuine smile appearing on his face. He took a step forward, clasped his hands in congratulations, and said, "Congratulations, great brother, on acquiring a fine disciple. I also congratulate Dong Wanggong, your wish has come true." Master Nephew brought his relationship with Dong Wanggong much closer. With a simple call to Qing Yu as great brother, his identity as a master uncle was firmly established. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong was not angry, but instead smiled in return. Although he had lost a generation, being able to join Qing Yu's sect made this little jest insignificant. His heart was filled with joy, and he could not hide the smile on his face. Qing Yu observed Zhuan-Ti's proud demeanor, but chose not to point it out, merely shaking his head with a smile. He waved towards Zhuan-Ti. The two little birds that had previously perched on Zhuan-Ti's shoulders, infused with his aura, departed, without hesitation, flapping their tender wings and flying to Qing Yu's side. The phoenix does not alight on an ordinary tree, nor does it feed on unripe fruit, nor does it drink from a mere spring. Even the Western sage Zhuan-Ti was not as welcomed as Qing Yu, the source of myriad trees. Zhuan-Ti watched as the two little birds unhesitatingly abandoned him, displaying an exaggerated expression of sorrow, clutching his chest, and saying, "Great brother, what is this?" This drew a chuckle from Dong Wanggong beside him. Ignoring Zhuan-Ti's theatrics, Qing Yu gently stroked the feathers of the two little birds, and said slowly, "These two birds are of use to me. I will teach them a thing or two first. If fate allows, you can come looking for them later." Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti's exaggerated expression faded, and he said seriously, "It is a blessing for them that great brother is willing to teach them personally. How could I not believe?" He paused, then added, "In that case, I will take my leave. There are many matters waiting for me to handle in the West, and those spirit beings also need to be settled. Take care, my friend." Qing Yu nodded. Just as Zhuan-Ti was about to turn, Qing Yu called out to him again, "By the way, 3,000 years later, I wish to hold a grand ceremony for accepting disciples in Duguan. You are welcome to attend then." "Oh." Zhuan-Ti's eyes brightened. He could enjoy a feast again, and then he smiled, saying, "Very well. I will certainly arrive with my disciples on time." After saying this, he transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. After sending Zhuan off, Dong Wanggong returned to Qing Yu's side, a hint of unease on his face. Master, I am already overjoyed to be able to call you my master. Why must we make such a grand event for the ceremony? Qing Yu laughed heartily at this. It is to put your mind at ease. You young one, do not pinch yourself anymore. Moreover, I have arrangements to make. Dong Wanggong, struck by the accuracy of this observation, chuckled foolishly and released the hand that had been discreetly pinching his thigh. It turned out that Qing Yu had long seen through his little actions. Even now, he still found it hard to believe that he had truly fulfilled his wish of joining Qing Yu's sect. The master and disciple returned to Duguang, where Qing Yu sent out invitations to the various saints of the wilderness, inviting them to attend the grand ceremony for accepting disciples in 3,000 years. At the same time, he also extended invitations to the Quasi saints and ordinary beings in the wilderness, so anyone with a heart could come to witness. The news sent shockwaves through the wilderness. The immortal island was filled with joy, and they proclaimed to everyone that their immortal leader had been taken under the wing of the immortal ancestor. Those immortal friends who had followed Dong Wanggong for many years felt a sense of pride, walking the streets with their heads held high. Upon hearing this news, all beings in the wilderness, whether ordinary beings or those who had already ascended to the great Luo golden immortal or even quasi-saint realms, could not help but sigh with envy and jealousy. A disciple of the spirit ancestor. That was a disciple of the spirit ancestor. Dong Wanggong was merely the immortal leader. How could he be worthy of such fortune? Everyone secretly grumbled in their hearts, wishing they could take his place. Yet while envy was one thing, jealousy another, they could not deny that the bond between Dong Wanggong and Qing Yu had indeed begun to accumulate from the initial calamity of the Dragon Han. This causal relationship was not something others could envy. 3,000 years in the scale of the wilderness was just a fleeting moment. Du Guang had long been prepared. The 12 flower deities revealed their true forms, directly taking their positions in 12 directions, drawing upon the seasonal energies. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, summer lotuses and winter plums. Various flowers bloomed in Du Guang, filling the air with fragrance, decorating the entire Du Guang like an immortal realm. Various spiritual treasures filled Du Guang with spiritual materials and magical artifacts scattered throughout, and chaotic spiritual entities covering the entire Du Guang, a dazzling array that left people speechless. As representatives from various races and powerful beings arrived one after another, upon seeing this magnificent sight, they were left utterly astonished. The divine waters of the three lights fell from the sky, transforming into gas 100 zhang above the ground, floating around the guests like mist, nourishing each guest's body and mind. The vapor contained rich innate spiritual energy, making every breath feel as though one's cultivation was gradually increasing. Not to mention the spiritual fruits laid out beside them, the peaches of the West Queen Mother, the yellow plums of Xianjinzi, and the legendary immortal apricots and ginseng fruits, and so on. Each one was a rare treasure in the wilderness, yet at this moment they were casually placed like ordinary fruits available for the guests to take. Some lesser immortals, seeing this grand array, almost fainted on the spot. On the high platform, 8 cushions were arranged on either side, and ethereal figures gradually appeared and took their seats. These were the positions of the saints. Laozi Yuan, Shirtong Tian, Yuajin Yuan, Ziping, Xian Fushi, and Zhuanti. The 8 saints arrived one after another, each taking their seats. Their auras were repressed and profound, like towering mountains, quietly seated in Du Guang, enveloping the entire place in a serene and solemn atmosphere. The disciples of the Chan and Jie sects also came to witness alongside their masters. Guang Chengzi and the 12 golden immortals met with Duo Bao and others, exchanging greetings. Although not long ago they had been at odds in the wilderness, there was not much awkwardness upon meeting now. The inner disciples of Duo Bao and others did not harbor much anger over Guang Chengzi's slaying of those entangled in karma from the Jie sect. They understood that those who were slain were merely outer disciples misusing the Jie sect's banner and were not closely linked to the core teachings of the Jie sect. However, those outer disciples did not share this perspective. They stood at the back, their eyes filled with fury as they gazed at Guang Chengzi and the others, wishing to strike them down on the spot. Had it not been for the presence of the saints, they might have already lost control. Guang Chengzi, however, remained oblivious to this, engaging in cheerful conversation with Duo Bao and others, as if those angry gazes did not exist. The auspicious hour had arrived. Qing Yu's figure appeared in the highest position. He did not deliberately exude a shocking aura. Simply standing there, he merged with the entire Du Guang and the heavens. All the noisy voices quieted at this moment, and everyone's gaze focused on that azure figure. Dong Wanggong stepped forward from below. Today he wore simple, yet dignified blue robes. There was nothing fixed upon his head. His long black hair fell naturally, resting on his shoulders and gently swaying in the wind. Today he wore simple, yet dignified blue robes. There was nothing fixed upon his head. His long black hair fell naturally, resting on his shoulders and gently swaying in the wind. Some bit their teeth in secret, wishing they could knock him down and take his place. Yet others genuinely felt happy for him, such as the West Queen Mother and those immortal friends who had followed him for many years. Dong Wanggong walked step by step until he stood before Qingyu. He paused, adjusted his attire, and then bowed deeply to Qingyu. This bow was respectful and sincere, carrying the hopes and gratitude of thousands of epics. Qingyu smiled and reached out to help him up. Then he performed the triple crowning. This was the crowning ceremony. In the laws of the world, respect for teachers and the way is paramount. Crowning signifies responsibility. The first crowning grants him the identity of a practitioner. The second crowning grants him the responsibility of a disciple. The third crowning grants him the mission of inheritance. After completing the 3 crowns, Qingyu looked at Dong Wanggong before him and slowly spoke. The crowning is complete. I bestow upon you a name. May you keep your original heart and work diligently in the future. Qingyu paused and uttered 2 words, Donghua. Dong Wanggong now should call him Donghua. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with restrained excitement. Thank you, master. After the ceremony, Qingyu stepped forward, scanning all the guests present before speaking. The way of heaven has order, the way of man has propriety, and the way of earth has virtue. For the beings of the wilderness, those with virtue should be respected, and those with order should be upheld. With the emergence of propriety, the wilderness shall thrive. As his words fell, the heavenly way, human way, and earthly way responded simultaneously. A mysterious and vast power spread from Qingyu, merging into the heavens and the earth. It was the power of propriety. It was not a restraint, but order. It was not a shackle, but a guideline. It told all beings what respect is, what is senior and junior, what is ruler and subject, what is father and son, what is husband and wife, and what is friendship. It provided the basis for propriety in the wilderness, allowing beings to have norms to follow in their interactions. The emergence of propriety further completed the foundations of the wilderness. The 3 ways resonated, the heavens and earth celebrated, and the energy of merit and the light of auspiciousness spread throughout the wilderness. Once Qingyu completed this, he withdrew his divine power. He merely pointed out the way of propriety, establishing it upon the foundations of the wilderness. As for the specific teachings, it would require Donghua to diligently implement them in the future. The grand ceremony for accepting disciples concluded here. However, those who had come to participate did not leave. Within Du Guang, the spiritual energy was abundant, and the atmosphere was harmonious, free from any calculations or risks. They could freely make friends, discuss the Tao, and exchange insights. Those with like-mindedness would find a corner to set up a chessboard and brew tea to discuss the Tao. Those who admired each other for a long time would take the opportunity to get acquainted and share drinks. The entire Du Guang was immersed in an unprecedented harmony and joy. Meanwhile, Qingyu, unnoticed by the crowd, took Donghua and left Du Guang, arriving at the place of reincarnation. The aura of the reincarnation realm was starkly different from that of Du Guang. The chilling winds howled, ghostly energies lingered, and the waters of the Wangchuan River flowed quietly in the darkness, with flecks of phosphorescence floating on the surface, remnants of countless souls' obsessions. The massive whirlpool of the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated slowly in the distance, devouring countless souls and emitting a deep, continuous rumble. Donghua stood at the edge of the reincarnation realm, gazing at the enormous whirlpool, a complex expression on his face. Qingyu stood beside him, looking at him. Gently, go, my disciple. Are you at ease now? Donghua paused slightly, then smiled bitterly. Master, did you find out? How could your little thoughts escape my notice? Qingyu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, but more importantly, concern. Back then, when you battled with the ancestral dragon, the Tao River was nearly exhausted, and your foundation was already shattered. Now your cultivation is the result of the merging of 2 paths, hence, it naturally has flaws and cannot attain the Tao. Donghua remained silent for a moment, and softly said, disciple understands. Moreover, your situation is different from Fux's. Qing, you continued back. Then, when his Tao foundation shattered, I, along with Zhen Yuanzi and Yuhua, collaborated to create a grand supernatural power of earth and wood to reconstruct his Tao foundation. However, he only had his Tao foundation shattered, his essence remained, and the original form still existed. But you have exhausted your essence, leaving only a fragment. Even if you fill it later, the fundamental form is still lost. It will ultimately remain incomplete. Attaining the Tao requires completeness. With your current state, naturally you cannot attain the Tao. Now re-entering reincarnation once will restore the essence you cultivated later into one body, achieving completeness. Qingyu paused. You should have known this by now. Donghua lowered his head, his voice somewhat stammering. Yes, disciple, but originally, I fear that I do not wish to start over. He was afraid. Afraid that entering reincarnation would mean never returning, afraid that after reincarnation he would lose his original heart, afraid that upon awakening everything would be different, and more afraid that after awakening Qingyu would have already departed. Thus he had been dragging his feet, preferring this incomplete state rather than risking that one reincarnation. Now that you have become a disciple, can you be at ease? Qing Yu's voice was gentle. Though this journey carries less risk, one must not be careless. Take this map of the wilderness as a precaution. He took out a scroll and handed it to Donghua. The scroll, when unfurled, depicted mountains and rivers, sun and moon, stars and constellations. It was indeed the map of the wilderness. Donghua took the scroll with both hands, feeling a heaviness in his palm as a substantial force surged from the scroll, resonating with the power within him. He took a deep breath and deeply bowed to Qing Yu. Thank you, master. Then he turned and walked step by step toward the enormous whirlpool of reincarnation. His figure gradually blurred in the dim light of reincarnation, eventually disappearing from sight. Qing Yu stood at the edge of the reincarnation realm, gazing in the direction of Donghua's disappearance, unmoving for a long time. Then he turned and returned to Duguang. Within Duguang, the saints were still waiting, ready to congratulate him on the joy of accepting a disciple. Tong Tian was the first to step forward, preparing to say some congratulatory words, but upon seeing that there was no one behind Qing Yu, he could not help but ask in confusion, "Friend, where is your good disciple? He has gone to reincarnation." What? Tong Tian's smile instantly froze. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke in an incredulous tone. "Friend, is this your method of teaching disciples?" He fell into deep thought. Could it be that he had misunderstood his second brother? Was it true that reincarnating to start over was the correct method of teaching? Were his own disciples cast into reincarnation by the Chan sect? Was it possible that his second brother was teaching in his stead? Qing Yu sat quietly to the side, her gaze seemingly casual as it swept over Tongshan's contemplative face, and her heart was already aware. Having known Tong Tian for many years, she was very familiar with the temperament of this saint of Shangqing, who often overthought matters, constructing an entire narrative of cause and effect in his mind before believing it to be true. Seeing Tongshan's expression, she knew that her Dao friend was once again concocting something in his mind. She did not point it out, instead placing her teacup down and slowly speaking, "Are you pondering the matter of Donghua's reincarnation?" Tong Tian raised his head, a flicker of surprise at being seen through flashed in his eyes, which then turned into calm acceptance. "It cannot be hidden from you, my friend. I was just contemplating why Donghua chose to reincarnate. If it were merely for training with his peak Quasi-Saint cultivation, where in the primordial world could he not go? Why must he take this path of reincarnation?" Qing Yu smiled slightly, not denying it, and directly stated, "Indeed, this is another method of proving Dao that I have been considering, known as reincarnation proof of Dao. Now that Donghua has gone to reincarnate, he is cultivating precisely this method." "Oh, so that's it." Hearing Qing Yu's explanation, Tong Tian nodded earnestly, as if suddenly enlightened. He stood up, pacing a few steps in place, while muttering, "Reincarnation proof of Dao, so that's how it is. No wonder Donghua, who is clearly at the peak of Quasi-Saint, willingly disperses his cultivation to re-enter the cycle of life and death. It turns out it is for the sake of proving Dao." He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to the Yuanshi Tianzuan sitting on the other side, bowing deeply. "I was wrong in misunderstanding you, brother. I hope you can forgive me." At this moment, not only Yuanshi, but even everyone present was taken aback. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been holding a teacup, trembled slightly at Tongshan's words, nearly spilling the tea. He quickly set down the teacup and stood up. He walked swiftly to Tong Tian, helping him up with both hands, then clapped his shoulder tightly, his voice carrying a rare touch of emotion. "Third brother. You." Tong Tian straightened up, looking at Yuanshi's face filled with comfort, and the awkwardness in his heart began to... In truth, he had realized in the moment he spoke those words that Qing Yu's so-called reincarnation proof of Dao was likely just a joke made up on the spot to give himself a way out. But that did not matter. What mattered was that he had used that stepping stone to say the words he had always wanted to express, but had found difficult to articulate. He naturally understood that Yuanshi was acting for his own good. Those disciples of Jiejiao were committing atrocities outside, tarnishing the reputation of Jiejiao and eroding its fortunes. Yuanshi sent 12 golden immortals to clean up, and while the methods were a bit harsh fundamentally, it was to clear the way for him. He was angry that Yuanshi had made decisions without consulting him, and in a fit of rage, he had a loud quarrel at Kunlun Mountain. However, before leaving, he turned back and saw Yuanshi sitting alone in the Jade Void Palace, his solitary figure making him appear exceptionally lonely in the vast hall, and he felt a tinge of regret. He wanted to apologize, but could not bring himself to do so. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to leave. Now, seizing this opportunity, the two brothers finally began to mend the rift between them. Yuanshi took Tongshan's hand and had him sit back in his original position, then sat down beside him. The two brothers exchanged smiles, putting aside their past grievances. The atmosphere in the hall also eased considerably because of this. After this little interlude, Yuanshi reined in his smile, his expression becoming solemn. He surveyed the gathered crowd, Qingyou, Laozi, Tongtian, Yuhua, Xinyuanzi, Pingxin, and Fuxi, and slowly spoke, "Esteemed friends, I have a matter that requires discussion with you all. This is also the result of my discussions with Haoyan." He extended his hand, palm up, and an ancient scroll slowly emerged from his hand. The scroll was entirely dark yellow with golden threads around the edges and carved dragons and phoenixes at the ends exuding a rich aura of heavenly Dao. Once unfurled, a vast and majestic aura emanated from it, enveloping the entire space like clouds and mist. Everyone present felt an oppressive force from the origin of heavenly Dao except for Qingyo, who remained calm. The other saints instinctively sat up straight. The scroll was blank without any characters, yet it seemed to bear the weight of countless destinies waiting for the moment to be inscribed. This is the list of deities. Yuanqi's voice was clear as it resonated in everyone's ears. It has been nurtured from the heavenly Dao, and today I have taken it out from the heavenly Dao. Heavenly Court operates, and the underworld turns. Both require manpower. In response to the needs of the development of heaven and earth, the heavenly emperor has yet to take his position, and there should be 4 emperors to govern on behalf of the heavenly emperor, managing the 3 realms and regulating yin and yang. They are the central purple micro-emperor, the southern polar long-life emperor, the heavenly emperor of the upper palaces of the Gaochen, and the eastern extreme Xinhua emperor. These 4 hold the same rank as the heavenly emperor, each governing one aspect of authority, together maintaining the order of heaven and earth. Now, is there anyone among you who wishes to take on this role? The hall fell into a brief silence. Although the 4 emperors held esteemed positions, they ultimately belonged to the heavenly court, bound by heavenly decrees. Cultivators seek only great freedom and ease. With the cultivation and background of those disciples personally taught by the saints, why would they not be rulers of their own domains? Why should they go to the heavenly court and be constrained? Moreover, those capable of holding the position of the 4 emperors must possess sufficient strength. Currently in the primordial world, only the personally taught disciples of the saints are qualified. However, those personally taught disciples, such as Xuandu Guangchengzi and Duobao, are all respected figures. Even quasi-saints would treat them with courtesy, calling them great master or esteemed junior brother. They do not lack status or opportunities, so why would they go to the heavenly court to take on a burdensome task? Thus, there are likely very few willing to take on the role of the 4 emperors. Saint Cunny was the first to break the silence. He stood up, hands together, and said, "My disciple, the medicine master, is now at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, just a step away from severing his corpse. If you esteemed friends do not mind, let him take on one of the 4 emperor positions." Upon hearing this, everyone present was somewhat surprised. Kuntis' mention of the medicine master was not for the sake of fortune. Currently the western region is flourishing, and they do not have enough manpower, so how could they spare someone to go to the heavenly court? Moreover, he is his own disciple. He spoke up only because he was concerned that the 4 emperors would go unfilled, bringing disgrace to everyone. He was also grateful for Yuanqi's generous allocation of resources to the west over the years, thus he spoke in support to set an example. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would not have spoken at this moment. After all, with the heavenly emperor Haoyan reincarnating and cultivating, the heavy responsibility of running the heavenly court would inevitably fall on the 4 emperors, causing them to be overburdened, which would ultimately be detrimental. Sure enough, after Kunti spoke, the surroundings fell into silence. Yuanshi looked at Kunti with a hint of gratitude in his eyes, but slowly shook his head. "Your good intentions are acknowledged, my friend. However, your disciple is currently the only one benefiting from the resources of the western region, and with the severing of his corpse approaching, entering the heavenly court would not be wise. The west is lacking in manpower. It is better for him to remain there." Upon hearing this, Kunti finally relaxed the tension that had built up in his throat. He breathed a sigh of relief, but feigned a look of regret. "If that is the case, then I will follow your words." Yet in his heart he thought, "Thankfully, I did not agree. How could I have been so rash to say that? If I really sent the medicine master out, wouldn't my senior brother Jean scold me for several meetings?" Yuanshi then turned his gaze to his own disciples, pondering for a moment before saying, "Among my disciples is the southern polar immortal whose fortunes are profound and whose Dao is natural. He could serve as the southern polar long life emperor." After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Tontian. It was time to present someone. Currently, the situation of the 8 saints in the primordial realm was apparent. Nuwa only had half a disciple in the Golden Phoenix, who was now at the peak of quasi-saint, and often accompanied Nuwa, enjoying a free and easy life, thus she could not be separated. Qingyu had just taken Dong Wanggong as a disciple, but he had directly reincarnated, leaving no one left. Zenyuanzi had a few ginseng fruit children, but Yuanshi had already observed that those little ginseng fruits were spoiled by Zenyuanzi and still had the hearts of children, making it inappropriate for them to take on the role of the 4 emperors. Fushi, on the other hand, had no disciples and was carefree, having no apprentices at all. And the eldest brother Taiji had only Xuandu to inherit the Dao lineage, thus he naturally could not be on the list. Therefore the main force this time still lay with the schools of Chan and Jia. Tongtian felt a wave of unease at Yuanqi's gaze. His eyes darted among his disciples, reluctant to part with one and another. Duobao. He is the head of Jia Jiao and is destined to inherit his mantle. Jinling. That girl is efficient, he cannot do without her. Wudong. Guling. Zhao Gongming. The three Xiaos. Each one is a treasure to him, and he cannot bear to send any of them out. Rubbing his head, he awkwardly chuckled. Second brother, what do you think about this? The Taiji saint beside him sighed softly at his appearance. A figure emerged from his main body, transforming into an old man wearing a Taiji robe and holding a whisk. His appearance was identical to his true self, but his aura was slightly more restrained. It was indeed Taiji's good corpse. I only have Xuandu as a disciple, who entering the heavenly court would not be advisable. The good corpse of Taiji spoke calmly, then let this good corpse replace me. It is also good to stabilize the younger generation, but there is no need for the position of the four emperors. That position has its benefits, so let the younger ones take it. I only need a position for myself. At this moment Qingyu also spoke. Xian Jinzi belongs to the center, harmonizing with the heavenly principles, and can enter the heavenly court. He had already inquired among the crowd in the Du Guangzhong to see if anyone was willing to serve in the heavenly court. Xian Jinzi expressed his willingness to go, so he agreed. Xian Jinzi had followed him for many years with solid cultivation and a stable temperament, more than capable of taking on one of the four emperor positions. Yuanshi nodded, sequentially writing down the names on the list of deities. The positions of the four emperors were thus settled, and now only two remained unfilled. Then Yuanshi closed the list of deities, his expression becoming even more serious. Esteemed friends, I need to explain one more matter. The killing tribulation has not disappeared. His gaze swept over everyone as he spoke each word clearly. It is still accumulating. Once it reaches a certain extent, the primordial realm will autonomously operate, using killing to stop killing. In simple terms, it is to cleanse those pests that harm the common people and disrupt order. He unfurled the list of deities. On the scroll's blank spaces, it seemed as if numerous characters were faintly surfacing and quickly disappearing. There should be 365 righteous deities to take their positions on the list of deities. With the great tribulation at hand, and the killing tribulation to be settled, only Quasi-Saints can attain peace. As for the rest, those involved with causes and effects will all fall into the great tribulation, and their names will be on the list. Tontian did not show any displeasure upon hearing this. He naturally understood the principle of the list of deities. Those on the list have insufficient fortune, insufficient roots, and insufficient strength. Rather than being completely obliterated in the tribulation, it is better to be listed and receive the fortune of the heavenly court, which is also a way out. For his disciples with insufficient foundations, this might not be a bad place. However, as their master, he could not make the decision for them. Let them rely on their own abilities, Tontian said slowly, his voice carrying a hint of complexity, also a touch of relief. In the great tribulation, let them rely on their own abilities. Whether they are listed or not depends on their own fortunes. I will not choose for them, nor will I shield them. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, whether it is tribulation or predestination, it is all up to them. Yuanshi nodded and put away the list of deities. The saints gradually departed, each returning to their own places of cultivation. Laozi rode the green bull, leisurely disappearing into the horizon. Xinyuanzi also moved along with Pingxin, not staying any longer with Qingyu. The two of them whispered to each other as they left, discussing who knows what. As Tontian left, he turned back to glance at Yuanshi. The two brothers exchanged glances without unnecessary words, just slightly nodding before turning to leave. Some words need not be spoken, as they understood each other. Yuanshi remained until the end. He stood at the edge of the Xiantian realm, watching the direction in which the saints departed, remaining silent for a long time. Are you not leaving, my friend? Qingji's voice came from behind him. Yuanshi did not turn back, only softly said, once the list of deities is out, the primordial realm will find it difficult to remain tranquil. Peace has always been a luxury. Qingyu walked to his side, following his gaze towards the vast primordial land. From the opening of the heavens by Pangu until now, when has the primordial realm ever been truly peaceful? The initial calamity of Longhen, the battle of Wu and Yao, each time it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Now that the list of deities has emerged, it is merely a reckoning of the accumulated killing tribulation. Better to have a brief pain than a long one. You have long seen through this point, so why sigh here? Yuanshi let out a bitter smile. Seeing through is one thing, sighing is another. I was just thinking, among those listed, how many truly deserve their fate, and how many are simply unfortunate. Fortune is inherently a part of strength, Qingyu replied lightly. The investiture of the gods scroll hung outside the southern heavenly gate, its profound yellow and black parchment swaying gently in the celestial gales, radiating an overwhelming aura of heaven's Dao. The great calamity continued to accumulate, like a dormant volcano gathering immense power deep beneath the earth, awaiting the instant of cataclysmic eruption. Yet before that moment arrived, the primordial world once again entered a tranquil era of steady development. During this period of calm, life flourished and multiplied across the vast expanse of the Honghuang lands. Traces of living beings appeared everywhere, in mountain ranges, along riverbanks, and across boundless plains. The descendants of the Yaos proliferated generation after generation, Yet those born with extraordinary innate bloodlines grew increasingly diluted, and ever more rare, with each passing age. Once common primordial beings had now become as scarce as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Most newly born Yaos were indistinguishable from ordinary beasts at birth, even though their cultivation foundation began no lower than the earth immortal realm. Only through arduous prolonged practice could they awaken their spiritual intelligence and step onto the path of cultivation. This was not due to a decline in the Honghuang's spiritual energy, but rather the natural law of procreation. The more offspring born, the less primordial essence each inherited from its parents. Meanwhile, humanity thrived in a different way. Unlike the Yaos, humans were born with innate wisdom, but utterly devoid of spiritual energy. Humanity was the most extraordinary race in the Honghuang. Mortal-fleshed, short-lived, yet endowed with boundless creativity and unparalleled adaptability. They could neither summon wind, nor command rain, nor shift mountains, or fill seas. Yet with their own hands they erected cities upon this land, and carved fertile fields from wilderness. After the era of the three sovereigns ended, the cosmic fortune of all things converged upon humanity, surging forth with unprecedented vigor. Upon ascending to the fire cloud cavern, Xianyuan, the Yellow Emperor, did not retreat into serene repose. He severed his evil corpse and dispatched it to the netherworld, where it became Yinluo, the sovereign judge entrusted by Lady Pingxin to govern the vast cycle of reincarnation. An emperor who ruled the mortal realm would continue to preside over life and death as Yinluo in the netherworld, governing both realms without pause, without rest. On the mortal plane, humanity entered the age of the five emperors, each born in resonance with one of the five elements of heaven and earth, each commanding a distinct domain of cosmic fortune, continuing Xuanyuan's unfinished legacy. The five emperors were born in harmony with the five elements, each governing a unique aspect of celestial fortune and carrying forward Xuanyuan's unfulfilled mission. Xiaohao, the Metal Emperor, inherited Xuanyuan's will. He was born in the western Hua wilderness, where a phoenix descended bearing a jade disc which settled into his mother's arms, thus conceiving him. From birth, Xiaohao spoke fluently and understood the language of all birds. Upon ascending the throne, he appointed his officials according to avian titles. The phoenix oversaw the calendar, the swallow governed the equinoxes and solstices, the shrike regulated seasonal openings and closures, the pheasant commanded wind and rain. Under his rule, humanity coexisted harmoniously with myriad birds, a reign crowned with consummate virtue. Xiaohao then ascended heavenward on a dragon, returning to his sacred station in the western realm of metal virtue. Xuanxu, the Water Emperor. He was born beside the Ruo River, where heavy snow fell ceaselessly for 7 days, blanketing 1,000 li in pristine white. From birth, Xuanxu bore dark water patterns upon his body, enabling him to walk upon water and comprehend the nature of rivers, lakes, and seas. In a dream, he journeyed upstream along the celestial river to its source, where a black tortoise emerged bearing a divine diagram. Thereupon he grasped the profound secrets of hydrology and geography, teaching humanity how to dredge waterways and dig wells. Having fulfilled his virtuous mandate, Xuanxu transformed into a black dragon and plunged into the northern sea, returning to his sacred station in the northern realm of water virtue. Diku, the Wood Emperor, Xuanxu's nephew, was born in the Qiangsang lands, where a blue dragon coiled around his dwelling for 7 days without departing. Diku was born with innate knowledge of flora, able to hear and understand the voices of 10,000 trees. Later, he transformed into a blue phoenix and soared into the eastern forests, returning to his sacred station in the eastern realm of wood virtue. Yao, the Fire Emperor, son of Diku, was born in the Damling lands. At his birth, crimson light flooded the chamber, illuminating it like the rising sun. Yao was born with 8-colored brows and eyes blazing like torches, able to see clearly even in deepest night. When he ascended the throne, humanity had already grown numerous, but devastating floods ravaged the land, plunging people into misery. He tasked Guin with flood control. Guin stole the celestial emperor's Shirong soil to dam the torrents, but failed after 9 years. Yao then commissioned Shiha to observe the sun, moon, and stars, refining the calendar with greater precision to guide agricultural cycles. He established the admonition drum and censure pillar, inviting commoners to speak freely and criticize governance. Upon completing his virtuous reign, Yao transformed into a scarlet crow and flew into the southern heavens, taking his sacred station in the southern realm of fire virtue, guarding the vermilion bird constellation. Shun, the Earth Emperor, succeeded Yao through abdication. Born on Lishan Mountain, he tilled the banks of the Yellow River. From birth, Shuan possessed double pupils, granting him vision into the flow of geomantic qi and mastery over the contours of mountains and rivers. Once he performed the Shao music upon the Dongding Plains. By its 9th movement, phoenixes descended in reverence and all beasts danced in unison. During his reign, the floods were finally tamed by Yu, allowing the people to live in peace and prosperity. While touring the southern territories, Xuan passed away in the Kangwu wilderness, transforming into a yellow dragon and returning to his sacred station in the central realm of Earth Virtue. Through the successive reigns of the 5 emperors, humanity's cosmic fortune steadily ascended. Kunpeng, the former Grand Master of the Yaos and esteemed minister of the Celestial Court, had after eons of service in heaven finally grasped the truth: being virtuous brought no guaranteed reward, yet being wicked invariably invited retribution. He had repeatedly attempted to assume the role of antagonist, from the Dragonhan primordial calamity to the Demon Clan War, from the 3 sovereigns' reign to the restoration of the Celestial Court, always seeking advantage by standing in opposition. Yet each attempt ended in failure. His nascent soul had once been enslaved by Di Juan, only Nua's timely intervention saved him from eternal bondage. He schemed, calculated, betrayed, yet gained nothing in return. After repeated defeats, Kunpeng finally relinquished his ambitions. As his celestial peers withdrew to their private abodes to enjoy transcendent freedom, Kunpeng too departed the Celestial Court. He intended to return to Beiming, the homeland where he had first awakened and matured. Yet upon arriving, he discovered a new neighbor had taken residence, the Black Tortoise. Since Shinnong's ascension, the tortoise had returned to Beiming, resuming its eternal slumber. How immense the Black Tortoise was! Its colossal form nearly occupied 2/3 of Beiming. It lay motionless upon the abyssal floor like a drifting island. Each breath stirred colossal whirlpools upon the sea's surface. Kunpeng stood at Beiming's shore, gazing silently upon waters both familiar and alien. He and the Black Tortoise, both primordial deities born of Beiming, were evenly matched in strength. To jointly govern Beiming might have been auspicious, yet it also risked catastrophic conflict and mutual ruin. After reflection, Kunpeng chose to withdraw. He had grown weary of strife, exhausted by calculation. All he desired was quietude, a place to rest undisturbed and at ease. And so he journeyed to humanity. It was the age of the human sovereigns. Hidden currents surged across the Honghuang, and many sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain. Kunpeng initially intended to aid humanity, demonstrating benevolence. Yet he soon realized such aid was unnecessary. Those attempting to profit from disorder were calmly escorted by Lady Pingxin into the underworld for karmic judgment. Watching figures vanish into the cycle of rebirth, Kunpeng more than once felt profound gratitude for having chosen virtue. He settled into a small human village. Occasionally he aided nearby villagers, warding off wild beasts, advising on farming, forecasting weather. Gradually he earned local renown. People revered him as Master Kun. Children gazed upon him with awe, listening raptly as he recounted distant tales. Kunpeng found this sensation unexpectedly pleasant, until tranquility shattered. One day as he dozed before his cottage, clamor jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw a child of 7 or 8 standing at his gate, peering curiously inside. The boy's features were refined and clear-eyed, his gaze luminous, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of all things. "Whose child are you?" Kunpeng asked. "I am Sangjia," the boy replied without hesitation. "I heard there lies a learned elder here. I've come to study under him." Kunpeng raised an eyebrow. "Who told you there's a learned elder here?" "Everyone in the village says so," Sangjia answered earnestly. "They say he knows countless things and tells wondrous stories. I wish to become just as learned." Kunpeng had intended to dismiss him, yet meeting those limpid eyes, he changed his mind. He rose, approached Sangjia, knelt, and met the boy's gaze levelly. "What would you learn, eh?" "I wish to learn how to record events," Sangjia said. "My father serves as the tribe's scribe. He knots ropes to keep records. But I find this insufficient, as so much remains unclear. I seek a better method, to record everything with perfect clarity." Kunpeng fell silent for a moment. In his long existence, he had encountered countless prodigies, ambitious schemers, seekers of power and strength, but never before had a child declared his aspiration to be the mastery of recording itself. "Very well," Kunpeng said. "I shall teach you, but you must promise me one thing." "What is it, eh?" Sangjia's eyes gleamed. "You must persevere to the end," Kunpeng said. "This path is arduous. It may consume your entire lifetime. If you abandon it midway, do not call me master." Sangjia nodded firmly. "I swear I shall persevere." And so Sangjia became Kunpeng's disciple. "What is your ambition?" Kunpeng asked. "I hope all beings may communicate freely," Sangjia replied, unified by a single script, enhancing understanding across all realms. Moved by this aspiration, Kunpeng, setting aside his venerable dignity, guided Sangjia across the myriad races, invoking his former status as Grand Master of the Yaos. They traversed towering peaks, crossed mighty rivers, delved into dense jungles, and crossed scorching deserts. They visited the roosts of birds and beasts and explored the burrows of scaled and insectal kin. At each destination, Kunpeng, drawing upon his stature and rapport, requested local races demonstrate their modes of communication. Birdsong, beast roars, insect wing vibrations, fish swims. Each species possessed its own unique language, yet none shared a universal medium. Songjia observed each system meticulously imprinting every distinctive trait upon his memory. He noted how avian footprints varied distinctly, serving to differentiate concepts, how beast claw marks conveyed meaning through depth and pressure, how tree grains infinitely diverse encoded information uniquely. He began integrating these observations with existing human symbols, forging novel characters, one by one. Kunpeng guided him, drawing upon his vast experience and erudition, to refine each character's structure and semantic depth. Sometimes they debated for days to determine the optimal form of a single character. Sometimes they traveled thousands of li to test whether a character could be universally comprehended across species. Seasons cycled, spring to autumn, winter to summer. Years blurred into decades. Songjia matured from child to youth, then to middle age. His hair turned silver, wrinkles etched his temples. Yet his eyes burned ever brighter, for he knew his labor would transform the world. At last, on a serene, sun-dappled day, Songjia and Kunpeng completed their final work, 129,600 characters arranged in flawless order before them. Each character embodied a unique meaning, each bore the weight of their devotion and sacrifice. Together they encompassed heaven and earth, sun and moon, mountains and rivers, flora and fauna, birds and beasts, and the full spectrum of human experience, from the most concrete object to the most abstract concept. Songjia inscribed them upon a vast leaf. The moment the final stroke was drawn, heaven and earth trembled. The clear sky abruptly darkened. Roiling black clouds converged from all directions, blotting out the sun. Gale-force winds howled, hurling sand and stone. Then, a colossal beam of golden merit light erupted from the ninth heaven, enveloping Songjia and Kunpeng. So vast, so pure was this merit light that it rivaled the splendor of the three sovereigns' ascensions. Moved by the creation of writing, the very foundation of civilization, the Dao bestowed infinite merit to honor their achievement. Bathed in this golden radiance, the 129,600 characters lifted from the leaf, hovering midair, rearranging themselves spontaneously into a thick, solemn tome. Its cover shimmered with profound yellow and black hues inscribed in golden merit light with the words, Wan Dao Wen Dian, the 10,000 Dao scriptural canon, emitting a warm, boundless luminescence. Thus was born the supreme post-creation merit artifact, the Wan Dao Wen Dian. This scripture unified the fortunes of 10,000 paths and wielded immeasurable power. Its bearer could comprehend all scripts, speak all tongues, and know all events, past and present. More than a dictionary, it was a sacred vessel, the very spark of human civilization. Songjia gazed at the floating Wan Dao, when Dian, tears streaming down his face. He reached out, only for a larger hand to seize it first. Kunpeng snatched the tome, examined it front and back, and nodded approvingly. A fine treasure, truly excellent. I shall safeguard it for you. Songjia blinked. Master, what? Kunpeng cast him a sidelong glance. After accompanying you across all races, refining every character, and humbling myself to beg favors, surely I deserve to hold it now that it is complete. Songjia opened his mouth, intending to say the tome was always meant for his master. Yet seeing Kunpeng's unassailable confidence, he swallowed his words. He simply smiled and bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for guarding it on my behalf. Kunpeng grunted, tucked the Wan Dao Wen Dian into his sleeve, then despite himself let his lips curl upward before tossing it back to Songjia. You keep it for protection. This humble Taoist possesses no treasures. Though heavenly materials abound, I lack even a single protective artifact. I gave you no talisman at your initiation, so retain this. Though merit flows within you granting longevity, a protective artifact remains indispensable. Kunpeng spoke to the aged Songjia, whose cultivation had not reversed his physical decline, for this was the erosion of cosmic fortune. The accumulated fortune of all human clans converged upon a single mortal, and upon a matter as foundational as civilization itself, proved unbearable for any postnatal human to bear. Thus his aged form manifested. From that moment on, Songjia's face bore the marks of age. It was not merely a sign of aging, but a kind of calmness and gravitas that transcended years. The frost of time was etched into his brow, and wisdom settled deep within his eyes. He never harbored the slightest resentment or complaint. He understood that he was fortunate to accomplish the monumental task of creating characters with a mortal body, to construct a bridge of communication for myriad races, and to leave his name etched in the annals of history. This fortune was coveted by many. He was content whenever he walked along the road and saw children writing their first names with the characters he created. Seeing the elders record their family histories with the characters he crafted, witnessing envoys of different tribes signing treaties using his characters, he felt that this life was worth living. Songjia withdrew the myriad texts and tucked them into his sleeve, his movements crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Kunpeng widened his eyes, staring at him in disbelief, as if conveying a thought. Couldn't you refuse, just once? I was merely being polite. How could you actually take it back? Songjia looked at Kunpeng's defeated expression and smiled slightly, bowing. Master's teachings are engraved in my heart. This item was created through the joint efforts of master and disciple and should naturally be kept by the master. However, after much contemplation, I believe that since this item embodies the essence of characters for all races, it should be carried by me for ongoing supplementation and revision. Once I achieve greatness, I will request the master's decision. Kunpeng opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. He snorted and turned his head away, no longer looking at Songjia, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his. Having lived through countless epochs, he had seen innumerable geniuses and heroes, yet he had never encountered a student like this. Someone who, despite accomplishing earth-shattering feats, maintained such humility and clarity. This disciple was far stronger than himself, but that was for the best. It would spare him from experiencing the harsh lessons he had to endure as a master. 200 epochs later, the human race ushered in a new era. After the 5 emperors, the system of abdication came to an end. Yu was successful in controlling the floods and succeeded Shun as the ruler. He divided the land into 9 provinces and cast 9 cauldrons, establishing the territories of Ji, Yanqing, Suyang, Jingyu, Liang, and Yong, placing a cauldron in each province to stabilize the fortunes. In his later years, he intended to emulate Yao and Shun by passing the throne to the virtuous Bo Yi. However, his son Qi, leveraging his father's prestige and his own abilities, gained the support of various tribes and ultimately replaced Bo Yi, establishing the first dynasty in human history, the Xia. From then on, the world ruled by the public transformed into a family dynasty. The system of abdication turned into a system of inheritance. Some sighed, some cheered, claiming this was progress. Regardless, a new era belonging to the human race had begun. The disciples of the Chan sect eagerly came forth again, seeking to gain a portion of merit in this new dynasty to offset their own karmic retributions. Guang Qingzi brought his disciples, some serving as officials, others as military strategists, and some as honored guests of local tyrants, attempting to carve out a share in this emerging dynasty. However, after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors returned to their positions, many great beings of the human race also emerged. These great beings of the human race, whether tribal leaders, local lords, or reclusive sages, guarded the fate of the human race, ensuring that outsiders could not easily take away what rightfully belonged to humanity. The disciples of the Chan sect busily scurried about, ultimately gaining only a meager amount of merit, which in terms of karmic retribution was but a drop in the bucket. 400 epochs later, the Xia dynasty fell. In the Xiantian realm, Qingyu gazed down upon the human world. His gaze pierced through layers of clouds and the dust of the mortal realm. Then his eyes settled on a colorful peacock nearby. Kong Xian, born in the land where Yuan Feng fell, had now attained the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. His 5-colored divine light, after years of refinement, had reached perfection. Within the 5 elements, nothing could withstand or escape its power. Go now, Qingyu said softly. Kong Xian seemed to sense something flapping his wings and transforming into a stream of 5-colored light, descending into the mortal realm. He was the destined mysterious bird born to establish the Shang. The ancestral figure of Shang-Chi was born when his mother Jian Di swallowed the egg of the mysterious bird. Qi assisted Yu in controlling the floods and was enfeoffed in the land of Shang. After 14 generations, it passed to Chengtang. Chengtang, known for his benevolence and virtue, gained the allegiance of the lords. He appointed Yi as his minister, promoting internal virtue and appeasing the lords externally. Xia Jia was brutal, and the people suffered greatly. Chengtang raised an army to overthrow Xia, and in the Battle of Ming Tiao, Xia Jia was defeated. The Shang dynasty was established, and the capital was set in Bo. Thus began a great era. The fortunes of the human race reached unprecedented heights during the Shang dynasty. Within the human realm, the fortunes surged like tides, and the dust of the mortal world surged. Immortals descended into the mortal realm, while spiritual energy became obstructed. Those cultivators accustomed to walking among mortals suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy in the mortal realm had become increasingly thin and difficult to absorb. The divine abilities that were once easily performed now became sluggish in areas populated by humans. Some cultivators with lower levels of cultivation could not even fly using the wind in human cities, having to walk like mortals. The cultivators and great beings saw the current state of humanity and finally realized what the human race had accomplished through the 5 emperors and the Xia emperor. Since the Yu cast the 9 cauldrons to stabilize the human race, they had laid out a grand scheme. The 9 cauldrons were not only symbols of power, but also a massive formation. It was based on the 9 provinces with mountains and rivers as veins, using the fortunes of the human race as a guide, tightly binding the dust of the mortal realm within the territory of humanity. The denser the mortal dust, the thinner the spiritual energy. The thinner the spiritual energy, the more limited the power of the cultivators. Yet ordinary people within the human race thrived in this mortal dust, proliferating and living without disturbance. This was the preparation made by the sages of the human race to protect ordinary people. After all, ordinary people already comprised more than 60% of the total human population. This ratio would only increase in future developments, never decrease. They could not cultivate, had no divine abilities, and had short lifespans. Before cultivators, they were as fragile as ants. To protect them, to ensure that every human could live and work peacefully on this land, the sages of the human race laid out this grand scheme. From the 3 sovereigns to the 5 emperors, from Diyu to Xia Qi, generations passed the torch, continuously perfecting this grand formation, which finally reached a state of perfection during the Shang dynasty. With the 9 cauldrons established, the mortal dust was locked. The realms of immortals and mortals were distinct, and the divide between gods and humans was clear. Those who were accustomed to walking and cultivating among mortals had to begin adapting to the new rules. Some chose to leave areas populated by humans and retreat to deep mountains or overseas immortal islands to cultivate. Others chose to integrate into humanity, shedding their identities as cultivators and living as ordinary. Some opted to join the heavenly court. 300 epochs later, on this day in the 33 heavens, suddenly the sky was filled with rosy light, and golden radiance spread out. The golden light cascaded down from the 9 heavens like a golden waterfall, enveloping the entire heavenly court. The celestial beings in the heavenly court all looked up, witnessing a figure slowly materializing within the golden light. The figure was initially blurry, as if obscured by layers of mist. But as the golden light gathered, the figure grew clearer and more solid. A tremendous aura emanated from him, merging into the heavens and earth, resonating with the entirety of the primordial chaos. The forces of creation surged forth like a tide, reshaping his divine body. His meridians reconnected, and his primordial spirit reassembled. Every inch of his skin, every breath he took underwent transformation. Haoyan of old is now known as Zhang Beining. He opened his eyes, having witnessed the vicissitudes of time over millions of years, observing the rise and fall of the world. Zhang Beining gazed down at the heavenly court, at the long vacant imperial throne, and the Yaoqi that awaited his return, remaining silent as he took a step down. As his first step landed, the heavenly court trembled. With his second step, the heavens and earth resonated. The stars of the universe lit up simultaneously. With his third step, all beings bowed in reverence. The living beings on the primordial earth, regardless of their cultivation level or racial origin, felt a profound sense of awe from the depths of their souls, instinctively bowing in the direction of the heavenly court. Step by step, he walked toward the long vacant imperial throne. With each step, he took an authority gathered from the heavens and earth, falling into his hands. The heavenly emperor descended with great momentum, reclaiming divine authority. The gods of the sun and moon, the gods of wind and rain, the gods of mountains and rivers, the gods of plants and trees, all the scattered divine powers throughout the primordial heavens felt the supreme call at that moment, gathering towards the heavenly court. The dual gods of the sun and moon were indeed special. The sun and moon had their own trajectories which could not be interfered with by human power. In the heavenly court, 2 palaces slowly descended. One was the sun god palace, resplendent in red gold. The other was the moon god palace, shining silver with a clear glow. The authority of the sun and moon fell into the heavenly court, passed through the court, and ultimately returned to the sun and moon gods. This was the trajectory set by Qingyu. The operation of the sun and moon followed its own path, and the heavenly court merely needed to lend its name to accumulate merit. The sun god and moon god naturally had no objections. They were inherently divine beings of high status and did not care about the ownership of this authority, as long as it did not affect their own cultivation, and freedom being associated with the heavenly court was of no. This also included the wood ancestor seal on Qingyu, which, although left by the Dao, ultimately belonged to the primordial chaos. Yet for Qingyu, it was of little consequence. He was now the origin of the wood Dao within the entire chaos, and his true identity could no longer be encapsulated by the wood ancestor. Qingyu lightly tapped his forehead, and the authority of the wood Dao descended from the Xiantian realm, but the wood ancestor seal was retained by Qingyu, as it had been with him since his birth. Qingyu was somewhat nostalgic. As for the authority returning to the primordial chaos, it was merely a matter of time. Even Hongzhun returned everything to the primordial chaos, and so would Qingyu. Moreover, the living beings of the primordial chaos naturally included wood-related beings, which should be managed by the primordial chaos itself. Once, when the primordial chaos was chaotic and the world was in turmoil, the Dao Lord needed to preside over it to prevent great wars from disturbing the primordial chaos. Now that stability was restored, it was naturally time to reclaim it. The heavenly emperor glanced at the azure light descending from the 33 heavens, bowed deeply, and the list of deities fell into his hands, restoring authority. Holding the list of deities, the heavenly emperor stood before the Lingxiao Hall, his gaze sweeping across the 4 directions. His voice, amplified by the authority of the heavens, echoed throughout the primordial earth. Authority is restored. As his words fell, the divine light on the list of deities erupted, stirring ripples that spread outward in all directions. At that moment, the entire primordial realm felt the call from the heavenly court. Those who were still observing upon seeing Kinji's actions realized they could no longer delay. They had originally intended to take advantage of the great prosperity of the primordial chaos to gain more merit with the authority in their hands. After all, with authority, they had the leverage to bargain with the heavenly court. They could use the power of authority to guide believers in the mortal realm, collect faith, accumulate merit, and enhance their cultivation. But now even Xingyo, a primordial Daoist immortal, had granted authority to the heavenly court. What reason did they have to continue holding on to it? If they wished to continue exercising authority, they could simply choose to join the heavenly court. However, they were not the gods of the sun and moon who held positions of extreme elevation and had trajectories established by Xingyo where authority operated autonomously and merely required a name to accumulate merit. These rain gods, wind gods, thunder gods, and lightning gods, if they entered the heavenly court, would likely find no respite. They would have to regularly bring rain, blow wind, strike thunder, and flash lightning, facing penalties for even the slightest mistake. Working hard to enhance their cultivation was originally for the sake of freedom and ease. To relinquish that freedom in pursuit of cultivation would be to lose sight of their true purpose. Yet the restoration of authority was an unstoppable trend, one they could not resist. The divine authorities scattered across the primordial earth were drawn back to their rightful places by the list of deities. On Qilin Cliff, a beam of earthy yellow light shot up into the sky. This was the authority of the Lord of Beasts. Ever since the Qilin fell during the calamity of Longhin, this authority had remained dormant beneath Qilin Cliff, unable to be awakened. At this moment, sensing the call of the list of deities, it finally awakened from its slumber. The earthy yellow light surged forth like a waking giant beast, breaking through the cliff and soaring into the 9 heavens, flying toward the heavenly court. At the edge of the heavens, the azure dragon stationed in the east slowly opened its eyes, gazing at the light ascending from Qilin Cliff. After a moment of silence, it relinquished the authority it had guarded for generations. The azure dragon watched the light ascend, following the call of the list of deities with no reluctance, in its eyes only a sense of relief. Go now. The azure dragon spoke softly. This world is no longer our era. In the southern sky, a crimson light also rose. This was the authority of the Feng clan, released by Zhu Ke. The Phoenix clan had remained low-key ever since Yuan Feng's fall. Now Zhu Ke represented the Feng clan, returning the authority to the heavenly court. The crimson light surged like a phoenix, bathing in fire, spreading its wings and soaring across the sky, chasing after the list of deities. The light of authority gathered from all directions of the primordial chaos. The authority of heaven and earth belongs to the celestial court, with the god-conferring list hanging high above the Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, the positions of the 365 deities on the list are empty, awaiting to be filled. However, no one comes. Those cultivators who have survived since ancient times, the mighty beings who inherited the legacy of the previous generation, and the celestial and star gods who once served in the celestial court, but left all, choose silence instead of joining the celestial court. They watch the heavenly emperor consolidate his power and see the god-conferring list hanging high, yet they merely observe from afar like spectators, with no one willing to step forward. The celestial and star gods who once slipped away feel a sense of relief upon witnessing the heavenly emperor's actions. Since the emperor has chosen this path, it signifies that the former celestial court has become a thing of the past. The current celestial court is a new realm of power concentrated in one person. A new celestial court means new rules, and new rules mean uncertainty. Before the situation becomes clear, those with intentions are unwilling to recklessly enter. Hao Yin walks into the Lingxiao Palace and sits down with the Yaoqi. He takes a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the vast hall, then slowly raises his hand. The heavenly decree descends, announcing to the wilderness. The decree transforms into a beam of golden light shooting from the celestial court, passing through 33 heavens, spreading across the 9 skies, and 10 realms, landing in the ears of every living being. Now every move of Hao Yin carries heavenly intent, a trend of destiny. Even the primordial supreme being cannot easily change positions. Since the world has survived its tribulations, one must pass the tests of the wilderness to become the heavenly emperor and rule over it. The authority of heaven and earth is dispensed by the sages, with 3 parts returning to Haoshin's hands. Every decree he issues represents the will of the heavenly path and possesses an irreversible power. The first heavenly decree evokes respect from all beings in the wilderness. Respect to the emperor, the immortal ancestor Qin Yu, the heavenly authority of the azure vault, and the spirit of the universe, the great emperor who supports the myriad transformations and governs the world. This sound spreads throughout the wilderness, reaching the 9 skies and 10 realms, traversing mountains and rivers. Wherever the sound travels, the winds and clouds change color, the flora bows down, and all spirits become solemn. Even those hidden mighty beings are forced to reveal themselves and voice their praises. No one dares remain silent in front of this heavenly decree, for that would be disrespectful to the immortal ancestor and to the heavenly path. The second heavenly decree is the title bestowed by Hao Yin upon himself. Hao Yin, the supreme emperor of the Golden Vault, the natural marvel, the true Jade Emperor. Hao Yin smiles slightly at this scene. He secretly calculates with Dong Wang Gong now reincarnated and recultivating the position beside Qin Yu is conveniently vacant, allowing him to take advantage of the opportunity. If he can gain Qin Yu's favor, the celestial court will have a stronger foundation. Zhang Banian's final life was as a human. He experienced the joys and sorrows of humanity, feeling the depths of emotions and desires. He once admired the peach blossoms in spring, listened to the cicadas in summer, watched the falling leaves in autumn, and searched for plum blossoms in the snow of winter. During his time in the mortal realm, he had a wife and a daughter named Longji. Those earthly years were like a grand dream, and by the time he awoke, he had become another person. When his merits were finally fulfilled, and he returned to the celestial court to recover his memories, the person before him was unexpectedly Yaoqi. At that moment, countless memories surged in his heart. He looked at her, and she looked back at him, both speechless with tears streaming down. Yaoqi severed half of her origin, requesting the god of marriage to act using the red embroidery ball, a treasure of merit, to locate Zhang Banian's reincarnation. This was to assist him in re-establishing the balance of yin and yang and adhering to the ethical principles of heaven and earth. However, although the heavenly emperor has returned, the celestial court is still lacking personnel and has yet to take on its responsibilities. Relying solely on the current several quasi-saints in the celestial court is still insufficient. Those positions of authority need dedicated individuals to manage them. Daily affairs require specialized handling, and the reports from the lower realms require dedicated responses. Yet the celestial court remains empty, lacking even the celestial officials to run errands. Although the primordial supreme being set the policy for the killing tribulation and the establishment of the god list, the timing of this accumulating tribulation remains unknown. However, the celestial court must still operate and coordinate with the underworld to ensure the entire wilderness cycles smoothly. Life and death, yin and yang, winds, rains, thunder and lightning, and the changing seasons all require the celestial court to coordinate. If the celestial court becomes paralyzed, the order of the entire wilderness will be affected. The heavenly emperor once again emerges from seclusion, sending a request for support to the primordial. However, this time the message sank into the sea. After the message was sent, it was as if there was no response. Not only the primordial, but also Qin Yu, Zhen Yuan, Zinu, Hua Ping, Xian, and Fu Shi, all the saints of the wilderness, did not reply. The heavenly emperor's messages were sent one after another, but it was as if he was shouting into the void, receiving no response. Left with no choice, the heavenly emperor sought out the saint's avatar Taishang Laojuan, wanting to inquire about news. He rode on a cloud to the Du Shua Palace outside the 33 heavens, only to find the palace door ajar, with green smoke curling from the alchemy furnace, yet no sign of Laojuan. He entered the palace, passing through several courtyards, and finally found Taishang Laojuan dozing in the alchemy room in the back courtyard. After being awakened, Laojuan looked bewildered. "I don't know either." Laojuan shook his head, his white brows drooping. "That day my main body suddenly sensed something, showing an expression of shock, then left the wilderness and went into the chaos. This avatar of mine still has a connection with the main body, but I cannot know exactly what happened. I only know that this matter must be significant." Upon hearing this news, Hao Yin felt as if struck by lightning. He stood frozen in place, speechless for a long while. He was not afraid. He was bewildered. Just as he returned to his position, all the saints vanished, leaving him to manage an empty wilderness. But the problem was he had no subordinates. Although the authority has returned without anyone to execute it, the authority is but a piece of paper. Although the positions of the deities have been established without anyone to take office, the god-conferring list is blank. He sat slumped on the throne, tears streaming down his face, feeling that being the heavenly emperor was incredibly difficult. He gazed at the empty hall, at the vacant seats, and a deep sense of helplessness surged within him. Suddenly he remembered something, stood up abruptly, startling Yaoqi. "Quickly go to the west. Find the god of guidance to come and discuss our great plan." Heoshan's eyes lit up as if grasping a lifeline. Though the saints are gone, the god of guidance must remain. This person is also a disciple of the great Lord. It is only right for us to help each other. The messenger hurried to the western spiritual mountain. However, the eagerly awaited Hao Yin received was the message of the god of guidance declining. "The west is barren, and the teaching affairs are busy. It is difficult to spare myself. Please forgive the heavenly emperor." Hao Yin was saddened, but he said nothing. He merely sat silently on the throne, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yaoqi looked at his expression, lightly sighed, and held his hand. Just as he was lost in thought, a report came from outside the hall. "Emperor Go Chun has arrived." Hao Yin hurriedly stood up and looked outside the hall. He saw Xian Zhenzi walking and slowly dressed in a purple imperial robe, wearing a pink tian crown, with a sword hanging at his waist, moving at a leisurely pace, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The imperial robe was embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and as he walked the starlight flowed within it. Hao Yin was already very familiar with Xian Zhenzi. When he participated in the Western Poverty Alleviation Program, the two had worked together, and it would not be an exaggeration to call each other friends. Now that Xian Zhenzi had arrived, Hao Yin naturally did not put on the airs of a heavenly emperor. He greeted him, and then slumped back into his seat, continuously expressing the difficulties of the celestial court. His words implied a desire for Xian Zhenzi to come up with some solutions, ideally bringing some people from Duguang with full benefits. He spoke passionately, as if wanting to pour out all the grievances he had suffered during these days. After hearing him, Xian Zhenzi smiled slightly. In Duguang, there are many who engage in pure cultivation and do not interfere with worldly affairs. It may be difficult to persuade them. However, I know that your majesty is in difficulty, so I have brought someone to assist your majesty. Upon hearing that someone was coming to assist, Hao Yin immediately perked up. He sat up straight, his eyes shining. His mind raced, guessing who the visitor might be. Could it be that renowned immortal? That would be a mighty being. If she could be invited, the celestial court would gain a fierce general. Or perhaps it was the Western Queen Mother. She had managed the myriad immortals for many years, and if she could bring the 10,000 immortals to assist, the operation of the celestial court would be secured. The more Hao Yin thought, the happier he became, his lips curling up involuntarily, completely unaware that the person Xian Zhenzi was introducing had already stepped out from behind him. Xian Zhenzi had already stood to the side, respectfully bowing. Yao Qi hurriedly got off the throne halfway down. Seeing Hao Yin still in a daze, she turned back and pulled him down quickly. Only then did Hao Yin break free from his imagination. He saw the figure before him and was immediately shocked, diving down and bowing deeply. His swift action and wide gesture startled Yao Qi beside him. He then glanced secretly at Xian Zhenzi, his eyes filled with shock and questioning, "Is this real?" Qing Yu stood to the side, helping the three up, and said to Hao Yin, "There's no need for such courtesy, your majesty. I have heard from my friend Xian Zhenzi that the celestial court is lacking in personnel, so I came to assist. I hope the heavenly emperor will not be displeased." Hao Yin looked at the gentle Qing Yu, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was shouting in his heart, "Why have you come, esteemed one? Help! Help!" He hurriedly said, "I dare not. Your presence here has already brought great honor. May I ask what instructions you have? Why come in person? You have disturbed my tranquility. I truly feel guilty. The celestial court is short-staffed, so I came." Qing Yu replied calmly, as though stating a common matter. "Is it that the heavenly emperor dislikes my clumsiness? I have heard that the celestial court welcomes talented individuals, so why is it that when I arrived I was not welcomed?" Upon hearing Qing Yu's words, Hao Yin felt like crying. He wanted personnel, but did not expect you to come in person. He opened his mouth to say something, only to find his tongue seemed tied, unable to say anything. Qing Yu looked at Hao Yin, who was about to cry, and smiled mischievously. "Ha, your majesty need not worry. I have come to solve your troubles. I presume your majesty already knows that the saints are currently not in the wilderness." Hao Yin nodded eagerly, filled with a thirst for knowledge. "Please enlighten me, immortal ancestor. The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked." Qing Yu shook his head, a smile carrying a hint of mystery. "This body of mine is not the main body. It is merely a form borrowed from the leaves of the Jianmu tree, carrying a fragment of the primordial spirit. So your majesty need not worry, just grant me a minor position." Hao Yin fell silent for a moment. What are the saints? They are not including him in their affairs. He felt a bit unhappy and chose to sulk silently. At the same time, he felt a wave of envy. Dong Wanggong was also reincarnated and was about to return. The grand operation of the saints certainly involves Qing Yu. And now Qing Yu has a fragment of himself left in the wilderness, surely for Dong Wanggong. Thinking of this, Hao Yin felt even more envious. But then he thought, now that Qing Yu is with him, it would be easier to gain an advantage. He immediately chose a position for Qing Yu, the emperor of the eastern extreme Qinghua. Upon receiving this position, Qing Yu stretched and glanced at the wilderness below, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. It has been a long time since he has been down there. Even before arriving, his mischievous thoughts had already taken shape. He turned and walked towards the lower realms. In the eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings gathered. In the Crystal Palace, the bright pearl hangs high, corals are scattered everywhere, and the clam maidens dance, creating a lively atmosphere. The palace walls are made of crystal, transparent as air, allowing views of the swimming fish and swaying seaweed outside. 81 luminous pearls are embedded in the dome, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The floor is laid with fine white jade, feeling warm and smooth underfoot. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings are seated around a massive jade table, toasting each other, filled with laughter. The table is laden with mountain delicacies and ocean treasures, a fragrant feast. The South Sea Dragon King put down his wine cup, a hint of worry in his voice. "Elder brother, we have already relinquished our authority. Is the celestial court here to recruit us?" Nonsense, the East Sea Dragon King waved his hand nonchalantly. Ignore it. We have established ties with the human race, oh why would we need to go to the celestial court? Our dragon clan is one of the 3 ancient clans. The heavenly emperor has yet to come personally. And what is this Qinghua emperor, a mere wanderer? No need to meet. The prawn soldier who came to relay the message heard the order, but did not immediately leave. Instead, he stood there looking troubled. He bent his body, his antennae quivering slightly, clearly engaged in an intense inner struggle. He opened his mouth wanting to persuade further, but was glared at by the East Sea Dragon King. Why aren't you going yet? The prawn soldier was at his wit's end. He certainly knew who this Qinghua emperor was, but he did not dare to say. That esteemed one had warned him not to reveal the identity in advance. He could only muster the courage to persuade again. My king, you should at least meet him. The North Sea Dragon King grew impatient, slamming the table. While we are drinking, my dragon clan is about to revive. What does this Qinghua emperor have to do with us? How dare he interrupt our enjoyment? The prawn soldier had no choice but to exit the hall silently, praying, my king, may you seek your own fortune. Outside the hall, Qin Yu stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the scenery around the dragon palace. After waiting for a long time, without anyone coming to welcome him, Qin Yu remained patient and stood there. The few officials accompanying him grew increasingly anxious as they watched Qin Yu wait so long. They knew who he was and silently blamed their dragon king for not coming to greet him sooner. It is a great honor for the immortal ancestor to be here, and him waiting so patiently shows his grace. They could no longer hold back and rushed forward to invite Qin Yu inside. Qin Yu smiled slightly and followed them inside. The Emperor Qinghua has arrived. The announcement echoed in the hall. However, the dragon kings inside were in high spirits, completely oblivious. The West Sea Dragon King did not lift his head, casually stating, elder brother, your prawn soldier truly needs a good lesson. Ignoring orders and letting people in. This Qinghua emperor dares to enter, he must be taught a lesson for shaming our dragon clan. Qin Yu stood in the hall looking at the drunken dragon kings without anger. Oh, are the dragon kings going to teach this emperor a lesson? The West Sea Dragon King had just finished his drink and answered without turning his head naturally. He leisurely set down his cup, his magic circulating the surrounding spiritual energy, trembling, intending to teach this ignorant Qinghua emperor a lesson. He casually cast a spell targeting the source of the sound. Then he heard a chorus of exclamations from his brothers. Immediately after, 3 attacks from his brothers overwhelmed him. The West Sea Dragon King was knocked to the ground, his mind filled with questions. He struggled to get up, about to question his brothers why they attacked him, but saw 3 dragon kings kneeling in unison, trembling all over, their voices trembling. Immortal ancestor. Following their gaze, the West Sea Dragon King saw the Qinghua emperor standing calmly smiling at him. That smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet it sent a chill straight from his feet to the top of his head. His drunkenness instantly evaporated. His legs turned to jelly. He fell to the ground with a thump, his voice choked with tears. Immortal ancestor, forgive me. Little dragon had eyes, but could not see the mountain. Not knowing the immortal ancestor had arrived, I have committed many offenses, please spare me. Qin Yu looked at the 4 dragon kings kneeling on the ground, and remained silent, slowly walking to the jade table, picking up a cup of leftover wine, lightly sniffing it, and then setting it down. The dragon clan's wine is not bad, he remarked. The 4 dragon kings knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. In the crystal palace, only their heavy breathing and heartbeat could be heard. I have come today not to ask for punishment. I have heard that the dragon clan has recently grown close to the human clan, and I came to take a look. After all, the dragon clan is also a part of the primordial world, and the heavenly court governs the primordial world, so naturally the dragon clan must not be absent. The East Sea Dragon King quickly bowed his head, his forehead striking the crystal floor with a thud. Rest assured, immortal ancestor. The dragon clan will certainly obey the orders of the heavenly court and would never dare to defy them. That is good. Qin Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 4 dragon kings, finally resting on the West Sea Dragon King. However, I have one more question. Please speak, immortal ancestor. The East Sea Dragon King's voice trembled, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Which dragon king was it that said they would punish me? The hall fell into a dead silence. The West Sea Dragon King's face turned pale. Before he could stand up to plead guilty himself, he saw the other 3 dragon kings step back in unison, as if they had rehearsed it countless times, making him the one to step forward voluntarily. The West Sea Dragon King glanced back at his 3 brothers, only to see the East Sea Dragon King studying the arrangement of luminous pearls on the ceiling. The South Sea Dragon King was carefully examining the embroidery on his dragon robe, and the North Sea Dragon King was focused on counting his fingers, none of them making eye contact with him. Good brothers. The West Sea Dragon King squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. Third brother, you can rest assured. The South Sea Dragon King did not even raise his head, speaking sincerely, I will take care of your wife. Get lost. The West Sea Dragon King nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Oh, is this Dragon King wanting to give me a lesson? Qing Yu smiled gently, his smile warm as a spring breeze. Yet it sent a chill down the West Sea Dragon King's spine. Then let me experience your methods, Dragon King, please. Upon hearing Qing Yu's words, the West Sea Dragon King's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His lips trembled, his teeth chattered, wanting to say something, but found his tongue seemed tied, unable to utter a complete word. His heart was already filled with despair. To fight against the immortal ancestor. Perhaps a mere glance from him would turn to ashes the great Dao fruit he had barely obtained by being entangled with the luck of the human clan. That was a primordial golden immortal, the ancestor of all immortals. His cultivation was nothing more than an ant in front of the immortal ancestor. Yet when the immortal ancestor spoke, there was no room for rejection. Qing Yu's words were not something he could refute, especially after he had just spoken so arrogantly. This was all retribution. If compensation were needed, it was likely that emptying the entire dragon palace would not compare to a single leaf from Qing Yu. He had heard that the immortal ancestor could seal several great worlds within a single leaf from the constructive tree. His meager possessions were hardly enough to fill the gaps in someone's teeth. Moreover, the immortal ancestor might not even take notice. The West Sea Dragon King could only kneel continuously, forehead pressed to the ground, entrusting his life and death to Qing Yu. Yet he dared not harbor any complaints or resentment in his heart. The power of a Quasi Saint was revered by all, and one must not offend them. With a mere wave of the hand they could take a life. What more could be said for Qing Yu, the ancestor of all immortals, and the supreme of primordial chaos? Not killing him on the spot, when he spoke out of turn, was already an immense mercy. Now he was merely trying to find a way to appease the immortal ancestor. Seeing this scene, Qing Yu felt suddenly bored. He had initially thought he could enjoy a moment of not knowing how high the heavens are, but he did not expect the Dragon Clan to kneel so quickly, showing no signs of resistance. It was truly dull. He walked to the main seat that the four Dragon Kings had just vacated, and sat down casually, picking a crystal-clear grape from the table and popping it into his mouth. The grape had a thin skin and a thick flesh, its juice bursting on his tongue, sweet, with a hint of sourness, just right. He squinted, his eyes nodding in satisfaction. This grape is quite good. He picked another one. The fruits of the Dragon Palace are indeed tastier than those of the Heavenly Court. The three Dragon Kings, standing by, glanced at each other, unsure of how to respond. The East Sea Dragon King quickly smiled, and said, "If the immortal ancestor likes it, I will have someone prepare several baskets, and send them to the immortal ancestor's palace in the Heavenly Court. No need, I can pick them myself." Qing Yu waved his hand, eating another grape, mumbling, all right, I won't make it difficult for you. Since you are unwilling to spar with me, let's have my disciple spar with you instead." Upon hearing that Qing Yu would no longer pursue the matter, the West Sea Dragon King felt a sigh of relief, but before he could catch his breath, he immediately heard that he was to battle the immortal ancestor's disciple, and his heart panicked even more. The immortal ancestor's disciple? That could only be Dong Wanggong, right? When Qing Yu took on disciples, it was an event that invited the entire primordial world to witness. Who didn't know that Dong Wanggong was Qing Yu's disciple? Before reincarnation, Dong Wanggong was already at the peak of Quasi Saint, not far from the primordial. How could he possibly compare? The West Sea Dragon King was filled with tears in his heart. Immortal ancestor, if only you would teach me, perhaps there would be a path to survival. If you let Dong Wanggong come to fight me, I'm afraid I would have no chance of survival. He had already prepared for reincarnation, and was silently contemplating whether he should choose a good family to be reborn into, ideally in a sect related to the immortal ancestor, so that he could have a backing in his next life. "Donghua," Qing Yu called out. A white figure walked in from outside. The person wore white robes with a long sword at his waist, a handsome face, and an otherworldly demeanor, walking gracefully, as if stepping on the moon. It was none other than Dong Wanggong, who had reincarnated, and was now only at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His gaze was as calm as water, revealing no emotion. He walked into the hall, and slightly bowed his head to the West Sea Dragon King as a gesture of greeting. Seeing Donghua, who was only at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the West Sea Dragon King felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness it was not the peak period Dong Wanggong, just a clone. Being at the same early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he might still have a fighting chance. A glimmer of hope reignited in his heart, and he even began to contemplate. If he could miraculously win a move or two, he could boast in the Dragon Clan that he had sparred with Dong Wanggong. Donghua wasted no breath and directly invited him to attack. Seeing this, the West Sea Dragon King could only brace himself and stand up. He dusted off non-existent dust from his knees, took a deep breath, and activated his magical powers. A dragon aura surged around him, transforming into a gigantic blue water dragon phantom that coiled above his head. The dragon's phantom bared its fangs and claws, each scale distinct, exuding an air of majesty. He did not dare to attack first, but assumed a defensive stance, waiting for Donghua's assault. Meanwhile, Qing Yu sat in the main seat, eating the delicacies of the Dragon Palace, enjoying this match. In one hand he held a bunch of grapes, and in the other a cup of divine nectar. On the jade table before him lay several exquisite pastries, which he savored with delight. The other 3 dragon kings served him on the side, carefully pouring wine, peeling fruits, and handing him towels. Watching Qing Yu's relaxed demeanor, they couldn't help but feel secretly perplexed. They never expected that the immortal ancestor would be so down-to-earth, actually enjoying mortal food and showing such a satisfied expression. This was far from their imagination of the ancestor of all immortals. However, what they didn't know was that this Qing Yu was not the same Qing Yu. Initially, he had only wanted to leave a portion of his divine sense behind to guide Dong Wanggong and then depart. But then he thought that since his emergence he had been busy with attaining the Dao and had never truly enjoyed life. Before attaining the Dao, he was busy cultivating E. During the attainment of the Dao, he was busy transcending tribulations. E. After attaining the Dao, he was preoccupied with handling various affairs of the primordial world. Now that he had finally attained the Dao, wherever he went there were clouds of auspiciousness and golden lotuses falling, his merits opening the path, influencing everything around him. It was truly unpleasurable. Thus Qing Yu took this opportunity to compress the memories of this portion of divine sense, amplifying the memories of his past life, while condensing the memories of his struggles afterwards. As a result, the figure of the great Emperor Qing Hua emerged. Although he possessed the memories of the latter stages, it felt as if he had just taken form and was granted a top-notch status, entering the primordial world in a youthful manner. When he originally emerged from the primordial world, he had been trembling due to insufficient strength, but now he could finally enjoy a moment of respite. The other saints watched Qing Yu's actions, each expressing, "You truly know how to play." They had already begun to contemplate in their hearts that they too must try this. Nuwa was the most direct, immediately crafting a small figure, releasing her divine sense, and heading to the human clan, going incognito. The small figure she crafted bore a resemblance to her, but was more simplistic, dressed in plain clothing, blending into the bustling market of the human world, finding everything so fresh. Just as Qing Yu had finished eating a few grapes, and was preparing to reach for a piece of osmanthus cake, the battle scene over there had already concluded. In just one move. Being at the same early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the West Sea Dragon King was defeated in a single encounter. He didn't even see how Dong Hua attacked, he merely felt a flash of white light before being enveloped by a vast force, and then he was sent flying. He crashed heavily against the wall of the Crystal Palace, embedding himself in the coral decorations, and took quite some time to regain his senses. He struggled to peel himself off the wall, shook his dizzy head, and looked at Dong Hua's still calm face, with only one thought in his heart: is this really what they call the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal? As the Dragon Clan faced defeat, Dong Hua's luck surged, and his cultivation directly advanced to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. That luck flowed in like a tide. It washed through his meridians, tempered his primordial spirit, allowing his aura to elevate a level in just a few breaths. He closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, and after a moment opened his eyes, a hint of enlightenment in his gaze. Qing Yu looked at Dong Hua and smiled slightly. He put down the grapes in his hand, stood up, walked in front of Dong Hua, and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, you've grown strong. Thank you for your guidance, master." Dong Hua bowed respectfully. Qing Yu turned his gaze towards the 4 dragon kings who had knelt in a row again, especially the one still embedded in the wall, struggling to pull himself out, and said, "I have seen the luck of the Dragon Clan. Your cooperation with the human clan is indeed a wise decision. But remember, the heavenly court governs the primordial world, and since the Dragon Clan is within it, you must obey the orders of the heavenly court. If there is any defiance the next time I come, it won't be someone as easy to talk to as I am now." Qing Yu began to admonish the Dragon Kings, urging them to cooperate with the actions of the heavenly court. After all, Hao Qian had been so filial to him, he naturally had to contribute a little, even if it was just a few words. Upon hearing Qing Yu's words, the East Sea Dragon King repeatedly bowed his head. "This little dragon will remember the teachings of the immortal ancestor. The Dragon Clan will certainly be loyal with no second thoughts." "That is good." Qing Yu nodded. "Let's go, Dong Hua." "Master, where to next?" "To the Feng Clan." Dong Hua's eyes brightened as he quickly followed. Disciple was just thinking of that. In the Dragon Palace, the 4 Dragon Kings finally breathed a sigh of relief. The West Sea Dragon King pulled himself out of the wall, slumped to the ground, and looked at the white figure that was receding in the distance, saying with lingering fear, "You truly are my good brothers." The East Sea Dragon King patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Third brother, this is called fortune and misfortune intertwined. Although you took a beating today, receiving the immortal ancestor's acknowledgement is a fortune that others cannot even seek. Do you want this fortune or not?" The West Sea Dragon King supported his waist and turned to sit down beside his seat, glaring at his brother. The other 3 were filled with schadenfreude, for their younger brother had spoken out of turn, and thankfully it was not their words. Next stopped the Feng Clan. Dong Hua, having reincarnated and recultivated, had his essence unified with his strength currently sealed, which would gradually be unsealed. The way to unseal it was to challenge the primordial world. This idea was inspired by Qin Yu when he saw Kong Xian emerge. That future saint was the first under the saints, and gave Qin Yu a spark of inspiration. At this moment the first under the saints was naturally Dong Wanggong. One of the paths to attaining the Tao in the primordial world was to gather the luck of the three paths. But could Dong Wanggong attain the Tao? Originally it seemed he couldn't take this path, but the emergence of Kong Xian gave Qin Yu the idea that Dong Wanggong could reincarnate and recultivate. Then challenge everyone, defeat all those below the saints, have everyone submit, unify the luck, and there would naturally be a chance to attain the Tao. Originally this method could not be used. If Dong Wanggong as the leader among the immortals were to defeat the luck of the great Luo clan, it would inevitably seem like bullying the weak, which would not be perfect. But now after reincarnation, hey, it works. The now recultivated Dong Hua naturally would not be suspected of bullying the weak, and could now use it. Moreover, this method was one of unifying luck. Originally Hao Yin could also use it, but unfortunately Haoshan's strength was insufficient, unable to defeat everyone in the primordial world, and could only honestly gather luck through governing the primordial world. But Dong Wanggong could do it. The same gathering of luck, but Dong Wanggong's was even better, as it was a momentary gathering of luck from defeating the entire primordial world, which would scatter after attaining the Tao, so there was no need to maintain a significant causal connection with the primordial world, as it was earned through strength. It can also be considered an alternative method of attaining the Tao through strength. However, this method is probably only usable now. After all, in the future no one could defeat the likes of Shi Wangmu or Jin. They might show a little leniency towards Dong Wanggong, but others would not have such privileges. This also indicates that face is an important part of governing the luck of the primordial world. Qin Yu and Dong Wanggong, please give this poor Daoist and his disciple a favor. After Qin Yu and Dong Hua left the Dragon Palace, they did not head straight to the Phoenix clan, but leisurely wandered through the vast wilderness. Dong Hua mysteriously obtained a splendid carriage resplendent with golden hues and fragrant aromas. The carriage was built upon a foundation of 10th-of-sandy-year-old warm jade, and framed with 9 heavens mystic gold, with 4 corners adorned with dust avoidance pearls, wind-stabilizing pearls, firewarding pearls, and water-splitting pearls, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings within 100 feet. Atop the carriage a grand banner fluttered in the wind, inscribed with the 4 characters Dong Ji Qing, Hua, the brushwork flowing like a dragon, subtly resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. What drew even more attention was the 9 dragons pulling the carriage. Each of the 9 true dragons possessed the cultivation of a Tai, golden, immortal, their scales gleaming, their horns majestic, soaring through the clouds, with an imposing presence. The appearance of this carriage in the wilderness was indeed quite a sight to behold. Wherever it passed, birds bowed their heads and beasts held their breath. Cultivators along the road, upon seeing it from afar, hurriedly stepped aside, speculating which great being was on the move. Although it was the dragon's duty to pull the carriage, no other dragons were qualified for the role. The chosen ones had not been publicized, yet the 4 Seas Dragon Kings had arranged everything clearly. The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, leveraging his status as the elder brother, successfully secured 3 slots, 1 for his 2 talented clan members, and 1 for his young son Ao Bing. To serve beside the immortal ancestor was a rare fortune, one that could only be counted on 2 hands in the wilderness. Although the West Sea Dragon King had just endured a beating, he shamelessly pushed his clan members into the mix. The South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings each had 2 slots. Thus the 9 dragons were allocated appropriately. Qin Yu, seated in this grand carriage, savored the ostentatious display. One must admit it was indeed very comfortable. The carriage was as stable as a mountain, and not a trace of bumpy motion could be felt. The luminous pearls surrounding them uplifted the mood, while the 9 dragons soared ahead, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Leaning against the soft couch, he ate a spirit fruit freshly picked from the roadside, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. He patted the jade couch beneath him. This carriage is exquisitely crafted and comfortable to sit in. Dong Hua, you have put in effort. Dong Hua smiled slightly. As long as master is pleased. Qin Yu sat for a while, and as the novelty wore off, he waved his hand. Enough, this display is too grand. It's uncomfortable being watched wherever we go. Let them return. Dong Hua did not say much, and immediately issued an order for the 9 dragons to disperse. Upon receiving the command, the 9 true dragons paused, turning back to gaze at the carriage with a hint of reluctance in their eyes. To serve beside the immortal ancestor, even if only as carriage pullers, was a rare fortune. Now that the immortal ancestor wished to dismiss them, they dared not disobey, yet felt a pang of disappointment. Qin Yu stepped out from the carriage, his gaze sweeping over the 9 dragons. His eyes lingered on one blue and white dragon. There was no other reason. It was this dragon who kept turning its head to look at him, its starry eyes unable to conceal their excitement. It was a young dragon, distinctly smaller than the other 8. Its eyes were large and round, sparkling as it looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu recognized it was a young dragon, likely just born not long ago. Adhering to the traditional virtue of cherishing the young Qing, Yu donned a loving expression and waved at it. The little blue dragon froze for a moment, glancing around to confirm that the immortal ancestor was calling it, and instantly, its tail wagged with excitement. It hurriedly flapped its forepaws, darting to Qing Yu's side, and stumbled over its own paws in its excitement, nearly tumbling over. Qing Yu reached out and lifted it into his arms, stroking its back. The dragon scales were smooth and cool to the touch, quite pleasant. Upon being stroked, the little blue dragon stiffened before seemingly melting away, lying limply in his embrace, emitting a satisfied hum. The other 8 dragons watched this scene with envy in their eyes. Yet they understood this was the little one's fortune, something they could not covet. The original 9 dragons pulling the carriage were reduced to 8, and the 8th dragon, after flying a distance, could not help but glance back at Ao Bing in Qing Yu's arms, its eyes full of envy. The dragon clan had a heritage that had not been severed like the Qilin clan. The once Azure Dragon ancestor had attained the great Dao fruit after receiving guidance from the immortal ancestor. According to the ancestor, the great Dao fruit of ancient times was not the same as today's golden immortals. Currently, obtaining a Dao fruit only marked the beginning of the path. In ancient times, golden immortals were all supreme beings, each mastering a path of the wilderness. Now races with heritage referred to those golden immortals of that time as great Dao masters. The path they now tread after achieving the great Dao was the legacy left by those great Dao masters. With Ao Bing receiving the immortal ancestor's blessings, the dragon clan might soon see another figure like the ancestor emerge. The 8 dragons thought to themselves, their eyes filled with envy yet devoid of jealousy. After all, should a powerful being arise from their clan, all would benefit, including themselves. Before leaving, Qing Yu bent down to ask the little blue dragon's name. "Grandfather, immortal ancestor, I am Ao Bing." Its voice was soft and childlike, filled with a hint of sweetness, melting hearts. The term grandfather left Qing Yu with a black line on his forehead. It was his first time being called grandfather. Am I really that old? However, knowing the name, he found it rather interesting. Ao Bing. Isn't that the little dragon who was defeated by Neza in later times? He looked down at this soft and adorable little creature with its big blinking eyes and couldn't associate it with that tragic figure from legend. This little one didn't seem like a demon egg. Could it be a spirit pearl? Qing Yu fell into thought. However, no matter what happens later, it was still a cute little dragon for now. He waved his hand, and the heavens responded, the Dao rhythm flowing. Beneath his feet, the 3 paths of wind, fire, and water converged as the heavens birthed them. The Dao master inscribed patterns, and 3 divine swords representing the 3 paths appeared before Qing Yu. Without needing the chaos cauldron to reverse the innate, this treasure was an innate object upon its emergence. The creation of the heavens and the refining of chaotic spiritual energy replicated the great Dao of the current masters of wind, fire, and water. In no time, it became a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 3 divine swords floated in the air, one green entwined with wind patterns, the blade slender as a feather, one crimson ablaze with flames, the blade searing hot, and one azure shimmering with water waves, the blade flexible as water. The 3 swords resonated, emitting a harmonious sound proclaiming their birth. "All right, this treasure is bestowed upon you." Qing Yu stood up, pointing his hand, and the 3 divine swords transformed into 3 streams of light, merging into Ao Bing's body. Ao Bing felt a warm power swell within him as the 3 divine swords circled around his nascent soul. "Thank you, grandfather, immortal ancestor," he exclaimed. "You are welcome." Qing Yu patted his head. "Train well, and do not let down these 3 swords." "Yes, I definitely will." Ao Bing nodded vigorously. "Let's go, Donghua." Qing Yu called out to Donghua while discreetly glancing into the void. Donghua understood, saying no more, merely nodding slightly, and continued to move forward. The figures of Qing Yu and Donghua gradually faded away, disappearing into the horizon under the watchful eyes of 12 gazes. Meanwhile, the space that Qing Yu had glanced at suddenly shattered, and 3 figures, exuding an overwhelming aura, fell out, landing unceremoniously on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The leading figure, covered in dirt, climbed up from the ground, brushing off the dust with a bitter smile. "Elder brother, I told you following the emperor and immortal ancestor was unwise. Fortunately, the immortal ancestor showed mercy this time, but we received a warning. If the immortal ancestor were truly enraged, we 3 might not even leave ashes behind. Alas, we have indeed transgressed." Another voice sighed. These 3 were the elders from the island of immortals: Feng Li, who presided over the wind Dao; Hua Changlao, who presided over the fire Dao; and Shui Changlao, who presided over the water Dao. Not long ago, they had heard of the immortal ancestors and Donghua's whereabouts, and had hurried to the island of immortals through their connections with the East King. However, upon arrival, they did not reveal themselves, but chose to stealthily track them, originally intending to make an impression before the immortal ancestor, only to be violently expelled. "Elder brother, it seems we forgot. Hua Changlao suddenly realized something, his expression becoming somewhat complicated after the Emperor's reincarnation. He probably no longer recognizes us. Moreover, it seemed they had never met the immortal ancestor before. As he spoke, his voice grew softer until it was nearly inaudible. Feng Li's expression also shifted. Shui Changlao added, so our secret surveillance of the immortal ancestor has likely already paved the way for our demise. The three exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The 9 dragons who had not yet departed were now hovering at a distance in the clouds, watching the sudden appearance of these figures, trembling in fear. Although the immortal ancestor could suppress them with a mere glance, they couldn't contend with these three. The aura from the 3 figures was at least that of peak golden immortals, possibly even higher. The 9 dragons exchanged glances, retreating a distance in unison, deciding to observe the situation for now. The 3 elders ignored the dragons and approached Ao Bing. They looked down at the little blue dragon, their eyes landing on the aura of the 3 divine swords on him, revealing expressions of astonishment. A high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Just moments ago, the immortal ancestor intercepted our paths, and within a short time directly refined a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Feng Li exclaimed in disbelief. This. One can only say that the immortal ancestor truly lives up to his name. Terrifyingly powerful, Hua Changlao murmured. They looked at Ao Bing with even more astonishment. Having followed Qing Yu for years, Ao Bing's previously mixed aura had long been cleansed by the chaotic azure spiritual energy surrounding Qing Yu, leaving him with an exceptionally pure ethereal body. What was even more remarkable was that he had absorbed the Dao rhythms of the 3, with the essences of wind, fire, and water coexisting harmoniously within him, nurturing one another, forming a perfect cycle. This was simply a disciple tailor-made for them. The 3 elders' eyes instantly lit up, their gazes so fervent it seemed they wanted to melt. Ao Bing. Little friend, do you wish to become our disciple? Feng Li squatted down, trying to make his voice sound as gentle as possible. Ao Bing looked at the 3 ragged, dusty figures before him, hesitating. He tilted his little head, scrutinizing them for a while before shaking his head and saying, you don't seem very reliable. The corners of the 3 elders' mouths twitched. Hua Changlao quickly added, little friend, if you become our disciple, we can take you to see the immortal ancestor. Hearing immortal ancestor, Ao Bing's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. The 3 elders replied. Ao Bing thought for a moment, glanced at their disheveled appearances, and finally nodded. All right then. The 3 elders were overjoyed, hurriedly attempting to cast spells to tidy themselves up, wanting to establish an imposing image in front of their newly accepted disciple. However, no matter how they tried, their tattered clothes and dusty faces remained unchanged, as an invisible force prevented them from arranging their appearance. Suddenly thunder rumbled and 3 divine bolts accurately struck down, landing on the heads of the 3 elders. The divine bolts caused no pain, but left their already tattered clothes in even worse condition. The 3 stood there looking like refugees who had just escaped from a fire. Upon seeing the heavenly punishment, they understood it must have been the promise of seeing the immortal ancestor that they had just made, which the immortal ancestor had overheard. Though the divine bolts were painless, they required them to endure this appearance for 9 cycles of yuan. Immortal ancestor, we were wrong. Feng Li shouted towards the direction Qing Yu had left, his voice filled with despair. However, there was no response. The 3 were bewildered. How did Qing Yu know? They had clearly used the term immortal ancestor, not a title of respect. In the wilderness, the phrase immortal ancestor was uttered by countless beings. With such frequency and repetition, it was unlikely Qing Yu would have noticed them. Yet what they could not have anticipated was that Qing Yu had not actually left. He was hidden in the clouds nearby, munching on the fruit he had just picked while watching the commotion. He had long wanted to know who had been stealthily following him. It turned out to be the subordinates of the East King. After observing for a while, he felt it was sufficient and clapped his hands, turning to depart. Far within the chaos, Qing Yu's main body was striving to hasten the growth of the Jianmu, yet his consciousness shared an awareness with the Qing Yu in the wilderness. Seeing his avatar being so petty, he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out he was actually a demon egg. Deep within the chaos, Jianmu reached high into the sky. Qing Yu sat in the main position, while the other 8 saints were stationed on the remaining 8 Jianmu fruits. The power of the saints continuously flowed into the fruits, creating worlds and further ripening the Jianmu. The 8 Dao fruits, nurtured by the power of the saints, gradually grew, the patterns on the fruits becoming increasingly distinct, with faint outlines of worlds beginning to take shape within. Qing Yu's gaze fell upon the last Dao fruit, which had yet to have a saint presiding over it. His vision pierced through the chaos, across the 33 heavens, through layers of space, landing on the 2 figures on the vast earth. Donghua. After walking for about half a month, a vast mountain range suddenly appeared ahead. The mountain range had a peculiar shape, resembling a phoenix ready to take flight, with its head facing the East Sea, and its tail sweeping towards the western mountains, its wings spread wide, embracing a lush valley. Above the valley, colorful clouds lingered, and faint sounds of phoenix cries echoed, clear and melodious, piercing through the clouds and splitting stones. We have arrived. Qing Yu stopped, and said to Donghua beside her, "This is the Phoenix Valley." Donghua looked up and saw a massive stone tablet standing at the entrance of the valley inscribed with two ancient characters Fenggu. After the fall of the original Phoenix, two offspring were born here, and it was from this place that the children of the original Phoenix led the remaining members of the Phoenix clan out of Tiannan and settled here. Qingyu stood with her hands behind her back, gazing into the depths of the valley. A pillar of colorful light shot up from deep within the valley, reaching toward the heavens like a towering column piercing through the clouds. Within that light, a massive peacock phantom slowly unfurled, its tail feathers radiating a breathtaking beauty while emanating a chilling pressure. A voice emerged from the colorful light, its clear tone carrying a hint of arrogance. "Who dares to visit Phoenix Valley? Why not reveal yourself?" Donghua did not reply, but stepped forward instead. His pace was slow, yet each step resonated with the rhythm of heaven and earth, as if he were in harmony with the entire mountain range. He reached the entrance of the valley, stopped, raised his hand, and drew his sword. The sword's light flowed like water, reflecting his calm visage. "Donghua requests guidance from my fellow Daoist." In the depths of the valley, there was a moment of silence. Then the colorful light suddenly contracted, transforming into a streak of flowing light that shot out from deep within the valley, landing 100 zhang in front of Donghua. As the light dissipated, a tall figure emerged. He was extraordinarily handsome, androgynous, with a hint of innate arrogance in his brow, as if nothing in the world was worth his gaze. His eyes exhibited a strange five-colored hue, with 5 worlds rotating in the depths of his pupils. Kong Xian scrutinized the white-clad swordsman before him, his gaze briefly lingering on the sword at his waist before shifting to Qing standing behind him. His pupils slightly constricted, clearly recognizing the figure of Qing Yu standing at a distance with her hands behind her back. His eyes lit up, then he noticed Donghua beside Qing Yu and snorted coldly. "I have long heard of Donghua's legendary exploits in the wilderness. It is a pleasure to meet you today." Kong Xian's tone was indifferent, making it hard to tell if he was being polite or provocative. "However, you have recently been reincarnated and are only at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Since your emergence, Kong Xian, having merged with the luck of the human race, has rapidly advanced to the peak of the Great Luo. Though his cultivation had risen swiftly, it had not stirred much of a ripple, as there had been too many extraordinary individuals in recent hundreds of sessions. Among them, the San Yuan meeting had the outstanding Xuan Yuan, who was a mortal that became the Emperor of Dao, and the Yi Yuan meeting had set a record for breaking through the Great Luo that remains unbroken. Donghua did not respond, but slowly raised his sword, pointing it straight at Kong Xian. On the sword's blade, a clear light flowed, and faint sounds of pure yang emanated from it. Seeing this, Kong Xian ceased speaking. He lightly shook his shoulders, and the colorful tail feathers behind him suddenly spread open like a giant screen. The 5-colored light swirled within, emanating a vast pressure. Donghua struck first. His figure left a residual image in place, while his true self had already appeared above Kong Xian, slashing down with his long sword like thunder. So fast that the sound was left behind, so fast that Kong Xian's pupils had just begun to constrict when the sword's edge was already 3 inches above his head. Yet Kong Xian did not dodge, merely raising his right hand lightly. A 5-colored feather flew out from his sleeve, meeting the sword light. A clear collision sound rang out as the feather clashed with the sword edge, producing a sound of metal striking metal. The feather remained motionless, yet Donghua was knocked back several zhang. He flipped in midair, dissipating the recoil force, and landed with the tip of his toes, advancing once more. A sword thrust forth the sword light, dividing 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows, enveloping Kong Xian like a storm. All in the wilderness knew that the Saint of Tongtian excelled in swordsmanship, but few knew that the immortal Lord of the East also possessed great sword abilities born alongside the pure Yang sword. With the pure Yang sword in hand, where in the world could he not go? Who in the world would dare to contest him? At first he had merely entered the realm of the great Luo Dao Lord, yet he dared to seize food from the dragon's mouth with the pure Yang sword in hand. How much more so now as he challenged Kong Xian at the peak of the great Luo. Facing Donghua's assault, Kong Xian stood his ground, his hands moving continuously to counter the myriad sword shadows. The clanging collision sounds were dense as rain sparks, flying, the sword shadows shattered one by one under the feather's interception, dissipating into the air. Yet Donghua was undeterred. His sword momentum shifted, simplifying from complexity, and the myriad sword shadows suddenly converged into a single finely honed ray of light, piercing straight toward Kong Xian's brow. In Kong Xian's eyes, he did not use the feathers to block anymore, but opened his mouth and gently exhaled. A 5-colored light shot forth from his mouth, meeting that sword light. The airwaves rolled, expanding outward from the point of collision. The valley's walls were scraped by the airwaves, rocks shattered, and vegetation flew, leaving deep ravines. The Phoenix clan members hiding at a distance were all knocked to the ground by the airwaves in a state of disarray. Donghua's figure was once again pushed back, retreating several thousand zhang before stabilizing. His hand gripping the sword trembled slightly, a trace of blood seeping from his tiger's mouth. Kong Xian remained standing, but his expression had grown significantly more serious. He looked at Donghua and slowly said, "To withstand 5/10 of my power at the midstage of the Great Luo, you are already quite impressive. However, if that is all you are capable of, then it is best you leave quickly to avoid tarnishing the name of the immortal ancestor." Kong Xian's disdainful voice echoed beside Donghua's ear. As his words fell, the colorful tail feathers behind him suddenly expanded to their maximum, the five-colored light shooting skyward, dyeing half the sky in vibrant hues. Amidst that light, 5 distinctly colored sword energies coalesced, representing the 5 elements, and "Receive my strike, 5-colored divine light." The 5 divine lights shot forth simultaneously. The 5 elemental powers resonated with each other, forming a closed-off, killing array, sealing off all of Donghua's escape routes. Donghua stood amidst the encirclement of 5-colored sword energies, his expression still calm. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Facing this life-threatening strike, the immense pressure pinned Donghua in place as the essence of the dragon and phoenix surged from Kong Xian, advancing toward him. Images continuously surfaced in his mind, and sealed memories began to slowly unlock. In the brink of death once again, it seemed as though a blue lotus appeared before Donghua, and Xing Yu's voice echoed from the past, gently touching the top of his head. "Do you understand?" In Donghua's vision appeared a revolving lantern. He remembered the promise he made to Qing Yu back in Duguan. "If you do not abandon me, I will fulfill the wishes of all the immortals and come to serve you." At that time he had not dared to hope to enter under the benefactor's tutelage, yet now, having received the earnest teachings from his master, how could he easily give up? The 5-colored divine light crashed directly onto Donghua, yet he slowly rose amidst the erosion of that elemental power, taking one step, then another. Holding the pure Yang sword, leading with the Yang path, a single sword severed causality, opening the heavenly gate. Kong Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. Good sword technique. Facing this attack, Kong Xian did not dare to be careless. He spread his wings, soaring into the air, hovering high above. A gigantic peacock spread its wings, blocking the sun, its colorful feathers shimmering with dazzling brilliance, its tail feathers unfurling. Donghua looked up at the massive peacock, took a deep breath, and positioned his sword across his chest. He slowly lifted the sword, its tip aimed at the sky. "Please." High above, Kong Xian let out a clear cry, his wings fluttering, and a storm of colorful feathers rained down like a deluge, each feather transforming into a sword energy pouring down toward Donghua. Donghua did not retreat, but advanced, his form turning into a white light, charging against the torrential sword rain swimming upstream. The sword light clashed with the feathers, erupting into a series of thunderous explosions, as if hundreds of thunderclaps detonated simultaneously in the sky. Donghua's speed increased so fast that the naked eye could scarcely capture it. Kong Xian, seeing that the feathers could not harm him, flapped his wings once more, opened his mouth, and a 5-colored divine light shot forth dozens of zhang in diameter, blasting toward that white light. Seeing this, Donghua merely sidestepped narrowly, avoiding the light beam. The beam brushed past his body, crashing into the distant mountain wall, creating a massive hole as stones erupted and dust filled the air. Before Donghua could regain his footing, the second light beam arrived, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth, as if Kong Xian was tireless. One after another, the 5-colored light beams erupted, dyeing the entire sky in vibrant hues. Those beams intertwined into a dense network of firepower, sealing off all escape routes for Donghua. Donghua struggled to dodge amidst the gaps of the light beams, his white robes already torn in several places, his hair slightly disheveled. He knew that this could not continue. Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light, known for being unyielding and destructive, would be difficult to withstand if struck directly. He had to close the distance. Taking a deep breath, he maximized the operation of his magical power, and then he stopped dodging altogether. He charged straight toward the oncoming 5-colored light beams. Kong Xian was taken aback, watching Donghua charge directly at him. Was he courting death? However, in that moment of distraction, Donghua found his opportunity, merging his body and sword, charging directly at Kong Xian. Kong Xian reacted quickly, folding his wings to form a 5-colored barrier in front of him. Donghua struck against the barrier, sparks flying, yet he did not retreat, instead pouring more magical power into it, the light of the sword growing ever brighter, the cracks increasing. Creak! The barrier shattered. Donghua's sword drove straight and piercing Kong Xian's chest. In Kong Xian's pupils, the increasingly close sword light was reflected. He did not panic, but instead revealed a hint of a smile. As the long sword pierced his chest, in an instant 5-colored light erupted from the wound, like a 5-colored sun enveloping Donghua. Donghua's sword remained lodged in Kong Xian's chest, directly immobilized by the 5-colored divine light. The 5-colored divine light was known to be unyielding. Once struck, one would be bound by the elemental forces, unable to move. Dong Hua dared to risk his life. Wukong Xian also had no reason to hesitate. Ignoring the pain, he cast his gaze toward Qing Yu standing aside, his eyes full of determination. It was as if he was saying, what your disciple can achieve, I too can accomplish. Dong Hua felt as if his body was being crushed by an invisible mountain, unable to move even a finger. The magical power within him was also suppressed by the five-colored light, making it extremely difficult to operate. Kong Xian casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Dong Hua, and slowly spoke, "You have lost." Dong Hua said nothing, merely gazing at him. Suddenly Kong Xian felt a surge of dangerous energy. He looked down and saw a smile forming at the corner of Dong Hua's mouth. "Oh, I have my reasons that I cannot abandon." In an instant, Dong Hua's aura surged, his cultivation breaking through continuously, directly advancing to the peak of the Great Luo, shattering the constraints of the five-colored divine light. The sword light flashed, breaking through Kong Xian's five-colored divine light's blockade. A deep blood mark appeared on Kong Xian's chest. Dong Hua had retreated 100 zhang, leaning on his sword, gasping heavily. His complexion was pale, clearly indicating that forcibly breaking through the five-colored divine light had taken a tremendous toll on him. Kong Xian looked down at the blood mark on his chest, remaining silent for a moment. "Good," he said, "very good." He descended from the sky, transforming back into human form, and bowed to Dong Hua. "In this battle, I have lost." Dong Hua shook his head, saying, "No, it was a draw. If you had unleashed the full power of the five-colored divine light from the start, I might not have even had the chance to close the distance." "A loss is a loss," Kong Xian replied calmly. "I underestimated you. This was my mistake. In a true life-and-death battle, that sword would have been enough to take my life." Dong Hua did not argue further, simply sheathing his sword and bowing to him. In the distance, Qing Yu observed this scene, nodding with satisfaction. He clapped his hands, walked over and smiled. Not bad, well fought. One excels in swordsmanship, the other in divine light. Both have done well." Kong Xian and Dong Hua simultaneously bowed to him. Qing Yu waved his hand, approached Kong Xian, scrutinized him from head to toe, then nodded. "You have not neglected your training during these years in the wilderness. However, while the human luck can aid your rapid cultivation, it also makes it easy to incur karma. You must pay more attention to this aspect." Now the human race is represented by the Shang dynasty, and with Kong Xian's emergence, he is the source of that luck. With the luck of the human path, naturally his cultivation advances rapidly. Moreover, the essence accumulated since the fall of the original phoenix has led to his cultivation surpassing that of some predecessors, which is to be expected. Now at the peak of the Great Luo, combined with the power of the human path, he is invincible. Unfortunately, he encountered the extraordinary Dong Hua. Had it not been for Dong Hua's timely breakthrough, it would have truly been uncertain whether he could defeat Kong Xian. Nonetheless, one must admit that this power of belief is indeed formidable. Before Qing Yu, Kong Xian lost the pride he had, facing Dong Hua, lowering his head obediently. "Thank you for your guidance, immortal ancestor." Just as he was about to transform into his original form and shrink down to rest in Qing Yu's embrace, he saw Qing Yu turn to Dong Hua again and ask, "How do you feel?" This scene filled Kong Xian's eyes with daggers. If looks could kill, Dong Hua would have perished 100 times over. Dong Hua pondered for a moment, then said, "The disciple understands. The disciple's path is not yet pure enough." Hearing Dong Gong's words, Qing Yu's mouth twitched. "I merely asked how you felt this time, and you suddenly understood and comprehended. Is this the treatment of a hot-blooded protagonist, a breakthrough in the heat of battle, merely recalling the past?" Then, after reminiscing about emotions, he directly comprehended it, opening the heavenly gate, with one sword directly overthrowing Kong Xian, who merged with the human path's luck. Qing Yu secretly complained in his heart. Fortunately, the one being attacked by Dong Hua was not himself, Qing Yu thought to himself. This kind of hot-blooded protagonist is the most cunning, shouting about bonds and memories, and in the blink of an eye they break through and turn the tide. Bad news, a hot-blooded protagonist has emerged beside him, and he is the protagonist's bond. Normally this means trouble is imminent, becoming the driving force behind the protagonist's advancement. Good news, those who could eliminate him have already been eliminated by him, and he is now invincible in the primordial world. Qing Yu thought silently. With Yang Mei also dealt with, there shouldn't be any chaos coming to challenge them now. After Dong Hua's battle with Kong Xian, Qing Yu did not pause, but continued to wander through the primordial world with him. In the following days, the master and disciple acted like two whirlwinds, sweeping through one small force after another. In the South Mountain, there is the Tiger King, and Dong Hua shattered its protective aura with a single sword, causing the Tiger King to bow down. In the North Marsh, a flood dragon was causing chaos, and Dong Hua slashed its reverse scales with 3 swords, leading the flood dragon to submit. In the Western Ridge, the monkey demon reigned supreme, and Dong Hua used his finger as a sword, leaving a deep mark on the monkey demon's brow, causing it to kneel in submission. After each battle, the fortune on Dong Hua grew richer. Though those small forces were insignificant, they accumulated over time, like sand piling up to form a tower. As the number of challenging forces increased, Donghua's fortune became thicker, rolling like a snowball, growing larger and larger. Finally, after challenging the 360th small force, Donghua's fortune reached a critical point. On that day, the master and disciple were walking on a barren land, when Donghua suddenly stopped, closing his eyes. Qingyu sensed something unusual, glanced back at him, and stopped moving, standing quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting silently. It was coming. The external assistance was about to arrive. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly surged towards Donghua, as if called by something. The density of the spiritual energy was so rich that it almost turned into a solid form, enveloping Donghua in a white tornado. Donghua's aura began to rise at an astonishing speed, reaching the 12th, 13th, 14th, and finally stopping at the 20th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The fortune surged within him like a tide, refining every inch of his meridians and each strand of his primordial spirit. Donghua opened his eyes, a glint of understanding and clarity appearing in his gaze. He looked down at his hands, feeling the surging power within him, fell silent for a moment, then turned to Qingyu. Master, I understand now. Understand what? I understand that my path in this life does not lie in slaying the 3 corpses or accumulating fortune, but in purity. Donghua's voice was filled with conviction. In my past life, I walked the path of slaying the 3 corpses. Although I reached the peak of Kwasa Saint, I always felt something was missing. Now, having reincarnated and recultivated through countless battles, I've realized that the missing element is simply the word purity. Though slaying the 3 corpses is exquisite, ultimately, it is to sever oneself and place one's hopes elsewhere to attain the Tao. Only with the utmost purity of one's own path can one directly point to the primordial unity. Qingyu looked at him, a hint of relief in his eyes. If you can see this, then your hardships in this life have not been in vain. But do you know what your path is? After a long contemplation, Donghua slowly uttered 2 words, only Tao. A good phrase, only Tao. Qingyu nodded. Since that's the case, then let this path be the means to prove your primordial Tao fruit. Donghua bowed deeply, saying, I will not disappoint Master's expectations. The next objective was no longer those small forces. The 3 teachings, the immortal island, the heavenly court. These are the true major forces in the primordial world, the real sharpening stone on Donghua's path to proving his Tao. But before that, Qingyu decided to have some fun. He suddenly stopped, turned to Donghua, and smiled slightly. Donghua, have you ever heard of the Yin-Yang Daoist? Donghua was taken aback for a moment, and seeing his master's expression, he knew Qingyu was up to something again. You mean the Yin-Yang Daoist who instigated the conflict among the 3 clans single-handedly during the primordial catastrophe and was ultimately killed by Master? Exactly. Qingyu nodded. That Yin-Yang Daoist possessed a unique skill known as simulation. With this technique, he could perfectly mimic anyone's aura cultivation and even Tao rhythm within a short period, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. He relied on this ability to kill the powerful beings Zhuqiu, Shizu, and Zhulong from the 3 clans in just a few days, ultimately triggering the ultimate war of the primordial catastrophe. Donghua pondered, does Master mean? As the one who killed him, I naturally intercepted a part of his aura. Qingyu smiled faintly. After years of comprehension, I have also mastered this simulation technique. As his words fell, the aura around Qingyu began to change. His vast pressure belonging to the great primordial golden immortal rapidly converged and transformed. Ultimately, he became indistinguishable from Donghua at the 20th level of the great Luo golden immortal, with a sharp sword intent and a sunny disposition. Not only that, but his appearance also changed, becoming 8 parts similar to Donghua, like a 3-body incarnation. How is it? Qingyu spoke, even his voice resembling Donghua's, by 7 or 8 parts. Donghua looked at this 3-body that had an aura almost identical to his own and couldn't help but exclaim, Master's simulation technique is truly unfathomable. If I hadn't known in advance, I would have thought this was my 3-body incarnation. Exactly. Qingyu smiled. Let's go to Kunlun Mountain to meet them. Kunlun Mountain, outside the Jade Void Palace. Guang Qingzi, leading a group of disciples, had long been waiting at the mountain gate. They had learned that the immortal ancestor and Donghua were coming to Kunlun Mountain, so they had prepared early for the reception. All 12 golden immortals were present, each dressed in robes of law with magical treasures hanging at their waists, their expressions solemn. Although the immortal ancestor brought Donghua to challenge, having the immortal ancestor personally visit was already a great honor. However, they waited for a long time and only saw 2 people, Donghua and his 3-body. Guang Qingzi looked at the 3-body, a hint of doubt flashing in his heart. Why wasn't this 3-body nurtured in the sea of consciousness but manifested externally? However, after sensing the aura of the 3-body, which was of the same origin as Donghua, and that shared fortune was unmistakable, he didn't think too much about it. Donghua, my friend, has come from afar. Pindao has failed to welcome you, but may I ask why you have come alone? Where is the immortal ancestor? Guang Qingzi clasped his hands. They were waiting here naturally for the immortal ancestor, as Qingyu was an idol in the primordial world, and the 12 golden immortals were no exception, being Qingji's little fans. Before they became disciples, they had already enjoyed Qingji's blessings. Although it was aimed at the primordial world, it did not prevent them from feeling grateful towards Qingyu. Donghua returned the greeting, saying, "Guang Qingzi, you flatter me. My master was entrusted with a task, and went elsewhere, so only I came. I am here to seek guidance. Please, my friend." The 12 golden immortals knew that Qingyu could not come this time, losing their anticipation. With Qingyu here, they would still have the motivation to showcase something, but now that Qingyu was gone, their original expectations had fallen flat, leaving them somewhat dispirited. Both sides did not say much and directly set up their formations. Guang Qingzi led the 12 golden immortals to each take their positions, forming a mysterious formation. Their auras connected as one, resembling a towering mountain, stable and unshakable. Donghua stood across from them, slowly drawing his long sword. His three-body, which was Qingji's disguised incarnation, stood beside him, also drawing a sword. Two swords, two figures, their auras linked like two sides of the same coin. Please. The great battle was about to begin. Guang Qingzi was the first to strike. He summoned the Fantian seal, which transformed in midair to the size of a small mountain. It shone golden all over, emanating a heavy and unmatched pressure, like a true mountain, smashing down towards Donghua. Instead of retreating, Donghua advanced, flicking his sword upward, and a sharp sword energy surged into the sky, striking the base of the Fantian seal. With a thunderous boom, the Fantian seal was knocked upward several zhang by the sword energy, but the ground beneath Donghua could not withstand the rebound force, cracking open and spreading fissures in all directions. At the same time, Qi Jingzi made his move. Holding the yin-yang mirror, he flipped it, and a beam of black and white light shot out, aiming directly at Donghua's face. The light contained the energies of yin and yang. Those struck by it would have their yang energy depleted and be invaded by yin energy, losing combat effectiveness in an instant. Just as Donghua was about to dodge, the three-body beside him moved first. The incarnation, disguised by Qingyu, stepped forward, blocking in front of Donghua, and with his long sword drew a circle that contained the Tao rhythm of 3,000, encompassing all things in heaven and earth. The light from the yin-yang mirror shot into that circle, causing no ripples, directly vanishing without a trace. Qi Jingzi was taken aback. He had never seen such a straightforward method of countering, completely crushing his own Tao with the Tao of Donghua's three-body, which had directly included his own Tao. Even his move would require the use of a magical treasure, not this casually dismissed manner. Tai Jinren watched closely from the side and immediately summoned the 9-dragon divine fire cover. The cover flew into the air, transforming into 9 fire dragons that pounced towards Donghua, spewing raging flames that twisted and deformed the surrounding air. Donghua's sword intent shifted, the sword tip pointed out, and blossoms of sword energy bloomed in the air, each one meeting a fire dragon. The sword flowers collided with the fire dragons, erupting into violent explosions, with flames splattering everywhere, turning the ground within 100 zhang of Kunlun Mountain, which was surrounded by protective restrictions, into scorched earth. Good sword techniques. Tai Jinren praised, but did not stop. He summoned the Qiankuan circle. The circle transformed into a beam of golden light, striking towards the back of Donghua's head with lightning speed. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. Qingji's disguised incarnation appeared behind Donghua, at some point striking the Qiankuan circle with a sword, sending it flying back. Tai Jinren reached out to catch the Qiankuan circle, only to feel a jolt in his palm, inwardly exclaiming how strong the force was. Yuding Jinren and Daoxing Tianzun exchanged glances and acted simultaneously. Yuding Jinren summoned the slaying immortal sword, transforming it into a streak of flowing light, aiming for Donghua's throat. Daoxing Tianzun summoned the demon's subduing rod, which transformed into a beam of golden light, striking towards Donghua's legs. One from above, one from below, perfectly coordinated. Donghua's figure spun rapidly, drawing a semicircle, with his long sword deflecting both the slaying immortal sword and the demon subduing rod. But at this moment, Qing Su Dao's engines, 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, had already swung over. 5 flames of different colors transformed into 5 firebirds, simultaneously pouncing towards Donghua from 5 different directions. Donghua was about to respond when he saw the three-body move again. The incarnation, disguised by Qingyu, swept out with a sword, and a curved sword energy spread out, cleaving the 5 firebirds in half at once. The flames burst apart, turning into a sky full of sparks, falling in a flurry. What a powerful three-body! Guang Qingzi was taken aback. He had never seen such a strong three-body incarnation, capable of independent thought, actively cooperating with the main body in battle, and even predicting the opponent's attack routes. This three-body was indeed over the top. Moreover, the strength of this three-body was probably not inferior to the main body. This was Guang Chengxi's reserved opinion, since how could a three-body surpass its main body after being severed? He dared not hold back any longer, shouting, "Form the formation." The 12 golden immortals simultaneously changed positions, with each person's aura connecting with their neighbors, forming a complete cycle. Their magical power circulated within the formation like a rushing river, growing stronger and more abundant. Ultimately, all the power converged onto Guang Chengxi, causing his aura to explode to a terrifying degree. Receive my move, Fan Tian Seal. Guang Chengxi summoned the Fan Tian Seal again, which transformed into a true mountain soaring into the clouds, blocking out the sun, as if the weight of the surrounding mountains was pressing down. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed, emitting a piercing, explosive sound, and the ground began to collapse massively under the pressure. Unfortunately, he encountered Qingyu. Looking at this weight that could support the heavens, Qingyu lightly reached out and directly grasped it in his hand. The 12 golden immortals who had exerted their full strength were all stunned by this scene, wondering if it was real. With a casual throw, Qingyu tossed it aside towards Donghua. This strike, carrying the fortune of the Chan sect, was naturally meant for Donghua to handle. Donghua stood under that massive seal, his robes fluttering, long hair flowing. He looked up at the slowly descending giant seal, took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. His sword was slowly raised, then he opened his eyes and drew his sword, directly stabbing towards a point in the void where the core hub of the 12 golden immortals formation was located. With a crack, a fissure appeared in the formation. Then that fissure rapidly expanded, spreading like a spider web, and ultimately it shattered with a loud bang. The 12 golden immortals simultaneously retreated the backlash from the broken formation, causing each of their faces to turn pale. Guang Chengxi's Fan Tian Seal also returned to its normal size, flying back to his hand. Donghua sheathed his sword and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Guang Chengxi fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply, smiling bitterly. "Donghua, your swordsmanship is divine, and I admire it greatly." "You were all lenient, my friends," Donghua replied politely. "Losing is losing, there is nothing to say," Guang Chengxi said calmly. "But your three-body incarnation is truly remarkable. Pindao has been practicing for so long, yet has never seen such a powerful free body." Donghua glanced at the free body beside him, his lips twitching. "You flatter me, my friend." The incarnation, disguised by Qingyu, stood there expressionlessly, but internally he was already laughing heartily. Well, then he transformed into a beam of spiritual light and flew into the Huashan map on Donghua's body. In the next moment, golden flowers bloomed, auspicious clouds filled the air, and Qingyu descended from the heavens, as if he had just arrived. Seeing Qingyu arrive, Guang Chengxi and the others brightened, once again summoning their magical treasures, looking at Donghua, ready for another exhilarating battle. Qingyu noticed this scene and stopped them, reaching out and summoning a spiritual pearl covered in killing intent, blood red, all over with only a hint of azure. It fell into his hand.